Chapter 1. The Expulsion Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The morning sun hung pale above the azure cloud sect's grand assembly platform. Its light filtered through wisps of spiritual mist that clung to the mountain peaks like reluctant ghosts. 3,000 disciples stood in ordered rows, their blue and white robes rippling in the mountain wind. At the center of the platform, alone, Liang knelt on bare stone. He'd been kneeling for 2 hours. His knees had gone numb after the first hour, the cold stone leaching warmth from his bones. Sweat trickled down his temple despite the chill. Around him, the whispers of 3,000 cultivators created a sound like rushing water, constant, indistinct, relentless. Look at him. 6 years, and still at Qi condensation stage 3. I heard Elder Fang personally reviewed his spiritual roots. Completely crippled. Waste of sect resources. Should have been expelled years ago. Liang kept his head bowed, not because he was ashamed, but because if he looked up, they'd see the fury burning behind his eyes. And fury, he'd learned over 6 years of mockery, only gave them ammunition. The grand assembly platform was carved from a single piece of cloud marble, elevated 100 feet above the sect's main courtyard. On clear days, you could see all the way to the misty gorge from its edge. Today, Liang could see nothing but the polished stone beneath his hands. A heavy footstep echoed across the platform. Then another. Then the familiar scratch of Elder Fang's staff against stone, a sound that had haunted Liang nightmares for 3 years. Outer disciple Liang Fang's voice carried the weight of late nascent soul cultivation, pressed down upon the assembly with the gravity of spiritual authority. Raise your head. Liang raised his head. Elder Fang was a tall man, lean as a crane, with silver hair swept back from a severe face. His eyes were the color of thunderclouds, perpetually narrowed in judgment. He wore the azure robes of a sect elder with the silver cloud embroidery that marked his status. In his left hand, he gripped a black iron staff topped with a carved cloud motif. In his right, he held a jade scroll. 6 years ago, Fang intoned, unrolling the scroll. The azure cloud sect opened its gates and accepted 300 new disciples. Among them was a boy from a nameless village, with no family connections and no sect recommendation. He was accepted on the basis of passing the basic spiritual sensitivity test. Barely. Fang paused, letting the words settle over the crowd like ash. In 6 years, this disciple has failed to advance beyond Qi condensation stage 3. He has failed the annual assessment 4 times. He has consumed sect resources, spiritual pills, training grounds, instructor time, totaling approximately 12,000 spirit stones. He has produced nothing of value in return. The whispers intensified. Liang felt the weight of 3,000 pairs of eyes pressing down on him. I have personally examined his spiritual roots on 3 occasions. Fang's voice dropped to a tone of clinical finality. They are fundamentally defective. His meridians are not merely weak, they are malformed. No amount of resources or training will change this. The sect has been patient, but patience has its limits. Fang rolled up the scroll and tucked it into his sleeve. His thundercloud eyes fixed on Liang with something that might have been contempt, or something colder. By my authority as the Azure Cloud Sect's disciplinary elder, and with the unanimous consent of the Elder Council, I hereby expel outer disciple Liang from the Azure Cloud Sect. Effective immediately, the words hit Liang like a physical blow. He'd known this was coming. The summons at dawn, the formal assembly, the kneeling, but hearing it spoken aloud, in front of everyone, made it real in a way his anticipation hadn't prepared him for. 6 years. 6 years of waking before dawn. 6 years of training until his muscles screamed. 6 years of studying formation diagrams until his eyes blurred. 6 years of swallowing insults and enduring sparring sessions that were just sanctioned beatings from inner disciples with nothing better to do. All of it wasted. No, not wasted. He'd learned. He'd endured. And he'd survived. Liang stood. His joints cracked and protested, but he kept his spine straight. He met Fang's gaze directly, a breach of protocol that sent a murmur through the crowd. Outer disciples did not meet Elder's eyes. I understand, Liang said. His voice was steady. I'll collect my belongings and leave within the hour. Something flickered in Fang's expression. Annoyance? Had he expected begging? Your belongings have already been packed, Fang said smoothly. A storage pouch has been left at the outer gate. You will find everything that is personally yours, meaning everything that wasn't sect property, which was almost nothing. His clothes were sect issued. His cultivation manual was sect issued. His room, is bedding, is training weapons, all sect issued. After 6 years, the only things Liang truly owned were a battered iron ring he'd bought at a market stall and the jade pendant his mother had pressed into his hands on her deathbed when he was 7 years old. Then I have nothing to collect, Liang said. He turned his back on Elder Fang Zhua, another breach of protocol, and walked toward the platform's edge. Liang Fang Zhua's voice was sharp. Remove your sect robes before you leave this platform. They are Azure Cloud property. The whispers died. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Liang stopped walking. He stood at the edge of the platform, 3,000 disciples watching, and for a long moment, he didn't move. Then, slowly, he reached up and unfastened the ties of his outer robe. He shrugged it from his shoulders and let it pool at his feet. Beneath it, he wore a plain white inner shirt, also sect-issued, technically, but Fang Zhua apparently had his limits. He didn't look back. He stepped over the robe, walked down the stone stairs, and passed through the ranks of disciples who parted before him like water around a stone. No one spoke to him. No one met his eyes. At the outer gate, he found a small cloth pouch sitting on the ground. Inside, the iron ring, the jade pendant on its leather cord, and 3 spirit stones, a severance payment that wouldn't buy a meal in any sect town. Liang hung the jade pendant around his neck, slipped the ring onto his finger, and pocketed the spirit stones. He walked through the gate without looking back. The path down the mountain was long. The Azure Cloud sect sat at the summit of Qingyun Peak, one of the 9 great peaks of the Heavenly Ridge Mountains. The descent took 3 hours on foot, winding through bamboo groves and across stone bridges spanning misty ravines. Liang walked in silence, his mind churning beneath a calm surface. The jade pendant felt warm against his chest, warmer than usual, though that might have been his imagination. His mother's face surfaced in his memory, pale, thin, dying, pressing the pendant into his small hands. Keep this always, Shen. When the time is right, it will show you the way. He'd never understood what she meant. The pendant was just a piece of jade, pale green, smooth, unremarkable. He'd shown it to a sect appraiser once, who dismissed it as a low-grade spiritual trinket, possibly decorative. Now it was all he had. By midday, Liang reached the base of the mountain and the edge of the misty gorge, a vast, fog-shrouded valley that served as a natural barrier between the Azure Cloud sect's territory and the lawless wilderness beyond. Few cultivators entered the gorge by choice. Spirit beasts prowled its depths, and the perpetual mist interfered with spiritual sense. Liang stood at the gorge's edge and looked back up the mountain for the first and last time. The Azure Cloud sect's pagodas gleamed in the afternoon sun, distant and untouchable, like a painting of someone else's life. 6 years, he said quietly, and not one person came to say goodbye. That wasn't entirely true. There was Wuji, his only friend among the outer disciples, a loud-mouthed boy from a merchant family who'd been stuck at Qi condensation stage 5 for 2 years. Wuji would have come if he'd known. But the assembly had been called at dawn, and outer disciples not involved weren't informed until it was over. Liang turned his back on the mountain and walked into the misty gorge. The mist swallowed him within 100 paces. Chapter 2. Cast into the wild, the misty gorge was everything the Azure Cloud sect's lectures had warned about. Disorienting, dangerous, and deeply inhospitable to anyone below Foundation establishment. The fog clung to Liang skin like wet silk, cold and faintly luminous with ambient spiritual energy. Visibility dropped to 20 paces. The ground underfoot shifted between damp stone, mossy earth, and sudden drops that appeared without warning. Liang moved carefully, his senses heightened by years of survival training that the sect's combat instructors hadn't considered useful for a cripple. He'd spent those 6 years learning everything the sect offered, not just cultivation, but herbalism, beast identification, trap setting, and terrain navigation. The inner disciples had mocked him for studying servant skills. Now those servant skills were keeping him alive. The first spirit beast found him within an hour. It was a mist stalker, a wolf-like creature the size of a small horse, with translucent fur that blended into the fog. Its eyes glowed a dull amber, and spiritual energy radiated from its body in slow, predatory pulses. A Qi condensation stage 7 beast, by Liang estimation. 2 stages above him. Liang froze. Running was pointless. Mist stalkers tracked by spiritual sense, not sight. Fighting was suicidal for most Qi condensation stage 3 cultivators. But Liang wasn't most cultivators. He might have been stuck at stage 3 in terms of raw spiritual power, but his 6 years of relentless physical training had given him something the inner disciples dismissed, a body tempered by thousands of hours of martial practice. The mist stalker lunged. Liang didn't try to block the attack with qi. He had barely enough to light a candle. Instead, he sidestepped, reading the beast's trajectory from the subtle tensing of its haunches, and drove his elbow into the side of its neck as it passed. The blow wouldn't have phased a Foundation establishment cultivator, but it struck a nerve cluster that momentarily paralyzed the beast's front left leg. The mist stalker stumbled, snarled, and whipped around. Liang was already moving, circling to stay in its blind spot. He scooped up a jagged stone and waited. The beast lunged again. Liang dropped flat, the massive body sailing over him, and thrust the stone upward into its exposed belly. The stone wasn't sharp enough to pierce its spiritual energy-reinforced hide, but the impact to its soft underbelly forced the air from its lungs. The mist stalker crashed into the ground, wheezing. Liang rolled to his feet, grabbed another stone, and brought it down on the beast's skull with both hands. Once, twice, 3 times. The mist stalker stopped moving. Liang stood over the body, chest heaving, hands slick with beast blood. His arms trembled, not from fear, but from the exertion of hitting hard enough to crack a spirit beast's skull with nothing but a rock and muscle. Crippled spiritual roots, he muttered, wiping his hands on his trousers. Right. He spent the next hour field dressing the beast with a sharpened stone. The meat would sustain him for days if preserved properly, and the beast core, a small, luminous amber sphere nestled beneath the creature's heart, was worth at least 50 spirit stones at any merchant town. More importantly, the core contained concentrated spiritual energy he could absorb to sustain his own meager cultivation. As night fell, Liang found shelter in a shallow cave beneath an overhanging cliff. He built a small fire using dried moss and flint, roasted strips of mist stalker meat, and settled in to rest with his back against the cave wall and the beast core clutched in one hand. The jade pendant pulsed against his chest. Liang looked down. In the firelight, the pendant was definitely glowing, a faint, warm luminescence that had nothing to do with reflected flames. He pulled it from beneath his shirt and held it up. The glow intensified. Pale green light seeped from within the jade, casting strange shadows on the cave walls. Liang felt warmth spreading from the pendant into his chest, traveling along his meridians like heated water flowing through frozen pipes. He nearly dropped it. For 6 years, his meridians had been described as malformed and defective, channels that couldn't properly conduct spiritual energy, like cracked pipes that leaked more than they carried. But this warmth wasn't leaking. It was flowing smoothly, reaching places in his body that spiritual energy had never touched before. "What are you?" he whispered to the pendant. The pendant pulsed once more, brighter than before, and then the glow faded. But the warmth lingered in his meridians, a residual heat that felt like a promise. Liang clutched the pendant in his fist and pressed it against his forehead. His mother's voice echoed in his memory. "When the time is right, it will show you the way." Was this the time? Cast out, alone, with nothing but a dead wolf in a cave? Not yet, he decided aloud. Whatever the pendant was doing, it was subtle, a trickle, not a flood. He needed to be patient. Patience was something 6 years of humiliation had taught him in abundance. He absorbed the mist stalker's beast core slowly over the course of the night, pulling its amber-colored spiritual energy into his dantian through painstaking, careful meditation. The energy was wild and bestial, tasting of fog and predatory hunger, but Liang had years of practice filtering spiritual energy through his supposedly defective meridians. By dawn, he'd absorbed perhaps 40% of the core's energy. His cultivation hadn't advanced. Qi condensation stage 3 to stage 4 required far more, but his reserves were fuller than they'd been in months. The Azure Cloud sect rationed spiritual resources based on talent. Cripples received the minimum. Liang packed the remaining beast meat, wrapped the partially drained beast core in a strip of cloth, and ventured deeper into the misty gorge. The second day was harder. 2 more mist stalkers found him, hunting as a pair. He killed one by luring it into a pit trap he dug near a water source, then fought the second in a brutal close-quarters brawl that left him with deep scratches across his left shoulder and a bruised rib. But he survived. He always survived. That night, in another makeshift camp, the jade pendant glowed again. This time, the warmth was stronger. It pushed through his meridians with gentle but insistent force, like a river testing the strength of a dam. Liang sat in meditation and let it flow, focusing his attention inward. He saw something strange. His meridians, which he'd always perceived in meditation as thin, cracked channels, looked different in the pendant's warm light. The cracks weren't damage. They were seals. Tiny, intricate formations stamped along the inner walls of his meridians like a chain of locks. each one restricting the flow of spiritual energy to a fraction of its potential. His meridians weren't crippled. They were sealed. The realization hit him like a thunderbolt. 6 years of humiliation. 6 years of being called a waste, a cripple, a drain on sect resources. And the whole time, there was nothing wrong with him. Someone had sealed his meridians, deliberately crippling his cultivation potential. Who? Why? The jade pendant pulsed, and Liang felt the warmth concentrate on one of the seals, the smallest one, at the base of his primary meridian. The heat built and built, pressure mounting, until crack. The seal broke. It was a tiny fracture, a single link in a vast chain, but the effect was immediate. Spiritual energy surged through the open section of his meridian like water through a broken dam. His dantian, normally sluggish and dim, blazed with sudden light. Liang gasped, his hands shaking. The energy flooding through him was raw and wild, nothing like the tame spiritual qi he'd been force-feeding his restricted meridians for 6 years. This was pure. This was how cultivation was supposed to feel. Mother, he breathed, understanding beginning to dawn. You did this. You sealed me. But why? The pendant offered no answer. Its glow faded once more, leaving Liang alone in the dark with his racing heart and a body that felt, for the first time in his life, alive with potential. He didn't sleep that night. He couldn't. Instead, he cultivated, pulling spiritual energy from the ambient mist with a hunger that bordered on desperation. Every breath drew in more qi than he'd absorbed in a week of sect-supervised cultivation. By morning, he was qi condensation stage 4. Chapter 3. The pendant's secret. 3 days after his expulsion, Liang sat cross-legged on a flat stone beside a stream deep within the misty gorge. The jade pendant rested in his open palms, its surface cracked with hair-thin lines that hadn't been there before. With each passing day, the cracks spread further, and with each new crack, another seal in his meridians weakened. He was now qi condensation stage 5. 2 stages in 3 days. A rate of advancement that would have caused a scandal back at Azure Cloud Sect, where most outer disciples considered a single stage per year to be respectable progress. But Liang wasn't thinking about stages. He was thinking about the seals. Through careful meditation, he'd mapped 27 individual seals stamped across his meridian network. The pendant had broken 3. Each broken seal released more of his meridian's true capacity, and each release came with a flood of spiritual energy, so pure and potent it made regular qi feel like muddy water by comparison. The energy was also strange. Normal spiritual qi was colorless, or at most carried a faint hue corresponding to a cultivator's elemental affinity, blue for water, red for fire, white for metal. The energy flowing through Liang unsealed meridians was multicolored, not a blend, but distinct threads of every element simultaneously, braided together in a pattern that seemed to shift and dance. That shouldn't be possible, he murmured, watching the energy circulate through his inner sight. A cultivator has 1 affinity, maybe 2, if they're born under special celestial conditions. Not all of them. He closed his eyes and focused on the pendant. Its warmth had been building all morning, stronger than before. The cracks across its surface were deepening, and Liang had the growing sense that the pendant was reaching some kind of threshold. The stream beside him burbled over smooth stones. Birds, real birds, not spirit beasts, sang in the tree canopy above. The mist had thinned here, deep enough in the gorge that the spiritual interference patterns canceled each other out, leaving pockets of clarity. Liang breathed in, breathed out, and pushed his awareness into the pendant. The world vanished. He stood in a void of swirling colors, every hue imaginable, churning around him like a cosmic storm. The colors weren't random. They formed patterns, fractals within fractals, each one resonating with a different type of spiritual energy. Fire and water, metal and wood, earth and lightning, light and shadow, wind and ice, all present, all intertwined, all singing in a harmony that made his bones vibrate. Chinner. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Liang spun, searching, and found her standing in the eye of the color storm. His mother, or her echo, a spiritual imprint left in the pendant's core. She looked younger than his fading childhood memories, her face unlined, her eyes the same deep brown as his own. But those eyes held a weight of knowledge and sorrow that no young woman should carry. Mother, Liang whispered, if you're seeing this, then the seals have begun to break, which means my time has run out and you've been forced to fend for yourself. The echo smiled sadly. I'm sorry, Chinner. I sealed your meridians the day you were born, not to cripple you, but to hide you. Hide me from what? The echo continued. It wasn't truly interactive, just a pre-recorded message. You carry the primordial chaos bloodline. It is the rarest and most coveted bloodline in the cultivation world. Those who possess it can absorb and refine all types of spiritual energy simultaneously, not just elements, but techniques, affinities, even fragments of other cultivators' bloodlines. There is no ceiling to our potential. Liang Chen's breath caught. All types of spiritual energy. That explained the multicolored qi. Our clan, the primordial chaos clan, was destroyed 20 years ago. I was the clan princess. I survived because I was away when the attack came, pregnant with you. The ones who destroyed our clan wanted our bloodline for themselves, to harvest it, to study it, to steal its power. If they discovered you existed, they would come for you. The echo's expression hardened. So I sealed your meridians with the chaos suppression formation. Every seal blocks 95% of your bloodline's power. With 27 seals, your spiritual roots appear completely crippled. No one would look twice at a waste who can't cultivate. I placed you with a mortal family and left the pendant to undo the seals when your body was strong enough to handle the release. I was supposed to be there, the echo whispered, and for a moment the composed mask cracked. I was supposed to guide you through this. I'm sorry. The vision flickered, the colors intensifying. The pendant contains the first volume of our clan's legacy, the chaos-devouring art. It will inscribe itself in your mind when the pendant fully breaks. But be warned, the art is powerful, and power draws attention. The enemies who destroyed our clan still exist. They will sense the primordial chaos bloodline if you use it openly. Stay hidden as long as you can. And Shunner. The echo's eyes glistened with spectral tears. I love you. I have always loved you. Whatever happens, whatever the world says you are, know that you are my son, and you are extraordinary. The vision shattered. Liang Chun was thrown back into his body with a force that snapped his head back. He gasped, tears streaming down his face, the pendant blazing like a small sun in his hands. And then the pendant broke. The jade didn't crack, it exploded. Not outward, but inward, collapsing into a pinpoint of multicolored light that shot through Liang Chen's palms and directly into his dantian. The impact was indescribable. Every seal in his meridians detonated simultaneously, 27 locks shattering in a single cascading chain reaction. Liang Chen screamed. The pain was beyond anything he'd imagined possible. It was as if every cell in his body was being unmade and remade at the molecular level. His meridians, freed from 20 years of suppression, expanded to their true dimensions, and those dimensions were monstrous. Where a normal cultivator's meridians were streams, Liang Chen's were rivers. Where others had a dantian the size of a fist, his was an ocean. And into that ocean poured the spiritual energy of the entire misty gorge. The ambient qi in the air, the spiritual energy in the earth, the elemental essence in the water, the latent power in every living thing within a mile. All of it rushed toward Liang Chun like iron filings toward a magnet. The absorption was involuntary and absolute. His body had become a void, and nature abhorred a void. Trees wilted. Flowers crumbled to dust. The stream evaporated. Spirit beasts within the radius fled in terror, their own spiritual energy being tugged from their bodies by the vortex centered on the screaming young man on the flat stone. Liang Chen's cultivation rocketed through stages like a stone skipping across water. Qi condensation 6, 7, 8, 9. The peak of qi condensation shattered as his spiritual energy condensed and solidified into a foundation establishment platform in his dantian, an event that normally required months of careful preparation. And in his mind, searing itself into his consciousness letter by burning letter, the chaos-devouring art inscribed its opening passages. The sky above the misty gorge began to darken. Chapter 4, Heavenly Tribulation. 500 miles away, in the central formation hall of the Crimson Phoenix sect, a detection array that hadn't activated in 400 years lit up like a bonfire. Sect Master Shen, a heavy-set man with a phoenix tattoo covering his left arm, stared at the array in disbelief. That's not possible. That's a tribulation signature, but the intensity readings indicate an immortal ascension tribulation. Who in this region is attempting immortal ascension? His daughter, Shen Ruoxi, leaned over his shoulder, her crimson hair falling across the detection crystal. No one we know of, Father. All Dao Lord cultivators within 1,000 miles are accounted for. This is something else. Dispatch a scout team, Shen ordered. I want to know who or what is drawing down that tribulation. Immediately, similar scenes played out across the continent. At the Jade Lotus Sects detection tower. At the Sword Sovereign Sects war room. At the Thousand Poisons Sects Shadow Council. At the Heavenly Dragon Empire's Imperial Observatory. Every major power within range felt the disturbance in the spiritual fabric of the world and responded with a mixture of curiosity and alarm. But closest to the source, barely 30 miles away, the Azure Cloud Sect's own detection array screamed with proximity warnings. Elder Fang Zhuo was in his private chambers when the alarm hit. He'd been examining a jade fragment, part of a larger artifact he'd spent years trying to locate. The Chaos Origin Stone, an artifact of the destroyed primordial Chaos clan, said to contain enough raw creation energy to push any cultivator to the next major realm. He'd arranged Liang Chen's expulsion specifically because the boy carried a jade pendant that his contacts assured him contained a fragment of the Chaos Origin Stone. The plan was simple. Expel the boy, have agents intercept him outside sect territory, retrieve the pendant, and dispose of the witness. Clean, efficient, untraceable. But his agents hadn't reported in. And now this. Fang Zhuo's face went pale as he analyzed the tribulation signature. The Misty Gorge, he hissed. That's where. He cut himself off, his mind racing. The jade pendant. The tribulation. The impossible spiritual energy readings. What had that boy been carrying? In the Misty Gorge, Liang Chun was dying. Or at least, he was fairly certain he was dying. The sky above had split open, revealing not clouds but a plane of pure white light. The heavenly tribulation plane, source of all cultivation tribulations. Cultivators who reached certain thresholds drew the attention of heavenly law, which tested their worthiness through devastating lightning strikes. But Liang Chun hadn't reached any threshold that should warrant this. He was a freshly minted Foundation Establishment cultivator. Foundation Establishment tribulations were gentle, a few bolts of spiritual lightning, easily weathered by anyone with a properly formed foundation. This was not a Foundation Establishment tribulation. The first bolt of lightning was as thick as a tree trunk and colored a deep, terrifying gold. It struck Liang Chun directly, boring through his hastily raised chi shield like a spear through wet paper. The impact cratered the stone beneath him, shattered the stream bed, and sent a shockwave through the gorge that flattened trees for a quarter-mile in every direction. Liang Chun didn't even have time to scream. The lightning invaded his body, searing through his newly opened meridians, testing every channel, every cell, every spiritual particle. It was the harshest, most brutal examination imaginable. Heavenly law verifying whether this creature was worthy of the power it had just claimed. The primordial chaos bloodline responded. Deep within Liang Chen's Dantian, where his new Foundation Establishment platform had barely formed, the multicolored energy of his bloodline surged upward to meet the golden lightning. The collision produced a sound like a bell the size of a mountain being struck by a hammer the size of a city. The resulting shockwave was visible from space, a ring of prismatic light expanding outward from the misty gorge. Every cultivator within 1,000 miles felt it. Every detection array within range went haywire. The second lightning bolt was twice as large. Liang Chun was on the ground now, curled in a crater, his body smoking. The pain had gone beyond pain into something transcendent, a white-hot clarity that stripped away everything unnecessary and left only the core of who he was. A boy who endured. A boy who refused to die. I will not die here. He snarled through clenched teeth as the second bolt hammered him into the earth. His bloodline energy met it again, absorbing, converting, channeling. He didn't understand what he was doing. The chaos-devouring art's inscription in his mind was still incomplete, but his body knew. His blood knew. Generations of primordial chaos cultivators had weathered tribulations, and their instincts were woven into his DNA. The third bolt, the fourth, the fifth, each one stronger than the last. Each one testing a different aspect of his existence. Body, mind, soul, will, potential. By the seventh bolt, Liang Chen's consciousness was hanging by a thread. His body was shattered and reforging, the lightning breaking him down and his bloodline building him back up, each iteration stronger than the last. The ninth and final bolt was beyond anything. It was not gold, but white. Pure heavenly law energy, the kind reserved for the final tribulation of immortal ascension. It descended slowly, almost gently, a pillar of absolute light that connected the heavens to the earth through the broken body of a 19-year-old boy who, until 3 days ago, had been considered a worthless cripple. Liang Chun looked up into the light with eyes that had been burned clear of everything but determination. I will not die, he whispered. Not here. Not today. Not until I know the truth. The white lightning struck. The world went silent. When it was over, the misty gorge was changed. A perfect circle, half a mile in diameter, had been scoured down to bedrock. At its center lay a crater 30 feet deep, still smoking, the stone vitrified into glass by the heat. The mist that gave the gorge its name had been annihilated within the circle, and wouldn't return for months. In the center of the crater, a body lay motionless. Overhead, the sky healed itself. The tribulation plane receded, its test concluded. The heavens rendered their verdict in the only language they knew, worthy. Chapter 5. Chaos Awakening. Liang woke to the sound of birds. Not spirit beasts, actual birds, small and ordinary, singing their dawn chorus from the rim of the crater. He lay on his back on smooth, warm glass, staring up at a clear blue sky unmarred by mist. His body felt different, not painful, though he expected it should hurt. Different in the way that upgrading from a clay pot to a bronze cauldron might feel, if pots could feel. He sat up slowly, his muscles responding with a smooth power they'd never possessed before. His hands were clean. The lightning had burned away every trace of dirt, blood, and grime. His skin was clearer, his bones denser, his tendons like braided steel cord. The physical transformation was dramatic enough that he barely recognized his own forearms. But the internal transformation was staggering. His dantian, the core of his cultivation, had expanded beyond anything he thought possible. Where before it had been a small, dim chamber barely able to contain chi condensation energy, it was now a vast space filled with churning multicolored energy. His foundation establishment platform, forged in the crucible of the tribulation, was not the standard spiritual construct. It was a disk of pure prismatic crystal, rotating slowly, radiating energy like a miniature sun. His meridians, fully unsealed and tempered by 9 bolts of heavenly lightning, were wide open. Spiritual energy flowed through them without restriction, without effort, like blood through healthy veins. He could feel the ambient chi in the air, every type, every element, and his body was gently, automatically drawing it in. Foundation establishment early stage, he said aloud, checking his cultivation level. Then he paused. No, that's not right. Normal foundation establishment early stage felt, according to the Sects training manuals, like having a small campfire in your dantian. What Liang felt was closer to a forest fire. His raw spiritual energy reserves were several times what a foundation establishment early-stage cultivator should possess. He reached for the chaos-devouring art and found it waiting in his mind, fully inscribed now, or at least the first volume. The characters were written in an ancient script that predated modern cultivation language, but he understood them instinctively, as if the knowledge was in his blood rather than his brain. The first layer of the chaos-devouring art, elemental absorption. The primordial chaos bloodline possesses an innate affinity for all forms of spiritual energy. Where other cultivators must specialize, the chaos cultivator is universal. The first layer allows the practitioner to absorb ambient elemental energy from their surroundings at an accelerated rate. With practice, the practitioner can absorb techniques and elemental affinities from other sources, including attacks directed at them. Liang read the rest of the first layer's instruction, committing each technique to memory. The principles were counterintuitive to everything the Azure Cloud sect had taught him. Standard cultivation emphasized controlling and directing one's own chi. The chaos-devouring art emphasized absorbing and converting external chi. It was the difference between building a wall and becoming the ocean. Walls had limits, but the ocean took in everything. He spent the rest of the morning testing his new abilities. He could draw fire element chi from heated stones, water element chi from the remnants of the evaporated stream, earth element chi from the bedrock beneath him, metal element chi from mineral deposits in the crater walls. Each element flowed into his dantian and joined the churning prismatic maelstrom, adding its nature to the whole. More surprising, he could project each element individually. A wave of his hand sent a gust of wind chi that stirred the dust. A stomp of his foot triggered earth chi that cracked the glass beneath him. A snap of his fingers produced a spark of fire chi that ignited a pile of dead leaves. I have every elemental affinity, he breathed, staring at his hands. Every single one. A sound from the crater's rim snapped him out of his wonder. Footsteps, multiple sets, moving with the disciplined rhythm of trained cultivators. And spiritual signatures, carefully suppressed, but still detectable to Liang newly enhanced senses. He wasn't alone. Liang tensed, drawing chi to his palms. The chaos-devouring art had combat applications he hadn't tested, but his instincts screamed danger. The approaching cultivators weren't bothering with stealth. They were coming directly toward him with the confidence of people who expected no real resistance. A head appeared over the crater's rim. Then another. Then 6 more. 8 cultivators in Azure Cloud sect robes, led by a young man with a sharp jaw and colder eyes than the situation warranted. Senior Brother Su Hao, Chi Condensation Stage 9, and one of the outer sect's enforcers. He'd made Liang Qin's life particularly miserable for the past 3 years, using sect-sanctioned sparring as cover for casual brutality. Well, Su Hao said, sliding down the crater's glassy slope with practiced ease. The cripple survived after all. Elder Fang will be pleased. Chapter 6. The first visitor, Elder Fang sent you, Liang Qin said flatly. It wasn't a question. Su Hao spread his hands in a gesture of mock innocence. The sect detected an anomalous tribulation in the Misty Gorge. We were sent to investigate. Finding you here is just a happy coincidence. The other 7 cultivators fanned out along the crater's rim, cutting off escape routes. All Qi condensation stage 7 or above. In the old days, 4 days ago, any one of them could have beaten Liang Qin without breaking a sweat. Go back, Liang Qin said. I'm not a member of Azure Cloud Sect anymore. I have no quarrel with you. Su Hao's eyes hardened. Elder Fang's orders are clear. You're to come back with us, willingly or otherwise. He paused, studying Liang Qin with the calculating gaze of a bully assessing whether his target had somehow grown teeth. You look different. Did something happen during the tribulation? Yes, Liang Qin said. Something happened. He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. Su Hao made a sharp gesture, and 2 of the cultivators on the rim leaped into the crater, attacking from opposite sides with coordinated Qi strikes, standard Azure Cloud Sect pincer formation. Liang Qin moved. It was not the desperate, grinding combat of his fights with the Mist Stalkers. This was something else entirely. His body, tempered by the tribulation, responded with speed and precision that shocked even him. He sidestepped the first attack, letting the Qi strike pass within an inch of his shoulder, and caught the second attacker's wrist in a grip reinforced with Earth Element Qi. The attacker, a Qi condensation stage 7 cultivator, tried to pull free and couldn't. Liang Qin's grip was immovable. He twisted, redirecting the man's momentum, and sent him crashing into his partner. Both went down in a tangle of limbs. Foundation establishment, Su Hao breathed, his face draining of color. You broke through to Foundation establishment. That's impossible. You were Qi condensation stage 3 this morning. 3 days ago, Liang Qin corrected. I've had time to improve. Su Hao's shock lasted exactly 2 seconds. Then his expression hardened into something ugly. All of you, take him. Now. 6 cultivators attacked simultaneously. 6 Qi condensation cultivators against 1 Foundation establishment. Numbers that should have made the fight competitive, given the small gap in realms. But Liang Qin's Foundation establishment was not normal. His spiritual energy reserves dwarfed what the gap should allow, and his body had been forged by a tribulation that outclassed his realm by several major stages. He moved through them like wine through wheat. A palm strike charged with fire Qi sent 1 attacker flying with singed robes. A sweep of wind Qi knocked 2 others off their feet. An earth Qi stomp cracked the crater floor and threw a 4th off balance. The remaining 2 hesitated, and hesitation against a superior cultivator was suicide. Liang Qin didn't kill any of them. He wasn't a killer. Not yet. But he left all 6 groaning on the crater floor with fractured bones, drained Qi, and a thorough reassessment of who was the cripple in this situation. Su Hao had not joined the attack. He stood at the crater's edge, his face a mask of barely contained fury and something deeper, fear. This isn't over, Liang Qin. Elder Fang will hear about this. Tell him whatever you want, Liang Qin said. And tell him to stop sending children to do his work. The next group won't walk away. Su Hao gathered his wounded subordinates and retreated up the crater wall. Liang Qin watched them go, his expression calm, but his heart hammering. He'd just defeated 8 Azure Cloud cultivators without breaking a sweat. 4 days ago, any one of them could have beaten him into the dirt. Power changed everything. He needed to leave the crater. It was too exposed, too easy to find. The tribulation had literally drawn a target on this location. Every major sect within 1,000 miles would be sending investigators. He needed to move, to find shelter, to figure out what the hell he was going to do with his life now that worthless cripple was no longer an accurate description. He climbed out of the crater and headed deeper into the gorge, moving fast, his enhanced senses scanning for threats. The misty gorge was vast, hundreds of miles of fog-shrouded wilderness. There were places to hide if you knew where to look. He'd been running for perhaps an hour when he caught a scent on the wind. Not a spirit beast, something human. Roasted meat and tea, specifically. Someone was camping nearby. Liang Qin followed the scent to a small clearing where a hunched figure sat beside a cheerful fire, roasting a pheasant on a stick. The figure was an old man, ancient, by the look of him, with a wispy white beard, patched robes that had been fine once, and a gnarled wooden walking stick propped against his knee. His eyes were closed, and he hummed tunelessly to himself. Liang Qin stopped at the edge of the clearing, wary. An old man camping alone in the misty gorge was either very foolish or very dangerous. You might as well come in, the old man said without opening his eyes. I've been waiting for you. Liang Chen's hand went to the chi gathered in his palm. Waiting for me. The old man opened one eye. It was a startling blue, sharp as cut glass, completely at odds with his decrepit appearance. Boy, I felt that tribulation from 300 miles away. An immortal ascension-grade tribulation in the middle of the misty gorge, striking a foundation establishment cultivator. Do you have any idea how unusual that is? I'm starting to get the picture. Humph. The old man opened both eyes and studied Liang Chen with an intensity that felt like being examined under a magnifying glass. His gaze lingered on Liang Chen's hands, then his chest, then his eyes. Something shifted in the old man's expression. The sharpness softened into something like wonder. Primordial chaos bloodline, the old man whispered. I'll be damned. I thought it was extinct. Liang Chen took an involuntary step back. How do you know about that? Because I'm old, boy. Very, very old. The old man sighed and patted the ground beside the fire. Sit down. Have some pheasant. My name is Tian, old man Tian, if you must be formal. I used to be someone important. Now I'm a crippled wanderer with good instincts and a nose for extraordinary things. Crippled. Had my cultivation destroyed 20 years ago by someone much more powerful than me. Old man Tian tapped his chest. Shattered Dantian. I used to be at the Tao Lord realm, 7th major realm of cultivation. Now I'm barely above immortal. Can't even warm my own tea with chi anymore. Despite himself, Liang Chen sat. The pheasant smelled incredible, and he hadn't eaten properly since the mist stalker meat 2 days ago. If your cultivation is gone, how did you sense the tribulation from 300 miles away? Tao Lord boy. Even a crippled Tao Lord retains spiritual perception. I can sense but not act. Very frustrating. Like being able to see a feast, but having no mouth. Old man Tian pulled the pheasant from the fire and tore it in half, offering the larger portion to Liang Chen. Now, tell me everything. Starting with why a boy with the most powerful bloodline in existence was apparently wandering alone in the misty gorge, drawing tribulations that should have killed him. Liang Chen hesitated. Trust was not something he gave easily. 6 years at Azure Cloud had taught him that information was currency, and sharing it with the wrong person could be catastrophic. But old man Tian's eyes held no greed, no calculation. Only curiosity and something warmer. The look of a man who'd been wandering for a long time and finally found something worth stopping for. Liang Chen ate the pheasant and told his story. When he finished, old man Tian sat in silence for a long time, the fire crackling between them. The old man's blue eyes were distant, fixed on something only he could see. Your mother was wise, he said finally. The primordial chaos clan's destruction was one of the great atrocities of the cultivation world. If she hadn't sealed your bloodline, you'd have been found and killed, or worse, before you could walk. You knew my clan? I knew of them. The primordial chaos clan was reclusive. They had to be, given what their bloodline could do. The ability to absorb and convert any form of spiritual energy is essentially the ability to grow without limit. Every sect, every empire, every dark power in the world wanted that ability for themselves. Old man Tian's expression darkened. When the clan was destroyed, the attackers tried to extract the bloodline through forbidden methods. They failed. The primordial chaos bloodline can't be stolen. It can only be inherited. So they killed everyone. Everyone they could find. Your mother was the last known carrier. And now, old man Tian looked at Liang Chen with an expression that was equal parts hope and concern. Now you are. The weight of that statement settled on Liang Chen's shoulders like a physical thing. You need training, old man Tian said briskly, switching from historian to pragmatist. Your bloodline has awakened and given you power, but power without control is a bomb with a short fuse. And that tribulation you survived? It was detected by every major power within 1,000 miles. You have, at best, days before investigators arrive. Some will be curious. Some will be hostile. All of them will be more powerful than you. Can you teach me? Old man Tian barked a laugh. I can't even light my own campfire with chi. But I can teach you theory, strategy, and the wisdom of 400 years of cultivation experience. I know the chaos-devouring art by reputation, and I know enough about bloodline cultivation to help you avoid the pitfalls that kill most prodigies. He fixed Liang Chen with those sharp blue eyes. The question is, do you want to learn? Not just techniques, but discipline, patience, the difference between power and wisdom. Liang Chen met the old man's gaze. I spent 6 years learning patience from people who didn't know they were teaching me. Yes, I want to learn. Old man Tian nodded slowly. Then we start now. Come, I know a cave system deeper in the gorge, shielded by natural formations. It'll buy us time. Chapter 7. Wolves at the door. The cave system Old Man Tian led him to was a labyrinth of natural tunnels carved into the gorge wall by millennia of water erosion. The entrance was hidden behind a waterfall, classic, almost cliché, but effective. The constant flow of water disrupted spiritual sensing, and the cave walls contained veins of spirit dampening or that further masked their presence. I've been using this place as a base for 2 years, Old Man Tian said, leading Liang through twisting passages lit by luminous moss. The ore in these walls is called void jade. It absorbs spiritual energy signatures. To anyone scanning from outside, this cave system reads as dead rock. They emerged into a wide central chamber with a natural skylight, a crack in the ceiling that let in a shaft of daylight. The chamber had been set up as a living space. Bedrolls, a fire pit, stacks of dried provisions, and walls covered in handwritten notes and diagrams. Your study materials, Old Man Tian said, gesturing at the walls. 400 years of cultivation knowledge, written in the margins of my exile. Liang spent the next 2 days in intensive training under Old Man Tian's guidance. The old man couldn't demonstrate techniques, but his explanations were precise, detailed, and informed by centuries of experience at the highest levels of cultivation. The chaos-devouring art's first layer is about absorption, Old Man Tian lectured, pacing the chamber while Liang sat in meditation. But absorption without control is just gluttony. You need to learn selective absorption, pulling in specific elements at specific rates. Think of it like breathing. You don't inhale everything in the air, just the parts you need. Liang practiced selective absorption for hours, drawing in one element at a time from the ambient energy in the cave. Fire chi from the heat of the earth, water chi from the underground streams, metal chi from the or in the walls. Each element required a different mental approach, a different flavor of intent. Good, Old Man Tian said, watching Liang cycle through elements. Now try absorbing 2 at once. It took Liang 4 hours to manage simultaneous dual absorption. 3 elements took another 6 hours. By the end of the second day, he could pull in 4 elements simultaneously while maintaining separate control over each, a feat that would have made a core formation cultivator jealous. Your absorption rate is absurd, Old Man Tian said, and for once the old man didn't sound like he was teaching. He sounded odd. I've seen prodigies. I've seen heaven-blessed geniuses. But the rate at which you integrate spiritual energy is beyond anything in my experience. Your bloodline doesn't just absorb, it harmonizes. The different elements don't conflict in your dantian. They complement each other. Is that unusual? Boy, if a normal dual-element cultivator tried to absorb fire and water chi simultaneously, the conflicting energies would rupture their meridians. You're doing it with 4 elements, and your meridians are widening to accommodate the flow. That's not unusual. That's impossible. On the morning of the 3rd day, Liang training was interrupted by a sound that echoed through the cave system. Voices, amplified by spiritual energy, reverberating off the stone walls. We know you're in there, boy. Elder Fang sends his regards. Liang eyes snapped open. Old Man Tian was already on his feet, his expression grim despite his lack of combat ability. How many? Liang asked. The old man closed his eyes, reaching out with his still functional spiritual perception. 12. All Foundation Establishment. 1 at the peak. They're at the waterfall entrance. 12 Foundation Establishment Cultivators. Liang was at Foundation Establishment early stage. In terms of raw power, the peak cultivator alone outmatched him. 12 together should have been overwhelming. But Liang had the chaos-devouring art, 3 days of intensive training, and a very, very bad mood. Stay here, he told Old Man Tian. I'll handle this. You'll handle 12 Foundation Establishment Cultivators. Elder Fang tried to have me captured before with 8 chi condensation disciples. He's escalating. If I let this group take me, the next one will be core formation elders. Better to establish a clear message now. Old Man Tian studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. You remind me of someone I used to know. She was brave and stubborn and brilliant, and she died because she didn't know when to retreat. My mother? No. Me, 400 years ago. The old man's lips quirked. Go. But be smart about it. Liang moved through the cave tunnels with the confidence of someone who'd spent 2 days memorizing their layout. The 12 cultivators had entered through the waterfall and were spreading out in the initial tunnels, their spiritual senses probing ahead. He didn't wait for them to come to him. The first cultivator, a Foundation Establishment mid-stage man with a scarred face, was leading the advance through a narrow tunnel when Liang dropped from a ceiling crevice onto his shoulders. A palm strike charged with earth chi hit the base of his skull, and the man crumpled. Liang caught the body before it hit the ground, lowering it silently, and flowed into the shadows. Wei? Wei, report. The voice came from the next tunnel junction. No report came. 2 more cultivators moved forward to investigate. They found their unconscious companion and immediately raised their guard, back to back, scanning with spiritual sense. Liang hit them with a technique he'd improvised during training. A pulse of wind chi designed not to harm, but to disrupt. The sudden gust in the enclosed tunnel scattered their sensing abilities for a crucial second. In that second, Liang was among them. He fought like the cave itself, appearing from shadows, striking from unexpected angles, using the terrain to nullify his opponent's numerical advantage. The narrow tunnels meant they could only face him 2 at a time. His chaos chi, cycling through elements with each strike, was impossible to predict or defend against. A fire-enhanced punch was followed by a water technique sweep, followed by a metal chi thrust that punched through a hastily raised shield. 4 down. 5. 6. The remaining 6 cultivators regrouped in the wider tunnels, forming a defensive formation. The leader, the Peak Foundation Establishment cultivator, a woman with Azure Cloud sect robes and cold, professional eyes, assessed the situation with admirable calm. He's using the terrain, she said. Fall back to the entrance. Force him into open ground. Smart. In the open, 12 versus 1 was overwhelming. But Liang had no intention of letting them regroup. He activated the chaos-devouring art's offensive application, something he'd theorized but never tested. Instead of absorbing ambient energy, he reached out and began absorbing the spiritual energy from the tunnel walls. The void jade, or, saturated with suppressed spiritual signatures, released its stored energy in a torrent that flooded Liang meridians. Then he pushed it all outward. The resulting shockwave was a wall of raw, unrefined spiritual energy that filled the tunnel like a flash flood. It wasn't elegant or controlled. It was brute force, the cultivator equivalent of detonating a bomb in an enclosed space. The 6 cultivators were thrown backward, their shields overwhelmed by the sheer volume of energy. Liang followed the shockwave in, moving through the dazed and scattered cultivators with clinical precision. A strike here, a joint lock there, a chi disruption pulse to the dantian that temporarily severed their access to spiritual energy. Non-lethal, but incapacitating. In 30 seconds, it was over. 12 Foundation Establishment cultivators lay scattered across the tunnel floor, unconscious or groaning. The Peak cultivator was the last to fall, and she looked up at Liang with something that wasn't fear, but grudging respect. "You're no ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivator," she said through a split lip. "No," Liang agreed. "I'm not. Tell Elder Fang to stop sending people. The next group won't get off this easy." He left them in the tunnels and returned to the central chamber, where Old Man Tian was waiting with an expression of bemused approval. 12 in under 5 minutes, the old man said. "You might survive this after all." Chapter 8. Old Man Tian's lesson over the next week. Old Man Tian became something Liang had never had before, a real teacher. Not the disinterested instructors of Azure Cloud sect, who lectured to rooms full of disciples and barely acknowledged the outer sect cripple in the back row. Not the combat trainers who used him as a punching bag for inner disciples to practice on. A real teacher who watched, corrected, explained, and challenged. "Your problem," Old Man Tian said on the 4th morning, watching Liang practice elemental cycling, "is that you think power is the goal. It's not. Power is the tool. The goal is understanding." Liang paused his cycling. Understanding of what? Of yourself. Of your limits. Of the difference between what you can do and what you should do. The old man pointed his walking stick at Liang chest. "You have a bloodline that can absorb everything. But should you absorb everything? Every technique you take in changes you. Every element you integrate shifts your internal balance. The chaos-devouring art isn't just a cultivation method. It's a philosophy. Chaos doesn't mean randomness. It means the harmony of all things in dynamic balance." Liang thought about that. "You're saying the art is about balance, not consumption?" "I'm saying that the most powerful sword in the world is still just a hunk of metal if the person swinging it doesn't know when to cut and when to sheath." The lesson continued. Old Man Tian drilled Liang on energy management. How to maintain his absorption rate without creating an obvious spiritual signature. How to compress multi-element chi into a dense, stable core within his dantian. How to project specific elements without leaking the others. A fire cultivator who suddenly uses water techniques draws attention, Old Man Tian warned. A cultivator who uses 5 different elements simultaneously draws assassination attempts. Until you're strong enough to handle the attention, use one element at a time in public. Keep the others hidden. Won't my aura give away the multi-element nature? That's what we're working on next. Old Man Tian produced a small crystal from his robes, one of many trinkets he'd accumulated over centuries of wandering. Aura suppression. Every cultivator's aura broadcasts their elemental affinity. Yours broadcasts all of them, which is like walking around with a sign that says, I have the most coveted bloodline in existence. Please try to murder me. You need to learn to mask your aura to display only one element at a time. The aura suppression technique took Liang 3 days to master. It wasn't part of the chaos-devouring art. It was one of Old Man Tian's personal techniques, adapted for Liang Chen's unique situation. The principle was simple. Layer one elemental qi over the others in his aura, like putting a colored filter over a white light. To outside observers, he would read as a single-element cultivator. What element should I default to? Liang Chen asked. Wind. Old Man Tian said without hesitation. It's the most common element, the least conspicuous, and the most versatile for combat and escape. You'll never be challenged for using wind techniques, and no one will look twice at a wind cultivator. By the end of the week, Liang Chen had made significant progress in all areas. His control over selective absorption was precise. His aura suppression was solid. His combat applications of the chaos-devouring art had expanded from brute force to something approaching finesse. And his cultivation, fueled by the ambient spiritual energy he drew in through constant passive absorption, had climbed steadily. He could feel foundation establishment mid-stage approaching, a barrier that, for him, felt less like a wall and more like a door waiting to be opened. The tribulation accelerated your foundation establishment platform's formation, Old Man Tian explained during one of their evening discussions. Normal cultivators spend months or years building their platform layer by layer. Yours was forged in 9 lightning strikes. It's denser, more resilient, and more receptive to energy than a standard platform. When you advance, each stage will be more profound than normal. What's the downside? Old Man Tian gave him a look. The downside is that your advancement will be just as visible as that tribulation. Every major breakthrough will release spiritual phenomena that nearby cultivators can detect. You'll need to find isolated locations for cultivation or develop techniques to contain the phenomena. So I'm a beacon every time I get stronger. Welcome to being a primordial chaos cultivator. Your mother chose isolation for a reason. That night, after Old Man Tian fell asleep, Liang Chen sat at the cave entrance behind the waterfall and thought about his mother. The echo in the pendant had been beautiful and sad and all too brief. She'd sacrificed everything, her freedom, her identity, ultimately her life, to give him a chance. He would not waste it. The jade pendant was gone, shattered during the unsealing, its substance absorbed into his dantian. But its warmth lingered in his chest, a ghost of maternal love that would never fully fade. Liang Chen touched the spot over his heart where the pendant had rested and made a silent vow. He would uncover the truth of his clan's destruction. He would find whoever ordered it and make them answer for it. And he would become strong enough that no one, no sect, no elder, no empire, could ever make him kneel again. Chapter 9. The Azure Clouds Response 500 miles northeast, on the summit of Qingyun Peak, the Azure Cloud sect was in crisis. Not a public crisis. The 3,000 outer disciples and 800 inner disciples went about their training unaware. But in the sealed conference chamber of the Elder Council, behind formations that blocked sound, sense, and scrying, Elder Fang Zhuo was sweating. The 12-person team has returned, he reported to his 3 most trusted subordinates. All 12 defeated. Non-lethal injuries, but thorough. He disrupted their dantians with some kind of energy pulse. 3 of them still can't access their spiritual energy. Elder Mo, a thin man with a permanent squint, leaned forward. 1 foundation establishment cultivator defeated 12 of our people? How? He's not an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Fang's was jaw tightened. The tribulation in the misty gorge, it was his. He broke through from chi condensation to foundation establishment in a single leap, and the tribulation he weathered was immortal ascension grade. Silence in the chamber. The 3 subordinates exchanged glances of disbelief. That's not possible, Elder Mo said flatly. I have the detection array readings. I have eyewitness accounts from the investigation team. And I have 12 beaten cultivators in the infirmary. Fang Zhuo planted his hands on the table. Something happened when the jade pendant's energy released. Something that unlocked a level of potential I didn't anticipate. What was in the pendant? Asked Elder's son, a heavy-set woman who managed the sect's intelligence network. Fang Zhuo hesitated. This was the part he'd been dreading. A fragment of the Chaos Origin Stone. An artifact of the Primordial Chaos Clan. More silence. The Primordial Chaos Clan was not widely known among the younger generation, but these were elders. They'd been alive when the clan was destroyed. You brought a primordial chaos artifact into the sect, Elder Sun said, her voice dangerously flat. And you didn't tell the sect master. I didn't know what the pendant was until recently. My contacts identified it only after the boy had been here for years. The plan was to retrieve it quietly after expelling him. And instead, it bonded with his blood and triggered a tribulation that every major power within 1,000 miles detected. Elder Sun's expression was withering. Fang Zhuo, you idiot. The situation is containable. Containable? The Crimson Phoenix sect has already sent scouts. The Sword Sovereign Sect's detection array flagged the tribulation as a priority event. And if the boy truly carries primordial chaos bloodline characteristics. Elder Sun trailed off, her face pale. He does, Fang Zhuo admitted. My agents report multi-element spiritual signatures during his fights. No single-element bias. That's textbook primordial chaos. The chamber was quiet for a long time. Finally, Elder Mo spoke. Does the sect master know? No. And he cannot. If Yun Changqing learns that I expelled a potential primordial chaos bloodline carrier from his sect, I'm finished. We're all finished. He'll strip our positions, banish us, possibly execute us for the insult to the sect's honor. Then what do you propose? Fang Zhuo straightened, his expression settling into the cold calculation that had made him one of the Azure Cloud sect's most feared elders. We retrieve the boy. Quietly. We bring him back, contain his bloodline abilities, and present the situation to the sect master as a discovery rather than a failure. We found a primordial chaos bloodline carrier and secured him for the sect. That turns our mistake into a triumph. And if the boy doesn't want to come back, then we use force. But not Foundation establishment disciples. I'll go myself. The meeting adjourned. As the elders departed through separate exits, none of them noticed the barely perceptible distortion in the air near the chamber's ceiling. A distortion caused by a high-level listening formation that someone had planted months ago. In her private quarters across the sect compound, Yun Qinglian deactivated the listening formation and sat back in her chair, her face troubled. Yun Qinglian was 19, the same age as Liang Chun, and the only daughter of sect master Yun Changqing. She was a prodigy, Foundation establishment peak at 19, ice element affinity, widely regarded as the Azure Cloud sect's most talented young cultivator. She was also, beneath her cultivated exterior of cool competence, deeply curious and privately rebellious. She'd planted the listening formation in the Elder Council chamber 6 months ago, after noticing irregularities in Elder Fang's expense reports. She'd been gathering evidence of corruption, planning to present it to her father at the right moment. She hadn't expected this. Liang Chun, she murmured, searching her memory. The name was vaguely familiar, an outer disciple, one of the faceless hundreds who trained in the lower courtyards. She'd seen him at assemblies, maybe. A quiet boy with dark eyes and a stubborn set to his jaw, always in the back row, never speaking up. And now, apparently, the carrier of an extinct legendary bloodline, expelled through the machinations of a corrupt elder who wanted to steal an artifact from him. Yun Qinglian made a decision. She rose, changed into travel robes, and began packing. She needed to find Liang Chun before her father's elder did. Chapter 10. The Crimson Phoenix arrives Liang Chun sensed them before he saw them. 3 spiritual signatures approaching from the south, moving fast, radiating heat that made the air shimmer even at a distance. Fire cultivators. Strong ones. Visitors, he told Old Man Tian, who was napping against the cave wall. The old man cracked one eye open. How many? 3. Fire element. Heading straight for us. Crimson Phoenix sect, Old Man Tian said immediately. They're the closest fire element sect to this area. Must have traced the tribulation. Liang Chun gathered his chi, defaulting to his wind element aura mask. Hostile? Probably not. The Crimson Phoenix sect is one of the more honorable sections. They tend to recruit rather than kidnap. But stay on guard. Liang Chun climbed to the ridge above the cave entrance and waited. Within minutes, 3 figures appeared in the thinning mist. 2 male cultivators in crimson robes flanking a young woman who moved with the casual grace of someone accustomed to being the most powerful person in any room. She was striking. Crimson hair, actual crimson, not dyed but naturally colored by her fire element bloodline, fell in waves past her shoulders. Her eyes were gold, her features sharp and expressive, and her cultivation aura radiated a heat that wilted flowers as she passed. Core formation early stage, Liang Chen estimated. Far beyond his current realm. Shun Ruoxi, Old Man Tian murmured from below. Eldest daughter of the Crimson Phoenix sect master. Fire element prodigy. Bold as brass and twice as shiny. Shen Ruoxi stopped 20 paces from the waterfall, her gold eyes scanning the cliff face. A smile curved her lips, the smile of someone who'd found exactly what they were looking for. "Whoever survived that tribulation," she called out, her voice carrying easily over the waterfall's roar. "I've come to talk. No hostility, no tricks, just a conversation. You have my word as Shen Wuya's daughter." Liang Chun weighed his options. Running would confirm he was worth chasing. Fighting a core formation cultivator was suicide at his current level. Talking cost nothing and might yield information. He dropped from the ridge, landing lightly in front of the waterfall. "I'm listening." Shen Ruoxi's eyes widened slightly, not at his appearance, but at his aura. She was reading his spiritual signature, and what she found confused her. Foundation establishment early stage? You weathered an immortal ascension grade tribulation at Foundation establishment early stage. It's been a strange week. A genuine laugh escaped her, full and warm, nothing like the practiced giggles of the Azure Cloud Sect's inner disciples. "I imagine it has. I'm Shen Ruoxi of the Crimson Phoenix Sect. And you are?" "Liang Chun, formerly of the Azure Cloud Sect." "Formerly? Interesting." She studied him with open curiosity, her head tilted. "I won't dance around the point. My father's detection array caught the tribulation, and I volunteered to investigate. Whatever you are, whatever you did to survive that tribulation, the Crimson Phoenix Sect is interested." "Interested in what exactly?" "In you." Shen Ruoxi spread her hands. "I'm authorized to offer you a position as a core disciple of the Crimson Phoenix Sect. Full status, immediate access to our cultivation resources, and, if you're amenable, a marriage alliance with our sect's leadership." Liang Chen blinked. "You're proposing marriage? We met 30 seconds ago. I'm proposing an alliance. Marriage is just the most binding form. But I'm flexible." That warm smile again. "The Crimson Phoenix Sect values talent above all else. Whatever you demonstrated in that tribulation suggests talent beyond anything we've seen in this generation. We want to be on the right side of that." It was a generous offer. The Crimson Phoenix Sect was one of the continent's 5 great sects. Their resources were vast, their reputation was strong, and their territory in the volcanic southern reaches was one of the richest spiritual energy regions in the world. But Liang Chun had spent 6 years in a sect that claimed to value talent and actually valued politics. He wasn't eager to repeat the experience. "I appreciate the offer," he said carefully, "but I've had enough of sect politics to last a lifetime. I'm not looking to join anyone right now." Shen Ruoxi's eyebrows rose. She hadn't expected refusal. Most cultivators would give their left arm for a Crimson Phoenix core disciple position. "I'm not most cultivators." Clearly, she studied him again, that assessing gaze sharpening. Whatever she saw seemed to amuse rather than offend her. "All right, I won't pressure you, but I'm going to stay in the area for a while. The Misty Gorge has some interesting spiritual herbs I've been meaning to collect." She paused, smiled, and the scenery has suddenly become much more interesting. She was flirting with him. Liang Shen wasn't sure how to respond to that. 6 years as a cripple, outer disciple hadn't exactly given him experience with romantic attention. "Do as you like," he said, retreating behind the waterfall before she could see the faint color rising in his cheeks. Behind him, Shen Ruoxi's laughter rang out like a bell. Chapter 11. Ambush in the mountains. 3 nights after Shen Ruoxi's arrival, Liang Chun woke to the sound of something that didn't belong in the Misty Gorge, the whistle of a signal arrow. He was on his feet in an instant, senses extending outward. 18 spiritual signatures, approaching from the northeast in a loose attack formation. All Foundation establishment, but their chi carried a different signature than the Azure Cloud cultivators he'd fought before. These weren't sect disciples. Their spiritual energy was rough, unrefined, tinged with traces of forbidden cultivation methods. Mercenaries, rogue cultivators, the kind of people who'd attack anyone for the right price. "Old man Tian," Liang Chen hissed. "We have incoming." 18. Mercenary formation. The old man was already awake, his blue eyes sharp in the darkness. "Fang Zhua has hired outside help. Smart. No connection back to the sect if they're caught." Liang Chen moved to the cave entrance. Through the waterfall, he could see flickers of light. Fire techniques, poorly suppressed, moving through the gorge. They weren't bothering with stealth. 18 Foundation establishment cultivators against 1. They didn't think they needed stealth. But there was something else. Among the 18 signatures, Liang Chun detected a different kind of energy. Not spiritual chi, but something darker, hotter, wilder. One of the mercenaries was carrying an artifact. A fire element artifact of considerable power. "They have a fire artifact," he told Old Man Tian. "At least Foundation establishment peak grade. That changes things. A fire artifact in these enclosed tunnels could collapse the entire cave system." The old man stood with difficulty, leaning heavily on his stick. "We need to fight outside." Draw them away from our position. Liang nodded. He emerged through the waterfall into the night air, landing on the rocks below with a splash. The mercenaries had spread out along the gorge wall, their fire-lit silhouettes visible through the thinning mist. There, one of them shouted, pointing. The target's in the open. The attack came from multiple directions, fire arrows, wind blades, and earth spikes converging on Liang Chen's position. He activated the chaos-devouring art reflexively, and for the first time in actual combat, used it to absorb an incoming attack. The fire arrows dissolved as they hit his chi field, their flame energy unraveling and flowing into his meridians. The sensation was strange, like drinking liquid fire, hot but not painful. The energy settled into his dantian, adding to his reserves, the fire element joining the churning prismatic mass. The earth spikes, he dodged. The wind blades, he deflected with his own wind chi. But 16 more attacks were incoming, and he couldn't absorb them all simultaneously. Not yet. He leaped, clearing the gorge wall in a single bound fueled by wind chi, and landed among the nearest cluster of mercenaries. 3 men, Foundation establishment mid-stage, armed with crude spiritual weapons. They barely had time to register his presence before he struck. The first went down to an earth chi-enhanced palm strike that shattered his weapon and sent him flying into a tree. The second swung a saber. Liang Chen caught the blade between 2 fingers charged with metal chi, snapped it, and followed with a fire chi punch to the solar plexus. The third managed a defensive formation, but Liang Chen dissolved it with a water chi wave and finished him with a wind chi strike to the temple. 3 down in 4 seconds. The remaining 15 regrouped, and now the one with the fire artifact stepped forward. He was a big man, scarred and brutal-looking, and the artifact, a gauntlet of red metal covering his right hand, blazed with concentrated fire chi. The employer said you were tough, the big man growled. Let's see how tough. He punched the air, and the gauntlet released a column of fire the width of a wagon. It scorched through the night, turning mist to steam and trees to ash. The technique was Foundation Establishment Peak Grade, a devastating attack that would have incinerated any normal cultivator at Liang Chen's level. Liang Chen stood directly in its path and activated the chaos-devouring art. The fire column hit his outstretched palms and began to unravel. Thread by thread, layer by layer, the technique dissolved as Liang Chen's bloodline absorbed the fire chi. The energy was enormous, far more than a normal fire technique, amplified by the artifact's power. It flooded his meridians, burning, stretching, demanding more capacity than his Foundation Establishment body could safely hold. But his body wasn't normal. The primordial chaos bloodline adapted in real time, his meridians widening, his dantian expanding, his Foundation Establishment platform absorbing the excess energy and weaving it into its own structure. The column of fire shrank, wavered, and vanished entirely, absorbed into Liang Chen's body. Then Liang Chen redirected it. He thrust both palms forward and released the absorbed fire chi in a concentrated blast twice as powerful as the original attack. The mercenary with the gauntlet had a single second to register shock before his own technique, reflected and amplified, hit him in the chest. The explosion lit up the gorge. From a nearby hilltop, concealed by a basic stealth formation, Shen Ruoxi watched the battle with wide golden eyes. She'd been woken by the commotion and arrived in time to see Liang Chen absorb the fire artifact's full power attack and redirect it. He absorbed it, she breathed, her hand pressed to her mouth. He absorbed a fire technique mid-combat and turned it back. What is that? That's not any cultivation method I know. Her 2 bodyguards, experienced core formation cultivators, exchanged uneasy glances. My lady, one of them said carefully. That technique resembles descriptions from the historical archives. The primordial chaos clans, I know what it resembles. Shen Ruoxi cut him off. Her golden eyes were fixed on Liang Chen with an intensity that had nothing to do with recruitment and everything to do with fascination. Report nothing to my father. Not yet. I need to see more. Below, Liang Chen finished off the remaining mercenaries with brutal efficiency. The absorbed fire chi had pushed his cultivation to the edge of Foundation Establishment mid-stage, and the combat experience was refining his technique in real time. By the time the last mercenary fell, unconscious and singed, Liang Chen was barely breathing hard. He stood among the fallen, fire chi still flickering across his knuckles, and allowed himself a grim smile. Elder Fang was running out of pawns. Chapter 12. The Jade Lotus Envoy. She came at dawn, walking through the mist like a spirit. A young woman in pale green robes, her long black hair braided with white lotus blossoms, her eyes the soft gray of river stones. She carried no weapon, displayed no aggressive intent, and her spiritual aura radiated something Liang had never felt from another cultivator before: healing energy. Pure, warm, and gentle. "Good morning," she said, stopping at the edge of the mercenaries' aftermath: scorched earth, fallen trees, and unconscious bodies. "I seem to have arrived at an interesting time." Liang, who had been tying up the last of the mercenaries, straightened and studied the newcomer. Foundation establishment late stage, healing element affinity. Her chi was remarkably pure, even by sect standards. "Who are you?" he asked. "Bai Shui, of the Jade Lotus sect." She offered a shallow bow, respectful, not subservient. "I'm a healer. I came following the tribulation, same as everyone else, but I took my time. Healers aren't typically in a rush. The Jade Lotus sect is a healing sect. Primarily, we focus on medical cultivation, spiritual healing, and the preservation of life." Her gray eyes swept over the unconscious mercenaries. "Speaking of which, would you like me to tend to their injuries? Some of them have burns that could become infected." Liang stared at her. She wanted to heal his enemies? "They attacked me," he pointed out. "And you defeated them. They're no longer a threat. But infected burns can kill even a cultivator if left untreated." She met his gaze steadily. "The Jade Lotus sect doesn't discriminate in healing. It's our foundational principle." There was something deeply sincere about her. Liang had spent 6 years developing an instinct for deception. In a sect full of politics and backstabbing, reading people accurately was a survival skill. Bai Shui didn't read as deceptive. She read as someone who genuinely believed in helping. "Go ahead," he said. Bai Shui moved among the fallen mercenaries with practiced ease, her hands glowing with soft green light as she tended burns, set broken bones, and stabilized chi disruptions. Her technique was flawless. Each movement precise, each application of healing chi exactly calibrated. As she worked, she spoke conversationally. "I should be transparent about why I'm here. The Jade Lotus sect sent me to evaluate the tribulation survivor, you, and determine if you'd be amenable to a partnership with our sect. Not recruitment, precisely. We don't have the martial resources to compete with the Crimson Phoenix or Sword Sovereign sections. But we do have the best healers in the cultivation world, and someone who survived an immortal ascension tribulation probably has some residual damage that needs addressing." Liang hadn't considered that. He felt fine, better than fine, actually. But what did he know? He'd been a crippled cultivator until a week ago. What kind of residual damage? Bai Shui finished healing the last mercenary and stood, brushing dirt from her knees. "May I examine you? I promise it's non-invasive. Just a diagnostic scan." He hesitated, then nodded. She placed her fingertips on his wrist, the traditional pulse-reading position, and closed her eyes. Green light pulsed from her fingers, traveling up his arm and through his meridians in gentle waves. After a full minute, she opened her eyes. "Fascinating," she said. "Your meridian structure is extraordinary. I've never seen anything like it. Multiple elemental channels operating in parallel without interference." She paused. "There is some residual tribulation damage, microfractures in your spiritual pathways, probably from the ninth bolt. Minor, but they'll slow your cultivation if left untreated. Can you heal them?" "Easily." She concentrated, and a more focused stream of healing chi flowed from her fingertips into his wrist. The sensation was warm and deeply pleasant, like sinking into a hot bath after a hard day. Within minutes, tiny aches he hadn't even noticed disappeared. "There," she said, releasing his wrist. "Good as new. Better. Actually, I reinforced the pathway walls while I was in there." "Thank you." The words came out more sincerely than Liang had intended. He wasn't used to people helping him without an angle. Bai Shui smiled, and the expression transformed her calm features into something lovely. "You're welcome. Consider it a free sample of what the Jade Lotus sect can offer." As she turned to leave, her sleeve slipped, and Liang caught a glimpse of her wrist. Dark marks. Not tattoos, but something organic, like bruises that had calcified into permanent stains, wrapped around her skin in a pattern that pulsed with faint, sickly energy. Cursed energy. Liang had read about it in Old Man Tian's notes. A spiritual affliction that no normal healing could cure. Bai Shui caught him looking and quickly pulled her sleeve down, her smile faltering for just a moment before the calm mask returned. "Those marks," Liang said quietly. "They're a curse." "It's nothing," she said, too quickly. "An old injury. I manage it. You're a healer who can't heal herself." The words were blunt, but not unkind. Bai Shui looked at him for a long moment, her gray eyes searching his face for something. Judgment? Pity? She found neither. "It's a corruption curse," she said finally, her voice low. "Inflicted by an ancient artifact when I was a child. It resists all conventional healing. My sect's best healers have tried everything." She paused. I have approximately 1 year before it spreads to my spiritual core and kills me. The statement was delivered with the clinical detachment of someone who'd had a long time to come to terms with her own mortality. But Liang saw the faint tremor in her fingers, the shadow behind her calm eyes. I'll think about what I can do, he said. Bai Shui blinked. You what? I have some unusual abilities. I don't know if they can help with a corruption curse, but I'll look into it. He paused. You healed me without asking for anything in return. The least I can do is try. For the first time since her arrival, Bai Shui's composure cracked. Her eyes glistened, and she turned away quickly to hide it. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you. Chapter 13. Foundation Establishment. Mid-stage that night, Liang pushed for his breakthrough. He sat in the deepest chamber of the cave system, surrounded by walls of void jade, drawing in spiritual energy from every direction. The ambient qi in the misty gorge was rich and varied. Water from the mist, earth from the stone, metal from the ore, wood from the forest above, fire from the volcanic fissures deep below. He absorbed it all, cycling it through his chaos-devouring art, compressing it into his dantian. The Foundation Establishment mid-stage barrier was a tangible thing, a wall of dense spiritual resistance at the boundary of his current capacity. Normal cultivators chipped away at it over weeks or months, gradually expanding their spiritual foundation until the barrier gave way. Liang hit it with everything he had. The barrier resisted. He pushed harder, pouring absorbed qi into the point of resistance, his meridians blazing with multicolored light. His Foundation Establishment platform, that prismatic crystal disk in his dantian, began to spin faster, generating centrifugal force that pushed his qi outward against the barrier. Old Man Tian had warned him about this. Your breakthroughs will be violent. The primordial chaos bloodline doesn't do anything quietly. When you push through a stage barrier, the excess energy has to go somewhere. Liang felt the barrier begin to crack. Multicolored light leaked from the fissures, and the spiritual energy in the cave reacted. The void jade in the walls hummed. The luminous moss blazed bright, and the air itself thickened with qi until it was visible, a swirling aurora of color. He pushed through. The barrier shattered, and Foundation Establishment mid-stage crashed over him like a tidal wave. His dantian expanded, his meridians widened, his spiritual capacity doubled in an instant. The energy released by the breakthrough erupted upward through the cave system, through the rock, through the waterfall, and into the sky. The aurora was visible for 50 miles. Multicolored light danced across the misty, gorgeous sky, painting the clouds in ribbons of red, blue, green, gold, and violet. It was beautiful, and it was the single most distinctive breakthrough phenomenon anyone within range had ever witnessed. In her camp nearby, Shen Ruoxi sat up in her bedroll and stared at the aurora. He's broken through again, she murmured, gold eyes reflecting the prismatic light. Foundation Establishment mid-stage. In 2 weeks. She shook her head slowly. What are you, Liang? Dozens of miles away, a Jade Lotus Sects scout reported the phenomenon to Bai Shui's communication crystal. At the Sword Sovereign Sects outpost, a tall woman with cold eyes and a sword at her hip watched the aurora and began walking toward it. At the Thousand Poisons Sect's nearest safe house, a playful smile crossed a mysterious woman's lips. And at the Azure Cloud Sect, Elder Fang Strikes watched the light show through his chamber window and felt something he hadn't experienced in decades. Genuine fear. The boy was getting stronger. Fast. Too fast for mercenaries and expendable disciples to handle. If this continued, Liang would soon be beyond anyone at the Azure Cloud Sect's ability to control, except perhaps the sect master himself or the Grand Elder. Fang Strikes made a decision. It was time to handle this personally. Back in the cave, Liang opened his eyes and exhaled a long, slow breath. The breakthrough had left him buzzing with energy, his entire body vibrating at a frequency that felt new. He raised his hand and cycled through elements. Fire danced on his fingertips, water coiled around his wrist, earth hardened his skin, metal sharpened his nails, wind gathered at his palm. Foundation Establishment mid-stage, he said, and for the first time since his expulsion, he smiled. Not a grim smile, not a determined one, a genuine smile of satisfaction. Old Man Tian appeared at the chamber entrance, leaning on his stick. Congratulations. You've now reached a level that most outer disciples achieve after 3 to 5 years of dedicated cultivation. In 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. The old man's expression was complex, pride mixed with concern, and created a light show that every sect within 100 miles is currently analyzing. We need to move. I know. Liang stood, flexing his hands. But first, I need to learn how to contain the breakthrough phenomena. I can't keep painting a target on myself every time I advance. That's a 7th layer technique in most cultivation methods. You're on the 1st layer. Then I'll figure it out myself. Liang Chen's eyes met the old man's. I don't have the luxury of following the standard progression. Things are coming, Tian. I can feel them. Old man Tian studied his student for a long moment, then nodded. You're right. You don't have that luxury. So let's get creative. Chapter 14. The Sword Sovereign's Challenge. She arrived on a flying sword. The blade was 5 feet long, slim as a willow leaf, and gleaming with a silver light that cut through the morning mist like a knife through silk. The woman standing on it descended from the clouds with the controlled precision of someone who'd spent her entire life on a sword, which, being from the Sword Sovereign sect, she probably had. Lin Meishio was 20 years old, tall and lean, with black hair cut short at her jaw and eyes the color of polished steel. She wore the austere gray robes of the Sword Sovereign sect with no adornment except a single jade pin in her hair. Her face was striking but severe, with high cheekbones and a mouth set in a permanent thin line of concentration. Her cultivation aura was sharp enough to give Liang Chen a headache from 30 paces. Core formation mid-stage. And her sword intent, the spiritual manifestation of a sword cultivator's will, was like a physical pressure in the air, cutting everything it touched. She landed in the clearing outside the cave system, dismissed her flying sword with a flick of her wrist. It shrunk to the size of a needle and embedded in the jade pin in her hair, and surveyed the area with the detached efficiency of a general assessing terrain. Her gaze landed on Liang Chen, who'd emerged from behind the waterfall at her approach. You're the tribulation survivor, she said. Not a question. Liang Chen. Lin Meishio. Sword Sovereign Sect. She looked him up and down. Foundation Establishment Mid-Stage. You weathered an immortal ascension tribulation at Foundation Establishment. Everyone keeps saying that like they expect me to deny it. The faintest twitch at the corner of her mouth. Not quite a smile. Most people would. It should be impossible. And yet, Lin Meishio nodded, as if checking a box on an internal list. I'm not here to recruit you with gifts, flattery, or marriage proposals. A pointed glance toward Shen Ruoxi's nearby camp. I'm here to test you. Test me. The Sword Sovereign sect values only one thing, strength. I don't care about your bloodline, your cultivation method, or your tragic backstory. I care about whether you can fight. She drew her flying sword from her hairpin, and it expanded to full size in her grip. Duel me. If you win, I'll serve as your protector for 1 year, a Sword Sovereign sect bodyguard, free of charge. If I win, you come to our sect as a student. Your core formation mid-stage. I'm Foundation Establishment mid-stage. That's an entire major realm of difference. Yes. Are you afraid? The challenge was transparent. She was testing his courage as much as his combat ability. A cultivator who backed down from a superior opponent would never earn the Sword Sovereign sect's respect, regardless of talent. Liang Chen met her steel-gray eyes. When do we start? Now. They fought on the flat rocks beside the gorge's main stream, a natural arena 50 paces across. Shen Ruoxi watched from a boulder, gold eyes bright with interest. Old man Tian settled on a rock with a pot of tea, prepared to observe with the professional detachment of a former Dao lord. Bai Shui appeared at the edge of the clearing, her healing qi already prepped. I'll be here in case someone needs patching up, she called out. That won't be necessary, Lin Meishio said. It's always necessary, Bai Shui replied calmly. Lin Meishio raised her sword. The blade hummed with metallic qi, a harmonic resonance that vibrated in Liang Chen's bones. Her sword intent sharpened further, and suddenly the air around her seemed to fill with invisible blades, the manifestation of her domain, a sphere of cutting intent that would slice anything that entered it. Liang Chen raised his hands, channeling wind qi to maintain his cover identity. Against a core formation sword cultivator, wind was arguably the worst element choice, too diffuse, too easily cut. But he had his reasons. Lin Meishio struck first. The attack was breathtaking. She covered the 50-pace distance in a single step, her sword trailing an arc of silver light that split the air with a crack like breaking glass. The speed was beyond anything Liang Chen had faced, not just fast but precise. The blade aimed at the exact intersection of his guard that would force him to either dodge left, into the stream, or right, into a rock wall. Liang Chen went up. Wind qi erupted from his feet, launching him skyward. Lin Meishio's sword passed through the space his chest had occupied a heartbeat earlier. She adjusted instantly, redirecting her momentum into an upward slash that chased him into the air. He twisted, a wind qi-enhanced spin that narrowly avoided the blade, and countered with a focused gust aimed at her sword hand. The wind technique hit her wrist, not hard enough to disarm her, but enough to redirect the blade a few inches, which, at their speed, was the difference between a hit and a miss. Lin Meishio's eyebrows rose fractionally. She'd expected him to be slower. She adjusted, her fighting style shifting from overwhelming force to technical precision. What followed was 3 minutes of the most intense combat Liang had ever experienced. She was better than him. Far better. Her swordsmanship was the product of a lifetime of dedicated training under the continent's greatest sword masters. Every movement was efficient, every angle was calculated, every attack flowed seamlessly into the next. She fought like water flowing downhill, relentless, adaptable, always finding the path of least resistance to his vitals. But Liang Qin's chaos chi disrupted her predictions. Wind chi channeled through his primordial chaos meridians didn't behave the way normal wind chi did. It shifted frequencies, altered densities, changed direction mid-flow. His defenses were unpredictable because they were genuinely random. The chaotic component of his bloodline introduced variants that even he couldn't fully control. Lin Meishio adapted. She abandoned prediction entirely, fighting on pure reflexes and instinct. Her sword became a blur, probing his defenses from every angle, testing each new configuration of his wind chi before it could stabilize. Liang Qin was losing ground. Each exchange pushed him back a step. Each dodge was narrower, each counter was weaker. The realm gap was too large to overcome with technique alone, and he was rapidly burning through his chi reserves trying to maintain his wind element facade. Old Man Tian's voice echoed in his mind. Use one element at a time in public. But if he stuck to wind, he was going to lose. Badly. He made a decision. When Lin Meishio's next thrust came, a piercing strike aimed at his center mass, he didn't dodge. Instead, he hardened his skin with earth chi and let the blade hit him. The sword tip struck his earth chi-reinforced abdomen and stopped. The impact was tremendous. It knocked the breath from his lungs and cracked a rib, but the blade didn't penetrate. Lin Meishio's eyes widened. She'd felt it. The sudden shift from wind to earth, two fundamentally different elements used in the same combat exchange. What? Liang Qin grabbed the flat of her blade with one hand, metal chi reinforcing his grip, and pulled. Lin Meishio, committed to the thrust, was yanked forward into Liang Qin's wind chi-charged palm strike. The blow hit her shoulder, spinning her sideways. She recovered with inhuman grace, disengaging and landing 10 paces away in a defensive stance. Her eyes were sharp, analytical, with a glint of something new, respect. You used earth chi, she said. And then metal. You were masking with wind the whole time. Does the duel have rules against element switching? No. The steel gray eyes gleamed. No, it does not. She attacked again, faster than before, and this time Liang Qin dropped the wind mask entirely. He fought with his full chaos chi, cycling through elements to counter her sword techniques. Fire to melt her ice-coated blade. Water to redirect her force. Earth to anchor himself against her knockback strikes. Metal to clash directly with her steel. It was glorious, exhilarating, and utterly futile. Lin Meishio was a core formation mid-stage cultivator, and the realm gap was simply too large. Even with multi-element cycling, Liang Qin couldn't match her raw spiritual power output. After another 2 minutes, she disarmed him. He'd conjured a wind blade, which she shattered, locked his arm behind his back, and put the edge of her sword against his throat. Yield, she said. Yield, he agreed, breathing hard. She released him and stepped back, sheathing her sword in a single fluid motion. Her expression was unreadable. You lost, she said. I know. You lasted 6 minutes against a core formation mid-stage sword cultivator at Foundation Establishment mid-stage, using multiple elemental affinities simultaneously. She paused. I've fought Foundation Establishment peak cultivators who lasted less than 2 minutes. Is that your way of saying I fought well? It's my way of saying I've changed my mind about the terms. Lin Meishio fixed him with those steel eyes. You lost the duel, which means you owe me your enrollment at the Sword Sovereign sect. But I'm waiving that claim. Liang Qin blinked. Why? Because you're not a student. Not anymore. Whatever you are, wherever you're going, forcing you into a sect would be like trying to keep a dragon in a birdcage. She paused again, and something shifted in her expression, a softening of the severity, revealing a young woman behind the warrior. I'll stay, not as a recruiter, but as an observer. I want to see what you become. From his rock, Old Man Tian sipped his tea and allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Chapter 15. Duel of Sword and Chaos. The day after the duel, Liang Qin found himself in the unexpected position of hosting a small community. Shen Ruoxi had set up a permanent camp 200 paces from the cave entrance, complete with a crimson silk tent that radiated warmth and the aroma of expensive tea. Bai Shui had established a makeshift healing station under a large elm tree, where she tended to local wildlife and any passing wanderers with equal care. Lin Meisho had simply claimed a flat boulder on the ridgeline and spent her hours in silent sword meditation, her flying sword hovering before her in an endless series of infinitesimal adjustments. Old Man Tian observed the gathering with amusement. "You've become a center of gravity," he told Liang. "Strong cultivators attract others. It's a law of the spiritual world as reliable as gravity." I didn't ask for an entourage. Entourages are never asked for. They form naturally around people who are going somewhere worth following. That afternoon, Lin Meisho approached Liang while he was practicing elemental cycling near the stream. She'd exchanged her combat robes for simpler training attire, and without the killing intent in her aura, she looked surprisingly young. "Spar with me," she said. "I lost yesterday." "I know. Spar with me again. Not a duel, a training session. I want to understand your fighting style better, and you need practice against sword cultivators. We both benefit." It was a reasonable offer, and Liang accepted. What followed became a daily routine, morning sparring sessions with Lin Meisho that pushed both of them to improve. She taught him to read sword intent, to predict attack trajectories from subtle body cues, to maintain defensive awareness in close-quarters combat. He taught her, inadvertently, how to fight an unpredictable opponent, which was the one weakness of her otherwise flawless technique. "You're impossible to read," she told him during a break, wiping sweat from her forehead. "Your chi signature changes with every breath. I can't establish a pattern to exploit." Is that a complaint? It's an observation. Most cultivators fall into rhythms. You don't. Your chaos chi introduces genuine randomness into your movements. It's the most frustrating thing I've ever fought. "Thank you." The ghost of a smile crossed her face, the first genuine smile he'd seen from her. It was gone in an instant, but it softened her severe features in a way that made Liang Chen's breath catch slightly. That evening, Shen Ruoxi cornered him at the stream where he was washing up after training. "She likes you," Shen Ruoxi said, jerking her chin toward Lin Meisho's meditation boulder. "She likes my fighting style." Same thing, for a sword sovereign cultivator. Shen Ruoxi leaned against a tree, golden eyes playful. "The competition is heating up. 3 sect daughters, 1 mysterious boy with 2 mini-elemental affinities. The gossip is going to be legendary." "There's no competition," Liang said firmly. "I'm not a prize to be won." "No," Shen Ruoxi agreed, her playfulness fading into something more genuine. "You're not. But you are something rare, Liang. And rare things attract people, sometimes for the right reasons, sometimes not. The trick is telling the difference." She walked away, leaving Liang staring at his reflection in the stream and wondering when his life had become so complicated. Chapter 16. Elder Fang's true motive. In the deepest vault beneath the Azure Cloud Sects Elder Hall, Fang stood before an array of jade fragments arranged on a stone table, his face illuminated by their sickly green glow. "The Chaos Origin Stone," he murmured, running his fingers over the fragments without touching them. "Shattered by the destruction of the primordial Chaos clan. Its fragments scattered across the continent. Each one contains enough raw creation energy to fuel a major realm breakthrough." He'd spent 20 years collecting these fragments. 7 pieces out of an estimated 13. Enough to push him from late nascent soul to spirit severing, or possibly further. But the stones required a catalyst to activate. The blood of a primordial chaos bloodline carrier. Which was why he'd orchestrated the expulsion of a seemingly worthless outer disciple. "The pendant," Fang was said to the shadows behind him. "I confirmed it was a chaos origin fragment 6 months ago. My plan was simple. Expel the boy, intercept him outside sect territory, extract the fragment, and use his blood, the only thing of value in that crippled body, as the catalyst." "But the seal broke," said a voice from the shadows. "The seal broke." Fang's fingers curled into fists. His mother's seal, suppressing the bloodline. It was tied to the pendant somehow. When the pendant's energy released, the seal shattered, and the boy went from crippled waste to tribulation survivor in minutes. The fragment bonded with his blood and merged with his dantian. It's now part of him. "So you need the boy, not just the pendant." "I need his blood. Specifically, blood infused with primordial chaos chi. A pint would activate the remaining fragments. 2 pints would amplify their power. All of his blood." Fang smiled thinly. "All of his blood would make the chaos origin stone whole again. And the boy would be dead. But the cultivation world would gain a spirit-severing elder Fang Zhua. I'd say the trade is more than fair." The shadow shifted, and a figure emerged, a hooded man with features obscured by a suppression veil. His aura was carefully masked, but occasional pulses of darkness leaked through, a corruption that smelled of the void. "You failed to capture him with mercenaries and disciples," the hooded figure said. "And he's growing stronger daily. Every day you wait, the difficulty increases. Which is why I'm going myself. Tonight. Alone. I'm a late nascent soul cultivator. He's foundation establishment mid-stage. The realm gap is 5 full stages. Even with his bloodline abilities, there's no conceivable way he can challenge me directly. The hooded figure tilted his head. Don't underestimate the primordial chaos bloodline. The last time someone did, an entire army was destroyed. That was a fully realized primordial chaos sovereign. This is a teenage boy who's had his bloodline for 2 weeks. I'll handle it. The hooded figure was silent for a moment. Very well. But remember our agreement, Elder Fang. You get the blood for your fragments. We get the body. My master has use for a primordial chaos vessel, even a dead one. Fang Strikes nodded curtly. The agreement stands. The hooded figure dissolved into darkness, vanishing through the vault's warded walls as if they weren't there. Fang Strikes stared at the space where the figure had been, his expression troubled. He'd made a deal with the Abyssal Tide Sect, the most forbidden organization in the cultivation world, worshippers of the sealed void sovereign. They'd provided intelligence, resources, and the mercenaries who'd failed to capture Liang. In return, they wanted the boy's body. Fang Strikes didn't care what they did with a corpse. Let the dark cultivators have their rituals and their sealed god. All he wanted was the blood. He gathered his combat artifacts, reinforced his spiritual defenses, and prepared to leave. Tonight, Elder Fang Strikes would end this charade personally. No more proxies. No more failures. He'd kill the boy, take the blood, and be back before dawn. Chapter 17. Poison and Moonlight. Liang woke to find a woman sitting cross-legged at the foot of his bedroll. His instincts screamed danger, his chi surged, and his hands lit with fire element energy before his eyes fully focused. The woman didn't flinch. She sat perfectly still, watching him with eyes that were the most unusual shade of violet he'd ever seen. Amethyst irises that caught the dim luminous moss light and fractured it into purple sparks. If I wanted to kill you, she said calmly, you'd already be dead. Liang's hands were still burning. Who are you? How did you get past the cave's defenses? Your defenses are adequate for foundation establishment cultivators. I'm not one. She rose in a fluid motion, graceful, like smoke rising from an extinguished candle. Her robes were dark purple, almost black, and her hair was the same deep shade, loose around her shoulders. She smelled of nightshade and something else, something medicinal. Zhao Yinran. Thousand Poisons Sect. The Thousand Poisons Sect. Liang's limited knowledge of cultivation politics included one firm fact about them. They were specialists in every form of toxin, venom, and poisonous cultivation. Even other major sects treated them with wary respect. And you're in my cave at midnight because... Zhao Yinran reached into her sleeve and produced a small jade vial, which she set on the ground between them. A gift. Void Heart Pill. It grants permanent immunity to the 300 most common spiritual poisons. The ingredients alone are worth 50,000 spirit stones. Liang looked at the vial, but didn't touch it. What's the catch? No catch. Consider it a gesture of goodwill from someone who knew your mother. The words hit Liang harder than a nascent soul cultivator's fist. He stared at Zhao Yinran, searching her face for deception, for manipulation, for any sign that she was using his mother's memory as leverage. He found nothing. Her violet eyes were steady, sincere, and held a shadow of something deeply personal. Grief, maybe, or longing. You knew my mother, he repeated. She saved my life when I was 4 years old. The night the primordial chaos clan was destroyed, she found me hiding in a collapsed building and carried me out. She placed me with the Thousand Poisons Sect, the only sect she trusted to ask no questions about a child's origins. Zhao Yinran's composure slipped for just a fraction of a second, and in that fraction, Liang saw the 4-year-old girl she'd been. Terrified, covered in ash, clinging to a stranger who was the only source of safety in a world that was burning. I've been searching for you for 15 years, she said, her voice steady again, but softer. Your mother told me she had a son, that he was hidden, that someday he'd need allies. She gave me a scent signature, a unique spiritual frequency only a primordial chaos bloodline carrier would emit. When you survived that tribulation, I felt the frequency for the first time. And you came. I came. She glanced toward the cave entrance. I also came to warn you. Someone at the Azure Cloud Sect has made a deal with the Abyssal Tide Sect. They want your blood, literally. The Chaos Origin Stone fragments require primordial chaos blood as a catalyst. Liang's stomach clenched. Fang Strikes, the elder who expelled you. Yes. He has 7 of the 13 Chaos Origin Stone fragments. Your mother's pendant contained the 8th, which is now part of you. Fang Strikes wants your blood to activate the remaining 7. She paused. And the Abyssal Tide wants your body. Their master, the Void Sovereign, has used for a primordial chaos vessel. This was worse than he'd imagined. Not just a corrupt elder with a grudge, a conspiracy involving the most dangerous dark sect on the continent. Take the pill, Zhao Yanran said, nodding at the jade vial. The abyssal tide uses void corruption poisons that conventional immunity can't handle, but the void heart pill provides a foundation that will help you resist. Liang picked up the vial and examined it with his spiritual sense. The pill inside was a deep purple sphere that radiated potent medicinal energy. No hidden poisons, no tracking formations, no traps. It was exactly what she said it was. He swallowed it. The effect was immediate, a cool sensation spreading through his body, coating his internal organs and meridians with a thin layer of protective energy. It felt like putting on spiritual armor from the inside. Thank you, he said. Zhao Yanran smiled. A mysterious, slightly playful expression that was completely at odds with the serious conversation they'd just had. Don't thank me yet. There's more to tell you. But it can wait until... She tilted her head, listening to something Liang couldn't hear. Her violet eyes narrowed. You have a visitor approaching from the northeast. Nascent soul realm. Moving fast. She stood, her dark robes swirling. I'll be nearby. Don't die, Liang. I didn't spend 15 years looking for you just to watch you get killed. She vanished. Not walked away, not leaped, simply vanished, dissolved into shadows as smoothly as water soaking into earth. One moment she was there. The next, the cave was empty. Liang was still staring at the spot where she'd been when old man Tian burst into the chamber, his blue eyes wide with alarm. Nascent soul signature heading this way. Late nascent soul. Liang, that's Fang Zhuo himself. Everything stopped. The background anxiety that had been building since his expulsion crystallized into immediate, focused terror. Late nascent soul versus foundation establishment mid-stage. The gap was absurd, like pitting a mouse against a tiger. We run, old man Tian said. He'll track us. We run anyway. You cannot fight a late nascent soul cultivator. Not now. Maybe not ever. The sect daughters. Are they going to challenge a nascent soul elder for someone they've known for 2 weeks? Old man Tian gripped Liang arm. Move. And then the mountain shook. The next morning, Liang would learn that the water source 200 paces from the cave entrance had been poisoned, a slow-acting void corruption toxin that would have killed any cultivator who drank from it within hours. He would also learn that the void heart pill he'd taken the night before rendered him completely immune to it. Zhao Yanran had known. She'd come to warn him and to save him, all in the span of a single moonlit conversation. But right now, all Liang knew was that Elder Fang Zhuo had arrived, and the mountain was shaking. Chapter 18. The return of Yun Qinglian. She arrived at the worst possible moment. Yun Qinglian had been traveling for 5 days, following the trail of spiritual disturbances, witness reports, and her own tracking formations. She'd left the Azure Cloud sect in secret, telling her father's steward she was entering closed-door cultivation. In reality, she'd packed her best combat artifacts and headed for the Misty Gorge. The information she'd overheard from Elder Fang's meeting burned in her mind. A primordial chaos bloodline carrier, expelled from her sect through corruption, now being hunted for his blood. Everything about the situation was wrong, and as the sect master's daughter, she felt a responsibility to make it right. She also felt something else, something she was less willing to examine. Curiosity, about a boy who'd endured 6 years of hell in her sect and walked out with his spine straight. But when she crested the final ridge above the Misty Gorge, the scene below was not the quiet wilderness she'd expected. An explosion of spiritual energy lit the gorge like a second sun. Nascent soul chi, massive, overwhelming, tinged with the Azure Cloud sect's signature blue, clashed against a smaller but blindingly bright burst of multicolored energy. The shockwave flattened trees and scattered mist for half a mile. Yun Qinglian felt her blood run cold. She recognized the nascent soul signature. Elder Fang Zhuo. She ran. Below, in the gorge, chaos reigned. Fang Zhuo had announced his arrival by obliterating the ridgeline above the cave system with a single palm strike, collapsing the entrance and sending tons of rock cascading down the cliff face. Old man Tian and Liang had barely escaped the cave-in, emerging through a side tunnel as the main chamber was buried. Now they faced the elder on the open ground beside the stream, or what was left of the stream. Fang Zhuo's opening attack had cratered the stream bed and evaporated a 100-foot section of the waterfall. Did you think I wouldn't come personally? Fang Zhuo's voice carried the calm contempt of absolute power. He stood 20 paces away, his black iron staff planted in the earth, his silver hair unmoved by the shockwaves of his own attacks. I gave you every chance to be captured quietly, boy. You refused. Now we do this the hard way. Liang Chun stood between Fang Zhua and Old Man Tian, his chaos chi blazing around him in a prismatic aura he no longer bothered to hide. The hard way for you, maybe. He sounded confident. He was not confident. Late nascent soul was 3 full major realms above him. The power gap was not a gap, it was a canyon. But he'd already tried running. Fang Zhua was too fast. The elder's spiritual sense covered everything within a mile, and his movement technique could close any distance in seconds. Running meant being caught in the open with no terrain advantage. At least here, the gorge walls and destroyed cave system provided obstacles and cover. Fang Zhua attacked. The strike was almost casual, a wave of blue chi projected from his staff that carved a line of destruction across the ground. Liang Chun dove sideways, the attack missing by a foot, and countered with a fire chi blast aimed at Fang Zhua's face. The fire evaporated 6 feet from the elder's body. His nascent soul-level defenses were passive, a permanent chi shield that nullified anything below a certain power threshold. Liang Chen's fire attack hadn't even been noticed. Interesting technique, Fang Zhua observed. Multi-element. So it's true, the primordial chaos bloodline has awakened. His thundercloud eyes glittered with greed. All the more reason to end this quickly. The next attack was serious. Fang Zhua's staff blurred, and a dozen chi strikes rained down from above. Azure Cloud Sects' signature technique, falling cloud palm, amplified to nascent soul intensity. Each strike hit the ground with the force of a falling building. Liang Chun activated the chaos-devouring art and tried to absorb the incoming attacks. He managed to dissolve the first 3, but the 4th overwhelmed his absorption capacity, the 5th cracked his chi shield, and the 6th hit him directly in the chest. He flew backward 30 feet and crashed into the gorge wall, cratering the stone. Blood sprayed from his mouth. His ribs cracked, 3, maybe 4. The pain was blinding. Liang Chun, Old Man Tian's voice, frantic. Liang Chun pushed himself out of the crater, coughing blood. His vision swam. The chaos-devouring art was working overtime, absorbing ambient energy to fuel his body's rapid healing, but the damage was severe. Fang Zhua's attacks carried nascent soul spiritual pressure that corroded from the inside. Each hit didn't just impact, it poisoned. Your bloodline is impressive, Fang Zhua said, advancing slowly. But a bloodline is potential, not power. You need decades to realize that potential. You have hours. He raised his staff. Last chance, boy. Come quietly, and I'll make it painless. Go to hell, Liang Chen snarled. Fang Zhua sighed. As you wish. The killing strike gathered on the tip of his staff, a concentrated point of blue chi dense enough to warp the air around it. This wasn't a capture technique. This was designed to kill, to shatter Liang Chen's body and collect the blood from the pieces. The strike launched and hit a wall of ice. A barrier of crystalline ice appeared between Fang Zhua and Liang Chun, manifesting from nothing in the span of a heartbeat. The killing strike hit the barrier and exploded, sending shards of spiritual ice in every direction. But the barrier held long enough to deflect the lethal force. Fang Yao's head snapped to the left. Yun Qinglian stood on the ridge, her hand outstretched, ice chi radiating from her body in visible waves. She was breathing hard from her sprint, her blue and white robes dusty from the road, her long black hair streaming in the spiritual wind generated by her technique. Elder Fang, she said, her voice cold enough to match her element. By what authority do you attack a civilian outside sect territory? Young Miss Yun. Fang Zhua's expression went smooth, unreadable. This doesn't concern you. An Azure Cloud elder hunting a former disciple for his blood? It concerns the sect master's office. And since I represent that office. She descended from the ridge, landing beside Liang Chun. Stand down, Elder Fang. Fang Zhua studied her, his mind visibly calculating. Killing Liang Chun was one thing. Killing the sect master's daughter was quite another. That would trigger an investigation he couldn't suppress. The sect master will hear of this, Yun Qinglian continued. Everything. The expulsion, the mercenaries, the blood ritual. I know about the chaos origin stone fragments. Something shifted in Fang Zhua's expression. The mask cracked, and beneath it, Liang Chun saw genuine rage. The fury of a man whose carefully constructed plan was unraveling. You stupid girl, Fang Zhua hissed. You have no idea what forces you're meddling with. Then educate me. At a formal tribunal. In front of the Elder Council. Fang Zhua's staff trembled in his grip. For a terrible moment, Liang Chen thought he was going to attack Yun Qinglian regardless of the consequences. The Elder's chi surged, his aura darkening. Then, stand down, Elder Fang. A new voice, and with it, a wave of spiritual pressure that dwarfed everything else in the gorge. Shen Ruoxi stood at the gorge entrance, flanked by her two core formation bodyguards and projecting the full authority of the Crimson Phoenix sect. This individual is under the Crimson Phoenix sect's observation. An attack on him is an insult to our sect, as it is to the Sword Sovereign sect. Lin Meishiu appeared on the opposite ridge, her flying sword hovering at her shoulder, ready to strike. And the Jade Lotus sect. Bai Shui stepped from behind a rock formation. Her healing aura expanded to cover Liang Chun, green light already mending his broken ribs. For sect daughters, 3 major sects authority, 1 deeply compromised elder. Fang Zhuo looked from one to the other, his expression cycling through fury, calculation, and finally a cold, bitter acceptance. He couldn't fight them all, not without revealing his abyssal tide connections and his true motivations. This isn't over, he said, the words directed at Liang Chun. Then he turned, gathered his qi, and vanished into the sky, his nascent soul movement technique carrying him away faster than anyone present could follow. Liang Chun sagged against the gorge wall, Bai Shui's healing qi warm against his battered body. He looked at Yun Qinglian, who stood before him with ice still crystallizing in the air around her fingertips, and an expression that mixed concern, anger, and something vulnerable. You came from the Azure Cloud sect to help me, he said. I came to correct an injustice. Her voice was steady, but her eyes betrayed her. My sect wronged you. As the sect master's daughter, I bear responsibility. That's not all, though, is it? She didn't answer, but in the silence, something passed between them, an acknowledgement of complexity, of feelings too new and raw to name. She reached into her robes and produced a jade scroll sealed with the Azure Cloud sect master's personal sigil. This is a formal apology and reinstatement offer, signed by my father. He doesn't know about Elder Fang's conspiracy. I'll inform him when I return, but he does recognize that your expulsion may have been unjust. Liang Chun took the scroll and looked at it for a long moment. Then he held it out to Yun Qinglian. No, he said. No. A sect that expels disciples based on one elder's word, without investigation, without appeal, doesn't deserve loyalty. Your father didn't ask questions when Fang Zhuo presented his case. He signed the expulsion order without a second thought. Liang Chen's voice was level, without anger, but implacable. I won't go back to a place that threw me away. Yun Qinglian's face paled. She believed, genuinely believed, that the apology and reinstatement would be welcomed, that Liang Chun would be grateful. Instead, she saw in his dark eyes 6 years of accumulated pain that couldn't be erased with a jade scroll and a seal. I understand, she said quietly. Her hand trembled as she tucked the scroll away. I'm sorry. You didn't do this. Fang Zhuo did. And whoever is pulling his strings. Liang Chen met her eyes. But you should know, Fang Zhuo mentioned my mother before. He knows something about how she died. And he's working with the Abyssal Tide sect. Yun Qinglian's expression hardened. The Abyssal Tide sect. Even the name was enough to drain the color from any Azure Cloud cultivator's face. I'll investigate, she said. From inside the sect. If Fang Zhuo has Abyssal Tide connections, it's not just your problem. It's an existential threat to Azure Cloud. She turned to leave, then stopped. Without looking back, she said, for what it's worth, I wish I'd noticed you sooner. 6 years, and I never once looked your way. That's my failure, and I'll carry it. She leaped to the ridge and was gone, vanishing into the mist with the speed of a cultivator with something to prove. Liang Chun watched her go, then closed his eyes and let Bai Shui's healing energy wash over his wounds. That, Shen Ruoxi observed from nearby, was dramatic. Chapter 19. Foundation Establishment. Late stage. The encounter with Fang Zhuo had left more than physical wounds. It had left Liang Chun with a crystal-clear understanding of his situation. He was not strong enough. Not strong enough to protect himself. Not strong enough to uncover the truth about his mother's death. And not strong enough to face the conspiracies converging around him. He needed to get stronger. Fast. Old man Tian, who'd nearly died of anxiety during the confrontation, agreed. Fang Zhuo will be back. The Abyssal Tide will send their own people. And the longer you stay in one place, the more attention you attract from powers we haven't even identified yet. You need to reach a level where surprise attacks can't threaten you. What level is that? Core formation, at minimum. At core formation, you'll have the spiritual density to withstand nascent soul attacks long enough to escape. At nascent soul, you can fight them directly. Beyond that, Old Man Tian shrugged. Beyond that, you write your own rules. That night, Liang Chun climbed to the highest point above the gorge, a bare rock pinnacle that jutted above the mist line into the open sky. Stars blazed overhead, undimmed by fog, and the air was thick with starlight-infused spiritual energy. Starlight Qi, a rare ambient energy that only appeared at high altitudes on clear nights. Most cultivators couldn't absorb it, The energy was too diffuse, too alien. But the chaos-devouring art didn't discriminate. Liang opened his meridians and breathed in. The starlight chi was different from terrestrial elements. Where fire was aggressive and earth was stable, starlight was vast. It tasted of distance and eternity, of cosmic processes operating on timescales that made mortal life seem like a candle flame. It expanded his perception, heightened his spiritual senses, and pushed against his dantian walls with gentle but immense pressure. He cultivated through the night, pulling in starlight chi alongside ambient earth and metal chi from the pinnacle itself. The combination was potent, 3 disparate energy types harmonized by his bloodline into a unified stream that filled his dantian to capacity and then pushed past capacity into the overflow that preceded a breakthrough. Foundation establishment late stage. The 3rd subrealm of the 2nd major realm. He was close, so close he could feel the barrier trembling. He pushed, not with brute force. Old Man Tian had taught him better than that. He pushed with intent, with will, with the accumulated determination of 6 years of suppression and 2 weeks of revelation. He pushed with the memory of his mother's echo, the warmth of her love, the weight of her sacrifice. He pushed with the fury of a boy who'd been told he was nothing and was only now discovering he was everything. The barrier shattered. Multicolored light erupted from Liang Chen's body, shooting into the sky like a beacon. The aurora painted the night in prismatic ribbons visible for 100 miles in every direction. Stars seemed to dance in the light, their own energy resonating with the breakthrough phenomena. Liang Chen rose to his feet on the pinnacle, his body suffused with power. Foundation establishment late stage, and with his bloodline's amplification, his actual combat power was likely equivalent to Foundation establishment peak, or even the cusp of core formation. Below, in the gorge, the 4 sect daughters and Old Man Tian watched the light show. Again, Shen Ruoxi murmured. Another breakthrough. Another aurora. His advancement speed is unprecedented, Bai Shui said, her healer's senses analyzing the breakthrough phenomena. His spiritual energy density is already approaching core formation levels, despite being only at Foundation establishment late stage. The primordial chaos bloodline doesn't just accelerate cultivation, it deepens it. Lin Meishio said nothing, but her hand rested on her sword, and her steel-gray eyes tracked the light with an intensity that had nothing to do with threat assessment. From the shadows nearby, unseen by any of them, Zhao Yinran's violet eyes reflected the prismatic aurora. She smiled, a small, private smile, and whispered, "Your mother would be proud, Liang Chen." Far away, in the sealed vault beneath the Azure Cloud sect, Fang Zhua felt the breakthrough through his detection artifacts. His face contorted with frustration and rising panic. The boy was getting stronger at a pace that defied reason. At this rate, within months he'd be beyond any individual at the sect's ability to handle. He needed to act. Now, before the boy became untouchable. And deeper, far deeper, in a lightless prison beneath the center of the continent, something ancient stirred. The Void Sovereign's eternal slumber rippled, disturbed by a familiar energy signature. Primordial chaos, the antithesis of the void, the entity that had sealed it. The seal around the Void Sovereign's prison cracked, just a fraction, just enough for a tendril of awareness to seep into the world above. The tendril reached, searched, found. And in the misty gorge, on a rock pinnacle bathed in starlight, Liang Chen felt something brush against his consciousness, something dark and cold and infinitely patient. He shivered despite the warmth of his breakthrough energy and looked east, toward the center of the continent, where something old and terrible was waking up. "Something's coming," he whispered. The stars offered no reassurance. Chapter 20. Elder Fang Strikes. The attack came 3 days later, at dawn, with the precision of a military operation. Fang Zhua had not come alone this time. He'd brought his 3 most trusted subordinates, Elder Zemo, Sun, and a third, Elder Lu, a specialist in formation arrays. He'd also brought 30 Azure Cloud sect cultivators, all Foundation establishment or above, equipped with sect-grade combat artifacts. And he'd come prepared for the sect daughters. "Formation deploy," Fang Zhua ordered. Elder Lu slammed his palms into the earth at the edge of the gorge. Lines of blue light raced outward, inscribing a massive suppression array that covered a mile in every direction. The array activated with a hum that rattled teeth, and suddenly the ambient spiritual energy in the gorge went dead. Inside the array, Liang Chen felt his passive absorption cut off. The chaos-devouring art could still function using his internal reserves, but the constant stream of ambient chi he'd relied on was gone. He was fighting on a limited tank. "Clever," Old Man Tian muttered. A spiritual suppression array tuned to block ambient chi flow. It won't directly weaken cultivators who already have full reserves, but it negates any environmental advantage. It also negated Liang Chen's biggest edge, his ability to absorb energy from his surroundings during combat. The sect daughters reacted immediately. Shen Ruoxi's bodyguards moved to defensive positions. Lin Meishio drew her sword. Bai Shuai raised her healing barriers. But Fang Zhua had anticipated them. "This isn't about your little alliance," he announced, his voice magnified by qi. "This is sect business. Azure Cloud business. That boy is a fugitive carrying stolen sect property." "That's a lie." Yun Xinglian's voice cut through the air. Liang Chen's head snapped toward the voice. She was here. Yun Xinglian stood on the eastern ridge, and she wasn't alone. Behind her stood a middle-aged man in azure robes, his bearing regal, his aura restrained but vast. Sect Master Yun Changqing himself. "Father," Yun Xinglian said. "I told you. Elder Fang orchestrated the expulsion to steal an artifact. He's connected to the Abyssal Tide sect." Sect Master Yun's gaze swept over the scene. The military formation, the suppression array, the sect daughters from rival sects, and a young man with multicolored chi radiating from his body. His expression was unreadable. "Elder Fang," Yun Changqing said quietly. Despite the quiet tone, his voice carried to every corner of the gorge. The mark of a nascent soul peak cultivator. "Explain yourself." Fang's was mass-cracked. He hadn't expected the sect master. Yun Xinglian must have gone straight to her father after the last confrontation and convinced him to come. "Sect master, this boy carries a bloodline artifact that rightfully belongs to our sect's archives. He was never a member who stole anything. He was expelled by your order." Yun Changqing's voice remained quiet. "My daughter has presented evidence that his expulsion was engineered for personal gain. She has also presented evidence of contact between you and the Abyssal Tide sect." "That's absurd." "The girl is deluded. The evidence includes detection array recordings from your private vault, Elder Fang. Recordings my daughter obtained 6 months ago when she began investigating irregularities in your accounts." The gorge went silent. Every cultivator present, sect daughters, Azure Cloud soldiers, elders, stared at the tableau of sect master and accused elder. Fang Zhua's face underwent a transformation. The smooth politician vanished, replaced by something raw and desperate. "You don't understand," he snarled. "The Chaos Origin Stone fragments. They're the key to everything. With them, I'd have reached spirit severing. I'd have made Azure Cloud the dominant sect on the continent. Everything I did was for the sect." "You conspired with the Abyssal Tide," Yun Changqing said, and now his voice carried genuine anger. "You consorted with void worshippers. You expelled an innocent disciple to steal his inheritance. You sent mercenaries to kill him. And you did it all for personal power, wrapped in the flag of the sect." He raised his hand. "Elders Mo, Sun, Lu, you are hereby stripped of your positions. Submit to custody." The 3 subordinate elders exchanged panicked glances. Elder Lu made a break for it. His formation array expertise could potentially breach the suppression field, but Lin Meishio's sword was faster. A silver flash, and Elder Lu was pinned to the ground by a blade through his sleeve. Elders Mo and Sun surrendered. Fang Zhua did not. His aura exploded outward, the full, unrestricted power of a late nascent soul cultivator unleashed without restraint. The suppression array, which he'd brought, shattered under the force. Blue-black chi, Azure Cloud technique mixed with something darker, something that smelled of the void, erupted from his body. "If I can't have the blood willingly," Fang Zhua roared, "I'll take it by force." He lunged at Liang Chun with killing intent that made the air itself recoil. Sect Master Yin intercepted. The collision of 2 nascent soul cultivators, peak versus late, created a shockwave that threw everyone else off their feet. The gorge walls cracked. The stream reversed its course. The sky above darkened as the spiritual disturbance warped the weather for miles. "Everyone back," Yun Changqing shouted, grappling with Fang Zhua in a clash of azure chi. "This is elder business." But Fang Zhua was fighting with the desperation of a man who had nothing to lose, and his void-enhanced techniques gave him an edge that narrowed the gap between their cultivation levels. Yun Changqing was stronger, but Fang Zhua's attacks carried corrupted energy that ate through defenses. Liang Chun watched the battle with clenched fists. He wanted to help, but 2 nascent soul cultivators fighting at full power created a kill zone where Foundation establishment cultivators would be shredded by the ambient pressure alone. Then he saw it, an opening. Fang Zhua's back was turned, his attention focused entirely on the sect master. And the void energy he was using created a distinctive spiritual pattern, one that the chaos-devouring art could target. "Old man Tian," Liang Chen said, "if I absorb the void energy from his techniques mid-flight, before they hit the sect master. Could that tip the balance? You'd be absorbing corrupted qi. The void energy could damage your meridians. The void heart pill Zhao Yinran gave me. It protects against void corruption. Old man Tian stared at him. You're insane. Is it possible? A long pause. Yes, but the timing would have to be perfect. Liang moved. He circled the battle at a safe distance, watching the patterns of Fang Zhua's attacks. The Elder's void-enhanced techniques followed a rhythm, 3 standard azure cloud strikes, then a 4th laced with void corruption. That 4th strike was the dangerous one, the one that was eating through Yun Changqing's defenses. Liang waited for the pattern. 3 strikes. And on the 4th, he interposed himself in the attack's path and activated the chaos-devouring art at full power. The void-corrupted strike slammed into him and dissolved. The corruption energy, dark, cold, hungry, flooded into his meridians and met the void heart pill's protective layer. The corruption sizzled, neutralized, and the raw qi beneath it was absorbed into Liang Chen's dantian. Fang Zhua's eyes went wide. What? Liang Chen redirected the absorbed energy. Not at Fang Zhua, at the sect master, as reinforcement. A stream of purified qi flowed from his hands to Yun Changqing, bolstering the sect master's reserves. Yun Changqing felt the boost and seized the moment. His next strike was devastating, a full-power nascent soul palm strike that hit Fang Zhua square in the chest. Fang Zhua flew backward, blood spraying from his mouth, his defenses shattered. He crashed into the gorge wall and slid to the ground, his cultivation aura flickering. But he wasn't done. With the desperation of a cornered animal, he reached into his robes and pulled out one of the Chaos Origin stone fragments, a glowing green shard the size of a thumb. He pressed it to the wound on his chest, and the stone's energy flooded his body. The power boost was massive. Fang Zhua rose, his wounds closing, his aura surging past its previous limits. The stone's energy was raw and unstable, but it pushed him to a level that made even Yun Changqing step back. You think you can stop me? Fang Zhua screamed, his eyes wild, veins of green light crawling across his skin. I have 7 fragments. 7. The power of creation itself. He pulled out the remaining 6 fragments and shoved them all into his body simultaneously. The result was catastrophic. The Chaos Origin stone fragments weren't meant to be used like this, forcibly injected without a primordial chaos bloodline to mediate the energy. The power surged through Fang Zhua's body like molten metal through glass pipes. His cultivation spiked to insane levels, briefly, horrifyingly, touching spirit severing, and then his meridians began to rupture. Fang Zhua screamed. The sound was inhuman, a shriek of agony and rage as the stone fragment's energy tore through his spiritual system. His body began to glow, cracks of green light spreading across his skin. He's going to detonate, Old Man Tian shouted. Everyone get clear. The sect daughters and Azure Cloud soldiers were already retreating. Yun Changqing raised a massive defensive formation to contain the blast. But the energy was too vast, too chaotic. Even a nascent soul peak barrier might not hold it. Liang Chen stepped forward. The chaos-devouring art activated. Not a trickle of absorption, not a targeted technique. A full, unrestricted opening of his bloodline's capacity. His dantian yawned wide. His meridians expanded to their absolute limits, and his body became a void. He reached out with both hands and grabbed Fang Zhua. The energy hit him like a tsunami. 7 Chaos Origin stone fragments worth of raw creation energy, filtered through a dying man's shattered meridians, flooded into Liang Chen's body. It was too much, far too much for his Foundation establishment late-stage body to handle. His meridians burned. His dantian screamed. His vision went white. But his blood knew what to do. The primordial chaos bloodline activated fully for the first time since the tribulation, and the energy that was destroying Fang Zhua was absorbed, converted, harmonized by Liang Chen's body as naturally as breathing. The 7 stone fragments, sensing their proper host, detached from Fang Zhua's body and merged with Liang Chen's dantian. They joined the 8th fragment that had been his mother's pendant, and together the 8 pieces resonated with a harmonic vibration that Liang Chen felt in his bones. Fang Zhua collapsed. Without the stone fragment's energy, his body was a ruin. Meridians destroyed, dantian shattered, cultivation annihilated. He lay on the gorge floor, a broken old man, green light fading from his skin. Impossible, he whispered, staring at Liang Chen with fading eyes. The stones, they chose you. They were never yours, Liang Chen said. His voice was steady despite the fire burning in his veins. They were my mother's. My clan's. Fang Zhua coughed blood. Your mother? She was already dying when she sealed your meridians. Did you know that? The Grand Elder, Mu Qianren, he poisoned her. Years before. A slow poison, to ensure the bloodline died with her generation. Mu Qianren. Yin Changqing's voice was sharp. The Azure Cloud Sect's Grand Elder? He's one of them, Fang Zhuo rasped, his voice fading. Abyssal Tide. Been one for decades. He helped destroy the primordial Chaos clan. He placed me in the sect to watch for the bloodline's resurgence. A horrible, gurgling laugh. And now he'll come for the boy himself. And you can't stop him. None of you can. He's at the Dao Lord realm. Always has been. Hiding his true power. Fang Zhuo's eyes went glassy. His breathing stopped. The man who had orchestrated 6 years of Liang Chen's misery died on the floor of the Misty Gorge, surrounded by the consequences of his own ambition. Silence fell over the gorge. Liang Chen stood in the crater of the battle, 8 Chaos Origin stone fragments humming in his dantian, his body vibrating with more power than he'd ever held. His cultivation hadn't advanced. The energy needed time to integrate, but he could feel the potential coiling inside him like a spring. He looked at the people around him. Old Man Tian, bruised but alive. The 4 sect daughters, shaken but unhurt. Yun Qinglian, her face pale, her iced chi still crackling around her fingers. Sect Master Yun Changqing, grim-faced, staring at Fang Zhuo's body. And somewhere in the shadows, Zhao Yin ran, watching with violet eyes that held both relief and warning. The Grand Elder, Liang Chun said quietly. Mu Qianren. He helped destroy my clan. He poisoned my mother. He's Abyssal Tide. And he's at the Dao Lord realm. The words settled over the group like a death sentence. If that's true, Yun Changqing said slowly, then the Azure Cloud sect has a Dao Lord traitor at its heart. And he's been there for decades. Liang Chen clenched his fists. The Chaos Origin stone fragments pulsed in time with his heartbeat. Then we'd better get ready, he said. Because when he finds out what happened here, he'll come. And we need to be strong enough to face him. He looked east, toward the Azure Cloud sect, toward the center of the continent where the Void Sovereign stirred. The truth about his mother's death. The conspiracy that destroyed his clan. The ancient evil awakening beneath the earth. It was all connected. And Liang Chun stood at the center of it. The gorge was silent save for the wind. In the distance, thunder rumbled. Not from the sky, but from deep underground, where the seal on an ancient prison continued, ever so slowly, to crack. Liang Chun turned to his companions. We have work to do. The arc of origin and awakening was complete. The arc of rising through ranks was about to begin. Chapter 21. Aftermath and Alliance. The Misty Gorge had become a graveyard of shattered stone and scorched earth. Where the waterfall once thundered, a trickle of muddy water seeped through rubble. The cave system, Liang Chen's refuge for the past 2 weeks, was buried under 100 tons of collapsed mountainside. The stream had carved a new path around the battle crater, its banks still warm from the residual spiritual energy of 2 nascent soul cultivators clashing at full power. Liang Chen sat on a flat stone at the crater's edge, eyes closed, processing the 8 Chaos Origin stone fragments now fused with his dantian. They hummed inside him like a second heartbeat, a deep, resonant vibration that made his bones ache pleasantly. The energy they contained was vast, far beyond what his Foundation establishment late-stage body could utilize immediately. It would take weeks, maybe months, to fully integrate. But even the fraction he could access now had transformed him. His spiritual reserves had tripled. His absorption rate had doubled. The chaos-devouring art responded to the stones like an engine receiving premium fuel, smoother, faster, more powerful in every way. How do you feel? Old Man Tian asked, sitting beside him with a fresh pot of tea somehow procured from the ruins. Like I swallowed a volcano, and the volcano is winning. That's the stone fragments settling. They'll integrate naturally over time. Don't try to force the process or you'll rupture something important. The old man poured 2 cups. We need to talk about what happens now. Liang Chen opened his eyes. The gorge stretched before him, a landscape of destruction that he'd been at the center of. Around the crater's perimeter, the 5 sect daughters had established their own camps in a loose ring, not by arrangement, but by mutual gravitational pull. Shen Ruoxi's crimson tint glowed with warming formations. Lin Meishio's sword sat upright in the ground, humming softly. Bai Shui's healing station had been reconstructed under a surviving elm. And Yun Qinglian sat alone on the opposite side of the crater, ice crystals forming unconsciously around her feet, her expression distant and troubled. Her father had departed an hour ago, taking Fang Zhuo's body and the arrested elders back to the Azure Cloud sect for trial. Before leaving, Sect Master Yin Changqing had pulled his daughter aside for a private conversation that lasted 20 minutes. Liang Chun didn't know what was said, but Yun Qinglian hadn't spoken since. A commotion at the gorge entrance drew his attention. A figure was scrambling through the rubble, a young man, maybe 19, with wild hair, a loud voice, and the tattered remnants of Azure Cloud's sect outer disciple robes. Liang Chun. Brother Chun, where are you? I swear on my ancestors, if you're dead, I'll kill you myself. Liang Chun couldn't help it. He smiled. Wei Jin. Wei Jin emerged from the rubble like a groundhog from a burrow, covered in dust, bleeding from a dozen scrapes, and radiating the particular brand of frantic energy that only genuine friendship produced. He spotted Liang Chun, let out a whoop that echoed off the gorge walls, and nearly tripped over a boulder in his rush to close the distance. You're alive. You're actually alive. Wei Jin grabbed Liang Chen's shoulders and shook him. Do you have any idea what's been happening at the sect? Total chaos. Fang Zhuo exposed as a traitor, 3 elders arrested, the Grand Elder missing. Oh, and by the way, I got expelled too. Liang Chen blinked. What? Elder Fang's people cleaned house before they were arrested. Anyone associated with you was purged. I spoke up for you at the assembly, remember? Told Elder Sun to shove his evaluation scroll up his. Well, anyway. Wei Jin grinned through the dust and blood. Expelled. Effective immediately. So here I am. You got expelled for defending me? I got expelled for being your friend. Best decision of my life. Wei Jin's grin faded as he took in the destruction around them. What happened here? This looks like a war zone. It was a war zone. Fang Zhuo came personally. Fang Zhuo, a late nascent soul, came to fight you? Your foundation establishment. Wei Jin's voice cracked with disbelief. How are you not dead? I had help. Liang Chun gestured at the surrounding camps. A lot of help. Wei Jin's gaze traveled from Shen Ruoxi's crimson tent to Lin Meishio's sword to Bai Shui's healing station. His eyes went progressively wider. Are those sect daughters? From major sects? Here? For you? It's a long story. Brother Chun. Wei Jin placed both hands on Liang Chen's shoulders, his expression grave. When we were outer disciples together, you could barely light a candle with qi. Now your foundation establishment with 5 gorgeous sect daughters camped around you. I need you to tell me everything, and I need you to start from the beginning. The story took 2 hours. By the end, Wei Jin was sitting in stunned silence, his tea cold and forgotten. Primordial chaos bloodline, he said slowly. Chaos origin stone fragments. Ancient sealed evil. Abyssal tide conspiracy. He looked at Liang Chun. And I thought getting expelled was the most dramatic thing that would happen this month. Despite everything, Liang Chun laughed. It felt good to laugh. It felt good to have his friend back. That evening, as the sun painted the gorge in shades of gold and copper, Liang Chun called an informal meeting. The 5 sect daughters, Old Man Tian, Wei Jin, and the emerging group dynamic all needed to be addressed. Fang Zhuo is dead, but the threat isn't over, he said, standing before the gathered group. The Grand Elder, Mu Qianren, is Abyssal Tide. He's at the Dao Lord realm, and he's been hiding in the Azure Cloud sect for decades. When he learns what happened here, he'll come. My father is investigating, Yun Qinglian said quietly. It was the first time she'd spoken in hours. But Mu Qianren vanished from the sect 2 days ago. No one knows where he went, which means he's already been warned. Old Man Tian's expression was grim. The Abyssal Tide has communication methods that bypass conventional detection. Mu Qianren may already know about Fang Zhuo's death. Then what do we do? Shen Ruoxi asked, her usual playfulness replaced by serious focus. We can't fight a Dao Lord. Not any of us. Not all of us combined. We get stronger, Liang Chen said. And we find a defensible position. The Misty Gorge is compromised. Everyone knows we're here. We need somewhere with natural defenses, resources for cultivation, and enough isolation to buy us time. Thunder Peak Fortress, Old Man Tian said. All eyes turned to the old man. It's an abandoned military installation 300 miles north, he continued. Built during the last sect war, designed to withstand siege by multiple nascent soul cultivators simultaneously. It was decommissioned after the war and has been abandoned for 2 centuries. The formations are dormant but intact. They just need spiritual energy to reactivate. And you know this because I helped build it 400 years ago when I was still a Dao Lord with nothing better to do than design impregnable fortresses for ungrateful sect leaders. Old Man Tian sipped his tea. Thunder Peak has everything we need. Defensive formations, cultivation chambers, a natural spiritual vein for energy, and a position on an elevated plateau that's visible from 50 miles in every direction. No one approaches without being detected. Liang Chen looked at the group. Anyone opposed? Silence. Then we move at dawn. Chapter 22. The chaos-devouring art deepens. The journey to Thunder Peak Fortress took 4 days. 4 days of travel through the northern wilderness. Moving as a group for the first time, learning each other's rhythms and capabilities. Liang discovered that traveling with 5 sect daughters, a former Tao lord, and an enthusiastic best friend was significantly different from traveling alone. Wei Jin talked constantly, commentary on the scenery, questions about cultivation, jokes that ranged from clever to appalling. Shen Ruoxi and he developed an instant rapport based on a shared appreciation for inappropriate humor. Lin Meishio said almost nothing but kept her sword drawn the entire journey, her eyes scanning for threats with relentless vigilance. Bai Shui walked beside Old Man Tian, asking questions about historical cultivation medicine that the old man answered with surprising enthusiasm. Zhao Yanran appeared and disappeared at random intervals, sometimes visible for hours, sometimes absent for half a day, always returning with useful information about the territory ahead. And Yun Qinglian walked apart from the group, still processing. On the second night, Old Man Tian pulled Liang aside during his watch shift. "We need to discuss the second layer of the chaos-devouring art," the old man said. "You've been using the first layer, elemental absorption, effectively. But the second layer is what will set you apart from merely powerful to truly extraordinary." Liang sat opposite his teacher, the campfire between them casting dancing shadows on the surrounding trees. "Tell me." "The second layer is called resonance absorption. Instead of absorbing ambient elemental energy, you absorb elemental affinities from willing donors. A fire cultivator who agrees to share their fire affinity with you creates a temporary bond, a resonance channel, through which their elemental expertise flows into your body. You don't just get their energy. You get their understanding, their instinctive feel for that element. That sounds incredibly useful. It is. It's also incredibly intimate." Old Man Tian's expression was serious. The resonance channel requires genuine willingness. It can't be forced. And while the channel is open, both parties experience each other's spiritual state at a deep level. Emotions, memories, physical sensations, all flow both ways. It creates a bond that lingers even after the channel closes. Liang was quiet for a moment. "You're saying that sharing affinities with someone is like sharing yourself." "That's exactly what I'm saying. The primordial chaos clan used resonance absorption primarily between married couples and blood relatives, people who already had deep emotional bonds. Using it with strangers or acquaintances is technically possible, but creates complicated emotional entanglements. The implications were obvious. 5 sect daughters, each with a different elemental affinity, each already forming bonds with him. If he used resonance absorption with any of them, the emotional consequences would be significant. "I'll be careful," Liang said. "See that you are." Old Man Tian paused. "There is one more aspect. The resonance channel amplifies whatever you receive. Your primordial chaos bloodline doesn't just absorb, it enhances. If a fire cultivator shares their affinity with you, you'll eventually develop a fire affinity stronger than theirs. That can cause resentment or admiration," Liang murmured, thinking of 5 very different women and the very different ways they might react to such an exchange. "Or both," Old Man Tian said. "Usually both." Thunder Peak Fortress appeared on the 4th morning, a massive stone structure perched atop a flat-topped mountain like a crown on a giant's head. Even from 10 miles away, the fortress was imposing. Thick walls of chi-reinforced granite, 6 watchtowers at the cardinal points, and a central keep that rose like a stone finger against the sky. Up close, it was clear the fortress had been abandoned. The gates were rusted. Moss covered the walls. The defensive formations lay dormant, their rune lines dark and cold. But the structure was sound. 400 years of engineering by a Tao Lord architect ensured that. "Welcome to Thunder Peak," Old Man Tian said, leaning on his stick at the gates. "Our new home." Chapter 23, Shen Ruoxi's Gambit. It took a week to make the fortress habitable. Old Man Tian directed the restoration of essential formations, detection arrays, defensive barriers, and most importantly, the cultivation chambers. These were underground rooms built directly above the natural spiritual vein, where ambient qi was concentrated to levels 10 times above normal. Liang threw himself into cultivation, spending 16-hour days in the deepest chamber, processing the chaos origin stone fragments and advancing his mastery of the chaos-devouring art. The fragments were integrating steadily, each one adding a layer of depth to his dantian that expanded his capacity exponentially. On the 5th day, Shen Ruoxi cornered him at breakfast. "You've been underground for 5 days straight," she said, sliding a plate of roasted spirit pheasant in front of him. Her crimson hair was tied back in a practical braid, and her gold eyes sparkled with the particular light that meant she had a plan. "You need to surface. The stones aren't going anywhere. Every day I'm not stronger is a day Mu Qianren might decide to attack." Every day you're exhausted and isolated is a day you're vulnerable to tunnel vision. She sat across from him, chin propped on her hands. Come to the Crimson Phoenix sect with me. Liang stopped eating. What? Not as a recruit. As a guest. 3 days, maximum. The Crimson Phoenix sect's territory is a volcanic region. The fire spiritual energy there is the densest on the continent. With your chaos-devouring art, you could absorb fire element chi at a rate that would take months to match in normal conditions. It was a compelling argument. Fire was the one element Liang had the least experience with. His training had focused on wind, earth, water, and metal. Adding deep fire cultivation to his repertoire would make him significantly more versatile. But there was a political dimension. Visiting the Crimson Phoenix sect as Shen Ruoxi's guest would be interpreted as a signal of alliance. Every other sect would take notice. I know what you're doing, Liang said. Shen Ruoxi's smile didn't waver. I'm inviting a friend to visit my home. Anything beyond that is speculation. It's a statement to the other sections. If I visit Crimson Phoenix first, then the Crimson Phoenix sect gets first mover advantage in associating with the continent's most talked about young cultivator. Yes, I'm not pretending otherwise. She leaned forward. But the cultivation benefits are real, Liang. The volcanic energy will accelerate your stone fragment integration by a factor of 5. My father's alchemists can prepare pills tailored to your bloodline. And our sect's fire techniques archive is the most complete on the continent. He considered. Old man Tian had been lecturing him about the importance of alliances. A lone cultivator, no matter how talented, was vulnerable. Forming connections with major sects was strategic necessity. 3 days, he agreed. Shen Ruoxi beamed. I'll arrange transport. The Crimson Phoenix sect's territory was everything Shen Ruoxi had promised and more. The southern reaches were a landscape of volcanic mountains, rivers of liquid fire, an air so thick with fire element chi that Liang felt it prickle against his skin from the moment they crossed the territorial boundary. The sect compound was built into the caldera of a dormant volcano, a city-sized complex of red stone buildings arranged around a central lake of liquid spiritual fire. The fire wasn't natural magma but pure, concentrated fire element chi that had pooled in the caldera over millennia. The heat was staggering, even for a cultivator. Shen Ruoxi landed their flying artifact on a platform overlooking the lake. The heart of the Phoenix, she said, gesturing at the lake. The densest concentration of fire element chi on the continent. Most cultivators can't get within 100 paces without their spiritual defenses breaking down. But you. Liang stepped off the platform and walked toward the lake. The heat intensified with each step, pressing against his chi shield. At 50 paces, his shield began to crack. At 30, it shattered entirely. But the chaos-devouring art engaged automatically. Instead of being burned by the fire chi, Liang meridians opened wide and began absorbing it. The sensation was extraordinary, liquid fire pouring into his spiritual system, not burning but nourishing, the fire element filling channels that had been waiting for it. He kept walking. 20 paces. 10. 5. He stopped at the lake's edge and stared down into liquid fire that would have vaporized a Foundation establishment cultivator on contact. His reflection stared back, wavering in the heat, his eyes lit from within by absorbed fire chi. Incredible, he breathed. Behind him, a crowd had gathered. Crimson Phoenix cultivators, drawn by the commotion of a non-fire cultivator approaching the heart of the Phoenix, stared in open disbelief. No outsider had ever gotten this close. The lake's fire chi attacked anything that wasn't fire-attuned, except, apparently, someone who could attune to everything. He's absorbing the heart's energy, someone whispered. That's impossible. Father, Shen Ruoxi called to a large man who'd appeared on the platform. May I present Liang? He'd like to stay for 3 days. Sect Master Shen Wuya stared at the boy standing at the edge of his sect's most sacred site, casually absorbing fire chi that would kill anyone else present, and let out a booming laugh that echoed off the caldera walls. 3 days? Boy, you can stay as long as you want. Someone get this young man a guest suite. The best one. Now, the next 3 days were the most productive of Liang cultivation career. The Crimson Phoenix sect's resources were vast and freely offered. Cultivation chambers heated by volcanic vents, fire element pills refined by master alchemists, and access to the sect's technique archives. But the real treasure was the heart of the Phoenix itself. Each morning, Liang sat at the lake's edge and absorbed fire chi for hours. The energy was so pure, so concentrated, that his fire element affinity, previously his weakest, rapidly approached and then surpassed his other elements. Shen Ruoxi served as his guide and companion throughout the visit, showing him the sect's grounds, introducing him to key elders, and watching with barely concealed pride as her gambit paid off. Every Crimson Phoenix cultivator who met Liang Chun came away impressed. On the third day, the Sects senior alchemist presented Liang Chun with a gift, a fire heart pill, refined specifically for his multi-element constitution. It will permanently deepen your fire affinity, the alchemist explained. Consider it a gesture of goodwill from the Crimson Phoenix sect. Liang Chun accepted the pill and consumed it that evening. The effect was immediate and profound. A blazing sun ignited within his dantian, adding a new dimension to his chaos primal core. His fire techniques, previously rough and instinctive, became smooth and powerful. "Thank you," he told Shen Ruoxi on the flight back to Thunder Peak. "For the visit and for the pill. Thank the sect. I just opened the door." She paused, her gold eyes softening. "Liang Chun, I want you to know, regardless of what happens with the alliance, regardless of the politics, I'm your friend. Not because of your bloodline or your potential. Because you're the only person I've met who doesn't treat me like a sect master's daughter first and a person second." The honesty in her voice caught him off guard. Beneath the flirtation and political savvy, Shen Ruoxi was lonely. The realization hit him with unexpected force. "You're my friend too," he said, and meant it. Chapter 24. The Imperial Decree. The scroll arrived by Imperial Hawk, a massive bird of prey with feathers of burnished gold and eyes like polished rubies. It circled Thunder Peak Fortress 3 times, its spiritual aura pressing against the detection arrays, before landing on the highest watchtower and releasing the scroll from its talons. Wei Jin, who'd been on watch duty, brought the scroll to the main hall with the reverence of someone handling a live explosive. "It's sealed with the Imperial sigil," he said, laying it on the table. "This came from the Heavenly Dragon Empire's court. Personally." Liang Chun broke the seal and unrolled the scroll. The characters were written in Imperial script, gold ink on crimson paper, the calligraphy precise and elegant, and utterly impersonal. "By decree of His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Duan of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the individual known as Liang Chun, bearer of suspected anomalous spiritual abilities, is hereby summoned to present himself at the Imperial capital for evaluation by the Court of Spiritual Assessment. Failure to comply within 30 days will be deemed an act of defiance against the heavenly throne and subject the individual and any who harbor him to Imperial sanction, including but not limited to military intervention. The decree is signed by Prince Duan Wuji," Liang Chun added, reading the signature. "Not the Emperor himself." "That's significant," Old Man Tian said, his blue eyes sharp. "An Imperial decree requires the Emperor's seal to carry the weight of law. This is signed by the Prince. It's a threat wrapped in official paper, intimidating but not legally binding until the Emperor confirms it. The Prince is testing the waters," Zhao Yanran observed from her usual shadow in the corner. "He wants to see how you react before committing Imperial resources." The 5 sect daughters exchanged alarmed glances. Defying the Empire, even a prince's unauthorized decree, has consequences, Shen Ruoxi said carefully. "The Heavenly Dragon Empire controls the eastern half of the continent. Their standing army includes 20 nascent soul cultivators and 2 Dao lords. If the prince escalates, he won't," Liang Chun said. Everyone looked at him. "Prince Duan Wuji isn't the emperor. He's a prince, which means he has rivals, other princes, court factions, noble houses. If he deploys imperial resources against a civilian without proper authorization and fails, he'll be politically destroyed. He's gambling that the threat alone will bring me in. And if it doesn't?" Lin Meisho asked. "Then he has to either escalate, committing forces he might not have authority to deploy, or back down, which damages his reputation. Either way, the advantage is ours as long as we don't panic." Old Man Tian nodded slowly. The boy's analysis is correct. Prince Duan Wuji is playing politics, not waging war. The appropriate response is to acknowledge the decree without complying, a diplomatic non-answer that forces him to either escalate or negotiate. "I have a simpler response in mind," Liang Chun said. He took the Imperial scroll, folded it neatly, and placed it in his storage ring. "We ignore it. That's not diplomatic. That's provocative. It's practical. 30 days from now, I intend to be significantly stronger than I am today. If the prince sends soldiers, we'll deal with them. If he sends a negotiator, we'll talk. But I will not walk into the Imperial capital and submit to an evaluation. That's code for imprisonment or conscription." The room was quiet. Then Shen Ruoxi laughed, a genuine, full-throated laugh that broke the tension. "I knew I liked you for a reason," she said. Chapter 25. Foundation establishment. Peak. The pressure of the Imperial threat served an unexpected purpose, motivation. Liang Chun doubled his cultivation regimen, spending every available moment in the fortress's deepest chamber, absorbing energy from the natural spiritual vein with single-minded intensity. The Chaos Origin Stone fragments accelerated his progress, each one adding a multiplier to his absorption rate that stacked with the others. 8 fragments meant 8 multipliers. His cultivation speed was now roughly 30 times that of a normal cultivator at his level. Old Man Tian monitored his progress with growing amazement. At this rate, you'll hit foundation establishment peak within the week. That's a timeline that shouldn't be physically possible. Is it dangerous? Everything about your cultivation is dangerous. The speed itself isn't the problem. Your bloodline is designed for rapid advancement. The problem is that each breakthrough refines your body and spirit in ways that can unlock dormant memories and visions. The stone fragments contain echoes of their previous owners, your ancestors. As they integrate, those echoes surface. Liang had already experienced this. During deep meditation, he caught flashes of lives that weren't his own. A woman fighting with prismatic fire against a shadowy army. A man forging the very stone fragments that now resided in his dantian. A child laughing in a garden surrounded by cultivators whose auras blazed with chaotic rainbow light. His clan, the primordial Chaos Clan, in the days before their destruction. 3 days after the imperial decree arrived, Liang pushed for his breakthrough. The process began at midnight, in the deepest cultivation chamber, surrounded by formation arrays that Old Man Tian had reactivated to contain breakthrough phenomena. The spiritual vein beneath the fortress pulsed with energy, feeding directly into Liang body through the stone floor. Foundation Establishment Peak was the final subrealm before core formation, the strongest a Foundation Establishment cultivator could become. Breaking through required not just spiritual energy, but a qualitative shift in how that energy was organized within the body. The dantian had to compress, the meridians had to expand, and the cultivator's spiritual awareness had to deepen to the point where they could perceive the shape of their future golden core. Liang pushed. The chaos-devouring art roared through his meridians, pulling energy from every source simultaneously. The spiritual vein, the ambient qi in the air, the residual energy in the formation arrays, even the faint starlight filtering through the fortress's stone ceiling. Every element converged in his dantian, compressed by his prismatic foundation establishment platform, and slammed against the barrier between mid and peak. The barrier held. He pushed harder, and then the vision hit. He was no longer in the cultivation chamber. He stood in a vast courtyard, beneath a sky filled with prismatic auroras. The courtyard was surrounded by elegant buildings, a sect compound, he realized. The primordial Chaos Clan's ancestral home. A woman stood before him, not the echo from the jade pendant. This was a different woman, older, with steel-gray hair and eyes that burned with multicolored flame. She wore robes of shimmering prismatic silk, and her cultivation aura was beyond anything Liang had ever felt, an ocean of chaotic energy that made nascent soul cultivators look like candle flames. "You must be the one," she said. Her voice resonated with harmonic overtones, as if multiple voices spoke in unison. "The last of us." "Who are you?" Liang asked. Was the primordial chaos sovereign. The first. The one who created the chaos-devouring art and the chaos origin stone." She studied him with those burning eyes. "And you carry my stone's fragments within you." 8 of 13. A good start. A start. The stone was whole once. When whole, it allows a cultivator to access the full potential of the primordial chaos bloodline, the 10th realm, primordial sovereign. Without it, you'll plateau at immortal ascension. With it, she smiled, and the smile held 10,000 years of ambition. With it, you write the laws of heaven yourself. The vision shifted. Liang saw what the sovereign showed him, a woman who looked like an older version of him, his mother, fighting a shadowy figure on a mountainside. The figure moved with the cold precision of someone who killed without passion, and his attacks carried the sickly darkness of void corruption. Mu Qianren, the sovereign's voice narrated, the Abyssal Tide's greatest agent. He infiltrated your mother's sect decades before the massacre, earning trust, rising in ranks. When the time came, he opened the gates from within. Liang watched his mother fight with everything she had, prismatic qi blazing, chaos-devouring art unleashed at full power. But she was already weakened, already poisoned by the slow-acting toxin Mu Qianren had administered years earlier. The toxin specifically targeted the primordial chaos bloodline, degrading the meridian's ability to cycle chaotic energy. She lost. Not quickly, not easily, but inevitably. And as she fell, as the shadow of Mu Qianren loomed over her, she pressed her hands to her swollen belly, and poured every remaining ounce of her power into a sealing formation. Not to protect herself, to protect the baby inside her. She sealed your bloodline with her dying breath, the sovereign said. 27 seals, each one a masterwork of formation craft, designed to make your spiritual roots appear irreparably damaged. She knew Mu Qianren would search for the bloodline in every child born to clan members. The seals ensured you would read as spiritually dead, invisible to anyone searching for the primordial chaos signature. Liang Chen's chest ached. His mother hadn't just sealed him, she'd sacrificed her chance of survival to do it. Without the power she poured into the seals, she might have healed from the poison, might have survived. She chose him over herself. The pendant was her final gift, the sovereign continued. A piece of the chaos origin stone carrying a fragment of her spiritual will, the echo you met when the seal broke. She couldn't teach you in life, so she left her knowledge in the stone. The vision began to fade. The sovereign's form wavered, her edges dissolving into prismatic light. Find the remaining 5 fragments, she said, her voice growing distant. Make the stone whole. Achieve what I achieved. Her burning eyes locked onto his. And when the void sovereign awakens, because he will awaken, be ready to do what our clan was created to do. What was that? The sovereign's smile was the last thing to fade. We were the seal, boy. The primordial chaos clan didn't just fight the void sovereign. We are the lock that keeps him chained. Without us, the prison weakens. Without the stone, the lock breaks. That's why they destroyed us, yes. The abyssal tide didn't destroy the clan out of hatred. They destroyed us to free their master. And with every year that passes without a primordial chaos cultivator maintaining the seal, the vision shattered. Liang Chun was back in the cultivation chamber, gasping, his body drenched in sweat. The Foundation establishment peak barrier, which he'd been pushing against before the vision, was gone. He'd broken through during the vision itself, his body processing the breakthrough on autopilot, while his mind traveled the echo of ancestral memory. Foundation establishment peak. His dantian was compressed to diamond density. His meridians were wide as rivers, and his spiritual awareness had expanded to the point where he could sense every living being in the fortress above him. But the weight of what he'd learned pressed down harder than any cultivation barrier. The primordial chaos clan was the seal on the void sovereign's prison. Their destruction wasn't incidental, it was strategic. And with the clan gone, the seal was failing. Liang Chun sat in the cultivation chamber and stared at his hands, watching the prismatic light dance across his fingers. He was the last, the only one who could maintain the seal. And he was Foundation establishment peak in a world where the void sovereign's freedom would require at minimum a primordial sovereign to recontain. The gap between what he was and what he needed to be had never felt so vast. Chapter 26. Bai Shui's curse 3 days after his breakthrough, Bai Shui collapsed. It happened without warning. One moment, she was tending to a minor wound on Wei Jin's hand. He'd cut himself trying to chop wood with a sword technique, which everyone agreed was predictable. And the next, she crumpled to the ground with a strangled cry. Liang Chun reached her first. Her face was ashen, her skin burning with unnatural heat, and the cursed marks on her wrists had spread, black tendrils crawling up her forearms like invasive vines, pulsing with dark, corrupted energy. The curse is flaring, she gasped, her gray eyes wide with pain. I can usually suppress it, but it's growing stronger. The ambient spiritual energy at the fortress, it's feeding it. Liang Chun lifted her and carried her to the healing station, ignoring the startled looks from the others. He laid her on the treatment table and placed his hands on her wrists, channeling his spiritual sense into the cursed marks. What he found made his stomach turn. The curse was a living thing, a parasitic construct of void corruption energy, embedded in Bai Shui's meridians when she was a child, designed to slowly consume her spiritual system from the inside out. It fed on spiritual energy, which meant that any environment rich in qi accelerated its growth. The fortress's spiritual vein, which was supposed to help cultivators, was killing her. How long have you been hiding this? Liang Chen demanded. Since I arrived. Bai Shui's voice was thin, strained. I didn't want to be a burden. You're not a burden. You're a healer who's dying and refusing to tell anyone. He turned to Old Man Tian, who'd arrived at a run. Can you see the curse structure? The old man examined Bai Shui with his Tao Lord perception and drew a sharp breath. Abyssal tide craftsmanship. This is a soul-devouring curse, one of their most insidious creations. It was implanted when she was very young, probably during the clan wars. Can we remove it? Not with conventional methods. The curse has bonded with her spiritual root. Removing it would destroy her cultivation at best, kill her at worst. Old Man Tian paused, looking at Liang Chun with a significant expression. But the chaos-devouring art. can absorb corrupted energy. I did it during the fight with Fang Zhua. Liang looked at his hands. But this is different. This is inside her body, bonded to her meridians. If I absorb the curse, I might absorb her spiritual energy with it. Not if you're precise. The chaos-devouring art strength is selective absorption. You can target specific energy signatures. The curse is void corruption with a distinctive signature. If you can isolate that signature and absorb only the corrupted energy, leaving her own spiritual energy intact. I can do it, Liang said, though he wasn't entirely certain. The technique would require the most precise application of the chaos-devouring art he'd ever attempted. Microsurgery where a single misstep could drain Bai Shue's life force. Liang, Bai Shue said, her gray eyes meeting his. Despite the pain, her gaze was clear and calm. I came to you for a reason. My Sects healers tried everything for years. You're my last hope. Please. He placed his hands on her wrists and closed his eyes. The chaos-devouring art activated. Not the broad, sweeping absorption he used in combat, but a hair-thin tendril of chaos chi that penetrated Bai Shue's skin and entered her meridian system. He navigated carefully, following the cursed tendrils through her spiritual pathways, learning their pattern. The curse was sophisticated, a web of corrupted nodes connected by threads of void energy, each node anchored to a key junction in her meridian network. Removing the nodes would collapse the web, but each node was wrapped around healthy spiritual tissue like a vine around a tree. Pulling them free required separating corruption from clean energy at the molecular level. Liang worked for 4 hours. For hours of microscopic precision, his consciousness immersed in Bai Shue's spiritual system, his chaos chi gently prying corrupted tendrils away from healthy tissue and absorbing the void energy. The void corruption tasted of decay and emptiness, a sharp contrast to the warm, gentle energy that was Bai Shue's own spiritual nature. The others watched in tense silence. Old Man Tian monitored the process with his perception, calling out warnings when Liang's absorption came too close to healthy tissue. Shen Ruoxi maintained a fire barrier around the healing station to keep the ambient qi from feeding the curse during the procedure. Lin Meishio stood guard, her sword drawn against any interruption. And Yun Qinglian watched from the doorway, her ice-blue eyes fixed on Liang's face with an expression that was equal parts concern and something deeper, a recognition that this man, who'd been thrown away by her sect as worthless, was now saving a life with a power and compassion that none of them could match. At the 4-hour mark, Liang reached the deepest node, the original implantation point, buried in Bai Shue's spiritual root. This was the anchor that held the entire curse together. If he could absorb this, the rest would unravel. He reached for it with his chaos chi and pulled. Bai Shue screamed. The curse resisted, clamping down on her spiritual root with void-enhanced grip. Liang's chaos chi wrapped around the corrupted node and began absorbing it, thread by thread, layer by layer, while simultaneously shielding Bai Shue's spiritual root from the extraction damage. The node fought back. It was designed to self-destruct if removal was attempted, releasing a burst of void energy that would shatter the host's dantian. Liang felt the self-destruct mechanism engaging and made a split-second decision. He absorbed the self-destruct energy first. The void burst slammed into his chaos chi like a hammer. Pain lanced through his meridians as corrupted energy fought against his bloodline's purification process. For a terrifying second, the corruption threatened to overwhelm his defenses. Then the chaos origin stone fragments in his dantian responded. 8 fragments, resonating in unison, generated a pulse of primordial creation energy that annihilated the void corruption as thoroughly as light annihilates shadow. The anchor node dissolved. The curse web collapsed. Hundreds of corrupted tendrils throughout Bai Shue's body unraveled simultaneously, their void energy dissipating harmlessly as the anchoring structure that held them together ceased to exist. Bai Shue went limp on the table, tears streaming down her face. The cursed marks on her wrists, those dark, pulsing stains she'd carried since childhood, faded to gray, then to nothing. Her skin was clear. Her meridians were clean. Her spiritual root, freed from the parasitic burden for the first time in 15 years, pulsed with warm, healthy green light. It's gone, she whispered, staring at her unmarked wrists. It's actually gone. Liang removed his hands and sat back, exhausted. The 4-hour procedure had drained a significant portion of his reserves, and the void corruption he'd absorbed was still being processed by his dantian. He felt nauseous and lightheaded. Don't move, Bai Shue said, immediately shifting from patient to healer. She placed her hands on his arms, and healing qi, stronger and purer than he'd ever felt from her before, freed from the curse's constant drain, flowed into his body. "Let me take care of you for a change. I thought I told you not to be a burden," he murmured. "And I told you I wasn't one." She smiled through her tears. Partners take care of each other. Chapter 27. Training montage and bonding. With the imperial deadline ticking and the shadow of Mu Qianren looming, Liang structured a training regimen that pushed everyone in the fortress to their limits. Mornings belonged to sparring. Liang fought each sect daughter in turn, learning from their distinct styles, and testing his chaos chi against different combat philosophies. Lin Meixiu's sword training continued. Her precision and speed forced him to sharpen his defensive reflexes. Shen Ruoxi taught him fire element combat techniques, her aggressive, overwhelming style contrasting sharply with Lin Meixiu's surgical precision. Bai Shui, freed from her curse, proved to be a far more formidable cultivator than anyone had expected. Without the constant drain on her spiritual energy, her healing capabilities were extraordinary, and healing cultivation wasn't just about mending wounds. It was about understanding the human body at the spiritual level, which gave her insights into pressure points, energy flows, and vulnerabilities that could be exploited in combat. "A healer who understands how the body works," she told Liang during a training session, "also understands how it breaks." She demonstrated by touching a point on his forearm that temporarily paralyzed his entire arm. Liang, who'd just been about to throw a punch, stared at his useless limb in surprise. "That's terrifying," he said. "That's medicine," she corrected, smiling. Zhao Yanran's training was different. She didn't spar in the open. Poison cultivators preferred ambush and deception over direct combat. Instead, she trained Liang resistance to toxins, presenting him with increasingly potent poisons to absorb and purify using his chaos-devouring art. "The Abyssal Tide uses void corruption poisons as their primary weapon," she explained, mixing a dark liquid in a jade vial. "If you can absorb and purify their toxins in real time, you negate their greatest advantage." The poison training was agonizing. Each toxin sent waves of fire, ice, or corrosion through his meridians before the chaos-devouring art could neutralize it. But each session increased his tolerance, and within a week, poisons that would have incapacitated a foundation establishment peak cultivator barely made him flinch. Zhao Yanran observed his progress with her characteristic enigmatic smile. "Your mother had the same resistance. She was the only person I ever met who could drink the 7 Deaths brew and ask for seconds. You remember that much about her?" "I remember everything about her. She was the first person who was kind to me after the massacre." Zhao Yanran's violet eyes softened, a rare break in her mysterious exterior. She smelled like summer rain. She sang when she cooked, and she could kill a nascent soul cultivator without raising her voice. The image made Liang smile. His mother as a person, not just a sacrifice. A woman who sang and cooked and killed with equal facility. He wished he could have known her. Afternoons were for cultivation and study. Old Man Tian lectured on cultivation theory, sect politics, and ancient history. Wei Jin practiced combat formations with whoever would tolerate his enthusiasm. And Liang pushed his cultivation forward, using the spiritual vein and the chaos origin stone fragments to compress his foundation toward the threshold of core formation. Evenings were for something else entirely. Without formal arrangement, the group developed a routine of gathering in the fortress's main hall after dinner. Tea was brewed. Stories were shared. Bonds deepened. Shen Ruoxi told tales of growing up in the Crimson Phoenix sect, a world of fire and passion where emotions ran as hot as the volcanic landscape. "My first memory is my mother holding me over the heart of the phoenix to see if I'd cry. I didn't. Father said that was when he knew I'd be sect master someday." Lin Meixiu spoke rarely, but, when pressed, revealed fragments of her past. A childhood spent in the Sword Sovereign Sect's brutal training academy, where students dueled daily and weakness was punished with expulsion. "I broke my first bone at 5. My sword arm, ironically. The instructor said it, and put a blade back in my hand before the splint was dry." "That's barbaric," Wei Jin said. "That's discipline," Lin Meixiu replied. But her steel eyes held a flicker of something that suggested she wasn't entirely disagreeing. Bai Shui, lighter than ever since her curse was removed, talked about the Jade Lotus Sect's philosophy of healing cultivation. The idea that a cultivator's highest purpose was not combat, but the preservation of life. "We believe that every spiritual technique has a healing application. Even destruction techniques, if understood properly, can be reversed to restore what they've damaged." "Does that apply to all damage?" Liang asked, thinking of Old Man Tian's shattered dantian. Bai Shui met his eyes. "In theory, yes. In practice, the skill required to heal cultivation-level damage is beyond what anyone alive today can manage." She paused. "Anyone currently alive?" The implication was clear. With his bloodline's potential, Liang Chun might someday develop the ability to heal even something as severe as a shattered dantian. Old man Tian, who'd been listening, looked away quickly, but not before Liang Chun saw the flash of desperate hope in the old man's blue eyes. And Yun Qinglian sat at the edges of these gatherings, present but apart. She listened more than she spoke, and when she did speak, her words were careful, measured, as if she was constantly weighing how much of herself to reveal. Liang Chun noticed. He always noticed where she was, what she was doing, how the firelight played across her ice-pale features. It frustrated him, this awareness of her that he couldn't suppress. On the 7th evening, he found her alone on the fortress wall, staring north toward the azure cloud sect's distant peaks. "You can sit with the rest of us, you know," he said. "No one's going to bite." "I know." She didn't look at him. "I'm processing." "Processing what?" "The fact that my sect's Grand Elder is an abyssal tide agent. That my father's sect has been compromised for decades without anyone noticing. That the girl who was supposed to be the azure cloud prodigy couldn't even see the corruption under her own roof." Her voice was bitter. "Some prodigy." Liang Chun leaned against the wall beside her. "You found Feng Zhua. You planted that listening formation and gathered evidence. If you hadn't, he'd still be operating freely. I found one traitor. The bigger one is still out there. So we find him too." She finally looked at him. In the moonlight, her eyes were the palest shade of blue he'd ever seen. Ice over deep water. "Why do you keep including me, Liang Chun? My sect expelled you. My sect's elder tried to kill you. You're not your sect. I'm the sect master's daughter. I am my sect." "No." He held her gaze. "You're a woman who planted a surveillance formation in a corrupt elder's meeting room and traveled 5 days alone to warn someone she didn't know. That's who you are. The sect is just where you happen to grow up." The ice in her expression cracked. Not dramatically. Yun Qinglian was too controlled for that. But the tightness around her mouth softened, and something warmer surfaced in those frost-blue eyes. "You're very strange, Liang Chun," she said quietly. "I've been told." They stood together on the wall, watching the stars, and said nothing more. But the silence between them had changed. It was no longer the silence of strangers sharing space. It was the silence of two people who were beginning to understand each other. Chapter 28. The ice thaws. The next evening, Yun Qinglian joined the group at the fire. It was a small change. She simply sat a little closer, positioned herself between Bai Shui and Wei Jin rather than at the periphery, and accepted a cup of tea when it was offered. But the other sect daughters noticed. Shen Ruoxi raised an eyebrow. Lin Meishio's impassive expression didn't change, but her gaze flicked to Liang Chun for a fraction of a second. Zhao Yin ran, appearing from nowhere with her usual disregard for conventional entry, smiled her mysterious smile. On the 3rd day of this new arrangement, Yun Qinglian approached Liang Chun during his solo cultivation session. "Teach me," she said. Liang Chun opened one eye. "Teach you what?" "Combat coordination. The way you fight with the others, adapting your chi to complement their styles. I've watched you train with Shen Ruoxi and Lin Meishio. You adjust your elemental output to create openings for their attacks. I want to learn how to work with you like that." It was a reasonable request, delivered in Yun Qinglian's typical direct, no-nonsense manner. But beneath the practical words, Liang Chun heard something else, a desire to be part of the team, not just an observer. "Your element is ice," he said, standing. "Ice and my chaos chi could work well together. Ice restricts movement, creates barriers, controls the battlefield. If I provide the offensive pressure, you provide the tactical control." They practiced for 3 hours. The first hour was rough. Their fighting styles had never been calibrated to each other, and Yun Qinglian's ice techniques were powerful but rigid, trained into her by Azure Cloud instructors who valued precision over flexibility. "You're too structured," Liang Chun told her after their 3rd failed coordination attempt. "You're trying to place every ice formation exactly where your training says it should go. Stop thinking about the ideal position and start reacting to where the fight actually is." "I am reacting. You're executing pre-planned responses. That's not the same thing." He circled her, and she tracked him with her ice chi. "Your ice is beautiful and powerful, but it's predictable. Every formation you use is textbook Azure Cloud. When you fight me, I know exactly where your ice will appear because I studied the same textbook." Her jaw tightened. "Then what do you suggest?" "Improvise. Feel the flow of the battle and let your ice respond to it naturally, instead of forcing it into prescribed shapes. That's not how ice cultivation works. It's not how Azure Cloud ice cultivation works. But the ice doesn't care about sect doctrine. It's elemental force. It'll take whatever shape you give it." The argument, because it was an argument, bristling with the particular energy of two stubborn people who both thought they were right, continued through the 2nd hour. They sparred while debating, trading ice strikes and chaos chi pulses alongside verbal jabs. In the third hour, something shifted. Liang launched a combination attack, fire and wind, designed to melt and scatter ice formations simultaneously. It was the kind of multi-element assault that had overwhelmed every opponent he'd faced so far. Qinglian didn't fall back on her textbook responses. Instead, she did something she'd never done before. She improvised. Her ice chi surged outward in an amorphous wave. No structure, no formation, just raw elemental force that froze Liang Qin's fire technique mid-flight and captured the wind chi in a lattice of flash-frozen air. The technique was rough, unrefined, and consumed twice as much spiritual energy as a proper formation would have. But it worked. And the expression on Qinglian's face, surprise, delight, and a fierce pride she couldn't quite hide, was the most genuine emotion Liang Qin had ever seen her display. "I did it," she breathed. "You did it." They stared at each other, both breathing hard, the space between them charged with something that had nothing to do with spiritual energy. Qinglian's ice-pale cheeks had flushed the faintest shade of pink. "Same time tomorrow?" Liang Qin asked. "Same time tomorrow," she agreed. The daily training sessions became their routine. As Qinglian loosened the rigid constraints of her Azure Cloud training, her ice cultivation evolved into something new, fluid, adaptive, responsive. Her techniques became unpredictable, her timing improved, and her combat effectiveness when paired with Liang Qin doubled, then tripled. But the training sessions were also something more than training. They were conversations conducted in the language of combat, two people learning each other's rhythms, instincts, and boundaries through the intimate medium of shared struggle. Every time their chi fields overlapped, Liang Qin caught flickers of Qinglian's emotional state, her determination, her self-doubt, her growing warmth toward him that she couldn't entirely suppress. And she caught flickers of his. He knew, because sometimes after a particularly intense exchange, she'd look at him with those ice-blue eyes and he'd see the recognition in them, the knowledge that his feelings were shifting, deepening, becoming something he couldn't control. Neither of them spoke about it. They didn't need to. The ice was thawing, and they both knew it. On the 10th evening after the session where she'd first improvised, Qinglian found Liang Qin alone on the fortress wall. Their wall, as it had somehow become. "I owe you an apology," she said. "For what?" "For 6 years of not seeing you." She stood beside him, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. "You were in my sect for 6 years, and I never once looked past the crippled outer disciple label. I never questioned it. I never wondered if there was more to your story. You had no reason to wonder. Fang Zhuo made sure of that. That's an excuse. A good cultivator questions everything. I should have, Qinglian." It was the first time he'd used her given name, and the effect was electric. She stiffened, and then slowly, deliberately, relaxed. "You were 16 when I was expelled. A teenager in a political sect with a corrupt elder manipulating the system. You didn't fail me. The system failed me. And you're here now, which is more than anyone else from Azure Cloud can say." She was quiet for a long time. The stars wheeled overhead, and the mountain wind carried the scent of pine and cold stone. "My father always said that a cultivator's greatest strength is their heart," she said softly. "Their ability to feel, to connect, to care. He said that cold cultivation leads to cold power, and cold power eventually consumes itself." She looked at him. "I've been cold my whole life, Liang Qin. It's not just my element. It's how I was taught to be, controlled, composed, untouchable. But since I met you..." She paused. "Since I met you, the cold doesn't feel like strength anymore. It feels like a cage." Liang Qin turned to face her fully. The moonlight caught the ice crystals forming unconsciously around her hands, a sign of emotional intensity that she normally suppressed with iron control. "Then break the cage," he said. She held his gaze for 3 heartbeats. Then she reached out and took his hand. Her fingers were cool, almost cold, but the grip was warm. They stood on the wall, hand in hand, and watched the stars. And for the first time since his mother died, Liang Qin felt something that had nothing to do with power or survival or revenge. He felt hope. Chapter 29, Core Formation Breakthrough. The breakthrough came on a night of thunderstorms. Liang Qin had been on the edge of core formation for 3 days, his foundation establishment peak cultivation compressed to its absolute limit, his dantian a diamond-dense sphere of prismatic energy screaming for release. The barrier between foundation establishment and core formation was not a wall, it was a transformation. To form a golden core was to fundamentally alter the architecture of one's cultivation, crystallizing fluid spiritual energy into a solid, permanent structure that would serve as the foundation for everything that followed. The storms that raged over Thunder Peak that night provided the catalyst. Lightning's spiritual energy, the rarest and most volatile of all elemental types, rained down from the clouds, and Liang Chen's chaos-devouring art drank it in. Each bolt that struck the fortress's lightning rods sent a pulse of energy through the formation arrays and into the cultivation chamber where Liang Chen sat. His energy readings are off the charts. Old Man Tian reported to the anxious group gathered in the main hall above. The breakthrough is imminent. Whatever happens, do not interrupt the process. What might happen? Wei Jin asked nervously. With a primordial chaos cultivator forming their core? Literally anything. Below, in the deepest chamber, Liang Chun pushed through the barrier. The sensation was unlike any previous breakthrough. Foundation establishment had been quantitative, more energy, more capacity, more speed. Core formation was qualitative. His dantian collapsed inward, spiritual energy compressing under unimaginable pressure, the prismatic platform at the center of his cultivation folding in on itself like an origami star. Pain blazed through every meridian simultaneously. His body convulsed, his back arching off the stone floor. The compression continued, density doubling, quadrupling, increasing by orders of magnitude as the foundation establishment platform was crushed into its new form. And then, at the point of maximum compression, it crystallized. The golden core formed. Except it wasn't golden. Normal cultivators formed cores that were various shades of gold. Pale gold for standard quality, deep gold for exceptional quality, and brilliant gold for heaven-grade quality. Liang Chen's core was none of these. It was prismatic. A sphere of crystallized chaos energy the size of a fist, rotating slowly in his dantian, its surface a kaleidoscope of every color in existence. Threads of fire, water, earth, metal, wood, lightning, ice, wind, light, and shadow wove through its structure in a pattern of impossible complexity. Every element represented, every affinity present, all in dynamic, shifting balance. Old Man Tian, monitoring from above, went pale. Then he went still. Then he sat down very slowly and put his head in his hands. What is it? Shen Ruoxi demanded. A chaos primal core, the old man whispered. The legendary formation described in the oldest texts of the cultivation world. It hasn't appeared since the first primordial chaos sovereign, 100,000 years ago. Is that good? Good. Old Man Tian looked up, and his eyes were wet. A chaos primal core can absorb, refine, and project any type of spiritual energy with perfect efficiency. It grows stronger with every element it encounters. It has no ceiling, no limitation, no weakness. He laughed, a sound that was half wonder, half hysteria. It's not good. It's unprecedented. Above the fortress, the breakthrough phenomena erupted through the containment formations like water through a paper dam. A pillar of prismatic light shot into the storm clouds, scattering the lightning into rainbow fractals that painted the sky from horizon to horizon. The resulting aurora was visible for 300 miles in every direction. In the Crimson Phoenix sect, Sect Master Shen Wuya watched the distant light show and whispered, "What have you become, boy?" In the Sword Sovereign sect, the Grand Sword Master felt the disturbance and raised an eyebrow. In the Heavenly Dragon Empire's capital, Prince Duan Wuji's detection specialists reported the phenomenon, and the prince's expression went from haughty to worried in the space of a breath. And in a dark place, far beneath the earth, the Void Sovereign's tendrils of awareness detected the Chaos Primal Core's formation and, for the first time in 10,000 years, felt something it hadn't expected: fear. Chapter 30. Prince Duan Wuji's envoy. The envoy arrived 5 days after Liang Chen's core formation breakthrough, descending from the sky on a gilded flying boat that radiated imperial authority. The boat was 40 feet long, carved from spiritual gold wood, with dragon figureheads at bow and stern and the imperial banner, a coiling golden dragon on a field of crimson, snapping in the wind. Its arrival at Thunder Peak was as subtle as a trumpet blast. Liang Chun watched from the fortress's main gate as the boat settled onto the landing platform. A ramp extended, and figures emerged, 20 soldiers in imperial armor, their cultivation auras uniformly at core formation. Behind them, for cultivators in more elaborate armor, core formation peak, by the feel of it. And behind them, the final figure was a man of middle years with a severe face and an aura that made the air vibrate. Nascent soul realm. Not early or mid, late nascent soul, same as the dead elder Fang Strikes. He wore the black and gold robes of an imperial enforcer, and his spiritual pressure settled over the fortress like a lead blanket. "I am Commander Zhong of the Imperial Enforcement Division," the man announced, his voice carrying the flat authority of someone accustomed to obedience. "I carry the will of Prince Duan Wuji, third prince of the Heavenly Dragon Empire." Liang Chun is commanded to present himself for escort to the capital. Liang Chun walked through the main gate and stopped 10 paces from Commander Zhong. He was acutely aware of the power gap. Nascent soul to core formation early stage was a significant advantage for the commander. But the gap wasn't what it had been. At core formation, with his chaos primal core, Liang Chen's actual combat power was difficult to calculate, possibly higher than his nominal realm suggested. The original decree gave 30 days, Liang Chen said. It's been 12. The deadline hasn't passed. The prince has revised the timeline. Your recent breakthrough, Commander Zhong's eyes narrowed, drew the attention of the imperial court. The spiritual assessment has been accelerated. And if I decline? Commander Zhong's hand went to the sword at his hip. The 20 core formation soldiers shifted into combat formation behind him. The 4 peaked cultivators flanked their commander, ready. Then I have authorization to take you by force. The sect daughters appeared. They didn't rush or scramble. They materialized at the gate with the precision of cultivators who'd rehearsed exactly this scenario. Lin Meishio stood at Liang Chen's right shoulder, her flying sword hovering at readiness. Shen Ruoxi took his left, fire chi radiating from her body in visible waves. Bai Shui stood behind, her healing aura extending to cover the entire group. Yun Qinglian flanked the formation, ice forming in the air around her. And Zhao Yanran. Zhao Yanran was nowhere to be seen, which was exactly where she was most dangerous. Wei Jin stood with them, his chi condensation cultivation hopelessly outmatched, but his stance unwavering. That would be inadvisable, Lin Meishio said, her steel-gray eyes fixed on Commander Zhong. The Sword Sovereign sect has placed this individual under its protection. Attacking him is an act of aggression against our sect, as it is against the Crimson Phoenix sect, Shen Ruoxi added. And the Jade Lotus sect, Bai Shui said. And the Azure Cloud sect, Yun Qinglian finished. Commander Zhong's expression didn't change, but Liang Chun caught the subtle shift in his posture, the realization that this was not a simple retrieval mission. For major sect's daughters, each representing their sect's authority, attacking Liang Chun meant attacking all 4 sects simultaneously. Commander, Liang Chun said, I have no quarrel with the Empire. I have no interest in being the Empire's enemy. But I will not submit to forced evaluation, conscription, or imprisonment. If the prince wishes to discuss an alliance or partnership, I'm open to negotiation. On equal terms. Not at sword point. The Empire does not negotiate with whom? A sectless cultivator? A boy barely past foundation establishment. Liang Chun let his chaos primal core's aura pulse. Just once. Just enough for Commander Zhong to feel the depth of power behind his newly formed core. The commander's eyes widened fractionally. Times are changing, Commander. The Imperial Court can either change with them or be left behind. Commander Zhong was a professional soldier, not a politician. He could feel the weight of the forces arrayed against him, and he was smart enough to recognize a losing tactical position. 20 core formation soldiers against 4 sect daughters, a core formation chaos cultivator, and whatever other defenses the fortress contained. The math didn't work. I will relay your counteroffer to the prince, he said stiffly. But understand this, Liang Chun. Prince Duan Wuji does not forgive defiance. This will escalate. Then it escalates. But it won't be me who starts the escalation. Commander Zhong held his gaze for a long, charged moment. Then he turned on his heel, barked orders to his soldiers, and marched back to the flying boat. Within minutes, the vessel was airborne, banking south toward the imperial capital. Liang Chen watched it go, then let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. That went well, Wei Jin said from behind him. That went terribly, Liang Chen corrected. The prince will take this as a personal insult. He'll escalate, probably with someone stronger than a single nascent soul commander. Then we need to be ready, Lin Meishio said, sheathing her sword with a decisive click. We need allies, Old Man Tian corrected from the gate. The fortress is strong, but it can't withstand the full might of the Heavenly Dragon Empire alone. You need sect backing, formal, public, undeniable backing that makes the political cost of attacking you higher than the prince can afford. Liang Chun looked at the 4 sect daughters. Each of them met his gaze with steady determination. I'll contact my father, Shen Ruoxi said. The Crimson Phoenix sect will publicly declare its support, as will the Sword Sovereign sect, Lin Meishio added. Once I explain the situation to the Grand Sword Master. And the Jade Lotus sect, Bai Shui said. Our sect may focus on healing, but our political influence is considerable. Yun Qinglian nodded. My father is already investigating Mu Qianren. Azure Cloud's support for you is implicit. I'll make it explicit. For Section's 4 daughters who'd arrived as recruiters and stayed as allies. The dynamics of the cultivation world were shifting, and Liang Chun stood at the pivot point. Thank you, he said. All of you. Don't thank us yet, Shen Ruoxi said with a grim smile. This is the easy part. Chapter 31. Defying the Empire. Liang Qin's refusal of the imperial summons sent shockwaves through the cultivation world. News traveled fast in a society of spiritual cultivators. Communication jade slips, messenger birds, and sect intelligence networks ensured that within days, every major power on the continent knew that an upstart core formation cultivator had defied an imperial decree and sent the prince's envoy home empty-handed. Reactions were mixed. The boy has either the biggest stones or the smallest brain on the continent, said the Heavenly Dragon Empire's Minister of War, briefing the Emperor's court. He's backed by 4 sect daughters, which complicates direct military action, but he embarrassed my son, said a voice from the throne. Emperor Duan's face was hidden behind the traditional veil of state, but his voice carried the weight of a man who'd ruled an empire for 40 years. That alone warrants a response. With respect, Majesty, the boy embarrassed the prince because the prince overstepped. The original decree lacked your seal. The revised timeline lacked even the prince's authority. It was issued by Commander Zheng's personal initiative. My son's initiative. His failure. Precisely. The boy's refusal exposed the prince's unauthorized action. If we escalate, we legitimize the prince's overreach. If we negotiate, we appear reasonable while the prince appears rash. The emperor was quiet for a long time. Then, summon my son. We'll discuss his unauthorized use of imperial authority and send a diplomatic envoy, a real one, to this Liang Qin. I want to know what the boy wants, not what my son thinks he should want. At Thunder Peak Fortress, Liang Qin was dealing with the consequences of his defiance in a more immediate way. Attention. Cultivators came in droves. Some were scouts from minor sects, sent to evaluate the threat or opportunity. Others were independent cultivators drawn by the fame, or notoriety, of a boy who'd survived an immortal ascension tribulation, been expelled from a major sect, killed a nascent soul elder, and defied the Heavenly Dragon Empire, all within the span of a month. Most were turned away at the fortress gates by Lin Meishio's extremely effective greeting technique, which involved standing at the gate with her sword drawn and her sword's sovereign killing intent radiating outward at full power. Few visitors had the nerve to approach a second time, but some visitors were welcome. Representatives from the 4 allied sects arrived in waves, bringing resources, intelligence, and, most valuably, formal declarations of support. Shen Wuya, the Crimson Phoenix sect master, sent a jade scroll bearing the sect's official seal. The Crimson Phoenix sect recognizes Liang Qin as a valued ally and extends its full diplomatic protection to his person and his household. The Sword Sovereign sect's Grand Sword Master sent a shorter message, delivered by Lin Meishio's older martial brother. Interesting student. Don't break him. The Jade Lotus sect's Holy Mother, the sect's spiritual leader, sent by Shui a new set of healing artifacts and a personal message. The girl he healed would have died. The sect remembers its debts. And Sect Master Yun Changqing sent Yun Qinglian an intelligence report on the Azure Cloud sect's investigation into Mu Qianren, which Liang Qin read with clenched fists and rising fury. Mu Qianren has been siphoning sect resources for 30 years, he summarized for the group. Spiritual stones, cultivation pills, formation materials, all diverted to unknown recipients through a network of shell organizations. The estimated total value is in the millions of spirit stones. Funneled to the abyssal tide, Zhao Yanran said from her corner. I've traced some of the shell organizations through my own network. They lead to known abyssal tide fronts. There's more, Yun Qinglian said quietly. My father's investigators found a sealed room in Mu Qianren's private quarters. It contained artifacts, dark artifacts, ritual implements associated with void sovereign worship, and communications, coded but partially deciphered, referencing something called the Awakening. The Void Sovereign's Awakening, Liang Qin said. The room went silent. The seal is failing, Old Man Tian confirmed, his expression haunted. I felt the tremors in the spiritual fabric of the world, subtle but growing. The Void Sovereign's prison is weakening. The abyssal tide has been working toward this for centuries, weakening the seal, eliminating the primordial chaos clan who maintained it, infiltrating the sects that might oppose them. How long do we have? Lin Meishio asked. Months. Maybe a year. Maybe less. The old man looked at Liang Qin. The original seal was created by the primordial chaos clan using the complete chaos origin stone. To reinforce or recreate the seal, you'd need the full stone and a cultivation level approaching the primordial sovereign realm. I have 8 of 13 fragments. My cultivation is at core formation early stage. Liang Qin's voice was steady despite the gravity. That's a gap we need to close. Fast. Then stop talking and start cultivating, Lin Meishio said. For once, everyone agreed with the sword cultivator's philosophy. Chapter 32. The secret of Zhao Yanran. 3 nights after the Allied sect declarations arrived, Zhao Yanran appeared in Liang Chen's private quarters. This time, he was expecting her. He'd grown accustomed to her habit of appearing unannounced. It seemed to be how the Thousand Poisons sect trained their operatives to communicate. Direct approach through the front door was considered gauche. You said you had more to tell me, he said, setting aside the cultivation manual he'd been studying. About my mother. Zhao Yanran sat across from him, her violet eyes luminous in the lamplight. For once, her enigmatic smile was absent. Her expression was serious, almost solemn. I told you that your mother saved me during the massacre, she began. That's true, but I didn't tell you everything about why. She reached into her robes and drew out a jade token, small, circular, engraved with a symbol Liang Chun had seen before. It was the same symbol that appeared on the Chaos Origin stone fragments in his dantian, a circle containing a spiral of intertwined colors, the emblem of the primordial Chaos clan. I'm not just someone your mother saved, Zhao Yanran said. I'm a member of the clan. Liang Chun stared at the token. The clan was destroyed. The clan settlement was destroyed. The clan itself. Zhao Yanran turned the token over. On the reverse was a list of names, each one tiny, each one a person. The primordial Chaos clan had members scattered across the continent. Agents, scouts, sleepers, placed in other sects and organizations as intelligence assets. When the massacre happened, the settlement was destroyed, but the scattered members survived. How many? Originally, several hundred. But the Abyssal Tide hunted them systematically over the past 20 years. They used the destruction of the settlement to identify the network. Member roles were captured in the raid. Most of the scattered members were found and killed. Most. Zhao Yanran's expression was grim. As far as I know, I'm the last one. Aside from you. The revelation hit Liang Chun like a physical blow. He'd known intellectually that his clan was destroyed, but he'd assumed he was the only survivor. Learning that Zhao Yanran, this mysterious, playful, dangerous woman, was kin, it changed something fundamental in his understanding of his situation. You carry the bloodline? He asked. No, I was an adopted member. My parents were clan agents without bloodline heritage. The primordial Chaos clan accepted non-bloodline members as full clan members. The bloodline was rare even within the clan. Only the main family line carried it. She looked at him. Your mother was the main line's princess. You're the last true bloodline carrier. But you're still clan. I'm still clan. Her voice cracked, just barely. I've been alone for 15 years, Liang Chun. Carrying the clan token, keeping the clan's secrets, waiting for a sign that the bloodline survived. When you triggered that tribulation, it was the first time in 15 years I felt the clan's spiritual signature. She pressed the jade token into his palm. This is yours. The clan leader's token. It contains records, techniques, and the locations of clan caches hidden across the continent before the massacre. Weapons, resources, and... She paused. And the locations of the remaining 5 Chaos Origin stone fragments. Liang Chen's fingers closed around the token. You know where the other fragments are? The clan kept meticulous records. 5 fragments were hidden in 5 locations, each one protected by primordial chaos formations that only a bloodline carrier can bypass. She met his eyes. But the caches have been sealed for 20 years. The Abyssal Tide has been searching for them. Some may already be compromised. We'll deal with that when we get there. Liang Chen looked at the token, at the list of names on its reverse. These names, are they the fallen members? Every one of them. 347 people who died in the massacre or were hunted down afterward. Her voice was barely a whisper. I memorized every name. It's the least I can do. Liang Chun read the names in silence. Men, women, children. Families destroyed because they'd been part of a clan whose only crime was possessing a bloodline that could seal an ancient evil. We'll rebuild, he said. The words surprised him as they left his mouth, but they felt right. Not now, not soon, but someday. The primordial Chaos clan will exist again. Zhao Yanran stared at him. Then, slowly, her composure dissolved. The mysterious smile, the playful detachment, the careful control, all of it fell away, revealing a young woman who'd carried an impossible burden alone for half her life and was finally being told she didn't have to carry it anymore. She didn't cry. She was too disciplined for that. But her violet eyes glistened, and when she spoke, her voice held a tremor that hadn't been there before. I've been waiting 15 years to hear someone say that, she whispered. Your mother would be so proud. Stay, Liang Chen said. Not as an observer or a shadow. As clan. As family. Zhao Yanran held his gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded, a small, precise movement that carried the weight of everything she couldn't say. As clan, she agreed. As family. Chapter 33, Core Formation Mid-Stage. The discovery of the remaining Chaos Origin Stone fragment locations changed the strategic calculus. Instead of defensively waiting for threats to come to them, Liang Chen's group now had objectives. 5 locations across the continent, each containing a fragment that would bring him closer to the complete stone and the power needed to reinforce the Void Sovereign's seal. But first, he needed to be stronger. Core Formation early stage wasn't enough for the challenges ahead. Old Man Tian led Liang Chen to a location 3 days' travel from Thunder Peak, an ancient battlefield from a sect war that had occurred 800 years ago. The site was a blasted plain where the residual spiritual energy of thousands of fallen cultivators still lingered, saturating the earth with dense, chaotic combat chi. This is a slaughter field, Old Man Tian explained as they approached the plain. The spiritual energy here is not natural. It's the accumulated remnants of combat techniques, dying cultivators' final attacks, and the emotional energy of battle. Normal cultivators avoid these places because the energy is aggressive and disruptive. But the chaos-devouring art can absorb it, yes. More importantly, the combat chi carries fragments of the techniques used by the fallen cultivators. When you absorb it, you don't just get energy, you get echoes of their combat experience. Their reflexes, their instincts, their tactical thinking. Liang Chen sat at the center of the slaughter field and opened his meridians. The energy that flooded into him was nothing like ambient elemental chi. It was sharp, aggressive, tinged with the emotions of dying warriors. Rage, desperation, determination, fear. Each breath pulled in a lifetime of combat experience distilled into pure spiritual energy. His Dantian processed it, his chaos primal core spinning faster as it integrated the foreign energy. The experiences hit him in waves. He lived 100 battles in the space of an hour, sword clashes, formation warfare, siege combat, duel to the death. He felt the panic of a cultivator cornered by 3 opponents, the cold focus of an assassin striking from ambush, the desperate courage of a soldier holding a wall against overwhelming odds. It was overwhelming. His mind strained under the weight of so many foreign memories. The temptation to surrender to the flood was enormous, to let the experiences wash through him without resistance, absorbing everything at once. But Old Man Tian's training held. Selective absorption. Control. He filtered the experiences, taking the useful, combat instincts, tactical patterns, technique fragments, and releasing the rest. The emotional residue bled away, leaving clean, refined combat knowledge. After 6 hours, Liang Chen emerged from meditation with the combat experience of a veteran who'd fought hundreds of battles. His technique repertoire had expanded enormously. Fragments of sword styles, palm techniques, formation patterns, and movement arts swirled in his mind, ready to be integrated into his own fighting style. And his cultivation had surged forward. The sheer volume of spiritual energy in the slaughter field, combined with his absorption rate and the Chaos Origin Stone fragments amplification, pushed him through core formation early stage and directly into mid-stage. The breakthrough was violent. His Chaos Primal Core expanded, its prismatic surface gaining new depth as layers of combat-refined chi crystallized around its center. The phenomenon was contained, mostly, by Old Man Tian's pre-placed suppression formations, but a ring of prismatic light still escaped skyward, painting the clouds for 100 miles. Core formation mid-stage, Old Man Tian said, studying Liang Chen with his perception. In less than 2 months since your bloodline awakened. The historical records suggest it took the first primordial chaos sovereign 20 years to reach core formation. The first sovereign didn't have 8 chaos origin stone fragments and a continent's worth of enemies breathing down his neck. Fair point. The old man paused. How do you feel? Liang Chen flexed his hands. The combat knowledge from the slaughter field had settled into his body like muscle memory, not foreign, not intrusive, but integrated. He could feel the difference in how he moved, how he processed spatial information, how his chi responded to combat stimuli. Dangerous, he said. Good. Now stop absorbing dead warriors' memories before your personality starts drifting. Old Man Tian's blue eyes were serious. The chaos-devouring art's greatest danger isn't physical, it's psychological. Every technique you absorb, every memory fragment you integrate, changes you. At the first layer, the changes are minor. At higher layers, they can be profound. You need to maintain a strong sense of self, or the absorbed personalities will erode your identity. I feel like myself. You feel like yourself with 100 warriors' instincts overlaid on your own. Right now, the overlay is thin. As you continue absorbing, He shook his head. Just be careful. The chaos-devouring art devours chaos. Make sure it doesn't devour you. The warning stayed with Liang Chun as they returned to Thunder Peak. He cataloged the absorbed combat memories, organized them into useful categories, and built mental walls around the ones that carried strong emotional residue. The warrior who'd died screaming for his children. The woman who'd fought until her sword arm was severed and then fought with her other hand. The young soldier who'd died smiling, at peace with his end. Their stories were not his. Their pain was not his. But their knowledge was useful, and their courage was inspiring, and Liang Chun honored them by making their sacrifices count. Chapter 34. Romantic tension. The cave-in was completely accidental. Liang Chun and Yun Qinglian had been exploring a newly discovered underground passage beneath Thunder Peak Fortress, part of the original military complex that Old Man Tian hadn't mapped during the initial restoration. The passage led deep into the mountain, following the natural spiritual vein toward its source. They were 100 meters underground when the earthquake hit. It wasn't a natural earthquake. The spiritual fabric of the world had been destabilized by the Void Sovereign's growing influence, and the resulting tremors occasionally manifested physically. This one was mild by the standards of spiritual disturbances, barely a 3 on the Richter scale. But 100 meters underground, in an unmaintained passage, barely a 3 was enough. The ceiling cracked. Stone fell. Liang Chun grabbed Yun Qinglian and shielded her with his body, earth chi hardening his skin as rubble rained down. The collapse lasted 8 seconds. 8 seconds of crashing stone, choking dust, and the terrible grinding sound of a mountain shifting. When it stopped, they were in darkness. The passage behind them was buried under 10 feet of rubble. The passage ahead was intact, but led deeper, not toward the surface. Are you hurt? Liang Chen asked, still wrapped around Yun Qinglian. No. Her voice was muffled against his chest. You can let go now. He let go. In the absolute darkness, he conjured a small flame in his palm. Fire chi, a technique he'd refined during his visit to the Crimson Phoenix sect. The orange light illuminated a narrow space, 7 feet of clear passage between 2 walls of collapsed stone. Yun Qinglian examined the cave-in with her spiritual sense. The rubble is too deep to clear quickly. We could blast through, but it might trigger more collapses. Same problem from the other direction. If we go deeper, we might find another route up. Liang Chun checked his spiritual reserves. I have enough chi for several hours. You. Similar. She paused. It's getting cold. She was right. Without the warming formations of the fortress above, the underground temperature was dropping rapidly. They were deep enough that the natural spiritual veins' heat should have warmed the stone, but something was wrong. The veins' energy felt suppressed, almost dormant, as if something was interfering with it. There's a formation ahead, Liang Chun said, extending his spiritual sense deeper into the passage. A cold formation, old, probably part of the original military complex's environmental control system. It's still active, and it's cooling this entire section. Can you deactivate it? Not without getting to its control node, which is deeper in the passage. They had 2 choices: wait for rescue, which could take hours if the cave-in wasn't detected, or push deeper into the passage to find the cold formation's control node, deactivate it, and potentially find an alternate route up. Deeper, they said simultaneously, and shared a look that might have been a smile in the dim firelight. They walked for 20 minutes, the temperature dropping with each step. By the time they reached the cold formation's source, a crystal array embedded in the passage wall, still powered by the spiritual vein after centuries, their breath was visible, and ice had begun forming on the stone. Yun Qinglian was actually comfortable. Her ice affinity made cold temperatures her natural environment. But Liang Chun, despite his multi-element adaptability, was not ice specialized. His fire chi compensated, but maintaining a warming field while also providing light was draining. I'll deactivate the formation, Yun Qinglian said, placing her hands on the crystal array. Give me a few minutes. While she worked, Liang Chun explored the area. Beyond the formation array, the passage opened into a small natural cavern, a bubble in the rock, maybe 20 feet across, with smooth walls and a sandy floor. A thin stream of water trickled from one wall, forming a small pool. It would serve as a resting place while they figured out their exit. The cold formation proved resistant to deactivation. Its power source was the spiritual vein itself, and Yun Qinglian couldn't fully sever the connection without potentially damaging the vein. She managed to reduce its output to a bearable level, but the cavern remained significantly colder than the surface. We should rest, Yun Qinglian said, entering the cavern. Conserve our chi for the climb out. If we follow the passage deeper, it should eventually connect to the main cave system. They sat against the cavern wall, wrapped in chi-warming fields that overlapped at the edges. The proximity was necessary. Combining their warming fields was more efficient than maintaining separate ones, but it put them closer together than either was accustomed to. The silence that followed was not uncomfortable, but it was charged. "You've changed," Yin Qinglian said after a while. "In what way?" "When I first met you, at the gorge, after Fang's first attack, you were angry. Controlled, but angry. The kind of anger that burns cold and doesn't go out." She looked at him sideways. "It's different now. The anger is still there, but it's not the main thing anymore." "What's the main thing?" She considered. "Purpose. Direction. Something that goes beyond revenge. Finding out about my clan, the seal, the Void Sovereign, it changed my perspective. The anger at Fangzhua, at the sect, at 6 years of being called worthless, it's still there. But it's small compared to what's actually at stake. The Void Sovereign. The world. Everything. If the seal breaks." He shook his head. "Personal grudges don't matter much when the alternative is the end of civilization." Yin Qinglian was quiet. Then, very softly, "And me? Where do I fit in your perspective?" The question caught him off guard. He turned to look at her. Really look at her, in the dim light of his fire chi. Her ice-pale skin, her frost-blue eyes, the black hair that fell past her shoulders like a dark waterfall. The vulnerability in her expression that she was allowing him, and only him, to see. "You're the one I think about when I'm not thinking about the end of the world," he said. It was perhaps the most honest thing he'd ever said. And the most terrifying, because honesty made you vulnerable, and vulnerability was something 6 years of survival training had taught him to avoid at all costs. Yin Qinglian's frost-blue eyes widened. Then they softened. Then she leaned her head against his shoulder, a gesture so simple and so vulnerable that it undid 6 years of carefully maintained emotional armor in one breath. "Good," she whispered. "Because you're the one I think about, too." They sat in the cold cavern, shoulder to shoulder, warming each other with chi and presence, and the quiet admission that something between them had grown too large to ignore. When the rescue party found them 3 hours later, Wei Jin leading, having noticed the cave-in from the fortress's monitoring systems, they were asleep. Yun Qinglian's head on Liang Chen's shoulder, his head resting against hers. Their warming fields merged into a single cocoon of shared chi. Wei Jin took one look, turned to the others, and made a cutting gesture across his throat that clearly meant nobody say a word. Nobody did. Chapter 35. The prodigy appears. He arrived on a beam of golden light that split the clouds like a blade, touching down on Thunder Peak's landing platform with the casual precision of someone who'd been making dramatic entrances since childhood. Xiao Tianming was 21 years old, tall and lean, with features so perfectly symmetrical they seemed sculpted rather than born. His hair was white gold, worn long and loose, framing a face of aristocratic beauty. His eyes were the color of molten amber, and they surveyed Thunder Peak Fortress with the casual contempt of someone who found everything below his standard, which was everything. His cultivation aura was staggering. Core formation peak, the very edge of nascent soul, radiated from him in waves of golden light that made the air hum. He wore white robes embroidered with golden clouds, and at his waist hung a jade token bearing the symbol of the Heavenly Celestial Academy, the continent's most prestigious cultivation institution. "So this is where the famous Liang Chun is hiding," Xiao Tianming said, his voice carrying the rich tones of someone trained in public speaking. "I expected something more." Liang Chun emerged from the main gate, flanked by Wei Jin and Lin Meixiu. He'd been warned of the approach. The fortress's detection arrays had spotted the incoming signature 20 minutes ago, and he'd dressed for the occasion. Which meant he wore the same plain robes he always wore, because dressing up for an uninvited guest wasn't his style. "Xiao Tianming," Old Man Tian murmured from behind. So-called #1 genius of the younger generation. Scion of the Xiao family, one of the continent's great cultivation clans. Entered the Heavenly Celestial Academy at 12, reached core formation at 17. He's been the benchmark for young cultivators for 4 years. Until now, Shen Ruoxi added with a sharp smile. Xiao Tianming descended from the platform and walked toward Liang Chun with the unhurried stride of someone who owned every space he entered. His amber eyes raked over Liang Chen's plain robes, his unremarkable appearance, his core formation mid-stage aura. "You're smaller than I expected," Xiao Tianming said. "You're ruder than I expected." "And I expected rude." Xiao Tianming's perfect eyebrows rose. Behind him, his 2 attendants, core formation cultivators in academy robes, shifted uncomfortably. "The cultivation world is buzzing with your name," Xiao Tianming continued, circling Liang Chun like a predator assessing prey. "Survived an impossible tribulation. Killed a nascent soul elder. Defied the empire. formed a chaos primal core. He stopped directly in front of Liang Chun, close enough that their auras pressed against each other. They're calling you the new #1 genius. I don't care about rankings. I do. Xiao Tianming's amber eyes hardened. I've been the #1 genius since I was 17. I earned that title through 4 years of breaking records, defeating challengers, and achieving what no one else could. And now some expelled outer disciple with a convenient bloodline thinks he can take it from me. I'm not trying to take anything from you. Your existence takes it from me. The warmth was gone from Xiao Tianming's voice, replaced by something cold and sharp. Every sect daughter who used to pursue me is now camped at your fortress. Every elder who used to praise my talent now whispers your name instead. You've been cultivating for what? 2 months? And you're already at core formation mid-stage, closing in on my level. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper that only Liang Chen could hear. I will not be second to a waste who spent 6 years scrubbing floors. Liang Chen met Xiao Tianming's amber gaze. There was something behind the arrogance, something damaged. Not evil, not yet, but wounded. The insecurity of someone whose entire identity was built on being the best, now facing the possibility that someone was better. You're welcome to challenge me, Liang Chen said calmly. But not today. I have more important things to deal with. More important than proving who's the true genius of our generation. A sealed ancient evil threatening to destroy the world. A dark sect conspiracy that's been undermining the cultivation world for decades. And an imperial prince who wants to put me in chains. So yes, more important. Xiao Tianming stared at him. Then he laughed. A sound that was perfectly modulated, perfectly controlled, and perfectly contemptuous. Keep your delusions of grandeur, Liang Chen. We'll settle this at the Myriad Sects tournament. I trust you've heard of it. Liang Chen had. Old man Tian had mentioned it, a once-in-50 years tournament that gathered the continent's greatest young cultivators. Winning granted a wish from the tournament's ancient guardian formation. I'll be there, Xiao Tianming said, turning to leave. And I'll destroy you. Publicly. Completely. In front of the entire cultivation world. He paused at the platform. Oh, and a word of advice. Those sect daughters following you around, they're not here because they like you. They're here because you're useful. The moment someone more useful comes along, they'll be gone. He vanished in a beam of golden light, leaving behind only the lingering pressure of his aura and the echo of his contempt. Liang Chen stood at the gate for a long moment, processing the encounter. Then he turned to the group. We're entering the Myriad Sects tournament, he said. All of us? Wei Jin asked. All of us. Chapter 36. Clash of Geniuses. The next encounter with Xiao Tianming came sooner than expected. 2 weeks after his dramatic visit to Thunder Peak, Liang Chen's group was traveling to a remote market town to acquire rare cultivation resources when they detected a familiar golden signature approaching from the northeast. Xiao Tianming appeared overhead, descending on his golden light to intercept them on the road. He was alone this time. No attendants, no entourage. Just a supremely talented cultivator burning to prove his superiority. I said we'd settle this at the tournament, Liang Chen said. I changed my mind. I can't wait that long. Xiao Tianming's amber eyes were bright with competitive fire. One exchange. Right here. No stakes, no judges. Just 2 cultivators testing each other. That's a terrible idea, Old Man Tian said. I accept, Liang Chen said. That's a worse idea, Old Man Tian muttered. They squared off on the road, the sect daughters and Wei Jin retreating to a safe distance. Shen Ruoxi looked excited. Lin Meishio looked analytical. Yun Qinglian looked worried. Xiao Tianming struck first. His technique was called the Heavenly Celestial Palm, the Academy's signature combat art, refined over 10,000 years. Golden chi erupted from his palm in a wave of concentrated force that distorted the air, cracked the road's stone surface, and arrived at Liang Chen's position in less than a heartbeat. Liang Chen didn't dodge. He met the attack with the chaos-devouring art, his right hand thrust forward to absorb the golden chi. The technique unraveled, but slowly, resisting absorption with the stubbornness of a high-quality combat art. Xiao Tianming's chi was dense, refined, and ferociously powerful. The residual force pushed Liang Chen back 3 steps. His boots carved furrows in the stone road. Xiao Tianming's eyes narrowed. You absorb my technique? What kind of cultivation art? Liang Chen counterattacked. He redirected the absorbed golden chi, mixing it with his own chaos energy, and launched a combined blast that hit Xiao Tianming in the chest. The golden-haired genius skidded backward 10 feet, his robe smoking, his expression transforming from contempt to genuine shock. Impossible. You used my own technique against me. With modifications. In less than 2 seconds. Liang Chen said nothing. He was busy processing what he'd learned from that single exchange. Xiao Tianming's cultivation was extraordinary. His golden qi was the purest, most refined energy Liang Chun had ever encountered. The gap between core formation mid-stage and core formation peak was significant, and Xiao Tianming had clearly maximized every advantage his position offered. But Liang Qin's chaos primal core had analyzed the golden qi during absorption and found something unexpected. It was structured around a single element: light. Xiao Tianming was a light element cultivator, and while his mastery of that element was peerless, it was still a single element. Liang Chun had every element. Again, Xiao Tianming growled and attacked. What followed was 2 minutes of the most explosive combat either of them had experienced. Xiao Tianming's speed and power were incredible. His core formation peak cultivation gave him a raw advantage in every physical parameter. His techniques were flawless, his timing was perfect, and his combat experience was vast. But Liang Qin's chaos qi did exactly what it always did. It disrupted predictions. Every time Xiao Tianming landed what should have been a clean hit, Liang Qin's qi shifted elements at the point of impact, changing the interaction dynamics. A light element strike that should have burned was absorbed by darkness element qi. A golden barrier that should have blocked was dissolved by water element qi. Xiao Tianming adapted, but Liang Chun adapted faster. The slaughter field's absorbed combat experience gave him instincts that his limited actual combat history shouldn't have produced. He read Xiao Tianming's attack patterns, identified the rhythm underlying his seemingly random assault, and began counterattacking at the precise moments when the golden genius was transitioning between techniques. The fight attracted attention. Spiritual energy explosions, visible from miles away, drew cultivators from the nearby town. Within minutes, a crowd had gathered at what they considered a safe distance, which kept getting revised upward as the battle intensified. Xiao Tianming launched his strongest attack, Celestial Judgment, a concentrated beam of light qi that could punch through defensive formations designed to withstand nascent soul attacks. The technique screamed toward Liang Chun with the force of a small sun. Liang Chun absorbed it. Not easily. The energy was enormous, and his meridians burned with the strain of processing that much light qi in a fraction of a second. But the chaos primal core spun, converted, and integrated the energy with the efficiency that only a primordial chaos bloodline could manage. Then the world cracked. Not from their fight. From beneath them. The ground split open, releasing a geyser of dark, corrupted energy that shot between the two combatants and forced them apart. The corruption carried the unmistakable signature of void energy, abyssal tide. What the hell? Xiao Tianming started. Spatial distortion. Old man Tian shouted from the sideline. The void seal is destabilizing. The fight's spiritual energy triggered a weakness in the local dimensional fabric. The crack in the ground widened, and from its depths emerged shapes, twisted, corrupted spirit beasts warped by void energy, their eyes burning violet, their bodies wreathed in darkness. 3, then 5, then a dozen, crawling from the crack like insects from a nest. Xiao Tianming's contempt evaporated. He recognized void corruption when he saw it, and he knew what it meant. Truce, he said. Truce, Liang Qin agreed. They fought side by side for the first time, golden light and prismatic chaos qi tearing through the corrupted beasts. The combination was devastating. Xiao Tianming's light qi weakened the void corruption, and Liang Qin's chaos qi absorbed and purified it. In 4 minutes, every corrupted beast was dead, and the spatial crack was sealing itself. They stood in the aftermath, breathing hard, surrounded by dissolving void beast corpses. That was abyssal tide corruption, Xiao Tianming said, his amber eyes fixed on the closing crack with an expression Liang Chun hadn't seen from him before. Concern. Genuine concern. The void sovereign's seal is weakening, Liang Chun said. The abyssal tide has been working to free their master for centuries. These incidents will get worse. Xiao Tianming was quiet for a moment. Then, with visible effort, he said, "We'll finish our fight at the tournament. But this." He gestured at the crack. "This is something I need to know more about. Come to Thunder Peak," Liang Chen offered. "I'll tell you everything." Xiao Tianming's jaw tightened. The offer of information clearly warred with his pride. Finally, grudgingly, "I'll consider it." He vanished in a flash of golden light. But Liang Chen noticed he flew north, toward Thunder Peak, not east toward the academy. Chapter 37. The Abyssal Tide's Shadow. The spatial distortion incident was not isolated. Over the following week, reports flooded in from across the continent, similar cracks appearing in regions with high spiritual energy density, releasing corrupted beasts and void energy. The incidents were scattered, seemingly random, but Zhao Yanran identified a pattern. "They're clustered along the seal lines," she said. pointing to a map she'd spread across the fortress's war table. The Void Sovereign's prison is sealed by a network of spiritual lines that run through the continent's major spiritual veins. Each line carries a fraction of the seal's power. When a line weakens, the local spiritual fabric destabilizes, hence the cracks. How many lines are there? Liang asked. 108. The original seal was designed with massive redundancy. Even with half the lines failed, the seal would hold. She paused. But the primordial Chaos clan maintained those lines. With the clan destroyed, the lines have been degrading for 20 years without repair. Current estimates suggest 60 to 70 lines have already failed. That's more than half, Lin Meishio said, her voice sharp. The remaining lines are under strain. And the abyssal tide isn't just waiting for natural degradation. They're actively attacking the seal lines, accelerating the process. Zhao Yinran's violet eyes were grim. At the current rate, the seal will fail completely within 6 months. The room fell silent. 6 months. Half a year to prevent an apocalypse. Old Man Tian spoke into the silence. The Void Sovereign's history is worth understanding. 10,000 years ago, when the primordial Chaos clan was at its height, the Void Sovereign, a being of pure annihilation energy, descended upon the world from beyond the dimensional barriers. Its goal was simple: consume all spiritual energy in the world, reducing existence to void. He paced the room, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of accumulated knowledge. The primordial Chaos clan was the only force capable of opposing it. The chaos-devouring art, designed to absorb and harmonize all forms of energy, was the perfect counter to the Void Sovereign's consumption ability. Where the Sovereign destroyed, the clan preserved. Where the Sovereign consumed, the clan restored. The final battle lasted 49 days. The first primordial Chaos Sovereign, at the 10th realm, primordial Sovereign, sealed the Void Sovereign using the complete Chaos Origin Stone as the seal's keystone. The sealing cost the Sovereign's life. The remaining clan members maintained the seal for the next 90,000 years, until they were destroyed, Liang finished. Until they were destroyed, and the seal began to fail. Liang looked at the map, at the seal lines, at the cluster of incidents marking the seal's deterioration. We need to buy time. If we can reinforce even a few of the remaining seal lines, we can slow the degradation. You'd need to visit the seal line nodes, specific locations where the lines intersect and can be accessed for maintenance. Old Man Tian studied the map. The nearest one is at the Holy Grounds, the site of the Myriad Sects tournament. The tournament? Liang mind raced. If we enter the tournament and reach the seal line node beneath the Holy Grounds, we can reinforce it while everyone's attention is on the competition. That's actually clever, Shen Ruoxi admitted. Use the tournament as cover for seal maintenance. It also gives us a public platform, Yun Qinglian added. If we perform well, we gain influence and allies. If we demonstrate the abyssal tide threat to the gathered sects, we can build the alliance we'll need for the larger fight. 2 birds, 1 stone, Wei Jin said cheerfully. 3 birds, Zhao Yinran corrected. The tournament's wish, if we win, could be used for something significant. Bai Shui's curse is already cured. But there are other possibilities. She didn't elaborate, but her violet eyes flicked to Old Man Tian's crippled form, and the old man looked away. Then it's decided, Liang said. We prepare for the Myriad Sects tournament. We enter as a team, and we use the event to reinforce the seal, build alliances, and send a message to the abyssal tide. What message? Wei Jin asked. Liang expression hardened. That the primordial Chaos clan is not extinct, that the seal will hold, and that anyone who serves the Void Sovereign is our enemy. Chapter 38. Betrayal at Azure Cloud. The message arrived at dawn, carried by an Azure Cloud sect hawk that was missing half its feathers and trailing blood from a wound in its side. The bird crashed into the fortress's rookery, where Wei Jin, on his usual early morning duty, found it and extracted the message crystal from its leg with trembling hands. Yun Qinglian listened to the crystal's recording in the main hall, her face going white. My father has been deposed, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Grand Elder Mu Qianren returned to the sect last night with a force of unknown cultivators. He seized the Elder Council chambers, arrested my father, and declared himself acting sect master. The room erupted. Questions, curses, strategic assessments. Everyone spoke at once. Liang raised his hand, and silence fell. Details, he said. Mu Qianren claimed my father was guilty of conspiring with external enemies against sect interests, meaning us. Yun Qinglian's ice chi was freezing the floor around her feet, responding to her emotional turmoil. He had fabricated evidence showing my father authorized the release of sect secrets to rival sections. The Elder Council, those members not already arrested, voted to remove my father under duress. Your father's cultivation? Old Man Tian asked. Suppressed. They used a meridian sealing formation, the same type of formation. She faltered. The same type that was used on Liang Chen's mother to seal her bloodline. The parallel was sickening. 2 people sealed, 2 cultivators stripped of their power, by the same man. Mu Qianren also issued an order declaring me a traitor to the sect, Yun Qinglian continued, her voice hardening despite the tears threatening her eyes. Any Azure Cloud member who harbors me is to be executed. Let them try, Lin Meishio said, her hand on her sword. We need to rescue your father, Liang Chen said. Mu Qianren is a Dao Lord, Old Man Tian warned. With the full resources of the Azure Cloud sect at his disposal, plus whatever abyssal tide assets he's brought in, a frontal assault would be suicide. Then we don't assault frontally. Liang Chun turned to Zhao Yinran. You infiltrated the Azure Cloud sect before. Can you do it again? Zhao Yinran's smile was predatory. The question isn't whether I can. It's how soon you want me inside. How about now? I'll need 12 hours to prepare. The sect's defenses will be heightened after the coup. Standard security plus whatever abyssal tide formations Mu Qianren has added. She was already moving toward the door. I'll have a full intelligence report within 48 hours. Not alone, Liang Chen said. Take Wei Jin. You need someone to relay information if communication crystals are blocked. Wei Jin looked startled, then determined. On it. The 48 hours that followed were agonizing. Yun Qinglian threw herself into training with a ferocity born of desperation, pushing her ice cultivation to new heights. Her foundation establishment peak seemed to tremble on the edge of something greater, her emotional turmoil fueling her advancement. Liang Chun trained alongside her, providing support and sparring, while simultaneously coordinating with the other sect daughters. Shen Ruoxi contacted her father about potential Crimson Phoenix support for a rescue operation. Lin Meishio sent a coded message to the Sword Sovereign sect requesting intelligence on Azure Cloud's defensive layout. Bai Shui prepared medical supplies and healing formations for injuries they knew were coming. Zhao Yinran's report arrived on schedule, a detailed map of Azure Cloud's current defenses, guard rotations, formation array placements, and, most crucially, the location where Sect Master Yin Changqing was being held. He's in the inner sanctum's deepest cell, Zhao Yinran's crystal message reported. The meridian sealing formation is actively draining his cultivation. If we don't act within a week, the damage to his dantian may be permanent. Liang Chen looked at Yun Qinglian. Her ice-blue eyes burned with a cold fire that he recognized, the same fury he'd felt on the day of his own expulsion, multiplied by the stakes of a father's life. We go tomorrow night, he said. Chapter 39. Raid on Azure Cloud. They struck at the hour of the rat, the deepest point of night, when even cultivators' vigilance wavered. The raid team was small by design. Liang Chun, Yun Qinglian, Lin Meishio, and Zhao Yinran. For cultivators against a fully garrisoned major sect, it was insane. It was necessary. Zhao Yinran led them through an underground passage she'd discovered during her infiltration, an ancient tunnel system predating the sect's construction, running beneath the outer walls and emerging in the inner compound's garden district. The tunnel was barely wide enough for single file and smelled of centuries of stagnant water, but it bypassed every detection array on the outer perimeter. They emerged into moonlit gardens, the azure pagodas of the inner sect rising around them like silent sentinels. The compound was quiet but not empty. Guards patrolled at regular intervals, their spiritual senses sweeping the area. 3 patrols, Zhao Yinran whispered. Foundation establishment, rotating every 15 minutes. The gap between the second and third patrol gives us a 40-second window to reach the inner sanctum entrance. They moved. Zhao Yinran's stealth cultivation was extraordinary. She could suppress her spiritual signature to near zero, making her functionally invisible to anyone below nascent soul. Lin Meishio's sword intent was sheathed so tightly it barely registered. Yun Qinglian and Liang Chun followed, their own auras compressed to whispers. 40 seconds. They crossed 2 courtyards, 3 gardens, and a covered walkway. Zhao Yinran disabled the detection formation with a burst of precisely applied poison chi that corroded its power source without triggering the alarm. Lin Meishio cut through a locked gate with a sword strike, so precise it made no sound. The inner sanctum loomed ahead, a fortified building of black stone, surrounded by a formation array that blazed with dark energy. Not Azure Cloud energy. Void energy. Mu Qianren had replaced the sect's defenses with abyssal tide formations. I can get through the formation, Liang Chen said. The void energy is absorbed by my bloodline. but I'll need 30 seconds of uninterrupted contact with the array. You'll have it, Lin Meishio said, drawing her sword. Zhao Yanran and I will hold the perimeter. Yun Qinglian placed her hand on Liang Chen's arm. Together, she said. He nodded. They approached the formation array together, Liang Chen placing his palms on the dark energy barrier. The void energy resisted him. It was stronger than what he'd encountered from Fang Zhua, carrying the full weight of a Dao Lord's cultivation. But the chaos-devouring art was relentless, and the chaos origin stone fragments in his dantian resonated with a power that specifically countered void energy. 20 seconds. He pulled the corruption from the barrier, thread by thread, his meridians burning with the effort of processing Dao Lord-grade void energy at his core formation level. 25 seconds. The barrier weakened, its dark light flickering. 30 seconds. A hole opened, just large enough for two people to slip through. They dove inside. The barrier sealed behind them. The inner sanctum's interior was a maze of corridors lit by sickly green spirit lamps. Guards, not azure cloud cultivators, but abyssal tide agents in dark robes, patrolled the halls. Liang Chun and Yun Qinglian moved through the corridors like ghosts, avoiding the patrols, descending deeper into the sanctum. They found Yun Changqing in the lowest cell, behind a door sealed with void formations. The sect master was barely recognizable. His azure robes were torn, his face haggard, his spiritual aura a flickering shadow of its former glory. The meridian sealing formation, a network of dark chains inscribed with void runes, wrapped around his body, actively draining his cultivation and feeding it to Mu Qianren's formation network. Father, Yun Qinglian breathed. Yun Changqing raised his head. His eyes, still sharp, still aware, despite his condition, widened. Qinglian, you shouldn't be here. It's a trap. Yes. The voice came from the shadows behind them. Mu Qianren stepped into the lamplight, his face calm, his void-enhanced aura filling the corridor like a physical weight. He was a tall man, once handsome, now hollow, his features gaunt, his skin pale with the telltale gray tinge of prolonged void energy exposure. His eyes were the darkest blue Liang Chun had ever seen, almost black, and they held the cold intelligence of someone who'd been planning catastrophe for decades. I knew you'd come, Mu Qianren said, addressing Liang Chun. The last primordial chaos bloodline carrier, come to rescue the father of the girl he loves. Predictable. Sentimental. He tilted his head. Your mother was the same way. It's what made her easy to kill. Liang Chen's rage was instant and volcanic. His chaos chi erupted, prismatic light blazing in the dark corridor. But Mu Qianren didn't flinch. He raised one hand, and a wall of void energy slammed into Liang Chen's chest, hurling him backward into the cell wall. The impact shattered the stone. Liang Chun coughed blood. Dao Lord Realm Force, even contained, was devastating to a core formation cultivator. His ribs cracked, his chi shield collapsed, and for a terrifying second, his consciousness wavered. You're strong for your realm, Mu Qianren observed clinically. Much stronger than your mother was at your age. But the gap between core formation and Dao Lord is an ocean. You cannot cross it with talent alone. He doesn't have to cross it alone. Ice erupted through the corridor floor, encasing Mu Qianren's feet in crystalline frost that crawled up his legs with supernatural speed. Yun Qinglian stood behind Liang Chun, her hands outstretched, her ice chi blazing at a level that exceeded anything she'd displayed before. Her aura was different, sharper, deeper, vibrating with the intensity of imminent breakthrough. Mu Qianren shattered the ice with a pulse of void energy, but the distraction gave Liang Chun the second he needed to activate the chaos-devouring art. He absorbed the void energy from the pulse, converting it to fuel, and launched a counterattack. A chaos beam aimed directly at the meridian sealing formation binding Yun Changqing. The beam hit the formation's central rune. The dark chains cracked. Yun Changqing's eyes blazed with returning power as the seal weakened. Mu Qianren's calm expression flickered, the first sign of genuine emotion. Clever. You're not trying to fight me. You're trying to free him. My father is a nascent soul peak cultivator, Yun Qinglian snarled, pouring more ice chi into a barrier between them and Mu Qianren. Free him, and this fight becomes a lot more interesting. Mu Qianren's response was a wave of void energy that shattered Yun Qinglian's barrier like glass. The force threw her against the wall, and she crumpled, bleeding from her ears. Qinglian. Liang Chen caught her, his chaos chi already channeling healing energy into her body. The damage was severe, internal bleeding, fractured ribs, disrupted chi channels. I'm fine, she gasped, pushing herself upright. Break the seal. Mu Qianren advanced, his void aura crushing the air from the corridor. You cannot win this fight. Surrender the Chaos Origin Stone fragments, and I'll let you live. You'll serve the Void Sovereign as a vessel, a far nobler purpose than anything your pathetic clan achieved. My clan sealed your master for 10,000 years. That's a legacy I'm happy to continue. Liang threw everything he had at the meridian sealing formation. The chaos-devouring art roared through his meridians, chaos chi slamming into the dark chains in a continuous beam. The formation resisted. It was Tao Lord craftsmanship, designed to hold a nascent soul peak cultivator, but the Chaos Origin Stone fragments amplified his assault beyond his realm's normal capacity. The chains cracked, split, shattered. Yun Changqing surged to his feet, his nascent soul peak aura exploding outward in a wave of azure light that filled the corridor and slammed into Mu Qianren's void barrier. The collision of nascent soul peak and Tao Lord energies created a shockwave that cracked the sanctum's walls. Take Qinglian and run, Yun Changqing commanded, his voice thundering with restored power. I'll hold him. Father, that's an order, Qinglian. Go. Liang Chun grabbed Yun Qinglian and ran. Behind them, the sounds of Tao Lord versus nascent soul peak combat shook the entire inner sanctum. Walls collapsed. Floors buckled. The void formations throughout the building destabilized as their creator's attention was diverted to battle. They burst through the sanctum's door to find Lin Meixiu and Zhao Yanran fighting a squad of Abyssal Tide agents who'd responded to the disturbance. Lin Meixiu's sword was a silver blur, cutting through dark-robed enemies with ruthless efficiency. Zhao Yanran's poison techniques turned the agents' own void corruption against them. We have the sect master, Liang Chen shouted. He's fighting Mu Qianren. We need to go now. They ran. Through the gardens, back to the tunnel entrance, into the underground passage. Behind them, the Azure Cloud Sect's inner compound lit up with flashes of azure and void energy as father and traitor clashed at the highest level. They emerged outside the sect's walls, gasping, bleeding, alive. Liang Chen looked back at the distant glow of battle. Your father is strong, he said to Yun Qinglian. But Mu Qianren is stronger. Her voice cracked. He's been hiding his true power for decades. As if to confirm her fear, the battle sounds peaked in a final, devastating explosion, and then stopped. In the sudden silence, Liang Chen's enhanced senses caught the faintest flicker of Yun Changqing's aura, still present, still alive, but diminishing rapidly. Mu Qianren's aura blazed victorious. But the sect master had bought them time. Precious, costly time. We need reinforcements, Liang Chen said. And we need them before Mu Qianren consolidates his control. The tournament, Lin Meixiu said. If we can present the Abyssal Tide threat to all sects at the Myriad Sects tournament, it would force a response. No sect can ignore a Tao Lord traitor and an Abyssal Tide conspiracy. Liang Chen's mind was already racing ahead. The tournament is in 2 weeks. We need to be there. We need to be ready, and we need to win. He looked at Yun Qinglian. She was battered, bleeding, her ice-blue eyes red with unshed tears. But beneath the grief and the fury, he saw steel. We'll get him back, he promised. I know, she said. And the conviction in her voice wasn't hope, it was certainty. Chapter 40. Prince Duan Wuji attacks. They were halfway back to Thunder Peak when the Imperial ambush hit. 30 core formation soldiers, for nascent soul cultivators, and Prince Duan Wuji himself, all positioned along the route from Azure Cloud Sect to Thunder Peak Fortress, a route the prince had correctly predicted Liang Chen would use. The attack was coordinated and overwhelming. Nascent soul-grade formation arrays activated simultaneously, creating a cage of spiritual energy that sealed off a square mile of mountain terrain. Inside the cage, the Imperial soldiers converged from 4 directions. He was waiting for us, Zhao Yanran hissed. He knew we'd raid Azure Cloud and predicted our retreat path. Prince Duan Wuji isn't stupid, Old Man Tian said grimly. He's been humiliated twice. He won't risk a 3rd time. Liang Chun assessed the situation in seconds. The formation cage was strong but not unbreakable. Given 10 minutes, he could absorb enough of its energy to create an exit. But 10 minutes was an eternity in combat, and 4 nascent soul cultivators were bearing down on their position. Formation, he said. Lin Meixiu, left flank. Shen Ruoxi, right. Yun Qinglian, defensive barrier. Bai Shui, healing priority on anyone who takes damage. Zhao Yanran, disrupt their coordination. Wei Jin. I know. Stay back and don't get killed. Stay back and protect Old Man Tian. The first nascent soul cultivator arrived in a rush of wind chi. A military commander in gleaming imperial armor, sword drawn, face set in the professional expression of someone following orders. He engaged Lin Meixiu in a clash of steel that sent shockwaves across the mountainside. The second and third nascent souls hit the group from opposite flanks. Shen Ruoxi met one with a wall of phoenix fire that turned the mountainside orange. Liang intercepted the other with a barrier of absolute ice that stopped a nascent soul fist cold, literally. The nascent soul warrior stared at his flash-frozen arm in shock. The fourth nascent soul went directly for Liang. He was the strongest of the four, late nascent soul, almost certainly Prince Duan Wuji's personal champion. His technique was elegant and devastating. Spatial chi that bent the distance between them, allowing him to strike from angles that shouldn't be physically possible. Liang fought with everything he'd learned. The Slaughterfield's combat instincts guided his body while his mind controlled the chaos-devouring art. He absorbed the champion's spatial chi strikes when he could, deflected them with elemental shifts when he couldn't, and counterattacked with precision combinations that kept the nascent soul cultivator off balance. But the realm gap told. One strike slipped through his defense, a spatial blade that cut his side and drew blood. Then another, slicing his forearm. The champion was systematically dismantling his defenses, each strike precise and calculated. Liang needed more power. He needed a breakthrough. But forced breakthroughs in combat were suicidally dangerous. Unless your cultivation method was specifically designed for combat absorption. He did something reckless. Instead of deflecting the next spatial strike, he caught it, absorbed the full force of a nascent soul attack directly into his chaos primal core. The energy was overwhelming, flooding his meridians with spatial chi that warped his internal space. His Dantian screamed, but the chaos origin stone fragments responded. 8 fragments, humming in unison, channeled the absorbed energy into his cultivation barrier. The barrier between core formation mid-stage and late-stage trembled. Liang absorbed another strike, and another. Each one pushed his cultivation forward, using the enemy's power as fuel for his advancement. The chaos-devouring art used at its most extreme, most dangerous, most brilliant. The barrier broke. Core formation late stage. The breakthrough released a shockwave of prismatic energy that threw the nascent soul champion backward. Liang aura flared, his power doubling in an instant, and the gap between them shrank from an ocean to a river. He counterattacked. A chaos beam, multi-element, dense, powered by a freshly expanded core formation late-stage cultivation, hit the champion square in the chest. The nascent soul cultivator's shield held, but barely. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface. Impossible, the champion breathed. He advanced mid-combat. A voice cut through the battle like a blade. Enough. Prince Duan Wuji descended from the sky on a golden chariot pulled by 2 spirit beasts, a display of imperial wealth and power. He was young, maybe 25, with the sharp features of the imperial bloodline and cold, calculating eyes. His cultivation was nascent soul mid-stage, weaker than his champion, but backed by artifacts and formations that amplified his power significantly. Recall your forces, Liang said, blood dripping from his wounds. You can't win this. I have 4 nascent souls and 30 core formation soldiers surrounding you. And I have a chaos primal core that just broke through mid-combat by absorbing your champion's attacks. How many more breakthroughs do you want to fund? The prince stared at him. Then his gaze swept across the battlefield. Lin Meisho dueling a nascent soul to a standstill, Shen Ruoxi having set half the mountainside on fire, Yun Qinglian's ice barriers holding despite heavy assault, and Zhao Yan ran, visible only in the trail of incapacitated soldiers she left behind. The calculus was not in the prince's favor. He could probably win eventually, through sheer numbers, but the cost would be enormous, and the political fallout of spending imperial lives to capture one cultivator would be devastating. Then salvation arrived. Banners appeared on the horizon, crimson banners bearing the Crimson Phoenix emblem, and gray banners bearing the Sword Sovereign seal. Reinforcements from 2 major sects, arriving at full speed. Prince Duan Wuji saw them and made his decision. Pull back, he ordered through clenched teeth. All forces withdraw. The formation cage deactivated. The imperial soldiers retreated in orderly fashion. The 4 nascent soul cultivators disengaged from their respective fights. The prince's chariot turned south. But before he departed, Duan Wuji locked eyes with Liang from across the shattered mountainside. This isn't over, the prince said. No, Liang agreed. It isn't. But next time, try negotiating before attacking. You might be surprised how far a conversation goes. The prince's expression flickered, something that might have been surprise, or the beginning of reconsideration. Then his chariot accelerated and vanished over the horizon. Liang stood on the ruined mountainside, core formation late stage, bloodied but unbroken, surrounded by allies who'd fought beside him without hesitation. The sect reinforcements arrived minutes later. Shen, Ruoxi's older brother, a nascent soul cultivator with fire-red hair and his sister's smile, landed and surveyed the destruction with appreciation. "Looks like we missed the fun," he said. "There'll be plenty more," Liang promised. He looked south, toward the imperial capital, then east, toward the Azure Cloud sect, then toward the horizon where the myriad sects tournament awaited. The time for hiding was over. The time for half measures was past. The cultivation world was about to learn that the primordial chaos bloodline was alive, and its carrier would not be hunted, captured, or controlled. He would be the storm. Chapter 41. The Myriad Sects Tournament. The Holy Grounds floated. Liang had known this intellectually. Old Man Tian had described the tournament venue as a floating island, but seeing it with his own eyes was something else entirely. A landmass the size of a small city hung in the sky 2,000 feet above the endless plains, supported by ancient formation arrays so powerful that their hum was audible from 10 miles away. The island was a perfect circle, its underside smooth as polished jade, its surface covered in elaborate architecture, tournament arenas, spectator pavilions, residential quarters, and at the very center, the Guardian Formation, the ancient construct that granted the tournament winner a single wish. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Shen Ruoxi said, shielding her eyes against the sun as they approached. "It's enormous," Liang replied. "How old is it?" "Older than any living sect. The holy grounds were created by cultivators who predated the current power structure, some say by the primordial chaos clan itself." Old Man Tian's blue eyes were distant, remembering. "I attended the last tournament, 50 years ago. I was a young Dao Lord then, full of myself, convinced I knew everything." He smiled wryly. "I was wrong about that, obviously." The approach to the holy grounds was a spectacle in itself. Thousands of cultivators converged on the endless plains from every direction, flying swords, spirit beasts, formation-powered vessels, and simple foot traffic. Every major sect, every minor sect, every independent cultivator group of note had sent representatives. The Myriad Sects Tournament was the most significant event in the cultivation world's calendar, and this one, the first in 50 years, had attracted unprecedented attention, partly because of Liang. His reputation preceded him like a shockwave. As his group ascended to the holy grounds on a flight of stone steps conjured by the island's formation arrays, whispers followed them like a persistent wind. "That's him, the primordial chaos bloodline carrier. The one who defied the empire. Killed a nascent soul elder. He's core formation late stage? He's only been cultivating for 2 months. Look at the women with him. 5 sect daughters. 5. Liang ignored the whispers, focusing on the tactical assessment of the tournament grounds. The main arena was an open coliseum capable of seating 10,000 spectators, built around a fighting platform 300 paces in diameter. Smaller arenas surrounded it for preliminary rounds. The residential quarters were organized by sect affiliation, with a neutral zone for unaffiliated cultivators. Registration was handled at the Guardian Formation's outer ring, a circle of ancient pillars inscribed with runes that responded to each contestant's spiritual signature. Liang placed his palm on the registration pillar and felt the formation scan him with an intelligence that felt almost sentient. The pillar flashed prismatic, every color simultaneously. The registration official, a Foundation establishment cultivator in neutral gray robes, stared at the readout. "I've never seen a multi-affinity registration before," the official said, consulting a manual. "The formation identifies your cultivation method as unknown, and your elemental affinity is listed as all. Is that correct?" "It's correct," Liang said. "Right. Well, welcome to the Myriad Sects Tournament. Your bracket assignment is Group 7. Individual and team events both. Good luck." The group settled into the neutral quarter's largest available suite, a sprawling complex of rooms with training facilities, a private garden, and a balcony overlooking the main arena. The suite had clearly been designed for a minor sex delegation, not a ragtag alliance, but Liang group filled it comfortably. That evening, he convened a strategy meeting. "The tournament has 3 phases," Old Man Tian explained, spreading a schedule across the table. Phase 1, preliminary battles in assigned brackets. Single elimination. The top 8 from each bracket advance. Phase 2, team battles. Groups of up to 8 compete against each other. The top 16 teams advance. Phase 3, individual elimination. The final 64 individuals fight in single combat until a champion is determined. "The wish goes to the champion?" Wei Jin asked. "The individual champion, yes. But the team battle champion receives a secondary prize. Access to the Guardian Formation's archive, which contains techniques and knowledge from the tournament's entire history. More importantly, Liang said, the tournament gives us a platform. Every major sect's leadership is here. If we can demonstrate the Abyssal Tide threat convincingly, we can build the alliance we need. And the Seal Line node? Zhao Yinran asked from her corner. Beneath the Guardian formation. I'll need access during the tournament, preferably during Phase 2, when attention is on the team battles. Zhao Yinran, I want you to scout access routes. Already on it. Liang looked at his team. Lin Meishio, core formation mid-stage. Shun Ruoxi, core formation early stage. Yun Qinglian, foundation establishment peak, on the verge of breakthrough. Bai Shui, foundation establishment late stage, dramatically stronger since her curse removal. Zhao Yinran, foundation establishment peak, with stealth and poison capabilities that exceeded her nominal realm. Wei Jin, Qi condensation stage 9, the weakest by far but fiercely loyal, and Feng Lihua, a new addition. Feng Lihua had arrived at Thunder Peak 3 days before the tournament, referred by Lin Meishio's contacts at the Sword Sovereign sect. She was a rogue cultivator. No sect affiliation, no family connections, just raw talent and determination. Her specialty was spirit beast taming, and she traveled with a pair of storm hawks that served as both combat partners and aerial scouts. Foundation establishment peak cultivation, fierce temperament, and a distrust of authority that made her a natural fit for Liang Chen's band of outcasts. Our team is strong, Liang Chen said, but we're not the strongest here. Xiao Tianming's academy team will be formidable. The Imperial team has nascent soul-level talent, and there are wildcards, sects and cultivators we've never encountered. Then we prepare for everything, Lin Meishio said simply. We prepare for everything, Liang Chen agreed. He looked around the table at the faces of his alliance, each one carrying their own burdens, their own motivations, their own reasons for being here. Yet all of them united by a common cause that transcended sect politics, personal ambition, and the petty rivalries that normally defined the cultivation world. They were a family forged in crisis, and they would fight as one. The preparations began that night, and they would not rest until the tournament's first bell rang. Chapter 42. Preparations. The 3 days before the tournament opened were a frenzy of preparation. Liang Chen spent every available hour in the suite's training chamber, pushing his core formation late-stage cultivation toward its peak. The Holy Ground's ambient spiritual energy was extraordinarily dense, concentrated by the island's formation arrays into an atmosphere that was practically liquid qi. His chaos-devouring art thrived, absorbing energy at a rate that would have been dangerous for any other cultivator but was merely optimal for a primordial chaos bloodline carrier. Old Man Tian pushed him relentlessly, drilling the third layer of the chaos-devouring art, elemental fusion. The first layer absorbs elements individually. The old man lectured as Liang Chen sweated through exercises. The second layer absorbs affinities from willing donors. The third layer allows you to temporarily fuse with absorbed elements, becoming that element for short bursts. Becoming the element, Liang Chen repeated, trying to understand. What does that mean in practice? It means exactly what it sounds like. If you fuse with fire, your body becomes living flame, immune to fire damage, capable of moving at fire's speed, able to burn through any physical defense. If you fuse with wind, you become intangible, capable of passing through solid objects. Each element grants different properties. And the drawback? Each fusion lasts only seconds, maybe 30 at your current level. After the fusion ends, there's a backlash period where you can't access that element for several minutes. And the fusions are sequential, not simultaneous. You can't become fire and water at the same time. Unless he could. Old Man Tian's warning specifically stated that simultaneous fusion was impossible, but Liang Chen's Chaos Primal Core was designed to harmonize contradictions. Fire and water, light and dark, creation and destruction. His bloodline resolved paradoxes that would rupture any other cultivator's meridians. He filed the thought away for later experimentation. For now, single-element fusion was challenging enough. His first successful fusion was with Earth. One moment, he was Liang Chen, flesh and blood, core formation late-stage cultivator. The next, his body was stone. Not stone-hard or stone-colored, but actual stone. His flesh became granite, his bones became marble, his blood became liquid mineral qi. He weighed 3,000 pounds and could punch through a foot-thick steel wall. The sensation was alien and exhilarating simultaneously. He didn't breathe. Stone didn't breathe. He didn't feel temperature. Stone was temperature. But he felt pressure, vibration, the structural integrity of every surface within 30 paces. He understood the arena floor the way a fish understands water. not intellectually but instinctively. As a medium, he existed within. He threw a punch at the training chamber's reinforced wall. His granite fist punched through the formation-hardened stone like it was clay, leaving a hole the size of his torso. The impact didn't hurt, it felt like stretching. Then the 12 seconds ended. The stone dissolved from his body in a cascade of mineral dust, and he was flesh again, gasping, sweating, his earth chi channels burning with the backlash. He staggered, and Old Man Tian caught his arm. 12 seconds. The backlash leaves you unable to use earth chi for 4 minutes. 12 seconds felt like longer from the inside. Time perception changes during fusion. Your consciousness shifts to match the element. Earth time is geological, slow, patient, eternal. 12 seconds of earth fusion feels like minutes because your brain is processing on stone's timescale. Old Man Tian's expression was analytical. Try fire next. Fire time is the opposite. Fast, fleeting, intense. 12 seconds of fire fusion will feel like an eye blink. The fire fusion was terrifying. His body became flame, not burning, but being fire. He existed as a column of orange-white combustion, his consciousness distributed across 1,000,000 points of thermal energy. He could see heat signatures, feel convection currents, and move at the speed of flame propagation. He crossed the training chamber in a fraction of a second, leaving a trail of scorch marks. But the backlash from fire was worse than earth. His meridians felt charred, and the recovery time stretched to 6 minutes. Each element has its own cost, Old Man Tian explained. The more aggressive the element, the harsher the backlash. Earth is stable, low backlash. Fire is volatile, high backlash. Lightning would be even worse. And wind. Wind is the gentlest fusion. Low backlash, long duration. But wind's combat applications are limited. You become intangible, which is excellent for evasion but terrible for offense. Short but devastating. Old Man Tian summarized. Use fusion as a finisher, not a fighting style. And never, ever attempt it when your reserves are below 30%. The backlash from a failed fusion can shatter your meridians. Liang practiced each element's fusion over the 3 preparation days, building a mental library of capabilities and costs. Earth for defense and shattering blows. Fire for speed and area attacks. Water for fluidity and adaptation. Wind for evasion and escape. Lightning for the fastest, most devastating burst damage, at the cost of the worst backlash, leaving his lightning channels offline for a full 10 minutes. He also discovered something unexpected. The Chaos Origin Stone fragments reduced the backlash duration by roughly 40%. Their primordial creation energy accelerated the recovery of his elemental channels, turning a 6-minute fire backlash into 3.5 minutes. The stones are designed to support fusion techniques, Old Man Tian theorized. When the stone is complete, all 13 fragments, the backlash might be eliminated entirely, which would make sustained fusion possible. Sustained fire fusion, Liang murmured, imagining the implications. Or sustained lightning. Or, his eyes widened. Both simultaneously. One terrifying prospect at a time, please. The sect daughters prepared in their own ways. Shen Ruoxi developed a new fire technique, Phoenix Rebirth Flame, a self-destructing attack that released all her fire chi in a single devastating burst, then regenerated her reserves from the ambient heat. It was a gamble. If the burst didn't finish the fight, she'd be vulnerable during regeneration, but against a stronger opponent, it might provide the knockout blow they needed. Lin Meishio refined her sword techniques to a razor's edge, spending hours in meditation with her flying sword, aligning her sword intent with her weapon's spiritual resonance until the distinction between sword and swordswoman blurred to nothing. Yun Qinglian trained with a quiet intensity that spoke of purpose far beyond the tournament. Her ice cultivation had been evolving since the Azure Cloud raid. The emotional crucible of seeing her father imprisoned and fighting Mu Qianren had cracked something open inside her. Her ice was no longer just frozen water. It was approaching something deeper. Absolute zero, the total cessation of molecular motion, a domain of ice so profound that it could freeze spiritual energy itself. Bai Shui studied the tournament's injury patterns from previous events, preparing healing strategies for every conceivable combat wound. Her curse-free cultivation had continued to grow at a remarkable pace, and she'd developed several combat-applicable healing techniques, including one that reversed an opponent's healing factor, causing their own body to attack itself. Zhao Yanran scouted the tournament grounds, mapping security patterns, identifying access routes to the Guardian Formation's subterranean levels, and, because she was Zhao Yanran, planting a network of poison detection formations that would alert the team to any assassination attempts. and Wuji trained with the desperate energy of someone who knew he was the weakest link in a very strong chain. Liang found him in the training yard at midnight, practicing sword forms until his arms shook. You don't have to compete in the individual rounds, Liang told him. The team battles are where you'll contribute most. I know my limits, Wuji said, not stopping his practice. I'm Qi condensation stage 9. Everyone else is foundation establishment or core formation. I can't fight the battles you fight. He paused. But I can fight the battles you can't see. Logistics, intelligence, morale. While you're all in the arena, someone needs to watch your backs. Liang looked at his friend, sweat-soaked, exhausted, fundamentally outmatched, and utterly unwavering, and felt a surge of affection that transcended cultivation realms. You're the best of us, Wuji. You know that, right? Don't get sentimental. I'll still beat you at chess. You've never beaten me at chess. The law of averages says I'm due. Liang laughed. In a world of cultivators, spirit beasts, and apocalyptic threats, the simple warmth of a friend's loyalty was more precious than any chaos origin stone. The night before the tournament opened, Liang reached core formation peak. The breakthrough was quiet, contained by the suite's formation arrays, but the depth of his chaos primal core reached a level that old man Tian described as frankly alarming. Your core's energy density exceeds nascent soul early stage, the old man said, checking and rechecking his readings. At core formation peak, when you break through to nascent soul, the jump in power will be significant. Significant enough to matter against the Tao Lord? No, but significant enough to matter against everything between here and Tao Lord. Liang accepted this. One step at a time. One fight at a time. One opponent at a time. Tomorrow, the tournament began. Chapter 43, Arrival at the Holy Grounds. The opening ceremony was a spectacle of cultivator culture at its most elaborate. 10,000 seats in the main coliseum filled with cultivators from hundreds of sects, their colorful robes creating a mosaic of faction allegiances. Banners flew from every pillar: Crimson Phoenix, Silver Sword, Jade Lotus, Azure Cloud, now flown by those loyal to the deposed sect master, not Mu Qianren's regime, and dozens more. The tournament's host, an ancient formation spirit that manifested as a translucent figure of indeterminate gender standing at the arena's center, spoke in a voice that resonated through the Holy Grounds formation arrays. Welcome, cultivators, to the 214th Myriad Sects Tournament. For 10,000 years, this event has tested the mettle of the cultivation world's finest young warriors. Here, on these grounds, rivalries are settled, alliances are forged, and legends are born. The crowd roared. Spiritual energy signatures blazed as 10,000 cultivators expressed their enthusiasm simultaneously, creating a wave of power that made the air vibrate. The formation arrays in the arena floor absorbed the excess energy and channeled it into the island's levitation system, using the crowd's collective excitement as literal fuel. Liang stood among the contestants in the eastern quadrant, surrounded by his team. He could feel the weight of attention on him, not just from the spectators, but from the other contestants. Hundreds of young cultivators, the best their sects had produced, all assessing him with the predatory calculation of competitors sizing up a potential threat. He assessed them right back. His nascent soul perception, no, he was still core formation peak. But his perception, enhanced by the Chaos Primal Core and 8 Chaos Origin Stone fragments, was sharp enough to read cultivation levels, elemental affinities, and combat readiness from across the arena. Most contestants were Foundation Establishment Peak or Core Formation. A handful had reached Nascent Soul early stage, the tournament's cap. Among those, he identified 3 who concerned him: Xiao Tianming, Prince Duan Wuji, and a hooded figure in the far corner whose spiritual signature was hidden behind a suppression technique of extraordinary quality. The masked one, he murmured to old man Tian. What do you make of them? The old man squinted. Spatial energy, layered cultivation methods. That's someone who's been trained by multiple teachers in multiple traditions. Unusual and potentially dangerous. Feng Lihua's storm hawks circled overhead, their lightning-attuned senses scanning the island's perimeter for threats. The birds had been agitated since they arrived. Something about the Holy Grounds formation arrays was setting off their instincts. They can feel the seal line node, Liang realized. The corruption leaking from it is disturbing their spiritual sensitivity. Add it to the list of things to deal with, Shen Ruoxi said with a wry smile. This tournament is open to cultivators under the age of 25, at or below nascent soul early stage. The host paused, its translucent form pulsing with each word. We have 256 individual registrants and 32 registered teams. The brackets are as follows. A massive holographic display appeared above the arena, showing the bracket assignments. Liang scanned for his group, Group 7, and identified his opponents. Standard fare for the preliminary rounds, minor sect disciples, independent cultivators, a few notable talents from mid-tier organizations. Then his eyes found Xiao Tianming's name, Group 1, top seed. And his team was listed as Heavenly Celestial Academy, Team Alpha, a team of 8 Academy elites, all core formation, with Xiao Tianming as captain. Avoid the Academy team in the team rounds if possible, Old Man Tian advised. Xiao Tianming's individual combat is formidable, but his team coordination with Academy cultivators who've trained together for years is even more dangerous. Liang Chen's attention was drawn to another entry. Group 4, registered under Imperial Delegation. Prince Duan Wuji himself was competing, along with his top cultivators. The prince's registration listed him at Nascent Soul Early Stage, the tournament's maximum allowed cultivation level. The prince is competing personally? Shen Ruoxi was surprised. That's unusual for royalty. He's trying to regain face, Zhao Yinran explained. After 2 public defeats at Liang Chen's hands, his reputation needs restoration. Winning the tournament, or at least beating Liang Chen in it, would accomplish that. Let him try, Lin Meishio said, her hand resting on her sword. Liang Chen's arrival at the registration platform had caused a stir that morning, but it was nothing compared to the reaction when he entered the main arena for the opening ceremony. 10,000 pairs of eyes turned toward him as he walked through the contestant entrance, flanked by the 5 sect daughters and his companions. The whispers became a roar. The primordial chaos carrier, 5 sect daughters, all with him. Look at his aura. That's core formation peak, but the density. Is that Yun Qinglian, the Azure Cloud sect master's daughter? I heard she was declared a traitor. Liang Chen ignored the noise and focused on the arena. His enhanced spiritual sense swept the Colosseum, cataloging every significant cultivation signature. There were nascent soul cultivators in the elder sections, sect leaders and tournament officials, and the contestant pool ranged from foundation establishment to the tournament's nascent soul early stage cap. He also felt something beneath the arena, deep underground, resonating through the holy grounds formation arrays like a second heartbeat, the seal line node. The point where the Void Sovereign's prison intersected with the ancient formation arrays that kept the holy grounds aloft. It was weakened. Even from this distance, through layers of stone and formation shielding, Liang Chen could feel the corruption eating at the seal line. Dark tendrils of void energy probed the node's defenses, testing for weaknesses. The seal was deteriorating faster than Zhao Yinran's estimates. They had less time than they thought. We need to reach that node before the tournament ends, he murmured to Old Man Tian. The seal line here is critical. It's one of the primary junctions. If it fails during the tournament, with 10,000 cultivators packed onto a floating island above it. I understand. The old man's face was grim. I'll work with Zhao Yinran on access. Focus on the tournament. You need the credibility that comes with a strong showing if you're going to convince the sects to join the alliance. The opening ceremony concluded with a display of formation artistry. The host conjured illusions of legendary battles from previous tournaments, filling the arena with ghostly combatants clashing in spectacular fashion. The crowd cheered. The contestants assessed each other with the calculating eyes of predators, determining their threat hierarchy. And somewhere in the contestant section, Xiao Tianming's amber eyes locked onto Liang Chen's with a predatory intensity that promised nothing good. Let the tournament begin. Chapter 44. Preliminary rounds. The preliminary rounds were organized for efficiency. 8 groups of 32 contestants, fighting in parallel across 8 smaller arenas. The top 8 from each group advanced to the team phase. Liang Chen's Group 7 drew a mix of talent levels. His first opponent was a foundation establishment peak cultivator from a minor mining sect, the Iron Badger sect, if the badge on his robe was accurate. The man was muscular, loud, and fond of earth element techniques that he deployed with more enthusiasm than precision. Liang Chen defeated him in 3 exchanges. Not because he was trying to show off, but because the gap between core formation peak and foundation establishment peak was so large that extending the fight would have been cruel. A wind chi gust to destabilize, an earth chi counter to his opponent's earth barrier, and a targeted fire chi strike to the chest that bypassed the man's defenses entirely. The Iron Badger cultivator hit the arena floor, unconscious, and the match was called in 11 seconds. The crowd's reaction was muted. Liang Chen had been expected to dominate the early rounds. But the arena's formation arrays, which recorded and analyzed every technique used in combat, had registered something that made the tournament officials exchange uneasy glances. Liang had used 3 different elemental techniques in 11 seconds with 0 transition time between them. Normal multi-element cultivators required at least a second to switch between affinities. Liang Chen's switching speed was effectively instantaneous. His second match lasted longer, 20 seconds, against a core formation early-stage cultivator from the Thunderpeak sect who specialized in lightning techniques. Liang Chen deliberately absorbed the lightning chi attacks, adding the cultivator's refined lightning affinity to his repertoire. The opponent was baffled when his own techniques were reflected back at him with superior force. Third match, 40 seconds. A core formation mid-stage sword cultivator who put up a genuine fight, but couldn't handle Liang Chen's element switching in close combat. Every time the swordsman committed to an attack designed to counter one element, Liang Chen shifted to another. Fourth match, 22 seconds. A nascent soul early-stage cultivator, the first real test. The man was a veteran, 50 years of cultivation experience compressed into efficient, brutal techniques. His raw power exceeded Liang Chen's by a substantial margin. Liang Chen used the third layer of the chaos-devouring art for the first time in tournament combat. When the nascent soul cultivator launched a devastating palm strike, Liang Chen fused with wind element for 3 seconds, his body becoming intangible, the palm strike passing through him harmlessly. He reformed behind his opponent, fused with earth for 2 seconds, his fist becoming granite, and delivered a single punch to the man's kidney that dropped him. The arena went silent. Then the noise hit. Not cheers, but a collective gasp of astonishment that rippled through the spectators like a physical wave. He became wind, someone whispered. Then he became stone. Did you see that? That's elemental fusion, the theoretical third layer of advanced cultivation. It's supposed to require nascent soul or higher to even attempt. He's core formation peak. Core formation. In her spectator seat, Shen Ruoxi grinned. He's holding back, she murmured to Lin Meishio. Obviously, the sword cultivator replied. He hasn't shown the chaos beam, the multi-element combination attacks, or the absorption technique. He's using the minimum power needed to win each match. Smart. Save the real techniques for when they matter. Meanwhile, in the other arenas, the sect daughters were making their own statements. Lin Meishio cut through her bracket with the surgical precision of a master swordswoman, defeating each opponent in a single exchange. Shen Ruoxi burned through hers with the overwhelming force of a phoenix in full flight. Yun Qinglian's ice techniques had evolved to the point where opponents were frozen in place before they could move. And in Group 4, Prince Duan Wuji advanced through his bracket with the cold efficiency of a cultivator backed by imperial training and resources. His nascent soul early-stage cultivation, combined with artifact-enhanced techniques, left no doubt that he was a serious contender. By the end of the preliminary rounds, the bracket for the team phase was set. Liang Chen's team, registered as Thunder Peak Alliance, was seated third, behind Xiao Tianming's Academy Team Alpha and the Imperial delegation. The real competition was about to begin. But as the team brackets were announced, Liang Chen felt something else, a pulse from deep beneath the arena. The Seal Line node was reaching out to him, recognizing his bloodline the way the Guardian Formation's registration pillar had. It was calling for help, its ancient defenses crumbling, begging the last carrier of the primordial chaos blood to come and repair what time and treachery had broken. Soon, he whispered, too quietly for anyone to hear. I'm coming. The pulse faded, but the urgency remained, a constant pressure at the back of his mind, a reminder that the tournament was about more than glory. Far more. He found Wei Jin waiting in their suite that evening, poring over tournament records from the last 5 centuries. I've been studying the team battle patterns, Wei Jin said, not looking up from his scrolls. There's a statistical trend in how winning teams configure their formations. Heavy offense wins 52% of the time, but balanced teams with dedicated support cultivators win 63%. You have Bai Shui for healing and me for logistics. If we configure the team with Lin Meishio and you as the offensive core, Shen Ruoxi and Yun Qinglian as flanking support, Zhao Yanran for disruption, and Feng Lihua for aerial control. You've been working on this. Somebody has to handle the strategy while you're busy absorbing things and looking dramatic. Wei Jin finally looked up, grinning. Leave the brain work to me. You just punch things. Liang Chen shook his head, smiling. What would I do without you? Die, probably. In some embarrassingly preventable way. Fair. They spent 2 hours refining the team configuration, adjusting for different opponent types, and developing contingency plans for scenarios ranging from opponent has a formation specialist to the arena catches fire. By the time they finished, Liang Chen had a deeper appreciation for his friend's tactical mind. Wei Jin might have been the weakest cultivator in the alliance, but his strategic intelligence was unmatched. That night, as the holy grounds drifted through a sky full of stars, Liang stood on the balcony and felt the weight of what was coming. Not just the tournament, but everything beyond it. The war with the abyssal tide, the confrontation with Mu Qianren, the race to complete the Chaos Origin Stone and reinforce the seal. Each fight in the tournament was a step. Each victory was a message. And each day brought the Void Sovereign closer to freedom. He would not waste a single moment. Chapter 45. Dark Undercurrents. While the preliminary rounds played out in the light of day, a different kind of meeting occurred in the shadows beneath the holy grounds. Xiao Tianming descended a hidden staircase that he shouldn't have known existed, guided by a spiritual pulse that throbbed at the base of his skull like a second heartbeat. The pulse had appeared 3 months ago, a gentle insistence that drew him towards certain people, certain places, certain decisions. He'd resisted at first, assuming it was a cultivation deviation. Then he'd realized it was external. Someone was influencing him. He should have been angry. He should have fought back. But the pulse came with something he couldn't resist: power. Every time he followed its guidance, his cultivation advanced. In 3 months, he'd gone from core formation early stage to core formation peak, a rate of advancement that his academy instructors called impossible. The staircase led to a chamber beneath the holy grounds foundation, where formation arrays glowed with patterns he didn't recognize. 3 hooded figures waited for him, their auras masked behind suppression veils that leaked occasional pulses of void energy. "You've advanced well," the tallest figure said. The voice was neither male nor female, a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Core formation peak. Impressive, even for one with your talent." "Who are you?" Xiao Tianming demanded. His pride wouldn't let him be cowed, even by mysterious figures in dark chambers. "You've been feeding me power for months. I want to know why." The tall figure reached into its robes and produced a small pill, a sphere of absolute darkness that seemed to absorb the light around it. "We are the Abyssal Tide. We serve the Void Sovereign. And we've been cultivating you because you're the most talented warrior of your generation, or you were, until the primordial chaos carrier appeared." Xiao Tianming's jaw tightened at the mention of Liang. "This pill will push your cultivation to the very edge of nascent soul," the figure continued. "In the tournament's final rounds, when you face Liang, you'll need every advantage. This will give you the power to destroy him. What's the cost? Minor soul erosion. Temporary. It will heal within a few months." It was a lie. Xiao Tianming suspected it was a lie. The Abyssal Tide didn't offer gifts without strings, and soul erosion was never minor or temporary. But looking at the pill, he felt the pulse at the base of his skull throb with desperate urgency. He wanted to win. More than anything. More than his reputation, more than his pride, more than his own safety. He wanted to stand in the arena, with the entire cultivation world watching, and prove that Liang was not his superior. He took the pill. He placed it on his tongue, and for one crystalline instant, the real Xiao Tianming, the boy who'd spent his life training to be the best, who'd earned his achievements through genuine talent and brutal work, screamed at himself to spit it out. The voice was quiet, drowned by the pulse at the base of his skull and the hunger for power that had consumed him. He swallowed. The darkness entered his body and spread through his meridians like oil through water. His cultivation surged, his golden qi turning amber, then deep amber, then a shade dangerously close to black gold. His power doubled. His senses sharpened. His core stabilized at a level that exceeded anything a core formation cultivator should possess. The hooded figures watched with the patient satisfaction of predators who'd successfully set a trap. "When the tournament," the tall figure said, "destroy the primordial chaos carrier. And when the Void Sovereign rises, you will be rewarded beyond your imagination." Xiao Tianming left the chamber with power burning in his veins and the first cracks of corruption forming in his golden soul. He didn't notice the cracks. He didn't notice the way his reflection in the chamber's polished walls showed eyes that were no longer entirely his own. He didn't notice anything except the intoxicating, all-consuming desire to win. Chapter 46. The team battle phase. The team battles were chaos. Beautiful, brutal, strategic chaos. 32 teams, organized in a bracket system, fighting on the main arena's expanded platform. 300 paces of contested ground, where up to 16 cultivators could clash simultaneously. The rules were simple: incapacitate or ring out all members of the opposing team. Liang Thunder Peak Alliance drew the Scarlet Wolf sect in the first round, 8 core formation cultivators known for their wolfpack tactics. They fought as a unit, their techniques interlocking, their movements coordinated through a shared spiritual link that allowed them to react as a single organism. Against any normal team, it would have been devastating. Against Liang Chen's alliance, it lasted 4 minutes. Lin Meishio cut the Wolfpack's coordination by targeting their spiritual link. Her sword intent, honed to a surgical edge, severed the chi threads connecting the 8 cultivators. Shen Ruoxi exploited the confusion with a phoenix fire technique that created walls of flame, separating individual wolves from their pack. Yun Qinglian froze 2 opponents where they stood, her absolute zero technique paralyzing them from the waist down. Bai Shui healed any damage the alliance sustained in real time, keeping their effectiveness at maximum. Zhao Yanran appeared behind the enemy captain and touched his neck with poison-coated fingers. He collapsed in 3 seconds. And Feng Lihua's Stormhawks dove from above, their lightning-charged talons disrupting the remaining wolves' defenses. Liang Chen himself barely needed to fight. He directed the team from the center of the formation, his chaos chi creating bridges between his teammates' techniques, fire chi amplifying Shen Ruoxi's phoenix flames, ice chi strengthening Yun Qinglian's barriers, metal chi sharpening Lin Meishio's sword strikes. The chaos-devouring art's second layer, which he'd been studying but not yet fully implemented, allowed him to create temporary resonance channels with each teammate, sharing elemental energy in real time. The Scarlet Wolf sect surrendered after 4 minutes. Their captain, conscious again, Zhao Yanran's poison was non-lethal in tournament settings, stared at the Thunder Peak Alliance with the stunned expression of someone who'd just been dismantled by a team that had known each other for less than 3 months. Their coordination is insane, a spectator from the Heavenly Celestial Academy muttered. How do they synchronize that well without a shared spiritual link? The answer was Liang Chen. His Chaos Primal Core acted as a relay node, receiving and transmitting elemental energy between teammates, adjusting the flow in real time based on combat conditions. It wasn't telepathy. It was something more organic, a cultivation-based version of the intuitive coordination that only years of training together normally produced. Round 2, the Imperial Vanguard team. Not the Prince's main team, a secondary squad of Imperial soldiers. Stronger than the wolves, more disciplined, equipped with formation-enhanced artifacts. They lasted 7 minutes. Liang Chen had to engage personally, dueling the team captain in a clash of Chaos Chi versus Imperial Light techniques. He won by absorbing the captain's light chi and redirecting it as a blinding flash that disoriented the entire opposing team for 3 crucial seconds. Round 3, the Jade Serpent Sect. A team of poison cultivators that had been considered a potential upset threat. Zhao Yanran neutralized their poison techniques. She was, after all, from the Thousand Poisons sect and knew every toxin in every other sect's arsenal. With their primary weapon negated, the Jade Serpents fell quickly. By the end of the first day of team battles, the Thunder Peak Alliance was undefeated and advancing to the semifinals. The crowd's reception had shifted from curiosity to genuine enthusiasm. They fought with a style that was visually spectacular and strategically brilliant, and the spectators loved it. But the semifinal bracket posed a problem. If both the Thunder Peak Alliance and the Academy Team Alpha continued winning, they would meet in the final. The team battles also provided Liang Chen with an unexpected benefit. Each fight refined his understanding of the Storm Eye formation. By the third match, the resonance channels between him and his teammates had stabilized to the point where combat coordination felt instinctive rather than forced. He could sense what each teammate needed before they asked. More fire chi for Shen Ruoxi's finishing moves, a ice chi boost for Yun Qinglian's domain expansion, a pulse of healing energy to Bai Shui when her reserves dipped. We're becoming a single organism, Wei Jin observed, reviewing the combat data from their 3 matches. Your resonance channels are creating a shared awareness that no other team can match. It's like having 7 fighters with 1 brain. 8, Liang Chen corrected. You're part of the network too. My contribution is screaming useful information from the sidelines. And it's the most useful screaming I've ever heard. Xiao Tianming's team hasn't shown their full power either, Lin Meishio reported after watching the Academy's matches from the spectator section. Their coordination is excellent. They've trained together for years, and the Academy's formation techniques are the most refined on the continent. But Xiao Tianming himself, something's different about his aura. It's darker, denser, more aggressive. The forbidden pill, Liang Chen guessed, remembering the encounter on the road where Xiao Tianming's competitive obsession had been all-consuming. Someone's enhancing him. Abyssal Tide? Shen Ruoxi asked. Almost certainly. The pieces were falling into place. The Abyssal Tide was using Xiao Tianming as a weapon against Liang Chen, not just in combat, but as a public spectacle. If the cultivation world's former #1 genius destroyed the primordial chaos carrier in the tournament's final, it would demoralize any potential alliance against the Void Sovereign. We need proof, Old Man Tian said. If we can demonstrate that Xiao Tianming has been corrupted by the abyssal tide, we expose the conspiracy to the entire cultivation world. But without proof, it's just an accusation. I'll get proof, Zhao Yanran said, and vanished into the shadows. The team's evening strategy session was tense. Liang Chun outlined his plan for the next day's team semifinal, a formation he called Storm Eye, where he would serve as the center of the team's combat array, channeling elemental energy to and from each teammate through the chaos-devouring art's resonance capability. It's never been tested in real combat, Old Man Tian cautioned. The resonance channels are sensitive. If one team member's concentration breaks, the entire network could collapse. Then no one breaks concentration, Liang Chun replied. We train tonight. Full simulation, combat conditions. They trained until midnight. The Storm Eye formation was complex. Liang Chun had to maintain 7 simultaneous resonance channels, 1 to each teammate, while also managing his own combat output. Each channel carried a different element: fire to Shen Ruoxi, ice to Yun Qinglian, sword qi to Lin Meixiu, healing energy to Bai Shui, poison resistance to Zhao Yanran, lightning to Feng Lihua's storm hawks, and pure spiritual energy to Wei Jin for communication relays. The first 3 attempts collapsed within seconds. The 4th lasted a minute before Wei Jin's channel destabilized. The 5th held for 3 minutes. The 6th held for 5. It's working, Wei Jin reported from his logistics position, monitoring the energy flows through a detection crystal. The formation amplifies each person's combat output by roughly 30%. And the shared awareness through the resonance channels gives everyone a 6-second warning of incoming attacks. 6 seconds is an eternity in combat, Lin Meixiu said approvingly. By midnight, they could maintain the Storm Eye formation for 10 minutes at combat intensity. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough. Sleep, Liang Chun ordered. Tomorrow we show the cultivation world what a real team looks like. Chapter 47. Lin Meixiu's past the tournament's off days between team battle rounds were precious. Time for recovery, strategy adjustment, and the personal connections that held the alliance together. On the first off day, Lin Meixiu found Liang Chun in the training yard and, without preamble, told him the truth about her brother. His name was Lin Haowen, she said, sitting across from Liang Chun with her sword laid between them. He was 7 years older than me. The most talented sword cultivator the Sword Sovereign sect had produced in a generation. He reached nascent soul at 23. He's dead. Killed 5 years ago, during an expedition to the Blackstone Wastes. Her steel-gray eyes were fixed on the sword between them. The official report said he was killed by a spatial anomaly, a natural hazard of the wastes. But I investigated. I found witnesses. I found evidence. She pulled a jade crystal from her robes and placed it beside the sword. Inside the crystal, a recording played, a fight, captured at a distance, between a young man in gray robes, Lin Haowen, and 3 figures in dark robes. The dark-robed figures fought with void corruption techniques, their movements coordinated with the practiced efficiency of trained assassins. Abyssal Tide, Liang Chun said. Abyssal Tide. They targeted him specifically because of what he discovered during the expedition. Lin Meixiu's voice was tight, with controlled emotion. He found one of the Void Sovereign's secondary seals, a smaller seal, separate from the main prison, that contained a piece of the Void Sovereign's consciousness. The Abyssal Tide couldn't let that information reach the major sections. So they killed him. They ambushed him. 3 against 1. He killed 2 of them before the 3rd. She closed her eyes. The 3rd used a spatial collapse technique. It tore him apart. The training yard was silent. Liang Chun looked at the crystal, at the frozen image of Lin Haowen's last stand. I've been hunting the Abyssal Tide ever since, Lin Meixiu said. Every lead, every rumor, every trace of void corruption, I followed it. When I heard about your tribulation, about the primordial chaos bloodline, I came because I knew you'd be a target. And wherever the Abyssal Tide hunts, their agents are nearby. You came to hunt them, not to recruit me. I came to find the people who killed my brother. You were the bait. She met his eyes without flinching. But things changed. You're not just bait, Liang Chun. You're the only person who can actually stop the Abyssal Tide. The only one with the bloodline, the power, and the will to face the Void Sovereign and seal him again. She placed her hand on the jade crystal. This recording contains enough evidence to prove the Abyssal Tide assassinated a Sword Sovereign sect prodigy. Combined with the evidence from Azure Cloud about Mu Qianren and whatever Zhao Yanran finds about Xiao Tianming's corruption, we can present an overwhelming case to the tournament's assembled sections. You've been building this case for 5 years. 5 years of hunting, investigating, and waiting for the right moment to strike. The ghost of a smile crossed her severe features. I'm very patient when I have a target. Lin Meixiu. Liang Chun chose his words carefully. When we expose the abyssal tide, when we eventually face them in force, I want you at my side. Not because I need your sword, though I do, but because your brother's death should be avenged by someone who loved him, not just by someone who has the power to do it. The steel in her eyes softened. Just for a moment, just a fraction, but Liang Chen saw the grief behind the warrior's mask. 5 years of loss, 5 years of lonely hunting, 5 years of carrying a brother's memory like a blade against her heart. Thank you, she said quietly. I accept. From a shadowed alcove nearby, unseen by either of them, Yun Qinglian watched the exchange. Something complicated moved across her expression, not jealousy, exactly, but the recognition that Liang Chun had a gift for seeing people's pain and responding to it with genuine compassion. It was the thing that drew everyone to him, the thing that made sect daughters and outcasts and crippled Dao lords follow him into danger. It was also the thing she was falling in love with. She turned and walked away silently, her ice blue eyes thoughtful. Chapter 48. The elimination rounds. The individual elimination rounds began on the tournament's 5th day. 64 contestants, arranged in a single elimination bracket, fighting on the main arena's platform under the eyes of 10,000 spectators. The elimination rounds were held on the main arena platform, each match given the full attention of the Colosseum's 10,000 spectators. The format was brutal in its simplicity. 2 cultivators entered, 1 left standing. Matches continued until surrender, incapacitation, or ring out. Killing was forbidden, but excessive force was defined loosely enough to give aggressive fighters significant latitude. Liang Chen's first elimination round opponent was a cultivator named Guofeng, a core formation peak sword and shield fighter from the Iron Wall sect. Guofeng was built like a fortress, broad, heavy, clad in formation-enhanced armor, wielding a sword in one hand and a tower shield the size of a door in the other. I don't care about your bloodline or your reputation, Guofeng said as they faced each other on the platform. In this arena, all that matters is who falls first. Fair enough, Liang Chen replied. The fight was a test of Liang Chen's versatility against Guofeng's defense. The shield cultivator was nearly impenetrable. His tower shield absorbed elemental attacks, his armor deflected physical strikes, and his fighting style prioritized survival over aggression. He was the kind of opponent designed to outlast flashy attackers by simply refusing to go down. Liang Chun tried fire, the shield absorbed it. Water, the armor deflected it. Wind, Guofeng planted his feet and weathered the gust. Lightning, the shield grounded it. Earth, Guofeng's own earth affinity neutralized it. For minutes into the fight, neither had landed a meaningful blow. Your shield absorbs elemental energy, Liang Chun said, dodging a heavy sword swing. Impressive artifact. 3rd-generation spirit formation, passed down from my great-grandmother. Guofeng was breathing hard but steady. Every element I block makes it stronger. Every element. Guofeng hesitated. That hesitation told Liang Chen everything he needed to know. He changed tactics. Instead of attacking with distinct elements, he attacked with chaos chi, raw, unrefined primordial chaos energy that wasn't any single element, but all of them simultaneously. The shield's formation, designed to absorb and categorize elemental energy, couldn't process an attack that was simultaneously every element at once. The shield flickered. Its defensive light guttered like a candle in a hurricane. Liang Chun pressed the advantage. A concentrated chaos beam, dense, prismatic, carrying the weight of 8 chaos origin stone fragments, hit the shield dead center. The formation overloaded, trying to absorb fire and water and lightning and darkness and light and every other element simultaneously. The contradictions tore it apart from the inside. The shield exploded. Guofeng, shieldless and stunned, had 1 second to raise his sword in defense before Liang Chen's follow-up strike, an earth-chi-enhanced fist, hit him in the chest and sent him tumbling out of the arena ring. Winner, Liang Chun of Thunder Peak, the tournament host announced. The crowd erupted. Not for the victory itself. Liang Chun had been expected to win, but for the technique. He'd used pure chaos chi in open combat for the first time, and the spectators who understood cultivation theory were losing their minds. Raw chaos energy. Unrefined. Multi-element simultaneously. That shouldn't be possible. The elemental conflicts alone. The primordial chaos bloodline. It's real. It's actually real. Liang Chen's second elimination opponent was more challenging. A nascent soul early-stage cultivator from the Thunder Peak sect who fought with lightning speed and precision. The fight lasted 3 minutes, longer than Liang Chen preferred, and he took a lightning strike to the shoulder that left his arm numb for 30 seconds. But he won. By absorbing the lightning cultivator's final technique with the chaos-devouring art and reflecting it back with doubled intensity. The crowd had, by this point, begun calling the absorption and reflection technique Chaos Mirror, and the name stuck. After the match, the defeated lightning cultivator approached Liang in the recovery area. "That technique you used to absorb my lightning," the man said, rubbing a burn on his cheek where the reflected attack had grazed him. His name was Zhou Feng, and he carried himself with the quiet dignity of a man who respected strength in others as much as he cultivated it in himself. "I've never felt anything like it. When you absorbed my attack, it was like you understood my lightning better than I did. For a moment, I felt your intent merge with mine." Liang nodded. "The absorption isn't just energy transfer. It reads the technique structure, how you channeled your lightning, what emotions you poured into it, the years of training that shaped it. I don't just take the energy. I take the understanding." The lightning cultivator stared at him. "That's terrifying." "It can be. I try to use it respectfully." Liang paused. "Your lightning technique was exceptional. The way you wove intent into each bolt. That's not standard Thunderpeak training, is it? That's your personal innovation." Despite his defeat, the man smiled. "You noticed? I've been developing it for 6 years. No one else has ever. You absorbed it in 3 seconds and understood it better than my own sect master." "I'd like your permission to keep the technique fragment," Liang said. "The absorption happened in combat, which isn't ideal. If you're willing, I'd rather have your conscious consent." The man considered, then extended his hand. "You have it. Anyone who respects the art of cultivation enough to ask permission after he's already won the fight, that person deserves to carry my technique." They shook hands, and Liang felt a surge of warmth that had nothing to do with spiritual energy. The cultivation world was full of enemies and threats, but it was also full of people who loved their craft and respected those who loved it too. Zhou Feng hesitated, then added, "One more thing. Before my match, I noticed something strange about Xiao Tianming's energy. I fought in the same bracket as him 2 rounds ago. During our match, when he hit me with his palm strike, I felt something underneath the golden chi. Something dark, cold, wrong." Liang attention sharpened. "Can you describe it?" "Like touching something dead that was pretending to be alive. His chi had a surface layer of normal golden energy, but beneath it," Zhou Feng shivered. "I've felt corrupted spirit beasts before, during patrol duty in the Blackstone Wastes. His deeper energy felt the same. Exactly the same. Thank you for telling me. That information may be more valuable than any technique." Zhou Feng nodded and departed. Liang watched him go, adding another piece to the puzzle. Independent confirmation of the corruption, from a cultivator with no political agenda, no alliance affiliation, just honest observation of something that felt wrong. He would need that testimony when the time came to expose the truth. The next 2 elimination rounds were dispatched efficiently. A wind cultivator from the Soaring Eagle sect went down in 90 seconds. A dual-element fire and earth fighter from the Volcanic Heart sect lasted 3 minutes. Longer, because Liang took time to study the rare dual affinity technique before ending the match with a water and metal combination that bypassed both of his opponent's elemental defenses simultaneously. With each victory, the crowd's response grew more fervent. Liang was becoming more than a contestant. He was becoming a symbol. The expelled outer disciple who'd become the tournament's most dominant fighter. The story resonated with every cultivator who'd ever been underestimated, overlooked, or dismissed. In the stands, bookmakers adjusted their odds. Liang moved from 3rd favorite to 2nd, and after the wind cultivator match, to 1st. Xiao Tianming, still the favorite on paper, had been slipping in public confidence since his brutal semi-final conduct. "The people want you to win," Shen Ruoxi told Liang that evening. "Not just for combat skill, but for what you represent. The underdog. The outsider. The one who proves that the system's judgment can be wrong. I'm not trying to represent anything. I'm trying to survive. That's what makes you authentic. And authenticity is the rarest quality in the cultivation world." Chapter 49, Nascent Soul Breakthrough. The tournament's 8th day brought a rest period, a scheduled break between the elimination quarterfinals and semifinals. Most contestants used the break for recovery and strategy. Liang used it for something far more ambitious. He'd been on the edge of Nascent Soul for 3 days. His core formation peak cultivation had reached absolute maximum density, his chaos primal core straining against the barrier like a star about to go supernova. The breakthrough was inevitable. The question was timing. "Do it now," Old Man Tian advised. "During the rest period, when you have 24 hours to process the breakthrough and stabilize. Attempting Nascent Soul mid-combat is too risky, even for you." Liang agreed. He retreated to the deepest chamber available in their suite, seated himself on a meditation platform, and began. The barrier between core formation and nascent soul was fundamentally different from any previous breakthrough. It wasn't about energy capacity or spiritual density. It was about creating a spiritual entity, a nascent soul, a miniature copy of the cultivator's spiritual self that existed within the Dantian as a conscious, independent being. The nascent soul was the cultivator's second life, their spiritual insurance, and the key to powers that core formation cultivators could only dream of. For a normal cultivator, forming a nascent soul required weeks of careful meditation, specific environmental conditions, and ideally the guidance of a nascent soul elder. For Liang, it required 30 minutes. The chaos primal core collapsed inward for the third time in his cultivation career, the same Dantian compression that had preceded both foundation establishment and core formation. But this time, instead of crystallizing into a new form, the compressed energy coalesced into a shape, a human shape, sitting in lotus position within his Dantian, glowing with prismatic light. The nascent soul opened its eyes. They were Liang Chen's eyes, dark, determined, burning with chaos energy. But the nascent soul's form was wreathed in multicolored fire, each flame a different element, all coexisting in the dynamic balance that was the hallmark of primordial chaos cultivation. The breakthrough phenomena erupted through the suite's formation arrays, weaker than previous breakthroughs, thanks to Old Man Tian's improved containment, but still visible as a pillar of prismatic light that shot through the ceiling and painted the sky above the holy grounds in rainbow fractals. Every cultivator on the island felt it. In the main arena, where preliminary rounds for the secondary brackets were still running, the tournament host paused mid-commentary and looked up at the sky with what might have been interest, difficult to tell with a formation spirit. Nascent soul breakthrough, the host observed. From the neutral quarter. Unusual. In the academy team's quarters, Xiao Tianming felt the breakthrough and went rigid. His amber eyes darkened. Literally, the corruption from the forbidden pill tinting his irises with a ring of black. The primordial chaos signature was unmistakable. He's reached nascent soul, Xiao Tianming whispered. His hands clenched into fists, golden chi blazing around them. He was core formation peak this morning. He broke through in less than an hour. His academy teammates exchanged nervous glances. Their captain's obsession with Liang had been growing more intense and more concerning with each passing day. In the spectator section, Shen Ruoxi watched the prismatic light show with a mix of pride and something more complex. Nascent soul, she murmured. He started at chi condensation 2 months ago. 2 months. The primordial chaos bloodline was created for rapid advancement, Old Man Tian said from beside her. But even by historical standards, this is extraordinary. The first sovereign took 20 years to reach nascent soul. Liang has done it in 8 weeks. Is that good or bad? Yes. When Liang emerged from his chamber, the group gathered to assess his new state. His aura had changed, deeper, vaster, carrying a weight of spiritual authority that made even Shen Ruoxi's core formation early-stage cultivation feel small by comparison. His eyes held a new clarity, as if the formation of his nascent soul had sharpened his perception of the world by an order of magnitude. How do you feel? Wei Jin asked. Like I can see the formation arrays in the walls, Liang said, and the spiritual vein beneath the island, and the seal line node 200 meters underground. And, he paused, his enhanced senses extending further, and the corruption spreading through it. Nascent soul's spiritual perception, Old Man Tian nodded. The nascent soul acts as a secondary sensing organ, a spiritual radar that operates independently of your physical senses. You can now detect things that were invisible to you before, including the void corruption in Xiao Tianming's aura, Liang said. His voice was quiet, certain. I can see it now, clear as day. There's a seed of void energy buried in his core, connected to an external source. Someone is feeding him power and influencing his mind simultaneously. Can you prove it to others? At nascent soul, I can project my spiritual perception as a shared experience. If I touch someone and channel through my nascent soul, I can show them what I see. He looked at the group. During the semifinals, in front of 10,000 witnesses, I'll expose the corruption for everyone to see. That's dangerous, Yun Qinglian cautioned. If the Abyssal Tide agents at the tournament realize you can expose their work, they'll try to stop me. I know. Liang expression hardened. Let them try. Chapter 50. Shen Ruoxi's confession the night before the semifinals. Shen Ruoxi found Liang on the suite's balcony. The holy grounds drifted through a sea of stars, the formation arrays casting a soft blue glow that made the floating island look like a piece of fallen heaven. Below, The endless plains stretched in every direction, dark and vast, dotted with the campfires of cultivators who hadn't secured accommodation on the island itself. Can't sleep? Shen Ruoxi asked, leaning on the railing beside him. Too much energy. Nascent soul breakthrough leaves your spiritual system buzzing for days. He glanced at her. You? Too many thoughts. She was quiet for a moment, her gold eyes reflecting the starlight. Liang Chun, I need to tell you something. Her tone was different. Not playful, not strategic, not the bright, confident mask she wore in public. This was Shen Ruoxi stripped of pretense, a young woman about to say something difficult. I like you, she said. Not as a recruit, not as an ally, not as a political asset. As a person, as a man. I've been pretending it's just flirtation, just my natural personality, just the recruitment game. But it's not. It hasn't been for a while. Liang Chun turned to face her fully. He owed her the courtesy of his full attention. I know about you and Yun Qinglian. Shen Ruoxi continued, her voice steady despite the vulnerability in her eyes. I'm not blind. I've seen how you look at each other, the way your chi harmonizes during training, the way the air gets colder whenever you're close. Ice cultivator tells. She literally freezes the air when she's emotional. Shen Ruoxi, let me finish. She held up a hand. I'm not asking you to choose me. I'm telling you this because I don't want to carry it anymore, and because you deserve to know the truth. She took a breath. You're the first person who's ever treated me like a person instead of a title. Not the Crimson Phoenix sect master's daughter. Not the fire prodigy. Not the political prize. Just Ruoxi. He heard the weight of those words, the loneliness of a woman who'd been valued for everything except herself, and whose confident exterior was armor against the hurt of never being seen. You are Ruoxi, he said. You were always Ruoxi to me. She blinked. Something glistened in her gold eyes. See, that's exactly what I mean. You say things like that, and you actually mean them, and it's incredibly unfair. I'm sorry I can't. Don't apologize. Her voice was firm. Don't you dare apologize for having a heart that chose someone. That's the most natural thing in the world, and I refuse to make you feel guilty about it. She straightened, squaring her shoulders, and when she met his eyes, the Shen Ruoxi he knew, fierce, confident, brilliant, was back. Tempered, not diminished, by the honesty she'd just shown. I would rather be your friend and your ally than your lover and your regret, she said. So that's what I'll be. The best friend and the strongest ally you've ever had. You already are, Liang Qin said. She studied his face, reading the sincerity there with a cultivator's perception. Then she smiled. Not her usual strategic smile, but something softer and more real. Good. Then let's win this tournament, expose the abyssal tide, and save the world. I hear that's on the agenda. Pretty much. Well, at least it won't be boring. She pushed off the railing and headed for the door. At the threshold, she paused. Liang Chun. Yes. Take care of her. Qinglian, I mean. She acts like she's made of ice, but she breaks like anyone else. She just breaks quietly. I know, he said. I know you know. That's why I'm telling you anyway. She flashed him a grin. Almost the old one. Almost the mask, but warmer underneath. Good night, Liang Chun. Good night, Ruoxi. She left, and the balcony felt a little emptier and a little warmer at the same time. Chapter 51. Xiao Tianming's Rampage. The tournament's semi-final day opened with a match that turned the crowd's excitement to horror. Xiao Tianming versus Gao Shan, a nascent soul early-stage cultivator from the Iron Fortress sect. Gao Shan was a defensive specialist, massive, strong, with earth element techniques that could withstand incredible punishment. He was expected to give Xiao Tianming a competitive match. It lasted 45 seconds. Xiao Tianming attacked with a ferocity that went beyond competition. His golden chi had darkened to amber, and within the amber, threads of something darker, void corruption, visible now to Liang Qin's nascent soul perception, pulsed with hungry energy. His techniques, once elegant and precise, had become raw and devastating. Each strike carried enough force to crack the arena platform, and the platform was reinforced with 10,000-year-old formation arrays. Gao Shan raised a wall of earth chi. Xiao Tianming punched through it with one hand, grabbed Gao Shan by the throat, and slammed him into the ground hard enough to crater the arena floor. The earth cultivator tried to yield, but Xiao Tianming didn't stop. He followed the slam with a golden chi blast that cracked 3 of Gao Shan's ribs and shattered his defensive artifact. I yield, Gao Shan shouted, blood streaming from his mouth. Xiao Tianming's hand drew back for another strike. His amber eyes were glazed, the black ring around his irises pulsing with void energy. He wasn't hearing the yield. The corruption was driving him, feeding his aggression, stripping away the restraint that separated a tournament fighter from a killer. The tournament host intervened. A pulse of formation energy slammed into Xiao Tianming, throwing him back from his opponent. The match is concluded. Xiao Tianming wins by knockout. Xiao Tianming stood in the center of the arena, chest heaving, his aura flickering between gold and amber black. For a moment, just a flash, Liang saw horror in his eyes. A glimmer of the real Xiao Tianming, buried beneath the corruption, looking at what he'd done and feeling sick. Then the void energy surged, the horror faded, and the arrogant mask slid back into place. Gao Shan was carried from the arena by Bai Shui and 2 other healers. 3 cracked ribs, a shattered sternum, and chi deviation that would take weeks to heal. In a tournament where matches were supposed to end at yield, Xiao Tianming had nearly killed a man. The crowd's mood turned ugly. Shouts of protest from the Iron Fortress Sects delegation. Angry murmurs from spectators who recognized excessive force. And, from the elder section, stern faces that suggested formal complaints would be filed. But Xiao Tianming's backers, whoever they were, had influence among the tournament officials. The complaint was reviewed and dismissed. The host's intervention prevented serious injury. The match is valid. Xiao Tianming advances. They're protecting him, Lin Meishio said, her steel eyes cold with fury. She'd watched the fight from the spectator section, and her sword arm had itched the entire time. Someone on the tournament committee is abyssal tied. More than one someone, Zhao Yanran confirmed, appearing beside them. I've identified 3 committee members with void corruption traces in their auras. They've been placed strategically to ensure Xiao Tianming advances regardless of his conduct. Can we expose them now? Shen Ruoxi demanded. Not yet. If we move too soon, the abyssal tide agents will flee or cover their tracks. We need to expose everything simultaneously, Xiao Tianming's corruption, the committee infiltration, and the broader conspiracy, in a way that can't be denied or suppressed. Liang Chen's voice was calm, but his nascent soul aura pressed against the air with controlled fury. The championship match, in front of everyone. That's when we strike. The rest of the semi-final day continued with an undercurrent of tension. Liang Chun won his semi-final match, a nascent soul early-stage water cultivator from the Flowing River sect, in 2 minutes. He kept his techniques clean, his force measured, and his conduct impeccable. The contrast with Xiao Tianming's brutality was stark and deliberate. The crowd noticed. The cheers for Liang Chun were louder than they'd been for any previous match. And in the shadows, abyssal tide agents watched with growing concern. The primordial chaos carrier was gaining the crowd's favor. If he won the championship match and exposed Xiao Tianming's corruption in the process, the abyssal tide's carefully constructed infiltration of the tournament and the broader cultivation world would be laid bare. They began making contingency plans. Chapter 52, Political maneuvering. The day between the semifinals and the championship was a whirlwind of politics. Representatives from a dozen sects visited Thunder Peak Alliance's quarters, each bearing proposals that ranged from reasonable to absurd. The Cloud Dream sect offered a cultural exchange, code for wanting access to Liang Chen's multi-element cultivation insights. The Golden Bull sect proposed a mutual defense pact, code for wanting Liang Chen's protection against their rival, the Silver Bear sect. 3 minor sects proposed marriage alliances, actual marriage, not code for anything. One of them sent their sect master's twin daughters, who appeared in identical pink robes and smiled in unison. Wei Jin, who answered the door, was momentarily paralyzed. The politics are worse than the fighting, Liang Chen said, reviewing the proposals with Old Man Tian and the sect daughters. The politics are the fighting, Old Man Tian corrected. In the cultivation world, alliances and marriages are how sects wage war without bloodshed. Every proposal you accept shifts the balance of power. Every one you reject makes an enemy. Then I'll accept the reasonable ones and reject the rest with diplomatic language. Liang Chen sorted the proposals into piles. Cloud Dream's cultural exchange, accept, conditional on reciprocity. Golden Bull's defense pact, decline politely, suggest they resolve their conflict with Silver Bear through mediation. The marriage proposals, absolutely not. Why not? Shen Ruoxi asked with a grin. The twins were cute. Because I'm not a commodity to be traded between sections. And because the last time I accepted an unreasonable proposal, it involved an imperial decree and a military ambush. The most significant political development came from an unexpected source. Prince Duan Wuji requested a private meeting. The meeting took place in a neutral pavilion on the holy grounds, with guards from both sides stationed at the entrance. The prince arrived in formal imperial robes rather than combat gear, a deliberate signal that this was a diplomatic encounter, not a confrontation. Liang Chun. The prince's voice was stiff, the words extracted with visible effort. I owe you a reassessment. Liang Chun waited. My previous actions were driven by imperial protocol and personal pride. Duan Wuji's jaw worked. But the evidence presented by the Azure Cloud investigation and the incidents at the tournament regarding Xiao Tianming have forced me to reconsider the threat you've been warning about. The Abyssal Tide. The Abyssal Tide. The Void Sovereign. The Seal's deterioration. The prince met Liang Chen's eyes directly. My father's intelligence division has confirmed the void corruption incidents across the continent. The spatial cracks, the corrupted beasts, the seal line failures. They're accelerating. And the Emperor is concerned enough to authorize diplomatic outreach to non-imperial powers, including you. Duan Wuji produced a jade scroll sealed with the Imperial Dragon. This is a formal proposal for a temporary alliance, not subjugation, not conscription, between the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Thunder Peak Alliance, specifically focused on the Abyssal Tide threat. Liang Chun took the scroll and examined it. The terms were reasonable: mutual defense commitment, intelligence sharing, coordinated operations against confirmed Abyssal Tide targets. No subordination clauses, no forced service, no blood oaths. This is fair, Liang Chun said, surprised. My father is many things, but he's not a fool. He recognizes that the Void Sovereign's awakening threatens the Empire as much as any sect. Duan Wuji hesitated. I also recognize that my approach to you was wrong. I treated you as a threat to be controlled rather than a potential ally. That was a mistake. An apology? An acknowledgement. The prince's pride couldn't quite manage the word apology, but the sentiment was clear. Liang Chun studied the man across from him. Duan Wuji was arrogant, politically ambitious, and accustomed to getting his way. But he wasn't evil. He was a prince of an empire facing an existential threat, and he had the pragmatism to set aside personal grudges in favor of survival. I accept the alliance, Liang Chun said. On one condition. When we expose the Abyssal Tide's infiltration at the tournament, and we will, the Empire publicly supports the exposure. No suppression, no cover-ups, no protecting corrupted officials. Done. They shook hands, cultivator to prince, outcast to royalty, and in that handshake, the foundation of the alliance that would face the Void Sovereign began to solidify. As Duan Wuji rose to leave, he paused at the door. For what it's worth, my father was impressed by your conduct at the tournament. You fight clean, you protect the people around you, and you treat your enemies with more respect than they deserve. Those are not qualities he expected from a sectless cultivator. I had a good teacher, Liang Chun said, thinking of old man Tian. You had a good mother, the prince corrected. Whatever she taught you, directly or through her sacrifice, it shaped a man that even an emperor can respect. He left. Liang Chun sat in the empty pavilion for a long moment, turning the prince's words over in his mind. His mother's sacrifice had been the foundation of everything. The sealed bloodline, the hidden talent, the years of endurance that had forged his character in the furnace of adversity. She'd given him more than power. She'd given him the strength to use power without being consumed by it. He returned to the team's quarters to find them assembled around the war table, reviewing the latest intelligence from Zhao Yinran's network. The Abyssal Tide agents at the tournament had been identified but not yet confronted. The timing had to be perfect. Too early, and they'd flee. Too late, and whatever they were planning would succeed. The championship match is the key, Liang Chun said. Everything converges there. If I fight Xiao Tianming, I can absorb the corruption in front of everyone. If the formation arrays record the void energy connection, we have undeniable proof. And if the Abyssal Tide tries to stop us, then they expose themselves even more. Yun Qinglian finished. It's a trap that works regardless of what they do. Provided I survive the actual fight, Liang Chun added dryly. Minor detail, Wei Jin said. You'll be fine. Probably. Probably is the most reassuring word in the cultivation world. You're welcome. Chapter 53. The semifinals. Liang Chen's semifinal in the individual bracket was not against the water cultivator from the Flowing River sect. That had been the quarterfinal. The semifinal presented something unexpected. His opponent was a masked cultivator registered under no sect affiliation, listed only as the Wanderer. The mask was a featureless white oval that concealed every identifying feature. The cultivation aura was nascent soul early stage, but the energy signature was strange, layered, as if multiple cultivation methods were operating simultaneously behind a suppression technique. This one is different, Old Man Tian warned from the spectator section, his Dao Lord perception straining to read the masked figure. There's spatial energy wound through their techniques, not standard spatial cultivation, but dimensional manipulation. Be careful. The fight began without preamble. The Wanderer attacked with a spatial technique that bent the distance between them, closing 30 paces in a single step. The movement was disorienting. Liang Qin's spatial awareness, even enhanced by his nascent soul, struggled to track the folded geometry. A punch materialized from what should have been empty air. Liang Qin blocked, but the spatial distortion around the fist meant the impact landed from an angle his block didn't cover. He took the hit on his shoulder, spun with the force, and counterattacked with a chaos beam aimed at where the Wanderer should be. The beam passed through a spatial fold and hit the arena floor 20 paces away. The Wanderer wasn't there anymore. Dimensional shifting, Liang Qin muttered, his nascent soul working overtime to track the spatial distortions. They're stepping into pocket dimensions and re-emerging at different locations, like a fish ducking under waves. The next 3 minutes were the most technically challenging fight of the tournament. The Wanderer's spatial techniques were unlike anything Liang Qin had encountered. Not brute force, but elegant manipulation of dimensional geometry, creating shortcuts, dead zones, and attack angles that defied conventional physics. Liang Qin adapted. His chaos-devouring art reached for the spatial energy and found it slippery. Spatial chi was the hardest element to absorb because it existed between dimensions rather than within them. But his nascent soul perception gave him an edge. He could see the dimensional folds before they stabilized, predict the Wanderer's re-emergence points, and preposition his attacks. Gradually, the fight shifted. Liang Qin's predictions improved with each exchange as his chaos chi learned the flavor of spatial energy. By the 4th minute, he was intercepting the Wanderer mid-shift, his attacks arriving at the re-emergence point before the Wanderer fully materialized. The Wanderer stumbled. A chaos beam hit their torso, disrupting the spatial fields they depended on. For 3 seconds, they were pinned in normal space, and 3 seconds was all Liang Qin needed. He used the earth fusion technique. His body became stone, dense and immovable, and he seized the Wanderer in a grip that even dimensional shifting couldn't break. Then he flowed from earth to lightning, the fastest element, and delivered a point-blank discharge that overwhelmed the Wanderer's defenses. The masked cultivator hit the arena floor, unconscious. But before the host could announce the result, the mask cracked, and something leaked from behind it. Dark energy, void corruption, a whisper that only nascent soul perception could hear. The void sovereign awakens. The Wanderer's body convulsed. The spatial energy around them destabilized, warping reality in a 10-foot radius. Formation arrays in the arena floor activated, containing the distortion, but the message was clear. This fighter had been an unwitting puppet, their spatial techniques amplified by void corruption. Liang Qin knelt beside the unconscious Wanderer and extended his chaos chi. Carefully, he absorbed the void corruption, a thin, insidious thread that ran from the fighter's spiritual root to somewhere else. Somewhere deep underground. The seal line node. They were being controlled, he told Old Man Tian later, in the privacy of their suite. Puppet strings of void energy, feeding them power and directing their actions. The corruption was subtle. I doubt they even knew they were being manipulated. The abyssal tide is making their move, the old man said. They've been placing corrupted fighters throughout the tournament. Xiao Tianming is the most visible, but this Wanderer proves there are others. How many? I've identified 7 suspicious aura signatures among the remaining contestants, Zhao Yanran reported. All different levels of corruption. Some might not even be hostile, just unknowingly contaminated. But at least 3 are active agents. The championship match is tomorrow, Liang Qin said. Whatever the abyssal tide is planning, it'll happen then. Chapter 54, Healing and Revelation by Shui tended to Liang Qin's injuries with her usual quiet competence. The spatial distortion damage was unusual, not physical wounds but disruptions in his spiritual pathways where the dimensional folding had twisted his meridians out of alignment. Hold still, she said, her green healing chi probing the distortions with delicate precision. Spatial damage requires a different approach than elemental damage. I need to realign the meridian pathways without collapsing the pocket dimensions that formed inside them. Pocket dimensions inside my meridians? Small ones, barely noticeable. But if I heal the damage without collapsing them first, you'll have permanent spatial anomalies in your chi flow, attacks that curve when they should go straight, techniques that fold when they should expand. She worked for an hour, her newly liberated cultivation providing a depth of healing energy that continued to surprise everyone, including herself. The curse had suppressed not just her spiritual power but her talent. Freed from that burden, Bai Shui's healing capabilities had grown at a rate that rivaled Liang Qin's own advancement. There, she said finally, withdrawing her chi. Clean. But be careful with spatial-type opponents in the future. Your chaos chi can absorb spatial energy, but the dimensional side effects are harder to purge. Thank you, Bai Shui. She smiled, the calm, genuine smile of a woman at peace with her purpose. This is what I'm here for. Now hold still while I analyze that corruption you absorbed from the Wanderer. The analysis was illuminating. Zhao Yanran joined, and together the healer and the poison expert dissected the void corruption with the precision of two surgeons performing an autopsy. The corruption has a specific structure, Zhao Yanran observed, examining the sample through a jade lens. Not random void energy, engineered. Someone crafted this as a delivery mechanism. It's designed to attach to a cultivator's spiritual root, establish a connection to a remote source, and gradually increase its influence over time. How gradually? Weeks, maybe months. The initial implantation would feel like a cultivation insight, a sudden burst of progress, a new understanding of technique. The cultivator would think they'd had a breakthrough. By the time the corruption is strong enough to influence behavior, they're already dependent on the power boost. Xiao Tianming, Liang said, almost certainly implanted months ago. The corruption in his aura is much denser than the Wanderer's. He's been receiving boosted power for far longer. Zhao Yanran's expression was grim. At his current level of corruption, his personality has been significantly altered. The aggression, the obsession with victory, the excessive force, those are symptoms of void energy eroding his inhibitions. Can you save him? Liang asked. If I absorb the corruption during our fight, like I did with Bai Shui's curse, can I free him? Possibly. But the corruption is bonded to his spiritual root, same as Bai Shui's curse was. Removing it mid-combat, while he's actively trying to kill you, is, well, suicidal. I was going to say extremely challenging. But yes, also possibly suicidal. Liang considered. Xiao Tianming was a victim, manipulated and corrupted by the abyssal tide, his genuine talent exploited as a weapon. Destroying him would be easier. But Liang had spent 6 years being dismissed and discarded by people who didn't look past the surface. Xiao Tianming deserved better than being judged solely by what the corruption had made him. I'll try, Liang said. I won't promise success, but I'll try to save him. Why? Zhao Yanran asked. Not challenging, genuinely curious. Because someone did the same for me. My mother sealed my bloodline to save me from people who wanted to use me for their purposes. The abyssal tide is doing the same thing to Xiao Tianming, using his talent for their purposes, corrupting him into a weapon. He didn't choose this. Zhao Yanran studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. Your mother would be proud. People keep saying that. People keep meaning it. Chapter 55. The other semifinal. The other individual semifinal, Xiao Tianming versus Lin Meishio, was scheduled for the same afternoon. Lin Meishio had advanced through the elimination rounds with the cold efficiency of a blade, precise, unstoppable, and merciless in the most controlled way possible. Her sword work had reached a level that drew admiring murmurs from even the elder spectators, a style that combined the sword sovereign Sects' traditional techniques with her own innovations, creating something that was more art than combat. But Xiao Tianming, enhanced by the abyssal tide's forbidden pill, was something beyond normal competition. The fight began at the host's signal. Lin Meishio's flying sword leaped from its sheath, expanding to full size, and she launched her opening technique, Silver River Cascade, a continuous stream of sword strikes that created an advancing wall of silver light. It was her trademark, overwhelming pressure from the very first exchange, denying the opponent time to establish their rhythm. Xiao Tianming walked through it. His amber gold qi, now visibly tinged with dark streaks, erupted from his body in a wave that scattered Lin Meishio's sword strikes like leaves in a hurricane. The raw power was staggering, not nascent soul early stage, which was the tournament's cap, but something beyond. The forbidden pill had pushed him past the legal limit. Lin Meishio adjusted. She abandoned the pressure strategy and shifted to precision, targeted strikes at his joints, his eyes, the pressure points that martial training had mapped across the human body. Her sword was a silver flash, appearing and disappearing faster than the eye could track. Xiao Tianming blocked with his bare hands, catching the sword between qi-hardened palms. Void corruption flickered in his eyes, the black ring around his irises expanding with each exchange. Submit, Xiao Tianming said. His voice carried an odd harmonic, a deeper tone beneath his natural voice, as if something was speaking through him. You can't win this. I've never submitted to anyone, Lin Meishio replied, and launched Silver Moon, her ultimate technique. The flying sword split into 100 silver fragments that orbited around Xiao Tianming in a deadly cloud of razor-sharp metal and concentrated sword intent. Each fragment attacked independently, guided by Lin Meishio's spiritual control, creating a sphere of lethal steel that no normal defense could withstand. Xiao Tianming screamed, not in pain but in fury, and his aura exploded. The forbidden pill's power surged through him, void corruption erupting from his meridians in visible tendrils of darkness. The power spike shattered Lin Meishio's silver moon formation, the sword fragments sent flying, and a concentrated blast of amber-black energy hit Lin Meishio in her right arm. The arm broke. The sound was sickening, a crack of bone audible throughout the silent arena. Lin Meishio's face went white, but she didn't fall. She caught her wounded arm with her left hand, recalled her flying sword fragments into a single blade, and held her ground. I yield, she said through clenched teeth. Xiao Tianming didn't stop. Like Gao Shan's match, the corruption overrode his hearing, his judgment, his fundamental humanity. He lunged forward, hand raised for a finishing blow that would do far more than break a bone. Liang moved. He was in the spectator section, 100 paces from the arena. He shouldn't have been able to cover that distance in time. But his nascent soul cultivation, his chaos chi, and the desperate urgency of the moment combined into a burst of speed that bent the air behind him. He caught Lin Meishio as Xiao Tianming's attack descended, wrapping her in a shield of prismatic chaos energy that absorbed the amber-black blast. The impact drove him to his knees, his arms trembling under the force, but the shield held. The match is concluded. The tournament host thundered, its formation energy slamming into Xiao Tianming for the second time this tournament. Xiao Tianming wins. Interference penalty. Liang Chun, one formal warning. Liang Chun didn't care about the warning. He cradled Lin Meishio, her broken arm twisted at an angle that made his stomach clench. Bai Shui was there in seconds, her healing chi wrapping around the injury. I can set the bone, Bai Shui said quickly. But the corruption from his attack has contaminated the fracture site. I need to purge it first, or the healing will be compromised. Do it, Lin Meishio said through gritted teeth. The championship match is tomorrow. If Liang Chun doesn't fight at full strength because he's worrying about me, I'll break his arm too. Despite the pain, despite the fury, she managed to smile. Beat him, Liang Chun. Not for me. For everyone he's hurt. I will, he promised. Chapter 56. Eve of the final. The night before the championship was the longest of Liang Chun's life. He sat on the balcony, staring at the stars, processing everything. The tournament, the abyssal tide infiltration, the seal line deterioration, Xiao Tianming's corruption, Lin Meishio's injury, the looming confrontation that would determine not just a tournament champion, but the course of the coming war. Yun Qinglian found him there, as she always did. She sat beside him without speaking. For a while, they watched the stars together in the comfortable silence that had become their language, two people who understood each other well enough that words were optional. I'm scared, Liang Chun said finally. Yun Qinglian looked at him. In 2 months of knowing him, she'd never heard him admit fear. Not of losing, he clarified. Not of getting hurt. I'm scared of what happens if I can't save Xiao Tianming. If the corruption has gone too deep. If I have to. He didn't finish. You're scared of having to kill someone who doesn't deserve to die. He's being used. Like I was used, kept ignorant, manipulated, discarded when convenient. The abyssal tide planted corruption in him and turned his talent into a weapon. He didn't choose this. Yun Qinglian was quiet for a moment. Then she turned to face him, took his face in both hands, her cool fingers against his warm cheeks, and made him look at her. Listen to me, she said. You are not responsible for what the abyssal tide does. If you can save Xiao Tianming, you will, because that's who you are. And if you can't, then you do what's necessary, and you grieve afterward, and you let the people who love you help you carry it. The people who love me? Her frost blue eyes held his without wavering. I love you, Liang Chun. I've loved you since the night on the wall at Thunder Peak, when you told me to break the cage. Maybe since before that. I don't know when it started. I just know it's true. He couldn't breathe. The words hit him with more force than any nascent soul attack. I love you because you kneel for no one and fight for everyone. Because you were thrown away by my sect and still came back to rescue my father. Because you look at people, really look at them, and see what they need, not what they can give you. Her voice was steady, her eyes bright. I love you, and I'm terrified for you, and I need you to come back from that arena tomorrow. He covered her hands with his. I'll come back. Promise me. I promise. She leaned in and kissed him. The kiss was cool and warm at the same time. Her ice chi and his chaos chi meeting at the point of contact and harmonizing. Ice and fire, and every element between them flowing together in a dance that neither of them choreographed, but both understood perfectly. It tasted of snow and starlight and the first breath of spring after a long winter. When they separated, Yun Qinglian's eyes were brighter than the stars. Be careful tomorrow. I can sense something deeply wrong with Xiao Tianming's energy. The corruption isn't just boosting his power, it's connecting him to something. Something vast. The void sovereign. I think so. And if that connection strengthens during the fight, then the fight becomes more than a tournament match. Then it becomes the first battle of the war. They sat together until dawn, hand in hand, watching the stars fade into the pale light of a day that would change the cultivation world forever. Chapter 57. The championship battle. 10,000 cultivators packed the main coliseum. Every seat filled, every standing spot claimed, every balcony and rooftop occupied by spectators who'd traveled hundreds or thousands of miles to witness what many were calling the most anticipated fight in tournament history. Liang walked onto the arena platform from the east entrance. He wore simple white robes, no armor, no artifacts, no adornment. His only weapon was himself. His nascent soul aura radiated outward in controlled waves of prismatic light, each pulse carrying a slightly different elemental signature, creating a shifting aurora around his body. Xiao Tianming entered from the west. He was transformed. The white gold robes he'd worn at the tournament's start had darkened to amber, matching his corrupted chi. His white gold hair was streaked with black, and the ring of void corruption in his eyes had expanded to encompass most of his iris. His aura was massive, far beyond nascent soul early stage, pushed to the edge of mid-stage by the forbidden pill's power. He's not even hiding the corruption anymore, Old Man Tian whispered from the spectator section. The void energy is visible to anyone with basic spiritual perception, which means either the abyssal tide doesn't care about exposure anymore, Zhao Yinran replied, or they're planning something that makes exposure irrelevant. On the arena platform, the two contestants faced each other across 300 paces of formation-reinforced stone. Last chance, Xiao Tianming said. His voice was layered, his own tenor and a deeper, colder tone speaking in unison. Surrender the chaos origin stone fragments. The Void Sovereign offers you a place at his side, power beyond anything your extinct clan ever imagined. The Void Sovereign's offers come with chains, Liang replied. I've seen what they did to you. Whatever you think you've gained, Tianming, it's not worth your soul. Something flickered in Xiao Tianming's expression, a crack in the corruption's control, a fragment of the real person trapped beneath. My soul is fine. Your soul is being eaten. The pill they gave you, it wasn't just a power boost. It's a bridge, a connection between you and the Void Sovereign. Every time you use the corrupted power, the bridge grows stronger and your personality grows weaker. Lies, I can see it. My bloodline was created to perceive void corruption. The darkness in your aura isn't power, Tianming. It's a parasite, and if we don't remove it, it will consume you. The arena was dead silent. 10,000 cultivators heard every word. The tournament host spoke. Championship match. Liang versus Xiao Tianming. Begin. Xiao Tianming attacked. The opening assault was overwhelming. A combination of heavenly celestial palm techniques amplified by void corruption to 3 times their normal power. Golden black energy beams carved trenches in the arena floor, each one powerful enough to demolish a building. The speed was incredible, the force was staggering, and the corruption lacing each attack burned through conventional defenses like acid through paper. Liang didn't try to absorb the attacks. Not yet. The void corruption in Xiao Tianming's techniques was too dense, too concentrated. Absorbing it all at once would overwhelm his purification capacity and potentially contaminate his own cultivation. Instead, he used the chaos-devouring art selectively. He absorbed the golden qi, Xiao Tianming's natural light energy, and deflected the void corruption using elemental shields that he rotated every 3 seconds to prevent the corruption from adapting. Fire shield, shattered by a void-enhanced palm strike. Switched to water shield, dissolved by a corruption beam. Earth shield, cracked but held for 2 seconds, buying time for a counterattack. Lightning shield, faster, more disruptive to the corruption's frequency. The exchange was intense, destructive, and spectacular. The arena's formation arrays strained to contain the energy output. Cracks appeared in the platform's surface despite the ancient reinforcements. He's matching Xiao Tianming, someone in the crowd breathed. At nascent soul early stage, he's matching a corruption-enhanced near mid-stage. Not matching, Old Man Tian corrected softly. Studying. He's using the fight to analyze the corruption structure, looking for the connection point between Xiao Tianming and the void energy source. He was right. Liang nascent soul worked independently of his combat instincts, scanning Xiao Tianming's spiritual system with every exchange. Each absorbed technique fragment carried information, the structure of the corruption, its connection pathway, the frequency at which it communicated with its source. After 2 minutes of brutal exchanges, Liang had mapped the corruption network inside Xiao Tianming's body. It was similar to Bai Shui's curse, but far more sophisticated. a web of void energy anchored at 47 points throughout his meridian system, all connected to his central node at his spiritual root. And from that node, a thread of void energy extended downward, through the arena floor, through the holy ground's foundation, to the seal line node below. The abyssal tide wasn't just using Xiao Tianming as a weapon. They were using him as a conduit, channeling the void sovereign's power directly through his body. I found it, Liang said aloud. The connection. It goes through the seal line node. They've compromised the holy ground's seal. Shut up, Xiao Tianming screamed, and the void in his voice was louder than his own. He launched his most devastating attack, Celestial Judgment, amplified by void corruption to a level that exceeded nascent soul entirely. A beam of amber-black light the width of the arena descended from the sky like the wrath of a corrupted god. Liang raised both hands and activated the chaos-devouring art at full power. The beam hit his palms and began to dissolve. Chapter 58. Victory and Exposure. The absorption was the most difficult thing Liang had ever attempted. Celestial Judgment, amplified by the Void Sovereign's power channeled through Xiao Tianming, was not a technique. It was a natural disaster compressed into a beam. The energy hitting Liang palms was equivalent to a late nascent soul cultivator's full power attack, and it carried void corruption dense enough to corrode steel. His meridian screamed. The chaos primal core spun at maximum velocity, separating golden light energy from void corruption, absorbing the former and redirecting the latter into the chaos origin stone fragments for purification. The process was agonizing. Each fragment of void corruption burned as it was neutralized, the pain searing through his spiritual system like liquid fire. But the stone fragments were designed for exactly this purpose. They were pieces of the original seal that had imprisoned the Void Sovereign 10,000 years ago. Void corruption was their native enemy, and they devoured it with the efficiency of specialized antibodies attacking a known pathogen. The Celestial Judgment beam weakened, shrank, flickered, and then Liang absorbed it completely. The arena went silent. 10,000 cultivators witnessed a nascent soul early-stage cultivator absorb a corruption-enhanced attack that should have killed anything below Tao Lord and stand. Liang body blazed with absorbed energy, prismatic light leaking from his pores, his eyes lit with multicolored fire. He could feel Xiao Tianming's golden qi integrating with his chaos energy, strengthening him. And he could feel the void corruption being consumed by his stone fragments, their purification fire reducing it to harmless spiritual ash. But the real victory wasn't the absorption. It was what the absorption revealed. When Liang absorbed the Celestial Judgment, he absorbed the connection thread, the void energy link between Xiao Tianming and the seal line node. For a single, crystalline instant, his nascent soul perception traveled along that thread and saw everything. The abyssal tide agents beneath the holy grounds, the compromised seal line, the nascent breach in the Void Sovereign's prison, and the 3 corrupted tournament officials who'd been facilitating it all. And because the absorption happened in the arena, under the eyes of the tournament's formation arrays, the entire data stream was recorded by the Holy Ground's spiritual monitoring system. Host, Liang said, his voice carrying to every corner of the Colosseum. I request that the arena's formation arrays display what they just recorded. Specifically, the void corruption connection between my opponent and the seal line node beneath this island. The tournament host hesitated. Formation spirits were bound by rules, not politics, but they could be overridden by committee members. The 3 corrupted officials in the committee scrambled to issue suppression orders. Prince Duan Wuji stood in the imperial box. By authority of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, I endorse the display. Any committee member who interferes will be arrested for obstruction of imperial security. The host complied. A holographic display materialized above the arena, showing the corruption network in devastating detail. Xiao Tianming's compromised spiritual system, the void energy thread running to the seal line, the 3 corrupted officials identified by their positions in the committee box, and the abyssal tide's subterranean staging area beneath the holy grounds. The Colosseum erupted. Chaos, shock, fury. 10,000 cultivators processing the revelation that the most prestigious tournament in the cultivation world had been infiltrated by an ancient dark sect in service to a sealed eldritch horror. Sect leaders rose from their seats. Security formations activated. The 3 corrupted committee members tried to flee and were intercepted by tournament guards. And on the arena floor, Xiao Tianming fell to his knees. With the connection thread severed, absorbed by Liang, the constant feed of void energy from the seal line had been cut off. Without that feed, the corruption in Xiao Tianming's body began to collapse, its power source removed. The amber-black tint of his aura faded, his eyes clearing to their natural amber. But the corruption had been in his system for months. Its roots were deep, its damage extensive. Without an external power source, the corruption began consuming his own spiritual energy to sustain itself, a parasite devouring its host. Xiao Tianming screamed. Not the battle cry of a warrior or the rage of a competitor. The scream of a man suddenly, horribly aware of what had been done to him, of the months of manipulation, the erosion of his personality, the violence he'd committed under foreign influence. "Help me," he gasped, looking up at Liang Chun with amber eyes that held no trace of arrogance or contempt. Only terror. "Please. It's eating me alive." The arena was deathly silent. 10,000 cultivators watched as the golden genius of the younger generation knelt on the cracked platform, his body racked with spasms as the corruption turned inward. The void energy, cut off from its external source, was now consuming Xiao Tianming's own spiritual reserves to sustain itself, a parasite without a host's blood supply, devouring the host's flesh instead. Bai Shui was already running toward them from the spectator section, her healing qi blazing emerald green. She reached the arena floor and skidded to a halt beside Liang Chun. His spiritual root is under direct assault. The corruption is trying to consume it. If it succeeds, his cultivation will be destroyed permanently. How long? Minutes. Maybe less. Old Man Tion's voice carried from the stands, amplified by a communication crystal. The corruption nodes in his system are self-destructing in sequence. Each one releases a burst of void energy as it collapses. You need to absorb the bursts before they reach his root, or the cumulative damage will be fatal. Liang Chun looked at Xiao Tianming, at the terror in his eyes, at the corruption writhing beneath his skin, at the young man beneath the monster the abyssal tide had created. He remembered his own experience. 6 years of being told he was worthless, his potential locked behind seals he didn't know existed. Xiao Tianming had been told the opposite, that he was the best, the strongest, the most talented, and then poisoned by people who wanted to weaponize that talent. Different cages. Same captivity. Liang Chun knelt before him and placed his hands on Xiao Tianming's shoulders. This is going to hurt. The chaos-devouring art engaged. But not the broad absorption he'd used against the celestial judgment. The precision technique he'd developed healing by Shui's curse. A tendril of chaos qi entered Xiao Tianming's meridians and began the painstaking process of separating void corruption from healthy spiritual tissue. It took 20 minutes. 20 minutes of agonizing precision work, performed on the arena floor in front of 10,000 witnesses, while Bai Shui provided stabilizing healing energy and the tournament host maintained a protective barrier around them. Node by node, thread by thread, Liang Chun absorbed the void corruption from Xiao Tianming's body. Each node fought back, self-destruct mechanisms, counterattacks, defensive bursts of void energy. The stone fragments in Liang Chen's dantian purified each burst, consuming the corruption with fierce prismatic fire. The final node, the anchor at Xiao Tianming's spiritual root, was the hardest. It clung to the root with the desperation of a living thing that knew its existence was ending. Liang Chun wrapped it in chaos qi, applied pressure, and pulled. It came free with a sensation like tearing a weed from deep soil. The void corruption dissolved, the last traces consumed by the stone fragments, and Xiao Tianming collapsed on the arena floor, free. He lay gasping, his face wet with tears, his amber eyes clear for the first time in months. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm so sorry." Liang Chen helped him sit up. "It wasn't you. It was the corruption. I knew something was wrong. I felt it changing me. But the power was intoxicating. I couldn't stop." "You don't have to explain." Liang Chun looked up at the crowd. 10,000 faces, most stunned, many angry, all watching. They need to see this. They need to understand the abyssal tide's methods. The championship match was officially declared a draw, both contestants still standing, the match having evolved beyond the scope of a tournament fight. Liang Chen didn't care about the official result. The exposure was what mattered. The abyssal tide's infiltration was laid bare, and the cultivation world would never be the same. Chapter 59. The tournament's wish. Despite the championship match being declared a draw, the tournament host approached Liang Chun after the exposure event with an unusual announcement. "The Guardian formation has evaluated the events of the championship match," the host said, its translucent form flickering with ancient energy. "The formation was not created to reward combat victory alone. It was created to recognize those who serve the cultivation world's highest purpose. You have exposed a threat to the seal that protects all existence. The Guardian formation recognizes this as worthy of its highest reward." "The wish," Liang Chen said. "The wish. You have earned it. Choose carefully." The Guardian formation manifested at the center of the arena, a circle of ancient pillars that rose from the platform floor, each one inscribed with runes that predated every living sect. The pillars hummed with an energy that felt old and vast and patient, a power that had watched 10,000 years of cultivation history and found most of it wanting. Liang stood at the circle's center and felt the formation scan him, not his cultivation, not his bloodline, but his intent. It was reading his purpose, his desire, the shape of his deepest wish. He knew what he wanted to wish for. The remaining Chaos Origin Stone fragments. The power to reach primordial sovereign realm. The strength to defeat the Void Sovereign and restore the seal permanently. But those were wishes for himself. And standing in the glow of the Guardian formation, with 10,000 cultivators watching, Liang found that his deepest wish wasn't about himself at all. I wish to purify by Shue's curse, he said. Then he paused. Wait, the curse is already purified. The formation pulsed, and the host spoke. The wish recognizes that you have already achieved what you would have asked. The formation offers an alternative. It will amplify your current purification attempt on the seal line node beneath the holy grounds, reinforcing the Void Sovereign's prison at this junction point. Liang eyes widened. That was better than anything he'd imagined. Reinforcing the seal line with the Guardian formation's 10,000-year-old power source would buy them months, maybe years, of additional time. Yes, he said. Reinforce the seal. The Guardian formation activated with a sound like a chord struck on an instrument the size of the world. The ancient pillars blazed with golden light, and Liang felt the formation reach down through the holy ground's foundation, through the bedrock, to the seal line node deep underground. The chaos chi in his body resonated with the formation, the chaos origin stone fragments harmonizing with the ancient structure as if they recognized it, because they did. The Guardian formation had been built by the primordial chaos clan, using the same techniques and principles as the Void Sovereign's prison. The stone fragments and the formation were pieces of the same system. Power flowed through Liang, vast, golden, ancient, and into the seal line. The corruption eating at the node was annihilated by the formation's purification energy. The seal line blazed with renewed strength, its golden light visible even from the surface as hairline cracks in the arena floor glowed with celestial radiance. But the formation didn't stop there. The Guardian formation, recognizing Liang bloodline as the key to the system it had been built to serve, extended its influence along the seal line network. From the Holy Grounds junction, reinforcing energy flowed outward along the remaining seal lines, reaching node after node, strengthening them against the Void Sovereign's corrosive influence. The effect rippled across the continent. In distant lands, spatial cracks sealed. Corrupted beasts collapsed as their void energy source was cut off. Seal line nodes that had been failing for years suddenly blazed with renewed power. The vision was vast and brief. The formation showed Liang the seal network's current state. 43 lines reinforced, the remaining failed lines stabilized but not yet restored. Enough to hold the seal for another year at least. Time. The most precious resource of all. The vision continued for another heartbeat. He saw the continent from above, a vast landscape of mountains, plains, rivers, and seas, crisscrossed with golden seal lines that pulsed with renewed energy. Where the lines intersected, nodes blazed like stars set into the earth. The pattern was beautiful, a web of protection spanning the entire world, designed by cultivators who understood that some threats required not individual heroism but collective, enduring commitment. His mother had been part of that web. His clan had maintained it for 100 millennia. And now, through the Guardian formation's gift and his own bloodline's resonance, Liang had done what no one had done in 20 years. He'd maintained the seal. Not perfectly, not permanently, but enough. The formation also showed him something else. The 5 remaining Chaos Origin Stone fragments, their locations flaring briefly on his mental map before the vision faded. 3 were in locations he recognized from Zhao Yanran's clan records. 2 were in places he'd never heard of, deep in the wilderness, far from any sect or settlement. But now he knew where they all were. 13 fragments. 8 in his Dantian. 5 in the world. When they were reunited, the seal could be restored to full strength. When they were reunited, the primordial chaos bloodline could reach its full potential. When they were reunited, the Void Sovereign would face the same power that had imprisoned it 10,000 years ago. When the formation's power faded, Liang opened his eyes to find the Colosseum in awed silence. Every cultivator with spiritual perception had felt the reinforcement, the wave of golden energy that had swept across the continent, pushing back the darkness. Bai Shui was the first to break the silence. She wept openly, not for herself, but for the realization that the curse of the world, the Void Sovereign's slow escape, had been pushed back. Beside her, Lin Meishio's broken arm was forgotten as she stared at the glowing cracks in the arena floor with an expression of wonder. You chose the seal over personal gain, Yun Qinglian said softly, standing at Liang Chen's side. You could have wished for anything. You chose to protect the world. It was the only choice that mattered, he said. Chapter 60. War Declaration. The aftermath of the tournament was a maelstrom of political, military, and spiritual upheaval. The 3 corrupted committee members were arrested and interrogated, revealing the extent of the Abyssal Tide's infiltration, not just the tournament, but dozens of sects, merchant organizations, and government offices across the continent. The scope of the conspiracy was staggering. Prince Duan Wuji, true to his word, ensured imperial resources supported the investigation. His father, the emperor, issued a formal decree declaring the Abyssal Tide a continental threat and authorizing any sect to use lethal force against confirmed agents. Xiao Tianming, freed from corruption, was a changed man. The arrogant genius was gone, replaced by someone humbler, angrier, and desperately motivated to make amends. He presented himself at Thunder Peak Alliance's quarters and knelt before Liang Chun. I owe you my life and my soul, he said. The corruption took everything. My judgment, my honor, my humanity. You gave it back. He raised his head. Let me join your alliance. Let me fight the people who did this to me. Liang Chun raised him to his feet. You don't need to kneel. And yes, you're welcome. But the respite was brief. On the final morning of the tournament, as delegates prepared to depart and the political landscape of the cultivation world reshuffled in real time, the holy grounds shook. Not a spiritual tremor, not a formation glitch. A physical earthquake that cracked the arena floor, toppled spectator pavilions, and sent 10,000 cultivators stumbling for balance. The seal line node beneath the holy grounds, reinforced barely 12 hours ago by the Guardian Formation's power, was under attack. From below, the ground split open. Not a spatial crack like the incidents they'd seen before, but a deliberate, surgical breach, someone underground, cutting through the holy ground's foundation with void energy, aiming for the seal line junction. Grand Elder Mu Qianren rose from the breach. He ascended on a pillar of void darkness, his once handsome features now fully corrupted, gray skin, black veins, eyes that burned with violet fire. Behind him, a stream of Abyssal Tide cultivators emerged, dozens, then scores, then hundreds of dark-robed figures pouring from the breach like ants from a disturbed nest. The tournament's protections are gone, Mu Qianren announced, his voice amplified by void energy to reach every corner of the island. The Guardian Formation has been compromised. The Void Sovereign sends his regards. Liang Chen stood on the arena platform, surrounded by allies, facing an enemy he'd known was coming but hadn't expected this soon. The Guardian Formation, which should have held, flickered and dimmed. Mu Qianren's attack had targeted not the seal line, but the formation itself, corrupting its ancient power source from within. He's been planning this, Old Man Tian said, his voice tight with urgency. The tournament was the target all along. Get every major sect's young cultivators in one place, then attack when they're exhausted from competition and the formation is already being used. Evacuate the spectators, Liang Chen shouted, his voice carrying across the island with nascent soul authority. All non-combatants, to the evacuation formations. Sect leaders formed defensive lines. The response was immediate. Decades of war preparation kicked in as sect leaders organized their forces, defensive formations activated, and the Holy Ground's remaining arrays redirected power to containment shields. Liang Chun turned to his alliance. The 5 sect daughters, Wei Jin, Feng Lihua, Old Man Tian, the recovering Xiao Tianming, and, arriving at a run from the imperial delegation's quarters, Prince Duan Wuji with his best cultivators. Mu Qianren is mine, Liang Chen said. He's a Dao Lord, Old Man Tian warned. He's the man who killed my mother and destroyed my clan. He's mine. The old man looked at his student, the boy who'd been a crippled outer disciple 8 weeks ago, now a nascent soul cultivator standing at the edge of a war, and nodded once. Then we'll hold the rest. Go. Liang Chen stepped forward. Mu Qianren watched him approach with the patient smile of a predator who'd finally cornered its prey. Hello, boy, the Grand Elder said. Shall we finish what your mother couldn't? Yes, Liang Chen said. We shall. The war for the cultivation world had begun. Around them, the Colosseum transformed from a tournament venue into a battlefield. Sect leaders barked orders. Defensive formations flared to life. Thousands of cultivators drew weapons and summoned techniques, the colorful diversity of their robes creating a chaotic mosaic against the dark-robed uniformity of the abyssal tide forces. Shen Ruoxi's phoenix fire blazed to life, her aura expanding to cover the Alliance's flank. I always thought the tournament would end with a party, not an apocalypse. The party comes after we win, Liang replied. Lin Meishio drew her sword with her uninjured arm, her left, the non-dominant hand. Her sword intent was diminished, but still formidable, a silver blade of purpose that cut the air around her into geometric precision. Bai Shui already healed the fracture. The arm works. It works at 70%, Bai Shui corrected. Don't overdo it. I'll overdo it exactly as much as necessary. Yun Xinglian's ice chi expanded outward in a domain of cold that froze the arena floor for 50 paces in every direction. The abyssal tide cultivators who'd surged toward their positions skidded to a halt, their movements slowed by the supernatural chill. Go, she told Liang, her frost-blue eyes burning with determination. We'll hold the line. You take Mu Qianren. Wei Jin grabbed Liang's arm. Come back alive. I mean it. I just finished analyzing the team battle data, and I refuse to let that research go to waste because you got yourself killed being heroic. Liang looked at his friend, his stubborn, brilliant, hopelessly outmatched friend, and smiled. Hold the fort. Always. Zhao Yinran materialized beside him, her violet eyes sharp with battle focus. I'm coming with you. As far as the breach, I have a way to seal it from the inside once you've dealt with Mu Qianren. You can seal a Dao Lord's dimensional breach. I can collapse the tunnel structure using targeted destabilization. It won't be pretty, and it won't be permanent, but it'll buy time. She paused. Also, I've been waiting 15 years to see the man who ordered my clan's destruction get what's coming to him. I'd rather not miss it. Liang nodded. Together, they moved toward the breach, toward the darkness, toward the confrontation that had been building since the day Liang Chen's mother sealed a newborn's meridians and prayed for a future she wouldn't live to see. Above them, the holy grounds trembled. Below them, the void sovereign stirred. And between them and the end of the world stood one young man with a chaos primal core and the stubborn refusal to let the darkness win. Chapter 61. Battle at the Holy Grounds. The abyssal tides swarmed the holy grounds like locusts descending on a harvest field. Hundreds of dark-robed cultivators poured from the breach in the arena floor, their void-corrupted auras blending into a unified wave of oppressive darkness. They ranged from foundation establishment to nascent soul, their techniques uniformly tinged with the sickly violet glow of void energy. At their head stood Grand Elder Mu Qianren, his Dao Lord aura pressing down on the island like a physical weight. The Colosseum devolved into bedlam. 10,000 cultivators, many of them young, many exhausted from tournament combat, many unprepared for a real war, scrambled to organize. Sect leaders shouted orders. Defensive formations activated in cascading waves. The tournament host formation spirit redirected the arena's protective arrays from competition protocols to military defense. Liang stood at the lip of the breach, Zhao Yanran at his side, staring down into the darkness that swirled below. The void energy rising from the breach was dense enough to be visible, a column of dark mist that smelled of decay and tasted of emptiness. I'm going down there, he said. You're insane, Zhao Yanran replied. I'm coming. Behind them, the Alliance formed their defensive line. The Storm Eye formation activated without verbal command. After days of practice, the resonance channels between Liang and his teammates established automatically. He felt them through the network. Shun Ruoxi's fire, fierce and bright. Yun Xinglian's ice, sharp and controlled. Lin Meishio's sword intent, honed to a killing edge despite her healing injury. Bai Shui's healing pulse, steady as a heartbeat. Wei Jin's communication relay, coordinating information between team members. And beyond the immediate alliance, the broader cultivation world was rising to meet the threat. Prince Duan Wuji marshaled his imperial cultivators into a phalanx formation. The Crimson Phoenix delegation formed a wall of fire across the eastern approach. The Sword Sovereign Sects representatives drew their blades in unison, their combined sword intent creating a lethal perimeter. Hold the surface, Liang shouted, his nascent soul aura carrying the command across the battlefield. Don't let them spread beyond the arena. I'm going for the source. He leaped into the breach. The descent was a controlled fall through darkness, his chaos chi forming a protective bubble against the void energy pressing in from all sides. Zhao Yanran followed, her stealth cultivation suppressing their signatures even as they plunged into the enemy's stronghold. 50 meters down, they hit the staging area, a cavern the abyssal tide had carved beneath the holy grounds over what must have been years of covert excavation. The space was enormous, large enough to hold the hundreds of cultivators they'd already deployed and hundreds more still waiting. Formation arrays covered the walls, floor, and ceiling, void-powered constructs that were systematically dismantling the seal line node's defenses. "The node is there," Liang said, pointing to the center of the cavern where a pillar of golden light, the seal line junction, was being strangled by tendrils of void energy. The golden light flickered and dimmed, each pulse weaker than the last. "They're trying to destroy it. If this node falls, the entire seal line network loses a critical junction, and the reinforcement I just applied will unravel. Then we stop them." Zhao Yinran drew a vial from her robes, her personal combat poison, a paralytic toxin that could incapacitate a nascent soul cultivator for 30 seconds. "I'll handle the foot soldiers. You handle Mu Qianren." The cavern's defenders noticed them. A dozen abyssal tide cultivators converged, void techniques blazing. Zhao Yinran disappeared into the shadows, literally, her stealth cultivation allowing her to merge with the dark energy environment like a snake in a swamp. Screams erupted from the abyssal tide ranks as cultivators began dropping, paralyzed by toxins delivered from invisible hands. Liang walked toward the seal line node, and abyssal tide cultivators fell before him like grass before a scythe. His nascent soul cultivation, amplified by the Chaos Primal Core and 8 Chaos Origin Stone fragments, made Foundation establishment and core formation opponents irrelevant. He didn't even need to use combat techniques. His aura alone, projected at full force, shattered their defenses and knocked them unconscious. The nascent soul defenders were harder. 3 of them stood between him and the node, their void techniques weaving a barrier of darkness that resisted his approach. Liang engaged them in a whirlwind of multi-element combat, his chaos chi cycling through elements faster than his opponents could track. Fire dissolved their shadow constructs. Lightning shattered their void barriers. Earth anchored him against their spatial distortion attacks. Water redirected their corruption blasts away from the node. He defeated the first in 8 seconds, a chaos beam through the nascent soul cultivator's shield that disrupted his dantian and dropped him. The second lasted 12 seconds, putting up a credible fight with void-enhanced spatial techniques before Liang used the wind fusion to phase through a lethal attack and deliver a decisive strike from behind. The third fled when he saw his companions fall. Liang reached the seal line node and placed his hands on the golden pillar. The Chaos Origin Stone fragments in his dantian resonated, 8 notes of a 13-part harmony, singing in response to the seal's ancient power. His chaos chi flowed into the node, reinforcing the golden light, pushing back the void tendrils that were strangling it. The node blazed. The void tendrils recoiled, burning where his chaos chi touched them. The seal line's energy surged, renewed, and the golden light that had been flickering stabilized into a steady, powerful glow. Behind him, Mu Qianren descended from the surface. "Impressive," the Grand Elder said, landing on the cavern floor with the casual grace of a Dao Lord. His corrupted aura filled the space, pushing against Liang chaos chi like an ocean pressing against a seawall. "You've reinforced the node twice in one day. Your mother couldn't have done better." "Don't speak about my mother." "Why not? I knew her better than you did. I watched her for years, studying her bloodline, learning its weaknesses, waiting for the right moment to strike. She was brilliant, your mother, and she was blind. She never saw me coming." Liang rage was a living thing, coiling in his chest like a dragon waking from slumber. But Old Man Tian's training held. Anger was fuel, not master. He channeled the fury into his cultivation, his chaos primal core spinning faster, his nascent soul blazing brighter. "You destroyed my clan to free the Void Sovereign," he said, his voice level despite the fire in his veins. "You poisoned my mother. You infiltrated the Azure Cloud sect. You corrupted Xiao Tianming. You've spent decades dismantling the seal that protects every living thing on this continent." "Yes." Mu Qianren smiled. "And you're too weak to stop me." He attacked. The Dao Lord's first strike was a wave of void energy that filled the entire cavern. Not a targeted attack, but an area denial technique, a wall of corruption that crushed everything in its path. The remaining abyssal tide cultivators were shielded by suppression formations. Zhao Yinran dove into a protective shadow pocket she'd prepared. But Liang had no shield except himself. He met the wave with the chaos-devouring art at full power. His body became a void within a void, a point of absolute absorption that drew the void energy into itself and converted it to fuel. The corruption burned as it was purified, each molecule of void energy fighting against neutralization with the desperation of a living thing. But he held. The wave passed, and Liang stood, steaming, his robes singed, his meridians aching, but unbroken. Primordial chaos purification, Mu Qianren observed. Effective against area attacks. But what about this? The next attack was personal. Mu Qianren appeared in front of Liang Chun. Tao Lord movement speed, faster than nascent soul perception could track, and drove a void-enhanced palm into his chest. The impact was catastrophic. Liang Chun flew backward 40 feet, crashed through a formation array pillar, and embedded himself in the cavern wall. Blood sprayed from his mouth. His ribs cracked, 5, maybe 6. The void energy from the palm strike invaded his body, eating at his meridians from the inside. The Chaos Origin stone fragments fought the corruption automatically, but the volume was overwhelming. This wasn't a corrupted Foundation establishment cultivator's energy. This was a Tao Lord's full power void strike, carrying enough corruption to kill a normal nascent soul cultivator instantly. Liang Chen coughed blood and pushed himself out of the wall. His body screamed in protest. His healing factor, accelerated by his bloodline, was already working on the broken ribs, but the internal corruption was harder to purge. The gap between nascent soul and Tao Lord, Mu Qianren said, advancing slowly, is not a gap. It is an abyss. You cannot cross it with talent or bloodline or will. You need power, and you don't have enough. He was right. In raw power, Mu Qianren outclassed him by a factor of 10. No amount of technique or adaptability could overcome that kind of differential. But Liang Chun had something Mu Qianren didn't. Allies who were willing to fight beside him. He had people who'd crossed continents to stand at his side, who'd defied their own sects and families, who'd risked everything because they believed in him, not in his bloodline or his power, but in him. And one in particular had been waiting for exactly this moment. Through the Storm Eye Resonance Network, Liang Chun felt his companion's energy flowing toward him, fire and ice and sword and healing and poison. 5 elemental streams from 5 women who'd started as recruiters and become family. The energy wasn't just power. It was will. It was love. It was the combined determination of 7 people who refused to let the darkness win. Now, Liang Chun whispered through bloody lips. A blast of healing qi hit him from the shadows, by Shui, who'd followed him into the breach, hidden by Zhao Yanran's stealth formations. The healing energy flooded his body, repairing ribs, purging corruption, restoring his qi reserves. It wasn't a full recovery. Nothing could undo a Tao Lord strike that quickly, but it was enough to get him back on his feet. Simultaneously, from above, reinforcements arrived. Xiao Tianming dropped through the breach, his golden qi blazing. Uncorrupted now, pure and fierce, driven by rage at the people who'd violated his mind. Behind him, Prince Duan Wuji descended with a squad of imperial nascent soul cultivators. And from the surface, channeled through the Storm Eye Resonance Network, the elemental energy of every sect daughter flowed into Liang Chun like rivers feeding a lake. Fire from Shen Ruoxi, ice from Yunqinglian, sword qi from Lin Meixiu. They couldn't fight a Tao Lord directly, but they could fuel someone who could resist one. Liang Chun rose, saturated with borrowed power, his chaos primal core blazing with the combined force of his entire alliance. You said I don't have enough power, he told Mu Qianren. Let me show you what enough looks like. He launched his counterattack. The chaos-devouring art roared through his body, powered by 5 allies' combined energy and 8 chaos origin stone fragments. His chaos qi blazed prismatic, brighter than the golden seal line behind him, brighter than the void darkness around them. He struck Mu Qianren with a beam of concentrated chaos energy that combined fire, water, earth, metal, wind, lightning, ice, light, shadow, and the pure undifferentiated primordial force that existed before elements had names. Mu Qianren's void shield cracked. The Tao Lord staggered backward for the first time in the battle, his corrupted eyes wide with genuine surprise. Impossible, Mu Qianren whispered. Your spirit severing. You shouldn't be able to. I'm not alone, Liang Chen said, and struck again. The second blow drove Mu Qianren back further. The third cracked his void armor. The fourth drew blood, actual blood, black and smoking, from a cut across the Tao Lord's cheek. But the channeled alliance energy was finite. One by one, the resonance streams weakened as his companions exhausted their reserves on the surface battlefield above. The borrowed power faded, and Liang Chen's own cultivation, spirit severing, impressive but not enough, reasserted its limitations. Mu Qianren felt the shift. His surprise hardened into cold calculation. Borrowed strength. Impressive for a moment. But moments end. He was right. The counterattack had been devastating but brief. Without the alliance's combined energy, Liang Chun was back to facing a Tao Lord at spirit severing. an abyss that no amount of technique could cross indefinitely. But the counterattack had achieved its purpose. It had bought time. Time for the seal line node to stabilize. Time for the surface battle to turn. And time for one final card to be played. Chapter 62, Retreat and regrouping. The battle in the cavern lasted 40 minutes. 40 minutes of the most brutal, devastating combat Liang had ever experienced. Mu Qianren was everything a Dao Lord should be. Fast, powerful, experienced, and absolutely ruthless. His void techniques were varied and lethal. Area suppression, targeted strikes, corruption waves, spatial distortion, and a technique he called void annihilation that simply erased matter in a sphere around his palm. Liang couldn't match him. Even with the Alliance's energy flowing through the Stormeye network, even with Xiao Tianming and Prince Duan Wuji supporting from the flanks, the Dao Lord's power was simply too vast. Every exchange cost Liang more than it cost Mu Qianren. Every minute that passed drained the Alliance's collective reserves. But Liang wasn't trying to win. He was trying to hold. The seal line node behind him pulsed with golden light, its defenses reinforced by his earlier intervention. As long as Liang kept Mu Qianren engaged, the abyssal tides formation arrays couldn't attack the node. And as long as the node held, the seal line network remained stable. Time was the weapon. Not power. Not technique. Time. At the 30-minute mark, Mu Qianren paused. His corrupted aura flickered, not from exhaustion, but from something else. His eyes widened, and he looked toward the cavern's entrance. The surface battle is turning, Zhao Yanran reported through the communication network. The combined sect forces have driven the abyssal tide back. Their surface presence is collapsing. Mu Qianren heard it too. The sound of his army failing above, the defensive formations of the holy grounds reasserting control, the combined might of the cultivation world crushing his invasion force. This isn't over, Mu Qianren snarled. He gathered his void energy for a final, devastating attack, not at Liang, but at the seal line node. A sphere of pure annihilation, aimed at the golden pillar. Liang interposed himself. The annihilation sphere hit his chaos chi shield with the force of a collapsing star. The shield held for 1 second, 2, 3, and then shattered. The remaining energy hit Liang directly. His consciousness flickered. Pain beyond anything he'd experienced, beyond the tribulation, beyond the chaos origin stone integration, beyond every wound and every battle. The void annihilation technique was designed to erase existence, and for a terrifying instant, Liang felt himself being unmade. The chaos origin stone fragments saved him. 8 fragments, blazing with primordial creation energy, fought the annihilation with the fundamental force of existence itself. Creation versus destruction. Being versus nothingness. The two forces collided inside Liang body, and the contest lasted a heartbeat that felt like an eternity. Creation won. Barely. Liang hit the ground, alive, bleeding from every pore, his cultivation system in shattered disarray. The seal line node behind him was intact. He'd absorbed the annihilation sphere, at the cost of nearly being annihilated himself. Mu Qianren stared at him in genuine disbelief. You absorbed a void annihilation technique. That should have erased you from existence. Primordial chaos. Liang coughed, blood staining his teeth. We don't erase. Before Mu Qianren could strike again, a familiar aura descended from above, massive, ancient, burning with a power that even a Dao Lord couldn't ignore. Old Man Tian landed in the cavern, but not the crippled, diminished Old Man Tian that Liang knew. This was something else. His blue eyes blazed with power, his body wreathed in an aura that reached toward the Dao Lord realm. He'd used a forbidden technique, burning his remaining lifespan to temporarily restore his cultivation. Tian, Liang shouted. Stay down, boy. Old Man Tian's voice carried the weight of 400 years and the calm of a man who'd accepted his choice. I'll hold him. Mu Qianren's expression shifted. He recognized Old Man Tian, or rather, recognized what he'd been. Dao Lord Tian, the wandering cripple. I thought you died years ago. I've been waiting for a reason to spend my last breath, Old Man Tian said. His restored Dao Lord aura blazed with the full power of 400 years of cultivation experience, diminished by his crippling, refined by 2 decades of theory and contemplation, and now unleashed without restraint by a man who knew his time had come. You've given me that reason. He raised his hands, and the cavern trembled. The clash of 2 Dao Lord auras, one corrupted, one burning, created a pressure wave that cracked the cavern walls and shattered formation arrays in a cascade of sparking energy. The remaining abyssal tide cultivators who hadn't already been neutralized fled the cavern, recognizing the lethal danger of being caught between 2 Dao Lords at war. Enough to buy them time, Old Man Tian said. Bai Shui reached Liang Chun, her healing qi flooding his shattered body. We need to go? Now. His sacrifice buys us minutes, not hours. Xiao Tianming and Prince Duan Wuji grabbed Liang Chen's arms and hauled him toward the breach. Zhao Yanran activated her destabilization charges, collapsing the tunnel structures that connected the cavern to the surface. Rock fell, sealing the breach, trapping Mu Qianren underground with a temporarily restored Dao Lord. They emerged onto the arena floor to find the battle ending. The Abyssal Tide's surface forces, cut off from their underground staging area and their leader, were being systematically dismantled by the combined sect alliance. Within minutes, the last dark-robed cultivators surrendered or fled through hastily opened spatial portals. The holy grounds were saved. The seal line node was intact. The Abyssal Tide's invasion had been repelled, but Old Man Tian was still underground, fighting, dying. Liang Chun lay on the arena floor, Bai Shui's healing qi the only thing keeping him conscious, and felt the resonance network pulse with the old man's fading energy. The Dao Lord restoration was burning through his lifespan at a catastrophic rate. Years of life consumed per minute of restored power. Through the network, Liang Chun caught fragments of the battle below. Old Man Tian's techniques, precise and powerful, holding Mu Qianren at bay. The crippled wanderer fighting with the skill of his prime, for 100 years of experience guiding every movement. And then, after what felt like an eternity but was only 12 minutes, Old Man Tian's aura flickered. The life-burning technique had consumed everything it could. His restored cultivation collapsed, and with it, his ability to fight. Mu Qianren's dark laughter echoed through the rubble. Then a spatial distortion pulsed, the Grand Elder using a dimensional technique to escape the sealed cavern. He was gone, retreated, not defeated. And Old Man Tian's aura dimmed to almost nothing, a candle flame in a hurricane, clinging to existence through sheer stubborn will. Liang Chen struggled to his feet. We need to dig him out. The cavern is collapsed, Wei Jin said, his face ashen. It would take hours. I'll make a path. Liang Chen's hands shook with exhaustion, his meridians raw, his dantian nearly empty. But he gathered what remained of his chaos qi and reached into the rubble with an earth qi technique that parted stone like water. They found Old Man Tian in a small pocket of clear space, propped against a rock, his wispy white beard matted with dust and blood. His blue eyes were dim but open, and when he saw Liang Chun, he smiled. Did we hold? The old man asked. We held. Liang Chen's voice cracked. The node is safe. The seal is stable. Good. Old Man Tian's eyes closed. That's good. Don't you dare, Liang Chen said, gripping the old man's hand. Bai Shui, heal him. Bai Shui was already working, her green qi flowing into Old Man Tian's body. But her expression told Liang Chen everything. The life-burning technique hadn't just consumed his cultivation, it had consumed his life force. His remaining lifespan, already shortened by decades of living as a cripple, had been burned down to its final ember. I can stabilize him, Bai Shui said quietly. But the damage is extensive. He has weeks, maybe a month. Old Man Tian opened one eye. A month is a long time, girl. I've accomplished less with more. He looked at Liang Chun. Stop looking at me like I'm dying. I am dying, but that's no reason to be maudlin about it. You shouldn't have burned your lifespan. I burned 12 minutes of restored Dao Lord cultivation to hold a void-corrupted Dao Lord traitor at bay long enough for the seal line to stabilize and an army to be saved. That's a good trade, boy. The best trade of my life. His blue eyes, dimmed but still sharp, fixed on Liang Chun. Now stop feeling sorry for me and start planning. Mu Qianren retreated, but he'll be back. The Void Sovereign's seal is holding, but it won't hold forever. And you still need 5 more stone fragments. I know. Then get to work. I didn't burn my remaining years so you could stand around crying. Despite everything, the pain, the exhaustion, the grief, Liang Chun laughed. It was a broken, ragged sound, but it was real. Yes, teacher, he said. Chapter 63, The Alliance Summit. The battle at the Holy Grounds changed everything. The Abyssal Tide's attack had been repelled, but its very occurrence, a full-scale assault on the cultivation world's most prestigious neutral ground, during its most sacred event, shattered the comforting illusion that the void corruption was a distant, theoretical threat. It was real. It was here, and it could strike anywhere. Within hours of the battle's conclusion, Liang Chun called for an unprecedented alliance summit. The Holy Grounds, damaged but functional, served as the venue. Every major sects delegation was already present for the tournament, making the logistics of a continental summit significantly easier than they would normally be. The summit convened in the main Colosseum, repaired overnight by formation technicians working through the night. The arena that had hosted tournament matches now hosted negotiations that would determine the fate of the continent. Liang stood at the center of the platform, facing delegations from over 100 sections. Sect masters, elder councils, military commanders, and political advisors filled the spectator sections. The atmosphere was tense, heavy with the residual fear of the attack and the uncertainty of what came next. 3 days ago, the abyssal tide attacked the holy grounds. Liang began, his voice carrying through the Colosseum's formation arrays. They emerged from a tunnel system they'd spent years excavating beneath this island. Their target was the Seal Line node, one of the critical junctions in the formation network that keeps the Void Sovereign imprisoned. He projected the intelligence data through the arena's holographic systems, maps of the Seal Line network, locations of failed nodes, estimates of the Seal's remaining strength. The information was stark and terrifying. The Void Sovereign Seal was created 100,000 years ago by the primordial Chaos clan. It was designed to last indefinitely, provided the clan maintained it. 20 years ago, the Abyssal Tide destroyed the clan specifically to eliminate that maintenance. Since then, over half the seal lines have failed. Murmurs rippled through the assembly. Liang let them die before continuing. The Guardian formation's wish reinforced the remaining lines, buying us approximately 1 year. But the Abyssal Tide will continue attacking the seal from both sides, physically, through operatives like Mu Qianren, and spiritually, through the Void Sovereign's own corrosive influence seeping through the weakened prison. What do you propose? Called a sect master from the Western delegations. An alliance. Not a temporary agreement. Not a political convenience. A true military and strategic alliance, pooling the resources and strength of every sect, every empire, every independent cultivation group on the continent. The Abyssal Tide has been operating in secret for centuries because we were divided. Individually, no sect can face a Tao Lord traitor backed by an eldritch horror. Together, we can. The negotiations lasted 3 days. 3 days of argument, compromise, political maneuvering, and, eventually, agreement. Prince Duan Wuji's imperial authority helped enormously. The emperor's endorsement of the alliance gave it legitimacy that Liang personal reputation alone couldn't provide. The 5 sect daughters' influence with their respective sects smoothed objections that would otherwise have stalled the process for weeks. By the end, the Continental Defense Alliance was formed, the first pansect military organization in the cultivation world's history. Liang was appointed as strategic commander, a role that placed him at the center of all alliance operations without giving him authority over individual sects' internal affairs. It's a compromise, Old Man Tian observed from his recovery bed, whereby Shen monitored his declining but stable condition. They trust you enough to follow your strategy, but not enough to let you give orders inside their sections. It's enough, Liang said. We don't need internal authority. We need coordinated defense of the seal lines and a unified force to confront the Abyssal Tide. You also need the remaining 5 stone fragments. Without the complete Chaos Origin Stone, you can't restore the seal permanently. I know. That's the next step. Chapter 64. Forging Unity. The first challenge of the Continental Defense Alliance was not military, but cultural. Centuries of rivalry, mistrust, and outright hostility between sects couldn't be dissolved by a single summit declaration. The Crimson Phoenix sect and the Frost Moon sect had been feuding for 300 years. The Sword Sovereign sect considered the Thousand Poisons sect barely legitimate. The Heavenly Dragon Empire viewed all sects as potential threats to imperial authority. Liang spent a week mediating disputes, arbitrating territorial disagreements, and, on one memorable occasion, physically separating 2 sect masters who'd started throwing punches during a resource allocation meeting. This is worse than fighting a Tao Lord, he told Yun Qinglian after a particularly exhausting negotiation session. Tao Lords are simpler, she agreed. They want to kill you. Politicians want 17 different things simultaneously and won't tell you any of them. But progress was made. Liang approach was consistent. Demonstrate the threat, propose fair solutions, and lead by example. When the Crimson Phoenix and Frost Moon sects couldn't agree on patrol territories, Liang assigned Thunder Peak Alliance cultivators to the disputed area, showing that a non-affiliated force could serve as a neutral buffer. When the Empire demanded command authority over Alliance military operations, Liang offered a joint command structure that gave the Imperial General strategic input without undermining sect autonomy. You're building something that has never existed before, Zhao Yanran observed, watching the Alliance take shape from her usual shadowed vantage point. A unified cultivation world. If you succeed, it will change everything, not just against the Void Sovereign, but permanently. If we fail, there won't be a cultivation world to change. Fair point. The most significant breakthrough came when Liang demonstrated the abyssal tide corruption's true nature to the assembled alliance. He brought samples of the void corruption extracted from Xiao Tianming and the Wanderer, along with Zhao Yinran's analysis of the parasitic implantation technique. This is how the abyssal tide operates, he told the assembled sect leaders, projecting the corruption samples through the arena's holographic system. They don't recruit through ideology or promises. They infect. A cultivator receives what appears to be a breakthrough, a sudden surge of power, a new understanding of their technique. In reality, it's a void corruption seed, bonding with their spiritual root and gradually increasing its influence. He showed the progression, the early stage, indistinguishable from natural cultivation advancement. The middle stage, where personality changes begin, increased aggression, obsessive behavior, paranoia. The late stage, where the host will is subsumed by the corruption's programming, and the Void Sovereign can communicate directly through them. Any cultivator in this room could be infected and not know it, Liang said, and the temperature in the Colosseum dropped 10 degrees as thousands of cultivators simultaneously considered the possibility. But the corruption has a distinctive signature, one that can be detected by nascent soul-level perception or by the chaos-devouring art's sensitivity to void energy. You're offering to scan us, said the Crimson Phoenix sect master. I'm offering to train your own detection specialists. The Jade Lotus sect's healing cultivators can be taught to identify void corruption signatures. With proper training, they can screen alliance members and ensure our forces are clean. Bai Shui stepped forward to explain the screening methodology, and the alliance's trust, tentative, fragile, but growing, deepened by another fraction. Chapter 65, Imperial Reconciliation. Prince Duan Wuji stood at the window of his guest quarters, staring at the damaged landscape of the holy grounds. The physical repairs were nearly complete, but the psychic scars of the attack lingered. Scorched stone, cracked formation arrays, and the lingering smell of void corruption served as constant reminders of how close they'd come to catastrophe. A knock at his door. Enter. Liang walked in, alone, without guards or sect daughters. It was a deliberate show of trust, entering a prince's chambers unarmed and unaccompanied. Duan Wuji recognized the gesture and responded by dismissing his own bodyguards. I need the Empire's full commitment, Liang said without preamble. Not the conditional support we agreed on at the summit. Full military cooperation, including the 7th and 9th Legions stationed at the capital. Duan Wuji's expression tightened. Those are the Empire's most powerful military formations. My father doesn't deploy them lightly. The Abyssal Tide has agents inside the Imperial Court. We identified 3 during the tournament. There are likely more. Liang met the prince's eyes. Your father needs to clean house before the Abyssal Tide compromises his military from within. You have evidence? Zhao Yinran's intelligence network has identified 17 Imperial officials with void corruption traces. 3 confirmed, 14 suspected. Liang produced a jade crystal containing the data. This isn't a power play. I don't want control over the Empire's forces. I want them clean and committed, because when Mu Qianren attacks again, and he will, the Empire needs to be ready. Duan Wuji studied the crystal, his expression cycling through disbelief, anger, and finally resignation. My father won't like this. Your father won't like losing his empire to an eldritch horror, even less. A long silence. Then Duan Wuji laughed. A genuine, surprised laugh that transformed his severe features. You really don't care about politics, do you? You just say things. I care about results. Politics is the scenic route. The scenic route has its uses. Duan Wuji pocketed the crystal. I'll present this to my father. He'll be furious at the infiltration, not at you. And he'll deploy the 7th and 9th. He paused. On one condition. Name it. When this is over, when the Void Sovereign is sealed, when the Abyssal Tide is destroyed, I want your word that you won't use your alliance to undermine the Empire. The throne has its faults, but it's been the stabilizing force on this continent for 1,000 years. You have my word. I'm not interested in empires. I'm interested in survival. Then we have an agreement. Duan Wuji extended his hand. And for what it's worth, I'm glad you told the Imperial envoy to go to hell. If you'd come quietly when I demanded, none of this would have happened. The alliance, the exposure, the summit, it all started because you refused to submit. Stubbornness has its virtues. I'm beginning to see that. They shook hands, and the Heavenly Dragon Empire's full commitment to the Continental Defense Alliance was secured. Chapter 66. The Seal's location with the Alliance established and Imperial support committed. Liang convened his inner circle to plan the next phase of the war. The reinforcement of the Void Sovereign's seal. Old Man Tian, propped up in a chair with Bai Shui hovering nearby to monitor his declining condition, provided the critical intelligence. The Void Sovereign's prison is located at the Abyssal Deep, a massive chasm at the geographical center of the continent. The chasm is 10 miles wide, 100 miles long, and so deep that no one has ever measured its bottom. It's surrounded by a dead zone where spiritual energy doesn't exist. The Void Sovereign's presence has consumed it all, creating a null field that extends for 50 miles in every direction. 100 miles of spiritual wasteland, Shen Ruoxi murmured. How do cultivators even enter a null field? Without ambient qi, you rely entirely on internal reserves. No absorption, no regeneration, no ambient healing. Whatever qi you bring with you is all you have. Old Man Tian's blue eyes were serious. For most cultivators, the null field is a death zone. They burn through their reserves in hours. But for Liang Chun, the Chaos Origin Stone fragments generate their own energy, Liang Chun said, understanding. They're self-sustaining. They don't rely on ambient qi. As long as I carry them, I can function in the null field. Correct. You're one of the very few cultivators in history who could enter the Abyssal Deep and reach the prison. But getting there is only the first problem. Reinforcing the seal requires 3 things. Old Man Tian held up 3 fingers. First, the complete Chaos Origin Stone. All 13 fragments, reunited. Without the complete stone, the seal cannot be fully restored. We have 8. I know where the other 5 are. Second, the 4 elemental keystones. These are artifacts created during the original sealing ceremony, one for each cardinal element: fire, water, earth, and metal. They serve as amplifiers for the seal's power, converting raw primordial chaos energy into the specific frequencies needed to contain the Void Sovereign. Where are the keystones? Each one is held by a different sect, though the sects may not know what they have. They've been passed down as treasures, heirlooms, or sacred relics without the original context of their purpose. Old Man Tian named the locations: Fire Keystone, Crimson Phoenix Sect Ancestral Vault; Water Keystone, Jade Lotus Sect Sacred Spring; Metal Keystone, Sword Sovereign Sect, forged into a legendary blade; Earth Keystone, buried beneath the Heavenly Dragon Empire's capital. Shen Ruoxi, Bai Shui, Lin Meishio, and Prince Duan Wuji all looked up sharply. Third, a cultivator at minimum Tao-seeking realm, the 6th major realm, to channel the sealing formation. The original seal was set by a primordial sovereign, the 10th realm. Maintaining the seal requires less power than creating it, but it still requires a cultivator at Tao seeking to channel enough energy through the keystones and the stone. Silence in the room. Liang Chun was nascent soul early stage. Tao seeking was for major realms above him. How long do I have, he asked. The reinforced seal will hold for approximately 1 year. After that, the degradation will resume and accelerate. You need to reach Tao seeking and complete the stone within that year. From nascent soul to Tao seeking in 1 year. Liang Chen's expression was calm, but his mind raced. The primordial chaos bloodline accelerated cultivation, and the stone fragments amplified it further. He'd gone from chi condensation to nascent soul in 2 months. For more major realms in 12 months was insane. But then, everything about his cultivation had been insane from the start. First, the keystones and the stone fragments, he said. We retrieve them, then we prepare for the Abyssal Deep. Old Man Tian, can you hold on long enough? The old man's blue eyes were steady. I'll hold on as long as you need me. I've been a wandering cripple for 20 years. A few more months of stubbornly refusing to die is well within my capabilities. You're the most stubborn person I know. That's rich, coming from a boy who survived an immortal ascension tribulation at Foundation establishment by sheer bloody-mindedness. The old man's smile was warm despite his weakened state. Now get moving. The keystones won't retrieve themselves, and every day we delay is a day the seal degrades further. Liang Chen stood, his mind already organizing the retrieval missions into an optimized sequence. Fire first. The Crimson Phoenix Sects cooperation was already secured. Then water, metal, and earth. For keystones, for dangerous retrievals, interspersed with stone fragment recovery whenever the opportunity arose. One more thing, Old Man Tian said as Liang Chun reached the door. The stone fragments are guarded by primordial chaos formations. When you approach them, the formations will test you, not your power but your understanding of the chaos-devouring art. Each fragment requires mastery of a different layer. The first 4 are manageable at your current level. The fifth fragment requires the 5th layer of the chaos-devouring art, a technique you haven't learned yet. Then I'll learn it before I get there. That's the spirit. Old Man Tian's eyes closed. Literally. Chapter 67. Training arc begins. Liang Chun entered closed-door cultivation at Thunder Peak Fortress, pushing for rapid advancement while his companions prepared for the Keystone retrieval missions. The cultivation chamber had been upgraded since the Alliance Summit. New formation arrays drawn from 5 sects combined knowledge, a concentrated spiritual vein tap that provided 10 times the normal energy flow, and a sealed environment that contained breakthrough phenomena so thoroughly that not even a Tao Lord could detect them from outside. For 10 days, Liangchen cultivated without rest. The chamber was a cocoon of concentrated spiritual energy, the formation arrays creating an environment so dense with qi that it was visible as a faint prismatic mist. Liang Chun sat at the center, the 4 keystones orbiting his body in slow, lazy circles, their elemental energies feeding into his chaos primal core in a constant, nurturing stream. He ate sparingly, spirit pills that Bai Shui had prepared specifically for his constitution, each one providing a day's worth of physical sustenance without requiring his body to divert energy to digestion. He slept in fragments, 90 minutes at a time, just enough to prevent cognitive degradation, before returning to cultivation. The process was not comfortable. Pushing through major realm barriers in weeks that should take years meant accepting pain that most cultivators would flee from. His meridians were in constant flux, expanding and contracting as his cultivation level oscillated between stability and advancement. His dantian ached with the pressure of compressed spiritual energy straining against its current limits. But the chaos-devouring art was designed for this. The primordial chaos bloodline had been created to advance rapidly, to absorb and integrate power at speeds that would destroy lesser cultivators. His body was built for this pressure, his mind was trained for this discipline, and his will, forged in 6 years of persecution and 2 months of revelation, was unbending. The first 5 days were spent processing the combat experience from the Holy Grounds battle. The encounters with nascent soul abyssal tide fighters and the brief exchange with Mu Qianren had imprinted valuable data in his chaos primal core, enemy techniques, void energy patterns, and tactical insights that his subconscious continued to analyze during meditation. On the 6th day, Liang Chun entered a deeper meditative state and found himself in the ancestral bloodline space again. But this time, the echo of the first primordial chaos sovereign wasn't alone. Other echoes surrounded her, ancestors from different eras, each carrying fragments of accumulated knowledge. His mother appeared among them. Not the pendant's echo, something different, something deeper. A resonance within the 8 chaos origin stone fragments that carried an imprint of every primordial chaos cultivator who'd ever channeled their energy through the stone. His mother's imprint was the freshest, the most vivid. "Chinner," she said, and her voice was warm despite being a spiritual construct. "You've grown so much." "Mother." The word carried the weight of 19 years of absence. "I found the fragments. I know the truth about the clan. About Mu Qianren. I know. I can feel what you've experienced through the stone's resonance." Her form solidified, becoming more real, more present. "I don't have much time. The imprints are echoes, not souls, and they fade with each activation. But I can teach you the 4th layer of the chaos-devouring art. The layer I never had time to teach you in life. The 4th layer, soul absorption. Not absorption of souls," his mother clarified firmly. "The chaos-devouring art never consumes living beings' spiritual essence. Soul absorption is the ability to absorb spiritual will and intent, the non-physical components of attacks, the emotional energy behind techniques, the killing intent of an opponent. What does that do? It allows you to neutralize an opponent's will to fight. A warrior's technique is powered by their physical qi and directed by their spiritual will. If you absorb the will, the technique loses its direction. A sword strike with absorbed intent becomes a sword swinging without purpose, easily deflected, easily countered. Against Mu Qianren, it would partially neutralize the Void Sovereign's influence. The corruption in his body is sustained by the Void Sovereign's will, channeled through the connection. If you can absorb that will, the corruption loses its directive intelligence and becomes inert, still present, but unable to coordinate or adapt. That would reduce a Tao Lord's effectiveness dramatically. Dramatically enough to fight him on more equal terms. Not enough to win outright. You'd still need the cultivation advancement to match his raw power. But it would buy you time and options. She taught him. The technique was intricate and demanding, requiring a level of spiritual perception that only a nascent soul cultivator with a primordial chaos bloodline could achieve. Liang Chun practiced for 3 days in the ancestral space, his mother guiding each attempt with patient precision. On the 10th day of closed-door cultivation, Liang emerged at nascent soul mid-stage. The breakthrough had occurred naturally during the technique training, his body processing the accumulated energy from the Holy Ground's battle and the stone fragments' ongoing integration. Mid-stage, Old Man Tian noted from his bedside. How's the fourth layer? Functional, but unrefined. I'll need real combat to sharpen it. You'll get plenty of that. The old man's voice was weaker, but his mind was as sharp as ever. The Keystone retrieval missions start tomorrow. 4 Keystones, for locations, for dangerous environments. And the 5 stone fragments. The fragment locations are more remote. We'll retrieve them as opportunities arise during the Keystone missions. Old Man Tian's blue eyes were intent. But Liang, the fragments are guarded by primordial chaos formations that only your bloodline can bypass. No one else can retrieve them. That means you need to be present at every fragment location, which limits our ability to run parallel missions. Then we'll be efficient. Keystones first, fragments as we go. The first keystone, fire, is at the Crimson Phoenix sect. Shen Ruoxi has already arranged access. Start there. Chapter 68. Nascent Soul Late Stage. The fire keystone retrieval pushed Liang cultivation to nascent soul late stage. The Crimson Phoenix sect's ancestral vault was a treasure trove of fire element artifacts, techniques, and spiritual resources accumulated over millennia. The vault's deepest chamber, where the fire keystone was stored, was guarded by an ancient flame spirit, a sentient construct of pure fire chi that had served as the vault's protector for 10,000 years. The spirit materialized as a humanoid figure of white-hot flame, its features shifting and dancing, its voice a crackle of burning air. Who enters the deepest chamber? The spirit demanded. Liang, carrier of the primordial chaos bloodline. I've come for the fire keystone. The spirit's flames flickered. It studied Liang with senses that went beyond spiritual perception. It was reading his bloodline, his intent, his compatibility with the artifact. The keystone was placed here by a primordial chaos cultivator 10,000 years ago, the spirit said. It was meant to be retrieved when the seal required reinforcement. Prove your worthiness. The test was not combat. The spirit released a wave of concentrated fire chi, the purest, most intense fire energy Liang had ever encountered. It made the heart of the phoenix look like a campfire. Liang activated the chaos-devouring art and absorbed the fire chi. The energy was staggering, a 10,000-year accumulation of the vault's ambient fire energy, compressed into a single wave. His meridians blazed, his dantian expanded, and his chaos primal core spun at maximum velocity as it processed the influx. But instead of simply absorbing, Liang did something the spirit didn't expect. He returned the fire. He channeled the absorbed energy back through his palms in a controlled stream, demonstrating not consumption, but control. He showed that he could take the fire and give it back, enhanced and purified by his primordial chaos blood. The spirit's flames shifted from white to gold. You do not merely devour. You harmonize. As the first sovereign did. It bowed, a gesture of respect from a being that had served for millennia. The keystone is yours. A pedestal rose from the chamber floor, and upon it sat the fire keystone. A crimson crystal the size of a fist, shaped like a tear, blazing with internal fire that produced no heat, but resonated with a frequency that made every fire cultivator in the Crimson Phoenix sect shiver. Liang took the keystone, and its power merged with his chaos primal core, adding a new dimension to his internal arsenal. The fire element in his cultivation leaped forward, and the combined energy surge pushed his cultivation from nascent soul early stage through mid-stage and into late stage in a single, seamless breakthrough. The breakthrough was contained by the vault's own formation arrays, designed by the primordial chaos clan. They recognized Liang bloodline and suppressed the phenomena automatically. One down, Shen Ruoxi said from the vault entrance, her gold eyes wide with wonder. 3 to go. Chapter 69. Gathering the Keystones. Fire. The fire keystones integration taught Liang something unexpected about the keystone's relationship to his cultivation. Each keystone was not just a tool, it was a catalyst. The fire keystone's resonance with his chaos primal core had permanently enhanced his fire element cultivation, pushing it from functional to masterful. Fire techniques that had been good were now extraordinary. His phoenix fire, borrowed from Shen Ruoxi's teachings, burned hotter and more controlled than a Crimson Phoenix elder's. The keystones were designed to work with a primordial chaos cultivator. Old Man Tian explained via communication crystal from Thunder Peak. When you carry them, they amplify the corresponding element in your bloodline. For keystones means 4 dramatically enhanced elements, which means the retrieval missions aren't just logistical, They're cultivation opportunities. Exactly. Each keystone will push your cultivation forward. If the pattern holds, you should reach nascent soul peak after all four are secured. The group traveled together for the first keystone, but the next three would need to be retrieved in quicker succession. Time was not on their side. Liang organized the missions with military precision. Shen Ruoxi's role in the fire keystone retrieval was critical beyond logistics. Her deep knowledge of the Crimson Phoenix Sect's vault protocols, her relationship with the flame spirit, and her fire element cultivation had created a smooth, efficient operation. She'd arranged everything from travel to accommodations to the political cover needed to explain why the sect's most sacred artifact was leaving the vault. My father wasn't thrilled, she admitted during the flight back to Thunder Peak. But when I explained the seal situation and showed him the Alliance Summit's conclusions, he agreed. The fire keystone serves the world better as part of the seal restoration than gathering dust in a vault. He trusts you. He trusts you. Through me. She smiled. That's the power of Alliance, Liang. One person's credibility extends to everyone they vouch for. They arrived at Thunder Peak to find preparations already underway for the next retrieval, the Water Keystone, at the Jade Lotus Sect's Sacred Spring. Chapter 70. Gathering the Keystones. Water. The Jade Lotus Sect's Sacred Spring was located at the bottom of a crystal-clear lake in the heart of the sect's territory, a body of water so pure that it glowed with blue-white light visible from miles away. The spring was the source of the sect's healing qi, feeding a network of underground channels that powered their medical facilities and cultivation chambers. Bai Shui led Liang through the lake's depths, her healing qi creating a breathable bubble around both of them. The water was alive with spiritual energy, not just water qi, but a complex blend of healing, purification, and regenerative forces that responded to Bai Shui's presence like a pet greeting its owner. The spring recognizes me, she said, smiling as threads of luminous water coiled around her wrists. I've been coming here since I was a child. Before the curse, I could swim the entire depth without a breathing technique. After the curse? After the curse, the spring rejected me. The void corruption in my body triggered the spring's defensive responses. I couldn't enter the water without being attacked by guardian formations. Her gray eyes softened. This is the first time in 15 years that I've been able to come back. The descent took 30 minutes, the water growing darker and more pressurized with each passing fathom. At the lake's bottom, they found the spring's source, a fissure in the bedrock that released a continuous stream of luminous water, rich with spiritual energy. Surrounding the fissure were underwater tunnels, ancient passages carved by the spring's founders, leading to chambers and vaults deep beneath the sect's territory. The Water Keystone's chamber was guarded by a kraken-like guardian spirit, a massive aquatic creature composed entirely of water qi, with tentacles that spanned 50 feet and a body that shimmered with defensive formations. It was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. The Guardian has protected the spring for 10,000 years, Bai Shui said. It's intelligent. It can communicate through water vibrations. Let me try talking to it. She extended her healing qi toward the Guardian in a gesture of peaceful intent. The Kraken's massive eyes focused on her, then on Liang. Its tentacles shifted, creating patterns in the water that Bai Shui translated. It wants to know why we've come. Tell it the truth. Bai Shui communicated. The Void Sovereign Seal, the Keystone's purpose, the need for the Water Keystone to reinforce the prison. The Guardian listened, its body pulsing with contemplative light. Then it attacked. Not Bai Shui, Liang. A tentacle the width of a tree trunk slammed toward him with the force of a tidal wave. Liang dodged, the displacement of water nearly flinging him into the chamber wall. A second tentacle followed, then a third, each one probing his defenses with increasing force. It's testing you, Bai Shui shouted. Like the fire spirit, it needs to verify your bloodline. Liang stopped dodging and activated the chaos-devouring art. The Guardian's water qi attacks dissolved against his absorption field, the energy flowing into his meridians in massive, clean streams. The Guardian's water qi was ancient and pure, the finest water element energy he'd ever tasted, with 10 millennia of accumulated depth. He absorbed the test attacks and returned the energy, purified and enhanced, through his palms. The returned water qi merged with the spring's natural flow, and the entire lake brightened, the spiritual energy throughout the body of water intensifying in response to primordial chaos purification. The Guardian went still. Its massive eyes blinked once, twice, 3 times. Then its body relaxed, its tentacles folding into a posture of deference. Bai Shui translated the water vibrations. It says, "The blood of the seal makers has returned. Take the keystone and restore what was lost." The water keystone was a sapphire sphere the size of a large marble, embedded in the spring's fissure. Liang Chun extracted it carefully, and its water element energy merged with his chaos primal core. The integration was smoother than the fire keystone, perhaps because the water element was inherently more harmonious, or perhaps because his body was learning to process the keystones more efficiently. His water element cultivation leaped forward. Techniques that had been functional became intuitive. His water chi manipulation reached a level that Bai Shui's own sect master couldn't match. 2 down, Liang Chun said, cradling the sapphire sphere. 2 to go. The guardian spirit settled back to its resting position, its great eyes closing. But as they ascended toward the surface, Liang Chun felt its attention follow them, not hostile, but watchful, hopeful. The water keystone's integration was gentler than the fire keystones, but equally transformative. Liang Chen's water chi techniques gained a fluidity that transcended mere skill. They felt alive, responsive, as if the water itself was a willing partner rather than a tool. His healing techniques, learned from Bai Shui's teachings, became significantly more powerful. The water element's affinity for restoration merged with the chaos-devouring art's ability to absorb and convert energy, creating a synergy that allowed him to purify corruption faster and more completely. Bai Shui noticed the change immediately. "Your healing chi has water keystone resonance," she said, examining his energy output with her diagnostic technique. "The purity is extraordinary, better than anything I can produce, even with my curse removed. You could heal cultivation damage that no other healer can touch." Like old man Tian's shattered dantian, the question had been hovering in Liang Chen's mind since Bai Shui first mentioned the theoretical possibility. Possibly. Her gray eyes were cautious but hopeful. "With all 4 keystones and the complete stone, your healing capacity might reach a level where dantian reconstruction becomes feasible. But that's a level of healing that hasn't been achieved in recorded history. A lot of things that haven't been achieved in recorded history seem to be happening lately." Fair point. They surfaced to find the Jade Lotus Sect's Holy Mother waiting at the lake's shore. The ancient woman, 300 years old and still radiating an aura of profound serenity, regarded Liang Chun with eyes that had seen centuries of cultivation world history. "The Guardian accepted you," she observed. "In 10,000 years, only 3 others have been permitted to take the keystone. All 3 were primordial chaos cultivators. Did the previous holders succeed in reinforcing the seal?" "Each time, yes. The seal held for millennia after each reinforcement." She paused. "But each time, the abyssal tide adapted. They learned from each failure and prepared more thoroughly for the next attempt to free their master. This time, they've had 20 years of unrestricted access to the seal's weaknesses. This time, we're not just reinforcing," Liang Chen said. "We're finishing it." The Holy Mother studied him for a long moment. Then she smiled, a warm, grandmotherly expression that belied the weight of spiritual authority behind it. "Good," she said. "It's past time." The ancient beings of the world were waiting for someone to fix what had been broken. Chapter 71. Gathering the Keystones. The metal keystone was the most challenging retrieval yet, because it was embedded in a weapon that the Sword Sovereign sect considered their most sacred possession. The Celestial Severance Blade. Forged 10,000 years ago using the metal keystone as its core, the blade was the founder's weapon, the symbol of the sect's lineage, and arguably the most powerful sword in the cultivation world. Extracting the keystone from the blade without destroying either was a task that had been deemed impossible by every formation expert who'd examined it. Lin Meishio argued the case to her sect's Grand Sword Master in person, with Liang Chun standing respectfully behind her. The Grand Sword Master, an ancient woman with silver hair and eyes like lightning, listened without interruption, her weathered hands resting on the hilt of the Celestial Severance Blade. "You asked me to surrender our sect's soul," the Grand Sword Master said. "I ask you to use our sect's soul for its original purpose," Lin Meishio replied. The Celestial Severance Blade was forged with the metal keystone specifically to be part of the seal restoration. "Our founder didn't create this weapon for prestige. He created it as a tool that's needed now. The blade and the keystone are bonded. Separating them will destroy the blade. Not if a primordial chaos cultivator performs the separation." Lin Meishio gestured to Liang Chun. "His bloodline created the bond. His bloodline can release it." The Grand Sword Master's lightning eyes turned to Liang Chun. He felt the weight of her assessment, centuries of martial wisdom evaluating him in a single look. "The blade's ancestral sword spirit will resist," she said. "It has been bound to the keystone for 10,000 years. Convincing it to release its core will require more than bloodline authority. It will require understanding." "Understanding of what?" of what a sword is, of what a sword means, of why a sword chooses its wielder. The Grand Sword Master drew the celestial severance blade and offered it to Liang, hilt first. Speak to the spirit. If it accepts your request, the keystone is yours. Liang took the blade. The moment his hand closed around the hilt, the world shifted. He stood in a void of silver light, a spiritual space within the sword itself. Before him stood the sword spirit, a tall figure in ancient armor, wielding a perfect replica of the celestial severance blade, with eyes that burned with 10 millennia of accumulated martial intent. You are not a sword cultivator, the spirit said. No, you wish to take my core, the keystone that gives me power, identity, purpose. I wish to restore the seal that your creator forged you to protect. The keystone was placed in the blade as a safeguard, a way to transport and protect it until it was needed. That time has come. If you take my core, I will diminish. I will be less. Liang felt the spirit's pain, a sentient being facing the loss of part of itself. I know, and I'm sorry, but the alternative is the Void Sovereign's escape and the destruction of everything your creator fought to protect. The spirit was silent for a long time. Then it raised its replica blade and pointed it at Liang. If you can withstand my sword intent for 1 minute, it said, I will release the keystone. Not because you've earned it, but because anyone who can endure a 10,000-year-old sword spirit's full intent is strong enough to carry my core to its purpose. The sword intent hit him. It was not a physical attack, but a pressure of pure will. The accumulated martial spirit of every wielder the celestial severance blade had served over 10 millennia. Thousands of warriors, thousands of battles, thousands of moments of killing purpose, compressed into a single beam of absolute intent that struck at Liang consciousness. He met it with the fourth layer of the chaos-devouring art, soul absorption. Not absorbing the intent, that would be theft. Instead, he absorbed the pressure, the aggression, the testing force, and returned what remained: acknowledgement, understanding, respect for the sword's history and purpose. The intent pushed against his mind for 20 seconds. 30, 45. At 50 seconds, Liang consciousness wavered, the weight of millennia pressing him toward oblivion. Lin Meishio's hand closed over his on the blade's hilt. Her sword intent, sharp, precise, personal, joined his resistance. Not replacing his effort, but supporting it. Showing the spirit that the person requesting the keystone was backed by someone who understood swords. The spirit's eyes widened. It saw Lin Meishio's intent. The 5 years of hunting for her brother's killers, the dedication to the sword that went beyond technique into devotion, the willingness to support someone she believed in. At 60 seconds, the spirit lowered its blade. Take the keystone, it said, and tell my masters that the celestial severance blade served its purpose well. The metal keystone, a silver teardrop that hummed with metallic resonance, separated from the blade's core and settled into Liang palm. The celestial severance blade dimmed slightly, its legendary aura reduced, but it remained a masterwork weapon, diminished, not destroyed. The Grand Sword Master took back the blade, examined it, and nodded once. The blade accepts the separation. The keystone is yours. Lin Meishio's eyes glistened. She'd stood beside the most sacred weapon in her sect's history and helped convince it to surrender its core. The Grand Sword Master placed a hand on her shoulder. Your brother would be proud, Meishio. The words broke something in Lin Meishio's composure. A single tear tracked down her cheek, the first Liang had ever seen from her. 3 down, she said, wiping the tear with the back of her sword hand. 1 to go. Chapter 72. Gathering the Keystones. The Earth Keystone was buried beneath the Heavenly Dragon Empire's capital, specifically, beneath the Imperial Palace itself, in catacombs that predated the Empire by thousands of years. Prince Duan Wuji led the expedition through tunnels that even the Imperial Archives had incomplete maps of. The catacombs were a labyrinth of stone passages, sealed chambers, and ancient trap formations that activated at the slightest provocation. These tunnels were here before the palace was built, Duan Wuji explained, his torch casting dancing shadows on walls covered in pre-imperial script. My ancestors built the palace on top of them, knowing that something was buried down here, but not what. The catacombs have been off-limits for 5 centuries. They navigated traps, collapsing floors, poison gas chambers, formation arrays that projected lethal illusions. Liang multi-element sensing helped identify most hazards before they triggered, and Zhao Yanran's poison expertise neutralized the gas traps. At the deepest level, they found the Earth Keystone's chamber and its guardian. The guardian was not a spirit, but a golem, a massive humanoid construct of compressed earth and stone, 20 feet tall, animated by the Keystone's power. It activated the moment they entered the chamber, its granite eyes glowing with amber light. Not a test this time, Liang said, reading the golem's aggressive posture. This one was designed to fight. The golem attacked with overwhelming force. Its fists hit like avalanches, each blow cracking the catacomb floor and sending shockwaves through the surrounding tunnels. The confined space made dodging difficult. The ceiling was barely 30 feet high, giving the 20-foot golem almost complete vertical control. Liang engaged with Earth Chi, matching the golem on its own elemental terms. His Earth fusion technique activated, 12 seconds of becoming living stone, allowing him to trade blows with the golem directly. The collision of Earth versus Earth sent seismic pulses through the catacombs that the surface felt as a mild earthquake. But the golem was powered by a keystone, and its energy was functionally unlimited. Liang fusion ran out after 12 seconds, and the backlash left him unable to use Earth Chi for 4 minutes. Switch elements, he shouted. Water Chi dissolved the golem's right arm, but it regenerated from the catacomb walls, drawing material from the surrounding stone. Fire Chi melted sections of its body, but the molten stone cooled and reformed within seconds. Prince Duan Wuji joined the fight, his imperial light techniques scoring hits that cracked the golem's surface. Zhao Yanran applied corrosive poisons that ate through its joints. But the golem's regeneration outpaced their damage. Then one of Duan Wuji's own generals, a man named Chao Feng who'd served the prince for 15 years, turned on them. The general's sword came at Duan Wuji's back. The prince, focused on the golem, didn't see it. Liang did. He threw himself between them, catching the traitor's blade on a hastily raised metal chi shield. The impact jarred his arms, but the shield held. The general's eyes, glazed, empty, contaminated with void corruption that Liang could now see as clearly as daylight, stared without recognition. Abyssal Tide Agent, Liang shouted. The general is compromised. Duan Wuji spun, his face contorting with shock and betrayal. Chao Feng, he's been my trusted general for 15 years, yes. And for at least 5 of those, he's been carrying void corruption. Liang deflected another strike. The infiltration is deeper than we thought. Duan Wuji's shock hardened into cold fury. The prince drew his imperial sword, a golden blade inscribed with dragon motifs, and engaged his former general with the fierce precision of a man who'd just learned that trust was a luxury. The fight was brief. Chao Feng, operating on corrupted instinct rather than tactical intelligence, was no match for a motivated nascent soul prince. Duan Wuji disarmed him in 3 exchanges and pinned him to the catacomb wall with a formation lock. He'll be interrogated later, the prince said, his voice flat. The golem first. With the traitor neutralized, Liang returned his attention to the golem. His Earth Chi backlash had faded. He activated Earth Fusion again, but this time, instead of fighting the golem, he communed with it. His stone body merged with the catacomb floor, extending his awareness through the earth itself. He felt the golem's structure, its formation core, its power source, its connection to the keystone. And he understood, the golem wasn't hostile. It was programmed. Its combat protocols activated on entry, regardless of intent. Through the earth, Liang reached the golem's formation core and introduced his chaos chi. The primordial chaos signature was recognized. The golem's creation protocols included an authentication sequence for the bloodline's return. The golem froze. Its amber eyes pulsed once, twice, and then dimmed. It knelt, placing its massive hands flat on the floor, and its chest opened to reveal the Earth Keystone, a cube of amber crystal that radiated warmth and stability. Liang took the keystone. Its energy was deep and grounding, the opposite of the fire keystone's aggressive heat. His Earth cultivation stabilized and deepened, and the 4 keystones, fire, water, metal, earth, resonated in his dantian in a harmony that made his chaos primal core sing. For keystone secured, he said. The seal restoration array is complete. Duan Wuji stood over his former general, his expression a complex mixture of betrayal and resolve. The prince had carried the weight of command since childhood, but nothing in his training had prepared him for discovering that his most trusted subordinate was an enemy agent. How many more? Duan Wuji asked quietly. How many of my people are compromised? We'll find them, Liang said. By Shue's screening protocols will identify every corrupted individual in the imperial forces. It takes time, but it works. Time is the one thing we don't have. Then we work faster. Duan Wuji looked at the amber keystone in Liang hands. 4 keystones, 8 stone fragments, a continental alliance, and 1 cultivator who's supposed to save the world. He shook his head. No pressure. Pressure builds diamonds. Pressure also builds broken men. The prince met his eyes. Don't become a broken man, Liang. The world can't afford it. The return to Thunder Peak was swift. The four Keystones, reunited for the first time in 10 millennia, resonated within Liang Chen's dantian with a harmonic vibration that was audible to his companions even through his aura suppression. The sound was beautiful, a chord of 4 notes, each representing an element, each singing in harmony with the chaos primal core's prismatic frequency. It sounds like music, Yun Xinglian said, walking beside him. It sounds like hope, Bai Shui corrected. It sounds like we're running out of time, Old Man Tian whispered from his bed when they arrived. His condition had deteriorated sharply during their absence. His skin was translucent, his breathing shallow, his aura barely detectable. But the Keystones are whole. That's what matters. Liang Chun knelt beside his teacher's bed. We'll retrieve the stone fragments next. 5 locations, 5 formations that only my bloodline can bypass. 5 fragments scattered across the continent, Old Man Tian agreed. Some inaccessible locations. Some in places that will test you beyond anything the Keystones did. His blue eyes, dimmed to the palest shade, found Liang Chen's. But first, you need to advance. Spirit severing isn't enough for the seal restoration. You need Dao seeking. One thing at a time, old man. One thing at a time, Old Man Tian agreed, smiling faintly. But quickly, boy. Quickly. Chapter 73, The Void Sovereign Stirs the Continent felt it. Every cultivator, from the highest Tao Lord to the lowest Qi condensation disciple, felt the moment the Void Sovereign's prison responded to the 4 Keystones reunion. A pulse, not physical, not spiritual, but something deeper, reverberated through the world's spiritual fabric. It was the sound of chains tightening and a prisoner raging against them. The effects were immediate, devastating, and continent-wide. Earthquakes struck 12 regions simultaneously, toppling buildings, opening fissures, and sending populations of mortals and cultivators alike fleeing for safety. Spiritual storms, hurricanes of raw, unrefined qi that defied natural weather patterns, erupted along the major seal lines, their winds carrying void corruption that sickened everything they touched. Spatial cracks opened in previously stable areas, releasing waves of corrupted beasts in numbers that overwhelmed local defenses. Cities that hadn't seen a spiritual disturbance in centuries suddenly found themselves under siege by creatures that shouldn't exist. The world was reacting to the Void Sovereign's rage. The ancient prison, held in check for 100 millennia, was being tested by its prisoner with renewed fury. Every weakened seal line was probed, every failed node was exploited, every vulnerability was attacked simultaneously. The Void Sovereign was not just trying to escape, it was demonstrating that it could destroy the world even while still imprisoned, if given enough time and enough weakened defenses. The Continental Defense Alliance activated. Sect forces deployed to seal spatial cracks. Imperial legions mobilized to protect population centers. Liang Chen's network of corruption detection specialists identified and neutralized 7 abyssal tide agents who'd been activated by the Void Sovereign's awakening pulse. He knows, Old Man Tian said from his bed at Thunder Peak, his voice weak, but his mind sharp. The Void Sovereign felt the Keystones reunite. He knows we're preparing to reinforce the seal, and he's trying to break free before we're ready. How long? The pulse was a probing attack, testing the seal's strength, looking for weak points. The actual breakout attempt will come when enough seal lines have failed. With the Guardian Formation's reinforcement, that won't happen for months. But the probing attacks will continue and intensify. The Alliance forces were stretched thin. The Abyssal Tide launched coordinated attacks on multiple cities simultaneously, forcing the Alliance to spread its strength across the continent. Liang Chun directed operations from Thunder Peak, using the communication network to coordinate responses. But some battles required his personal attention. A spatial crack opened near the Jade Lotus Sects territory, releasing a horde of corrupted beasts led by 3 nascent, soul-level void creatures. Bai Shui's sect defenders were overwhelmed. Liang Chun arrived via emergency flight, his 4 Keystones blazing, and cut through the void creatures with a combination of chaos qi and keystone amplified elemental techniques that was nothing short of devastating. The nascent soul void creatures, beings of pure corruption given physical form by the Void Sovereign's will, dissolved under his attacks. The chaos-devouring art absorbed their corruption and converted it to fuel, and the Keystones amplified his elemental output to nascent soul peak levels. But the battle cost him. Not in qi. His reserves were vast, but in time and energy that should have been spent on cultivation advancement. Every day spent fighting abyssal tide raids was a day not spent pushing toward Dao seeking. We need to accelerate the timeline, he told the Alliance Council. I'm going into deep cultivation. Extended closed-door retreat. While I advance, the Alliance handles the raids. The council chamber fell silent. Liang Chen's proposal meant removing the Alliance's strongest combatant from active operations during a period of increasing enemy activity. It was a gamble, trading short-term military capability for long-term strategic power. Shen Ruoxi spoke first. We can handle the raids. Between my sect's fire cultivators, Lin Meishio's sword formations, and the Prince's legions, we have enough firepower to deal with anything below a Dao Lord. And if Mu Qianren attacks directly? Xiao Tianming asked. The reformed genius had been attending council meetings since his recovery, his golden aura clean and fierce, his commitment to the Alliance proven through 3 weeks of frontline combat against the forces that had corrupted him. Then we evacuate to Thunder Peak and hold behind the fortress formations until Liang Chun can be pulled from retreat, Yun Qinglian said. The fortress was designed to withstand nascent soul siege. With the upgraded formations, it should hold against a Dao Lord for at least 24 hours. Should, Xiao Tianming noted. Should is the best we've got. Unless anyone has a spare Dao Lord we can deploy. Nobody did. How long? Prince Duan Wuji asked. As long as it takes to reach spirit severing. The council approved. Liang Chun entered closed-door cultivation the next morning, and the Alliance's daily operations shifted to the Joint Command Council. Reports came in daily through communication crystals, and Bai Shui maintained a monitoring formation outside Liang Chen's cultivation chamber that would alert him if any situation became truly critical. During the 3 weeks that followed, 4 abyssal tide attacks were repelled. The first was a probing strike against Thunder Peak itself, turned back by the fortress formations and Shun Ruoxi's fire barrier. The second targeted a supply convoy, intercepted by Lin Meishio's sword formations, and destroyed. The third was a more serious assault on the Jade Lotus Sect's healing facilities, requiring Xiao Tianming and Prince Duan Wuji to coordinate a rapid response force. The fourth was a nascent soul void creature spawned from a spatial crack, frozen by Yun Qinglian's absolute zero domain and dissolved by Zhao Yanran's void disruption poison. Each attack cost the Alliance soldiers, but each defense strengthened their coordination. The Continental Defense Alliance became a tested, blooded fighting force. Chapter 74, Spirit Severing Breakthrough. The cultivation retreat lasted 3 weeks. 3 weeks in the deepest chamber of Thunder Peak Fortress, surrounded by formation arrays drawn by Old Man Tian, powered by the combined spiritual vein and the 4 Keystones' ambient energy. Bai Shui maintained a constant healing field to prevent cultivation deviation. Yun Qinglian kept ice formations around the chamber to regulate temperature fluctuations caused by breakthrough phenomena. Liang Chun pushed through nascent soul late stage, through peak, and hit the barrier to spirit severing. Spirit severing was the 5th major realm, a level that separated mortals from the truly powerful. The breakthrough required severing attachments to the mortal world, not literally abandoning emotions or relationships, but achieving a state of spiritual independence where the cultivator's Tao was self-sustaining, no longer dependent on external validation or support. For most cultivators, spirit severing took years of philosophical meditation and spiritual refinement. For Liang Chun, it came down to a single question: what was he willing to sacrifice? The answer came to him in the form of a vision, not from the ancestral space, but from his own heart. He saw himself as he'd been, the crippled outer disciple, kneeling on cold stone, being told he was worthless. He saw what that boy had clung to, the hope that someone would recognize his value, that the world would eventually see him for what he was. That hope was a chain, not because it was wrong, but because it made his worth dependent on others' recognition. Spirit severing meant acknowledging that his value existed regardless of whether anyone saw it. He didn't need the cultivation world to accept him. He didn't need the sects to validate him. He was the last carrier of the primordial chaos bloodline, the keeper of the seal, the defender of the world. And these truths were true whether anyone knew them or not. The realization was not dramatic. It was quiet, like sunrise, gradual, inevitable, and transformative. His nascent soul, the miniature version of himself sitting in his dantian, opened its eyes. And in those eyes, a new clarity burned. The clarity of a man who knew exactly who he was and required no one's permission to be it. Spirit severing. The breakthrough's spiritual turbulence was contained by the fortress's enhanced formations, but Liang Chen's companions felt it through the resonance network. A wave of calm, confident power that said, I am here. I am ready. I am enough. He emerged from the chamber at spirit-severing early stage, his aura fundamentally changed. Where before it had been powerful but searching, it was now settled, a mountain's presence, immovable and vast. Spirit severing. Old man Tian breathed from his bed, his blue eyes glistening. In less than 3 months from chi condensation, the histories will call you the fastest cultivator who ever lived. The histories can call me whatever they want. I just need to be fast enough. The breakthrough's deeper significance took time to appreciate. Spirit severing wasn't just a power increase. It was a qualitative transformation of his relationship with the Tao itself. At nascent soul, he perceived the world through his cultivated senses. At spirit severing, he perceived the world through the Tao, the underlying patterns and laws that govern spiritual energy, elemental interactions, and the very fabric of reality. He could see formation arrays as clearly as text on a page. He could feel the seal lines network like a web of warmth against his perception. He could sense the void sovereign's prison as a distant pressure, constant, growing, patient. More practically, spirit severing gave him access to techniques that were previously beyond his reach. Formation mastery that would have taken decades of study was now achievable in days. Elemental manipulation that required nascent soul peak now responded to his intent as naturally as breathing. And the chaos-devouring art's fourth layer, soul absorption, which he'd been practicing in rough form, became fully realized. He could now absorb spiritual will and intent with the precision of a surgeon, stripping hostile energy of its purpose while leaving its raw power available for his own use. The next target is the stone fragments, he told his alliance. We have the Keystones. We need the remaining 5 fragments to complete the Chaos Origin Stone. Without the complete stone, the seal can be reinforced but not permanently restored. Zhao Yanran produced the clan leader's token, the jade circle containing the fragment locations. 3 are in accessible areas: a mountain cave in the eastern ranges, an underwater temple off the southern coast, and a buried vault in the northern tundra. 2 are in dangerous locations, one in the heart of a dormant volcano in the western reaches, and one in the abyssal deep itself, inside the Void Sovereign's prison. Inside the prison, the 13th fragment was placed there by the first primordial Chaos Sovereign as the seal's final keystone. To complete the stone, you'll need to enter the prison and retrieve it. While the Void Sovereign is inside. The room was quiet. One problem at a time, Liang said. We retrieved the first 4 fragments during the march to the abyssal deep. The 5th, we retrieve when we arrive. Simple plan, Wei Jin said. I like it. Terrifying, but simple. Simple plans survive contact with the enemy. Complex ones don't. That's reassuring. Sort of. Chapter 75. Yun Xinglian's power awakens. The inspiration was contagious. Yun Xinglian, who'd been on the verge of breakthrough since the Azure Cloud raid, finally shattered through to nascent soul. It happened during an abyssal tide attack on Thunder Peak's outer defenses. A probing raid by a squadron of corrupted cultivators, easily handled by the fortress's formation arrays, but persistent enough to require active defense. Yun Xinglian stood on the fortress wall, her ice chi holding a barrier against the raiders' void techniques, when the moment came. Not a gradual build-up, a sudden, crystalline moment of clarity, like a lake freezing solid in an instant. Her ice was no longer ice. It was absolute zero, the total cessation of thermal energy at the quantum level. A domain of cold so profound that spiritual energy itself froze within it. The abyssal tide raiders, caught in the expanding domain, found their void corruption literally frozen in place. The corrupted energy unable to flow, unable to function, unable to do anything but sit inert in their locked meridians. The nascent soul breakthrough amplified the domain to cover the entire fortress. Every cultivator within the walls felt a moment of bone-deep cold, followed by an extraordinary warmth as Yun Xinglian's ice paradoxically protected them. The absolute zero domain froze only hostile energy, leaving allied qi untouched. Liang found her on the wall afterward, her breath visible even in the warm afternoon, frost patterns spreading unconsciously from her feet. Absolute zero domain, he said. I felt it through the resonance network. It's incredible. It froze their corruption. Her frost-blue eyes were bright with wonder and something fiercer, pride. Liang, I can freeze void energy. I can nullify the abyssal tide's primary weapon. You can do more than that. He placed his hand on her shoulder, and their chi fields overlapped. His chaos energy and her ice domain interacted, creating a resonance that neither had experienced before. The combination, primordial chaos and absolute zero, produced a hybrid energy that was simultaneously all elements and no temperature. It was the spiritual equivalent of absolute stability. Every element present, every thermal process stopped, every form of energy in perfect, frozen balance. If we combine our techniques during the seal restoration, Liang said, his eyes widening as he grasped the implications, your domain could stabilize the sealing formation while I channel the power. The seal was originally unstable because the chaotic energy was too dynamic. It needed constant maintenance to keep it balanced. But if your absolute zero locks the balance in place, the seal becomes self-sustaining. Yun Qinglian finished. No more degradation. No more need for constant maintenance. A permanent seal. They stared at each other, the magnitude of the possibility settling over them like a mantle. We could end this, Yun Qinglian whispered. Not just reinforce the seal. End it. Permanently. We could. Liang took her hands, both of them, cold and strong and shaking slightly. But we still need the complete stone. 5 more fragments. Then let's get them. They stood on the wall, hand in hand, and looked toward the horizon where the continent's future waited to be written. The combination of their powers had another effect neither had anticipated. During their next training session, when Liang channeled chaos chi while Yun Qinglian expanded her absolute zero domain, the intersection of their energies produced a visible phenomenon. Prismatic ice crystals that hung in the air without melting, each one a tiny formation array that absorbed and stabilized the spiritual energy around it. Natural microformations, Old Man Tian said when they showed him. His weakening eyes widened as he studied the crystals with his Tao Lord perception. The original seal was made of these. Millions of them, each one a self-stabilizing unit that maintained the prison's containment. Your combined technique recreates the building blocks of the seal itself. Can we produce enough to rebuild the seal? Not manually. The original seal contained trillions of these microformations. But with the complete Chaos Origin Stone acting as a template, and your combined primordial chaos plus absolute zero energy providing the raw material. The old man trailed off, calculating. Yes, it might work. It would require enormous energy output, but the stone was designed as an amplifier. With all 13 fragments, and both of you channeling simultaneously, we can rebuild the seal from scratch, Liangchen finished. Not just reinforce it, rebuild it. A seal that doesn't need a primordial chaos cultivator to maintain it. A permanent prison, self-sustaining, with no expiration date. The weight of that possibility, not just stopping the apocalypse, but preventing it from ever recurring, settled on both of them. It was almost too much to hope for. We need the stone, Yun Qinglian said. All of it. We'll get it. Whatever it takes. Chapter 76. Mu Qianren's trap. The trap was elegant in its simplicity. A distress signal on the Azure Cloud Sects emergency frequency, Yun Changqing's personal code. The message was brief. Under attack. Position compromised. Need immediate assistance. Yun Qinglian heard it first. Through the monitoring crystal, she kept tuned to Azure Cloud frequencies at all times. Her face went white. My father. He's alive. He's calling for help. It could be a trap, Zhao Yanran said immediately. It is his personal code. It's authenticated with his spiritual signature. It can't be faked. Spiritual signatures can be extracted from prisoners and used to authenticate false messages. Old Man Tian cautioned from his bed. His condition had deteriorated further. His voice was barely above a whisper now. Mu Qianren had your father for weeks. Long enough to extract any security code. I know it could be a trap. Yun Qinglian's jaw was set. I know the risks. But if there's even a chance my father is alive and calling for help, I have to go. Liang Chun looked at her, at the determination in her frost-blue eyes, at the grief and hope and fierce love that warred behind her composed exterior. He knew it was a trap. Every tactical instinct screamed it. But he also knew that if their positions were reversed, if it was his mother's code, his mother's voice, nothing in the world could stop him from responding. I'll go with you, he said. Liang Chun, Old Man Tian started. I know. I'm falling into a trap. But I'm not falling unprepared. They flew toward the signal's origin, a remote mountain range northwest of the Azure Cloud Sect, an area of dense forests and deep valleys where spiritual detection was hampered by natural interference patterns. The terrain was perfect for an ambush, limited sight lines, multiple concealment positions, and enough distance from the major sects that reinforcements would be hours away. Liang Chun spread his spirit-severing perception to maximum range. The spiritual landscape was complex. Ambient chi from the forests, residual energy from ancient formations buried in the mountains, and, there, a single, familiar aura. Yun Changqing, weak, diminished, but alive. Deep in a valley, in what appeared to be a natural cave. He's real, Yun Qinglian breathed. My father's aura. It's really him. It's him, Liang Chun confirmed. But there's something else. Multiple concealed signatures surrounding the valley. Nascent soul level, void corrupted. Abyssal tide. and beneath them, deeper, masked by formation arrays. Liang Chen's perception probed further, straining against sophisticated concealment techniques. Dao Lord, Mu Qianren is here. They hovered above the valley, 200 feet up, weighing their options. He's using your father as bait, Liang Chen said. The distress signal was genuine. Your father is alive and calling for help. But Mu Qianren positioned his forces around him, knowing we'd come. Knowing I'd come, Yun Qinglian corrected. He's targeting me. The sect master's daughter, my father's only child. If he captures me, he has leverage over the Azure Cloud sect's remaining loyalists. And over me, Liang Chun added quietly. She looked at him. The vulnerability in that look, the knowledge that her father's life and her own were being used as weapons against the person she loved, was devastating. I still have to go, she said. I know. He took her hand. Together, they descended into the trap. Mu Qianren's forces attacked within seconds of their landing. 8 nascent soul cultivators, all void corrupted, emerging from concealment positions in a coordinated assault. Void techniques filled the valley with darkness, cutting off escape routes and suppressing ambient qi. Liang Chun engaged 4 of them simultaneously, his spirit severing cultivation overwhelming their nascent soul attacks. The 4th layer, soul absorption, stripped the void energy from their techniques, leaving them with diminished, unfocused attacks that his chaos qi shattered easily. Yun Qinglian's absolute zero domain froze the other 4 in place. Their void corruption locked solid, their bodies immobilized by spiritual cold so profound that their nerves stopped firing. 8 nascent soul cultivators neutralized in under a minute. But they were the distraction. Mu Qianren appeared behind Liang Chen. The Dao Lord's attack was a void-enhanced palm strike aimed at the base of Liang Chen's skull, a killing blow that would have severed his nascent soul from his body. Liang Chen felt it coming through the 4th layer's enhanced perception, the malicious intent registering as a spike of hostile will, and dodged. Barely. The palm strike grazed his shoulder, and the void corruption in the attack burned through his qi shield and into his flesh. Pain lanced through his arm as corruption ate at his meridians. You came, Mu Qianren said, his corrupted eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Predictable. Sentimental. Guilty on both counts, Liang Chen replied, cycling chaos qi to purge the corruption from his shoulder. Where's Yun Changqing? In the cave. Alive as promised. I'm many things, boy, but I keep my bait fresh. Mu Qianren's Dao Lord aura expanded, pressing against Liang Chen's spirit-severing defenses. You've grown. Spirit-severing. With the keystones and the stone fragments, you might even be a challenge. Might. The gap between spirit-severing and Dao Lord is still vast. And I have something you don't. Mu Qianren raised his hands, and the void energy around him shifted. No longer corrupted qi, but something pure, something that came from beyond the dimensional barriers. A direct connection to the Void Sovereign. The attack that followed was not Mu Qianren's own power. It was channeled, the Void Sovereign's will, reaching through the weakening seal, pouring through its servant like water through a pipe. The force was beyond Dao Lord, beyond tribulation crossing, beyond anything Liang Chun had ever faced. He activated every defense simultaneously. Chaos devouring art, for keystones, 8 stone fragments, elemental fusion, soul absorption. Every technique, every resource, every ounce of power he possessed was thrown into a single desperate defense. The Void Sovereign's channeled attack hit his defenses like a meteor striking a mountain. The mountain held, barely. The stone fragments blazed with creation energy that countered the void force. The keystones amplified his elemental defenses to levels that exceeded his nominal realm. And the 4th layer absorbed the hostile intent, stripping the attack of its guidance. But the raw force remained, and it was overwhelming. Liang Chun was driven backward, his feet carving trenches in the earth, his defenses cracking layer by layer. Blood seeped from his nose, his ears, the corners of his eyes. Then Yun Qinglian's absolute zero domain expanded to cover him. The void energy, hitting the domain's boundary, froze. The channeled attack's momentum stopped dead, the spiritual energy locked in crystalline stasis. Mu Qianren's expression flickered, surprise, quickly masked. Interesting technique, he said. But ice can be broken. He gathered more void energy, preparing to shatter the frozen attack and Yun Qinglian's domain with it. The power building in his hands was terrifying. A Dao Lord enhanced by the Void Sovereign, drawing on power that dwarfed anything in the mortal world. We need to retreat, Liang Chun said through gritted teeth. Now. Not without my father. Yun Qinglian. She was already moving, her absolute zero domain shifting to cover her as she sprinted for the cave. Mu Qianren's attention split. a fraction of a second of divided focus between two targets. Liang Chun used that fraction. He activated the fourth layer at maximum output and reached for Mu Qianren's will, not his cultivation, not his qi, but the intent that directed it. The Void Sovereign's channeled will. For one instant, his chaos qi touched the Void Sovereign's consciousness directly. The contact was like plunging his hand into a vat of liquid darkness. The Void Sovereign's mind was vast, ancient, and hungry, a being that existed to consume, to annihilate, to reduce existence to nothing. It had no emotions that humans would recognize. Only purpose, the end of all things. But in that contact, Liang Chen also felt something unexpected. Fear. The Void Sovereign feared him, or rather, feared what he represented. The primordial chaos bloodline was the one force in existence that could match void energy. Creation versus destruction. Being versus nothingness. The Void Sovereign's eternal enemy. Liang Chun absorbed fragments of the channeled will. Not enough to neutralize Mu Qianren, but enough to disrupt the connection for precious seconds. The Tao Lord staggered, his void-enhanced attack dissipating as the Void Sovereign's guidance wavered. Yun Qinglian emerged from the cave carrying her father, Yun Changqing. Unconscious, his cultivation still sealed but alive. Her absolute zero domain expanded to cover all three of them. Now we leave, Liang Chen said. They retreated at maximum speed, Mu Qianren's frustrated roar echoing behind them. The Tao Lord could have pursued, but the disruption to his void connection left him temporarily weakened, and Liang Chen's spirit-severing cultivation, combined with Yun Qinglian's nascent soul domain, was enough to outrun a compromised Tao Lord. They escaped, battered, drained, but alive, and Yun Changqing was safe. Chapter 77. Rescue and Recovery. The journey back to Thunder Peak was tense. Yun Changqing remained unconscious, his body a map of abuse. Weeks of imprisonment, spiritual drainage, and deliberate cruelty visible in every wound and scar. Bai Shui met them at the fortress gates, her healing qi already extended. Get him to the medical chamber. Now. The healing took 12 hours. Bai Shui worked with the quiet intensity of a woman who understood that this patient was more than a patient. He was the father of the person who mattered most to someone she cared about. Yun Changqing's condition was severe. The meridian sealing formation that Mu Qianren had used to suppress his cultivation had caused permanent damage to several secondary meridians. His primary pathways were intact, and his dantian, while weakened, was functional. But he would never regain his full nascent soul peak strength. At best, nascent soul early stage. He'll recover, Bai Shui told Yun Qinglian. Not fully, but enough. He'll be himself again. Yun Qinglian wept. Not the controlled, hidden tears she'd shed before, but open, shaking sobs that released months of accumulated terror, grief, and hope. Liang Chun held her, his arms around her shoulders, his chaos qi warming her ice-cold body. You saved him, she whispered against his chest. We saved him. You walked into a Tao Lord's trap for me. I'd walk into worse. She pulled back and looked at him with eyes red from crying but burning with a fierce, absolute love that transcended words. I know you would. That's what terrifies me. Yun Changqing woke the next morning. His first words, in a voice roughened by weeks of disuse, were, Where is my daughter? Here, father. Yun Qinglian was at his bedside, her hand in his. I'm here. The former sect master's eyes focused. He looked at his daughter. Older, stronger, changed in ways that imprisonment had prevented him from witnessing, and tears streaked his haggard face. You've reached nascent soul, he said, sensing her cultivation. And your ice, it's different, deeper, absolute zero domain. I'll explain everything. But first, there's someone you should meet. Liang Chun entered the medical chamber. Yun Changqing studied him. The young man who'd been expelled from his sect as a worthless cripple and had returned as a spirit-severing cultivator who'd challenged a Tao Lord to rescue him. You are Liang Chun, Yun Changqing said. I am. My daughter speaks highly of you. So does every intelligence report I managed to receive during my imprisonment. The sect master's voice was weak, but his eyes were sharp. The primordial chaos bloodline. The chaos origin stone fragments. The Continental Defense Alliance. You've accomplished in months what most cultivators couldn't achieve in centuries. I had help, including my daughters. Especially your daughters. Yun Changqing's gaze moved between them, reading the body language, the qi interaction, the unmistakable bond between two people who'd fought together, bled together, and fallen in love amid the chaos of an existential crisis. I see, he said simply. Then, to Liang Chun, thank you for saving my life. And for saving my daughter's heart. The recovery process took another week. During that time, Yun Changqing was briefed on everything that had happened since his imprisonment. The Abyssal Tide exposure, the Continental Defense Alliance, the Keystone retrieval, and the looming confrontation at the Abyssal Deep. His strategic mind, sharpened by decades of sect leadership, immediately contributed to the alliance's planning. Mu Qianren's weakness isn't his power, Yun Changqing said during a war council, his voice still recovering, but his insight razor-sharp. His weakness is his ego. He believes himself indispensable to the Void Sovereign. But the Void Sovereign doesn't value servants, it uses them. When the prison breaks, every Abyssal Tide cultist is as expendable as the rest of us. Mu Qianren doesn't know that. Or he knows but refuses to accept it. How does that help us? Prince Duan Wuji asked. It means he'll take risks to protect his position. If we threaten the Void Sovereign's connection to him, the same way Liang disrupted the connection at the mountain trap, Mu Qianren will divert resources to protect it. Resources he should be using to guard the Abyssal Deep. Divide his attention, Liang said, grasping the strategy. Force him to fight on two fronts, defending the prison and defending his own connection to the Void Sovereign. Exactly. Yun Changqing's smile was thin but fierce. I spent weeks in his custody. I learned his habits, his patterns, his fears. He's terrified of losing the Void Sovereign's favor. Exploit that fear, and he'll make mistakes. The former sect master's intelligence became invaluable in the weeks that followed. His detailed knowledge of Mu Qianren's personality, tactics, and vulnerabilities was integrated into the Alliance's battle plans, providing strategic advantages that raw power alone couldn't match. Your father is brilliant, Liang told Yun Qinglian. He's stubborn, arrogant, and refuses to rest despite being barely able to walk. Sound like anyone you know? I have no idea what you're talking about. Of course you don't. Chapter 78, Spirit Severing Mid-Stage. Old Man Tian's final gift was a breakthrough. Not his own. He was far beyond breakthrough now, his remaining lifespan measured in weeks. But he directed Liang Qin's advancement with the accumulated wisdom of 400 years, guiding his student through the treacherous waters of spirit-severing cultivation with the precision of a master navigator. The fifth layer of the chaos-devouring art, Old Man Tian said, his voice barely a whisper now. Primordial chaos return. Liang Qin leaned close, capturing every word. The first four layers are about absorption, taking in elements, affinities, will. The fifth layer reverses the process. Instead of absorbing external energy, you project internal energy outward, temporarily merging all absorbed elements into a unified force, pure primordial chaos. Projecting creation energy? Projecting the energy that existed before elements differentiated. Before fire was fire and water was water. The primordial state of existence, raw potential, unformed, unlimited. It's the energy that sealed the Void Sovereign originally. Old Man Tian's blue eyes, dimmed but still brilliant, locked onto Liang Qin's. The Primordial Chaos Return technique allows you to access the Primordial Sovereign Realm's power temporarily, regardless of your current cultivation level. For how long? Seconds. Maybe 10 at Spirit Severing. Maybe 30 at Dao Seeking. The duration increases with cultivation. But during those seconds, you wield the power that defeated the Void Sovereign 10,000 years ago. The drawback? Total exhaustion. After the technique ends, your cultivation drops to near zero for hours. Your meridians shut down, your dantian empties, your nascent soul goes dormant. You're essentially immortal until your system recovers. Old Man Tian smiled thinly. Think of it as the ultimate trump card. One use, then you're defenseless. Liang Qin practiced the fifth layer for a week, with Old Man Tian guiding each attempt despite his failing body. The technique was the most demanding cultivation method he'd ever attempted. Projecting his entire internal energy reserve outward in a unified beam required absolute control, perfect timing, and an unshakable sense of self. The first successful activation lasted 2 seconds. 2 seconds of pure primordial chaos energy radiating from his body in a sphere of prismatic light that disintegrated the formation arrays in the training chamber. The power was beyond anything he'd ever wielded, beyond spirit severing, beyond Dao Lord, beyond tribulation crossing. For 2 seconds, he touched the power of the gods. Then the exhaustion hit, and he collapsed. The process of learning the fifth layer pushed his spirit-severing cultivation to mid-stage. The advancement was a side effect of channeling the technique's energy repeatedly. Each activation refined his spiritual system, expanding his capacity and deepening his control. Spirit-severing mid-stage, Old Man Tian murmured. You're getting closer. Dao Seeking is 2 stages away. I'll reach it. I know. The old man's hand found Liang Qin's. His grip was weak, his skin papery, but the warmth was unmistakable. I know you will. They sat together in the quiet of the medical chamber, teacher and student, crippled wanderer and continent's last hope. Outside, the alliance prepared for war. Inside, two men who'd been brought together by chance and held together by choice shared a moment that transcended the crisis. Liang Chun, old man Tian said, his voice barely a thread. There's something I never told you. What? I knew your mother. Not well? We met once, briefly, at a gathering of the old powers, 30 years ago. She was the most remarkable cultivator I'd ever seen. Brilliant, fierce, compassionate, and terrifyingly determined. You never mentioned this. I didn't want to influence your perception of me as a teacher. If you'd known I had a connection to your mother, you might have trusted me for the wrong reasons. The old man's smile was rueful. I wanted you to trust me because I proved worthy of it, not because of a 30-year-old acquaintance. I trust you because you taught me everything you know, burned your remaining years to save my life, and have never once asked for anything in return. Liang Chun squeezed the old man's hand. You're the father I never had, Tian. Connection to my mother or not. Old man Tian's blue eyes closed. A single tear tracked down his weathered cheek. That's the best thing anyone's ever said to me. Rest now. We march tomorrow. I'll be ready. You'll be in bed. I'll be in bed. But I'll be ready. Chapter 79. Eve of War. The Alliance forces gathered at the staging area, a vast military camp 300 miles from the abyssal deep, at the edge of the null zone. 50,000 cultivators from 100 sects, organized into division-sized units, each commanded by a nascent soul cultivator under the strategic commander's overall authority. Liang Qin stood on a hill overlooking the camp, watching the army prepare. Banners of every color flew in the evening breeze: crimson phoenix, silver sword, jade lotus, azure cloud, golden dragon, and dozens more. The diversity of the cultivation world, united for the first time in history against a common enemy. The sect daughters found him there. Shen Ruoxi came first, her crimson hair loose around her shoulders, her gold eyes reflecting the sunset. I wanted to say something before tomorrow. You already said it. On the balcony, at the tournament. I know, but this is different. She stood beside him, looking at the army. I didn't come here to recruit you or to win your heart. I came because this is the most important fight in the history of the world, and there's no one else I'd rather fight beside. Ruoxi, don't say anything. Just know that whatever happens tomorrow, the Crimson Phoenix sect will burn for you. I will burn for you. Her golden eyes blazed. Not romantically, just in the way that fire burns for everything it believes in. She left. Lin Meishio arrived next. The sword cultivator said nothing. She simply stood at his right shoulder, the traditional position of a sworn protector, and drew her sword. The celestial severance blade, diminished by the Keystones' removal, but still magnificent, caught the dying light. My sword is yours, she said. 3 words that, from a sword's sovereign cultivator, carried more weight than a speech. Thank you. Save the thanks for after. If we survive, you can buy me a drink. Bai Shui came next, bringing tea and a quiet smile. I've prepared enough healing supplies for the entire strike team. Whatever happens in the abyss, I'll keep everyone alive. Including yourself? Including myself. I didn't survive a 15-year curse to die in a hole. She paused. Liang Chun, when you heal the seal, will it change you? The primordial chaos return technique, the permanent sealing, will it cost you something? Honestly, I don't know. If it costs you everything. If you burn out your cultivation to save the world, would you do it? Yes. I thought so. She looked at the sunset. Your mother would be proud. She always put others first. Zhao Yinran appeared without warning, as always. The scouts report Mu Qianren's forces are massing at the abyssal deep's entrance. Approximately 2,000 abyssal tide cultivators, including at least 6 nascent soul-level commanders. Mu Qianren himself is positioned at the entrance to the prison. We expected that. We also detected something unexpected. Her violet eyes were grave. The seal is failing faster than projected. The Void Sovereign's latest probing attack weakened 3 additional seal lines. Our 1-year estimate has dropped to 3 months. Then we move tomorrow. No more delay. Yun Qinglian came last, as the stars appeared. She didn't say anything either. She just stood beside him and took his hand, her ice-cool fingers interlacing with his, her absolute zero domain a faint shimmer around them both. Together, they watched the army prepare for war. I love you, she said. I love you too. Come back to me. I promised. On the balcony, before the championship match. Promise again. He turned to face her. In the starlight, her frost-blue eyes were the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. Not for their color or their beauty, but for what they held. Faith. Not blind faith, Not the desperate faith of someone with no other option, but the earned faith of a woman who'd watched a man face impossible odds and refused to break. "I promise," he said. She pressed her forehead against his. Their chi fields merged, chaos and ice, creation and stillness, and in that overlap, they shared a moment of complete peace. A heartbeat of silence in the chaos of war, a single breath of calm before the storm. "I'm going with you into the abyss," she said. "Don't argue." "I wasn't going to. Liar. You were about to deliver a speech about how it's too dangerous and you can't risk me." "It is too dangerous. I can risk you. Because you're the strongest person I know, and your absolute zero domain is the key to making the seal permanent. I need you down there, Qinglian. Not as my girlfriend. As my partner." She pulled back and looked at him. Something shifted in her expression. The vulnerability replaced by steel, the love tempered by purpose. "Then we go together. We fight together. And we seal the void sovereign together." "Together," he agreed. They parted at the chamber door, each returning to their own preparations. In the corridor, Liang passed Wei Jin, who was carrying an armful of supply manifests and looking like he hadn't slept in days. "Everything ready?" Liang asked. "As ready as 50,000 cultivators marching into a spiritual dead zone to fight an army of darkness while you punch a god can be." Wei Jin paused. "So, about 70%. 70% is better than I expected. Your expectations are alarmingly low. They've kept me alive so far." Wei Jin laughed. The genuine, full-bodied laugh of a friend who found absurdity comforting rather than terrifying. "Get some sleep, brother. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. They're all long days lately." "Yeah, but tomorrow's going to be a really long day." Liang smiled and headed for his chamber. Behind him, the Alliance's preparations continued through the night. Soldiers checking weapons, healers preparing supplies, formation specialists calibrating defensive arrays. The hum of activity was constant, purposeful, and strangely comforting. These were people who'd chosen to fight, not because they had to, but because they believed in what they were fighting for. He lay on his bed and stared at the ceiling. Sleep didn't come easily. His mind was too full, his body too wired. But eventually, exhaustion won, and he slept. He dreamed of his mother. Not a vision, not a bloodline echo, just a dream. She was smiling, standing in a garden full of prismatic flowers, watching him with the pride and love that only a mother could hold. "You're ready," she said. He woke at dawn, clear-eyed and calm. She was right. He was ready. Chapter 80. March to the Abyss. The army moved at dawn. 50,000 cultivators, organized into 10 divisions, advanced toward the abyssal deep in a formation that stretched across the landscape like a river of steel and spiritual light. At the head of the column, Liang rode on a platform of compressed wind chi, the 4 keystones and 8 stone fragments in his dantian resonating with a harmonic vibration that grew stronger with each step closer to the seal. The march took 3 days. 3 days of crossing increasingly desolate terrain as the null zone's influence grew. Vegetation disappeared first, trees withering, grass dying, the land becoming bare and gray. Then the spiritual energy faded, ambient chi thinning like air at high altitude, until cultivators had to rely entirely on their internal reserves. For the rank-and-file soldiers, the null zone was agonizing. Without ambient chi, their bodies felt heavy, their techniques drained, their morale sagging under the psychic weight of a landscape devoid of spiritual life. Cultivators who'd never experienced spiritual deprivation before found themselves struggling with basic movement techniques that they'd taken for granted since Foundation establishment. The strongest felt it least. Nascent soul cultivators had deep enough reserves to operate for days without ambient support. But Foundation establishment soldiers, who made up the bulk of the army, were visibly suffering. Healers from the Jade Lotus sect worked constantly, distributing chi pills and maintaining group healing fields that created pockets of artificial spiritual atmosphere within the formation. Bai Shui coordinated the healing core with a calm efficiency that belied the enormous strain the null zone placed on their own reserves. Every healing technique consumed chi that couldn't be replenished from the environment, turning every healing decision into a resource management calculation. Morale was a constant battle. Wei Jin proved his worth not as a combatant, but as a logistics coordinator and morale officer, moving through the ranks with jokes, encouragement, and practical solutions to problems that the combat leaders hadn't anticipated. He organized rotation schedules that kept the strongest cultivators at the perimeter, shielded the weakest from the null zone's worst effects, and maintained communication between divisions that had lost crystal contact due to the spiritual deprivation. "Your friend is worth more than a nascent soul cultivator," Prince Duan Wuji told Liang on the second day of the march. I've seen military commanders with decades of experience who couldn't manage logistics this well. He's always been the smart one, Liang replied. I just punch things. For Liang himself, the null zone was different. His chaos origin stone fragments generated their own energy, and his chaos primal core was self-sustaining. He felt the absence of ambient chi as a strange emptiness, like missing a limb he'd always had, but it didn't weaken him. On the third day, they reached the edge of the abyssal deep. It was worse than he'd imagined. The chasm was a wound in the earth, 100 miles long, 10 miles wide, and so deep that darkness swallowed the light a quarter mile below the rim. The walls were smooth, unnaturally regular, as if something had scooped the earth out with a giant hand. Void energy radiated from the depths like heat from a furnace, a tangible pressure of nothingness that pushed against Liang aura. And at the chasm's entrance, the only point where the walls were shallow enough to allow descent, stood Mu Qianren's army. 2,000 dark-robed cultivators, arrayed in disciplined formations along the chasm's rim. Behind them, void formations blazed with dark energy, creating a defensive barrier that shimmered like a wall of black glass. And at the center, standing on a platform that floated above the chasm's edge, Mu Qianren himself, his corrupted aura vast and terrible, his Dao Lord presence pressing down on the assembled armies like the shadow of an approaching storm. The Void Sovereign's laughter echoed from the depths, not a sound but a vibration in the spiritual fabric of the world, felt in the bones, the soul, the deepest reaches of consciousness. Welcome, little cultivators, the vibration said. Welcome to your end. Liang stood at the front of his army and looked down into the abyss. Somewhere in that darkness, behind the failing seal, behind the prison that had held for 100,000 years, an entity of pure destruction waited to be free. He drew a breath. The keystones pulsed. The stone fragments hummed. His companions stood behind him, 5 sect daughters, a loyal friend, a rogue cultivator, a dying teacher, a reformed genius, and a prince. Not enough against a god. Not by any sane calculation. But sanity had never been his strongest quality. We advance, Liang said. Into the dark. Into whatever waits. He stepped toward the abyss, and 50,000 cultivators followed. The advance formation was Wei Jin's design. The strategic genius had spent every available hour since the Alliance's formation analyzing military history, formation theory, and the specific challenges of fighting in a null zone environment. The result was a 3-layer formation he called Dragon's Descent, an outer ring of heavy defense cultivators creating a mobile barrier, a middle ring of offensive specialists ready to engage threats from any direction, and an inner ring protecting the strike team that would descend into the prison itself. The abyssal tide forces at the chasm's edge began their counterformation. Void energy pulsed in organized patterns as their commanders coordinated a defense designed to hold the rim and prevent any force from entering the abyss. The two armies faced each other across a quarter mile of dead ground. The wind carried no spiritual energy, just dust and the faint vibration of the Void Sovereign's laughter. Liang raised his hand. The army stopped. This is it, he said, his spirit-severing aura carrying his voice to every cultivator in the formation. Behind that army is the entrance to the abyssal deep. Below that entrance is the prison. And in that prison is the entity that will destroy everything we love if we don't stop it today. He paused, letting the words settle. I won't promise that everyone will survive. This is war, and wars have costs. But I promise that what we do here matters. Not just for us, not just for our sects, not just for the people we love, for everyone. Every mortal, every cultivator, every living thing on this continent exists because the seal has held for 100,000 years. Today, we make sure it holds for 100,000 more. The army was silent. Then, from somewhere in the ranks, a voice began to chant, a low, rhythmic sound that Liang recognized as an ancient cultivator wore him. Other voices joined, first tens, then hundreds, then thousands. The sound built into a wall of defiant purpose that rolled across the dead ground and crashed against the abyssal tide's formation like a spiritual tidal wave. The enemy's lines wavered. Liang dropped his hand. Advance. The dragon's descent formation surged forward, 50,000 voices raised in defiance. 50,000 cultivators marching toward the darkness with the light of purpose blazing in their hearts. And the battle of the abyssal deep began. Chapter 81. The battle begins. The two armies collided at dawn, and the force of 50,000 cultivators meeting 2,000 void-enhanced fanatics shook the earth for 50 miles in every direction. The Continental Defense Alliance's Dragon's Descent formation met the Abyssal Tide's defensive line in an explosion of light and darkness that lit the dead zone like a second sun. 50,000 cultivators against 2,000. The numbers favored the alliance overwhelmingly, but the Abyssal Tide's soldiers fought with the frenzied strength of zealots empowered by their god's proximity. Every Abyssal Tide cultivator within the Null Zone was drawing power directly from the Void Sovereign's prison, their void corruption amplified by the chasm's concentrated darkness. Foundation establishment cultists fought with nascent soul-level power. Nascent soul commanders wielded force that approached Dao Lord territory. The power differential turned what should have been a rout into a bloody, grinding slugfest. The Alliance's outer ring absorbed the initial clash. Heavy defense cultivators from the Iron Wall sect, the Mountain Root sect, and the Imperial Guard formed a shield wall of combined chi barriers that held the Abyssal Tide's initial charge. The impact cracked the Dead Zone's bare stone, sending shockwaves through the null field that disrupted formation arrays on both sides. Behind the shield wall, the offensive ring struck. Shen Ruoxi led a wedge of Crimson Phoenix fire cultivators into the Abyssal Tide's left flank, her phoenix flames cutting through void-enhanced shields with concentrated heat that burned spiritual energy itself. Lin Meishio commanded a formation of Sword Sovereign cultivators on the right, their combined sword intent creating a wall of silver death that advanced step by relentless step. Xiao Tianming fought at the center, his golden chi, clean, fierce, uncorrupted, blazing against the darkness with a fury born of personal redemption. He'd been their weapon. He'd been their puppet. And now he was going to tear them apart. Prince Duan Wuji directed the Imperial 7th Legion from the rear, his strategic mind coordinating troop movements with a precision that compensated for his lack of Liang Chen's raw power. The 9th Legion held the flanks, preventing the Abyssal Tide from encircling the Alliance forces. Wei Jin operated from the command tent, 100 communication crystals arrayed before him like a conductor's orchestra. He relayed orders, adjusted formations, diverted reinforcements to critical points, and maintained the information flow that kept 50,000 cultivators acting as one. And at the point of the spear, advancing steadily toward the chasm's edge, Liang Chen fought. His spirit-severing cultivation, amplified by 4 Keystones and 8 Chaos Origin Stone fragments, made him a force of nature. Each step forward was accompanied by a pulse of chaos chi that disrupted void energy in a 50-foot radius, creating safe zones that the Alliance soldiers could advance through. His techniques were devastating, multi-element combinations that no single-element cultivator could match, delivered with the speed and precision of someone who'd absorbed hundreds of warriors' combat experience. The Abyssal Tide fell before him. Not easily. Each cultist fought to the death, driven by void corruption that overrode their survival instincts, and the Void Sovereign's psychic commands urging them to hold the line at any cost. These were not merely fanatics. They were soldiers in an army commanded by a god, their bodies enhanced by an entity that had nothing to lose by spending their lives. Every cultist who fell had been someone once, a cultivator with ambitions, a person with a history, before the Abyssal Tide corrupted them and turned their potential into fuel for war. Liang Chen tried not to think about that. He killed when he had to, when the corruption was too deep, when the cultist's mind was too far gone, when the only mercy was a quick death. But when he could, he used the chaos-devouring art to absorb the corruption and leave the cultivator unconscious but alive, their void infection purged. Not all of them would recover, but some would, and some was worth the effort. The advance was measured in blood and stone, but also in moments of unexpected grace. A cultist who fell to his knees as the corruption left his body, weeping with confused relief. A pair of Abyssal Tide soldiers who dropped their weapons when Liang Chen's chaos, chi, purged their connection to the Void Sovereign, looking around the battlefield with the bewildered horror of people waking from a nightmare. Not all enemies were enemies by choice. That lesson, learned from Xiao Tianming's experience, guided Liang Chen's approach to the battle. Force when necessary, mercy when possible, and the wisdom to know the difference. But inevitably, the Abyssal Tide's lines broke. A chaos beam dissolved a void shield. A fire and lightning combination overwhelmed a nascent soul commander's defenses. An earth fusion punch shattered a formation array that had been powering 20 cultists' enhanced strength. The advance was measured in blood and stone. Each 100 paces of ground gained cost the Alliance soldiers wounds, exhaustion, the steady drain of fighting in a null zone without ambient chi to replenish. The healers worked constantly, by Shui coordinating the Jade Lotus Sect's medical corps in a triage operation that kept the frontline fighters functional. By noon, the Alliance had reached the chasm's edge, but not without cost. The Null Zone's chi deprivation made every wound more severe, every healing technique less effective, every death more permanent. Cultivators who would have survived their injuries in normal conditions bled out on the dead ground because the healers couldn't generate enough qi to close the wounds. Shen Ruoxi's brother fell defending the eastern flank. A void-corrupted nascent soul commander had broken through the Imperial 7th Legion's line and was carving a path toward the supply depot. Shen Haoyu, a fire cultivator with his sister's smile and twice her temper, intercepted the commander in a clash of phoenix flame and void darkness that lit up the null zone like a bonfire. He killed the commander, but took a void-corrupted blade through the lung in the exchange. Bai Shui tried to save him. She burned through her personal reserves, then drew on the healing core's shared energy, then used emergency techniques that she'd developed specifically for null zone injuries. None of it was enough. The void corruption in the blade had been designed to resist healing. The abyssal tide knew their enemy would bring healers. Shen Haoyu died holding his sister's hand, his last words a joke about how the fire was always better on the other side. Shen Ruoxi's scream of grief echoed across the battlefield, and her phoenix fire erupted in a pillar of white flame that incinerated every abyssal tide cultist within 300 paces. By afternoon, the Alliance held the chasm's edge. The abyssal tide's surface forces had been destroyed or driven into the abyss. But the price had been paid in blood, 3,000 Alliance soldiers dead, twice that wounded, and the emotional toll of a battle fought in a wasteland where even grief felt muted by the absence of spiritual energy. As the sun set over the dead zone, casting long shadows across a battlefield littered with the fallen, Liang stood at the entrance to the abyssal deep and looked down into a darkness that was deeper than anything the physical world could produce. The void stared back with patient malice, and the void sovereign's laughter echoed from depths that defied measurement. Behind him, the surviving strike team gathered. They were battered, every one of them carrying wounds, physical and spiritual, but they were present. They were ready. "We're through the first line," he told them. "Time for Phase 2. Chapter 82. Into the abyss. The surface battle raged above them as the strike team prepared to descend. The entrance to the abyssal deep was a jagged fissure in the chasm wall, barely 20 feet wide, descending at a steep angle into absolute darkness. Formation arrays lined the fissure's walls, ancient containment protocols that were supposed to prevent anything from entering or leaving the prison. Most were broken, their golden runes dark and cold. The few that still functioned flickered weakly, like candles in a storm. Liang paused at the fissure's edge and looked back at the battlefield. The Alliance army held the rim, but the fighting was still fierce. Crimson Phoenix Fire cultivators dueled void-enhanced abyssal tide commanders in aerial combat that painted the sky in streaks of orange and black. Sword sovereign formations advanced in grinding, methodical waves, their combined sword intent cutting through enemy ranks with the inexorable patience of a glacier. Imperial soldiers held the flanks in disciplined phalanxes, their formation-enhanced armor absorbing void attacks that would have killed unprotected cultivators. And everywhere, the Jade Lotus healers worked, moving between the fallen, green chi flowing from their hands. They were the invisible infrastructure that kept the army functional. Without them, the casualty rate would have been 3 times higher. "The surface will hold," Old Man Tian said from his transport pod, reading the battle's spiritual dynamics with his fading perception. "But not forever. The null zone's chi deprivation is draining the army's reserves faster than the healers can compensate. You have approximately 8 hours before the surface forces need to retreat. 8 hours to reach the prison, reinforce the seal, and get out." Liang Chen's expression was grim. "It'll be tight. It'll be impossible," Wei Jin corrected from his communication station. "Which means you'll do it in 6. Your confidence in me is touching. Your habit of accomplishing the impossible is statistically improbable, but empirically consistent. That's either a compliment or an insult." "Yes." The strike team descended into the abyssal deep. Liang Chen led, his chaos chi forming a protective sphere that pushed back the void energy pressing in from all sides. Behind him came Yun Qinglian, her absolute zero domain, creating a secondary barrier of frozen spiritual energy. Then the 5 sect daughters in formation: Shen Ruoxi, Lin Meishio, Bai Shui, Zhao Yanran, and Feng Lihua with her storm hawks perched on her shoulders. Wei Jin followed, his communication crystals linked to the surface command. And at the rear, carried in a formation-sealed transport pod because he was too weak to walk, Old Man Tian. "I'll be damned if I miss the most important event in 100,000 years because of a minor inconvenience like dying," the old man had said when they tried to leave him behind. The descent was a journey through nightmares. The chasm walls were smooth and featureless for the first quarter mile, but as they went deeper, the stone changed. Veins of dark crystal ran through the rock, petrified void energy, crystallized over 10 millennia of the Void Sovereign's influence. The crystals pulsed with a slow, heartbeat rhythm that matched the distant vibration of the prison below. The darkness attacked their minds. Not with force, with doubt. The void energy carried a psychic component that targeted each person's deepest fears and regrets. Shen Ruoxi heard her father's voice telling her she'd failed the sect. Lin Meishio saw her brother's death replayed in agonizing detail. Bai Shui felt the phantom pain of her curse returning. Zhao Yanran relived the massacre of the primordial chaos clan. Yun Qinglian felt the cold of her own element turning against her. Ice creeping through her veins, freezing her from the inside. Her absolute zero domain consuming the warmth of her own body. Wei Jin heard nothing, saw nothing, felt nothing except emptiness. The void's way of telling someone who'd always defined himself by his connections to others that he was, fundamentally, alone. Liang Chen's chaos qi counteracted the psychic attacks, his primordial chaos bloodline providing a natural resistance to void influence. He projected warmth through the storm eye resonance channels. Not spiritual energy, but emotional energy. The genuine warmth of connection that reminded each teammate that they were not alone, not forgotten, not defined by their fears. Stay with me, he called out. The void shows you what it wants you to believe. Don't believe it. They pushed deeper. Half a mile. 2 miles. At 3 miles, they reached the first seal gate. Chapter 83. The first seal gate. The gate was enormous, 100 feet tall, carved from a single block of golden stone, inscribed with primordial chaos formation arrays that still glowed with faint, flickering light despite 10 millennia of degradation. The golden light was the only brightness in the entire chasm, and its warmth was like a campfire in a blizzard. This is the outer seal, Old Man Tian said from his transport pod, his Dao Lord perception studying the gate's formation structure. 3 gates, 3 seals, each one progressively stronger. The first requires a single keystone to open. Fire, Liang Chun said, feeling the gate's resonance through his bloodline. The formation arrays on the gate were tuned to fire element energy, their patterns designed to accept the fire keystone's specific frequency. He placed the fire keystone against the gate's central rune. The crimson crystal blazed, its fire energy flooding the formation array. The golden inscriptions brightened, flared, and the gate's massive stone doors began to grind open. And from the newly opened passage, something emerged. A guardian demon, a construct of sealed void energy given form by the prison's defensive arrays. It was not a creature of the Void Sovereign, but a weapon of the seal itself, designed to test anyone attempting to reach the prison. The demon was 20 feet tall, composed of crystallized void energy that had been purified and repurposed by the original seal's creators. It was dark, but not corrupt, a controlled application of the enemy's own power, turned against intruders. The demon attacked with controlled precision, its void crystal fist striking with force that exceeded nascent soul. Shen Ruoxi intercepted, her phoenix flames meeting the void crystal in an explosion of fire and darkness. "I've got this," she shouted, her crimson hair blazing as she pushed the phoenix fire to its maximum output. "Go. Get through the gate." Her phoenix rebirth flame technique activated, the self-destructing attack she'd developed for exactly this kind of situation. All her fire chi released in a devastating burst that engulfed the guardian demon in a sphere of white-hot flame. The demon staggered. Its void crystal body cracked under the heat, fractures spreading across its surface. Shen Ruoxi's fire reserves hit 0. She collapsed to one knee, her body steaming, her aura guttering like a spent candle. Liang Chun channeled the fire keystone's energy directly into her through the resonance channel. The keystone's fire chi flooded Shen Ruoxi's depleted reserves, accelerating the phoenix rebirth regeneration cycle from minutes to seconds. Her aura blazed back to life, stronger than before, the keystone's ancient fire adding depth to her own flames. "That's cheating," she gasped, but she was grinning through the pain and exhaustion. "Beautiful, beautiful cheating." "It's called teamwork," Liang Chun replied, cycling more keystone energy through the channel to ensure her reserves stabilized. The chaos-devouring art doesn't just take. It shares. The realization was a small one in the middle of a larger crisis, but it struck him with unexpected force. His entire cultivation journey had been framed as absorption, the chaos-devouring art, the chaos origin stone fragments, the keystones. Everything was about taking in. But the most powerful applications of his bloodline were about giving out. Sharing energy with Shen Ruoxi, healing Bai Shui's curse, purifying Xiao Tianming's corruption, feeding the seal formations with creation energy. The primordial chaos bloodline wasn't meant for consumption. It was meant for distribution, for harmony, for balance. He filed the inside away. There would be time to explore it later, if there was a later. Together, they finished the guardian demon. The creature dissolved into purified void crystals that Liang absorbed, adding another layer of understanding about the seal's construction to his growing knowledge. The first gate stood open. Beyond it, the darkness deepened. They descended through a passage that grew narrower and darker with each step. The walls were slick with condensed void energy, a physical manifestation of the void sovereign's presence that made the stone feel alive, responsive, hostile. Liang Chen's chaos chi burned against the walls wherever it touched, purifying small patches that immediately recorrupted as they moved past. The concentration is increasing exponentially, Bai Shui reported, monitoring the team's spiritual health through her diagnostic technique. At this rate, anyone below nascent soul will start experiencing chi deviation within an hour. Wei Jin and Feng Lihua are below nascent soul, Liang Chen said. I know. I'm maintaining a concentrated healing field around them, but my reserves aren't infinite. I'll supplement. Liang Chen channeled creation energy from the Chaos Origin Stone fragments through the resonance network, feeding Bai Shui's healing chi with purified spiritual energy. The technique was draining, but it would keep the weaker team members safe, for now. The passage opened into a wider space, a natural cavern that served as a junction point between the upper chasm and the deeper prison levels. Here, the seal's influence was visible, golden runes inscribed in the cavern walls, pulsing with weakening light. Each rune was a containment formation, and each was cracked, corroded, failing. We're at the boundary between the chasm and the prison, Old Man Tian said from his transport pod. His perception, still Dao Lord grade despite his failing body, mapped the formation structure with the expertise of someone who'd studied such things for centuries. Below this point, we're inside the seal. The rules change, the void energy is denser, but the seal's defensive formations also activate. They'll attack anything they perceive as a threat, including us. Possibly. The formations were designed to recognize primordial chaos cultivators, but they've been deteriorating for 10 millennia. Their recognition protocols may be corrupted. We'll deal with it as it comes, Liang Chen said. Keep moving. Chapter 84. Sacrifices. The second seal gate required 2 keystones simultaneously, water and earth. Liang Chen placed both against the gate's dual rune formation, and the blue and amber energy flooded the ancient arrays. The gate opened with a groan of stone that had been sealed for 100 centuries. Beyond the second gate, the chasm narrowed. The walls pressed closer, the void energy grew denser, and the psychic pressure intensified until even Liang Chen's chaos chi barrier began to strain. And the corrupted beasts came. Not guardian constructs, actual corrupted creatures, spawned from the void energy that had seeped through microscopic gaps in the seal over 10,000 years. They were nightmares given form. Twisted amalgamations of spirit beasts and void corruption, their bodies a patchwork of flesh and shadow, their eyes burning with violet light. Dozens of them, then scores, swarming from crevices in the chasm walls, driven by the void sovereigns will to destroy the intruders. The strike team fought in close quarters, the narrow passage preventing them from spreading into optimal formation. Lin Meishio's sword carved silver arcs through the corrupted bodies, each strike precise and lethal despite the confined space. Zhao Yinran's poisons turned the beast's own corruption against them. Feng Lihua's stormhawks dove through the swarm, their lightning talons incinerating corrupted flesh. A beast got through. A massive corrupted serpent, its body coiled with void energy, lunged past the front line and struck at Bai Shui. Feng Lihua threw herself between them. The serpent's corrupted fangs pierced her shoulder, injecting void energy directly into her bloodline. She screamed, a sound of pure agony that echoed off the chasm walls, and her stormhawks shrieked in sympathetic pain, their spiritual link to their master transmitting her suffering. Liang Chen killed the serpent with a chaos beam that disintegrated its body. He caught Feng Lihua as she fell, her face ashen, her shoulder radiating void corruption that was spreading through her meridians with terrifying speed. Bai Shui, he shouted. The healer was already there, her green chi flooding the wound. The corruption is fast, designed to overwhelm. I can slow it, but I can't stop it without my chaos chi. Liang Chen placed his hand over the wound and activated the chaos-devouring art. The void corruption was virulent, aggressive, the most concentrated heat encountered outside of Mu Qianren's attacks. He fought it node by node, purging the darkness from Feng Lihua's meridians with painstaking precision. He succeeded. The corruption was purged, but the damage was done. Feng Lihua's cultivation was shattered, her spiritual roots scarred by the void energy's passage. She would live, but her cultivation was gone. Permanently. I'm sorry, Liang Chen said, his voice breaking. Feng Lihua, pale and trembling but conscious, managed a smile. Don't be. I knew the risks. And those hawks need me alive more than they need me cultivating. Her storm hawks nuzzled against her, their lightning auras dimmed in sympathy. Wei Jin helped Feng Lihua into the transport pod alongside Old Man Tian. The old man placed a gentle hand on her arm. Welcome to the crippled club, he said. The benefits are terrible, but the company is excellent. Despite everything, Feng Lihua laughed. They pressed on deeper into the prison's interior. The passage beyond the second gate was a hellscape of concentrated void energy and failing seal formations. The golden runes on the walls flickered like dying stars, their light barely penetrating the darkness that pressed in from all sides. The psychic attacks intensified. The Void Sovereign, sensing intruders within its prison, directed its will against the strike team with focused malice. No longer the diffuse doubt of the upper chasm. This was targeted. Personal. Each team member experienced visions designed to break their spirit. Shen Ruoxi saw her brother's death on an endless loop. Lin Meishio felt the phantom pain of every wound she'd ever received simultaneously. Bai Shui's healed curse phantom returned, the black marks appearing on her wrists before fading. Real enough to feel, not real enough to harm. Yun Qinglian saw Liang Chen dying. 100 different ways, 100 different scenarios, each one vivid, detailed, and emotionally devastating. She gritted her teeth, expanded her absolute zero domain to maximum, and froze the psychic attacks before they could penetrate her mental defenses. The void attacks your strongest emotion, she told Liang Chen through the resonance channel. For me, it's the fear of losing you. For the others, it's their deepest grief or greatest failure. And for me, what do you see? Liang Chen was quiet for a moment. Then, nothing. I see nothing. The void shows me a world where I never existed, where my mother never sealed me, where the Chaos Origin Stone was never recovered, where the seal failed and the Void Sovereign consumed everything. That's terrifying. Yes, but also motivating. Because that world doesn't exist. I'm here. The stone is here. The seal is about to be reinforced. And the Void Sovereign can show me all the apocalypses it wants. They're not going to happen. His determination pulsed through the resonance network, strengthening every team member. The psychic attacks faltered as the strike team's collective will hardened against the Void's influence. At the third gate, Old Man Tian's declining condition took a final, devastating turn. The exertion of the descent. Even transported in a formation pod, the void energy pressure took a toll on his fragile body, pushed his already failing systems past their breaking point. I'm not going to make it to the prison, the old man said, his voice a whisper. His blue eyes, now almost white, found Liang Chen's. But that's all right. I wasn't planning to. Tian, hush. Listen. The old man gripped Liang Chen's hand with surprising strength. The third gate requires the metal keystone and something more, a sacrifice of spiritual will. The gate's formation reads the intent behind the approach. If the intent isn't pure, the gate won't open. Pure intent. Willingness to sacrifice everything for the seal's restoration. The gate is the final test, not of power but of purpose. Old Man Tian's breathing was ragged, each inhale a battle. I'm going to channel what's left of my lifespan into the gate's formation. My Tao Lord's spiritual will, even diminished, carries enough weight to satisfy the gate's requirements. No, absolutely not. Boy, the old man's eyes blazed with the last fire of a 400-year life. I have days left, maybe hours, after this descent. You have decades, centuries, if you reach primordial sovereign. Let me spend my last breath on something that matters. You matter. You matter to me. And you matter to the world. That's why I'm doing this. Old Man Tian's smile was the warmest Liang Chen had ever seen from him. You were the best student I ever had, Liang Chen. The best person I ever met. Live well. Seal the prison. And remember that a crippled old wanderer loved you like a son. Before Liang Chen could argue further, Old Man Tian placed his hands on the third gate's formation array and poured the last of his life force into it. His spiritual will, 400 years of cultivation wisdom, Tao Lord insight, and the fierce, stubborn love of a teacher for his student, flooded the ancient ruins. The gate blazed gold. The formation arrays activated, the metal keystone resonating with Old Man Tian's sacrifice. The massive doors swung open, revealing the final passage to the Void Sovereign's prison. Old Man Tian collapsed. Liang Chen caught him before he hit the ground. The old man's body was featherlight, his aura a fading ember. But his blue eyes, still open, still aware, found Liang Chen's one last time. Tell me, Old Man Tian whispered. Did we hold? The words were the same ones he'd asked after the Holy Grounds battle. And Liang Chun gave the same answer, his voice breaking on every syllable. We held. Good. The blue eyes dimmed. The ember faded. And old man Tian, Tao Lord, wanderer, teacher, father, was gone. The chasm was silent save for the beating of Liang Chen's heart and the distant, furious rage of the void sovereign beyond the third gate. Liang Chun laid the old man's body gently on the stone floor. He pressed his forehead to Tian's cold brow. And then he stood, gathered his grief into fuel, and turned to face the darkness. We hold, he said. For him. For everyone. We hold. Chapter 85, Spirit Severing Late Stage. The passage beyond the third gate was suffused with void energy so dense it was visible, a churning purple-black mist that reduced visibility to arm's length. The pressure on the strike team was crushing, and even Liang Chen's chaos chi barrier strained against the concentration. But the density provided an unexpected benefit. The chaos-devouring art absorbed the void energy, and, through the chaos origin stone fragments, converted it into usable power. In a perverse twist, the closer they got to the void sovereign's prison, the stronger Liang Chen became. His spirit-severing cultivation, already at mid-stage, began pushing toward late stage as the absorbed void energy was purified and integrated into his chaos primal core. The advancement was dangerous, forced by external pressure rather than controlled cultivation, but the primordial chaos bloodline thrived on exactly this kind of chaotic growth. His meridians stretched, his dantian expanded, and his nascent soul brightened with each pulse of converted void energy. The irony was not lost on him. The void sovereign's prison, designed to contain and weaken, was making him stronger. The same corruption that killed normal cultivators was fuel for the chaos-devouring art. The deeper they went, the more power he gained. You're advancing again, Yun Qinglian observed through the resonance channel, her spiritual perception tracking his cultivation level with precise attention. The void energy is accelerating my cultivation. The deeper we go, the stronger I become. Is that safe? Nothing about this is safe. I'll try to be reassuring when we're not 2 miles underground walking toward a sealed god. I'll hold you to that. The passage narrowed further, then opened abruptly into a space so vast that Liang Chen's spiritual perception couldn't find its boundaries. They had reached the end of their descent. By the time they reached the prison chamber, Liang Chen's cultivation had broken through to spirit-severing late stage. His aura blazed with prismatic light that pushed back the void mist, creating a sphere of clarity around the strike team that extended 50 paces in every direction. A bubble of creation energy in an ocean of nothingness. The prison, Yun Qinglian breathed. It was vast, a cavern the size of a city, carved from the living rock of the earth's deepest layer, its walls covered in golden seal formations that flickered and pulsed like a dying heartbeat. At the cavern's center, suspended in a web of golden chains that stretched from wall to ceiling to floor, hung the void sovereign. The entity defied description. It was darkness given form, a humanoid shape 100 feet tall, composed of absolute nothingness. Where its body existed, reality didn't. Light, matter, energy, time, all ceased within its outline, replaced by a void that pulled at the mind and soul of anyone who looked directly at it. Its eyes were the only features, 2 burning points of violet fire that tracked the strike team's approach with the patient malice of something that had waited 10 millennia for this moment. Primordial chaos, the void sovereign said, and its voice was the sound of entropy itself, the heat death of stars, the silence between heartbeats, the end of all things. You come to seal me again, as your ancestors did. As my ancestors did, Liang Chen confirmed. And this time, it will be permanent. The void sovereign's laughter shook the cavern. Seal formations cracked. Golden chains groaned. Permanent? Your ancestors said the same thing. And yet, here I am. Waiting. Patient. Inevitable. Your patience ends today. Chapter 86, The Third Gate and Mu Qianren. Liang Chen's team took their positions around the cavern's perimeter, each member choosing a location that maximized their contribution to the defense. Lin Meishio positioned herself between the most damaged section of chains and the void sovereign's nearest limb, her celestial severance blade humming with anticipation. Shen Ruoxi took the opposite flank, her phoenix fire providing light and warmth that pushed back the psychic oppression. Yun Qinglian stood at Liang Chen's right side, her domain ready to expand at a moment's notice. Bai Shui established a medical station behind a natural rock formation, her healing qi already extended in a web that monitored everyone's condition. Zhao Yanran melted into shadows. The prison's darkness was different from normal shadow, but her stealth cultivation adapted, finding pockets of controlled darkness within the wild void. Wei Jin set up his communication station at the cavern's entrance, maintaining the critical link to the surface forces. Feng Lihua, her cultivation gone but her courage undiminished, stood beside him with a mundane crossbow she'd insisted on bringing. If a void beast comes through that entrance, I'm putting a bolt in its eye. You don't need chi for that. And old man Tian, in his transport pod, positioned himself directly beneath the seal's primary formation array. His Tao Lord perception, even failing, provided the most complete view of the seal's structure available. He would serve as the tactical guide for the sealing attempt. Before the sealing could begin, Mu Qianren appeared. He descended from the cavern's ceiling on a pillar of void energy, having bypassed the 3 gates through a dimensional shortcut that only the Void Sovereign's direct connection could provide. His corrupted form had deteriorated further since their last encounter. His skin was gray-black, his veins pulsed with visible void energy, and his eyes burned with the same violet fire as his master's. "You killed my teacher," Liang Chun said, his voice flat with controlled fury. "The old cripple burned his own life," Mu Qianren replied dismissively. "I merely hastened what was inevitable. You killed my mother. You destroyed my clan. You corrupted the Azure Cloud sect for 30 years. And now you're going to pay for all of it." Mu Qianren sneered, his corrupted features twisting into something that was barely human anymore. The void energy around him was denser than ever. The direct proximity to his master amplified his connection, making him more powerful but also more consumed. The man behind the corruption was almost entirely gone, replaced by an avatar of the Void Sovereigns while wearing a human face. "With what? Your spirit severing. I'm Tao Lord. The math hasn't changed." "The math has changed." Liang Chen's eyes blazed with prismatic fire. "Because now I know the truth." He revealed it, the full truth that the ancestral visions and his mother's echo had shown him. The truth that Mu Qianren had hidden for 30 years. "You didn't infiltrate the Azure Cloud sect on the Void Sovereign's orders. You were placed there by the Abyssal Tides High Council, but the High Council doesn't serve the Void Sovereign out of devotion. They serve because the Void Sovereign promised them power. Power that comes from consuming the primordial chaos bloodline." Mu Qianren's expression flickered. The Void Sovereign doesn't just want to escape. It wants to evolve. To go from a being of pure destruction to a being of creation and destruction combined. And the only way to do that is to consume a primordial chaos cultivator. Liang Chen's voice hardened. "You weren't protecting the Void Sovereign's interests, Mu Qianren. You were fattening the sacrifice. My clan was destroyed not because we were the Seal's guardians, but because the Void Sovereign wanted to consume our bloodline and become something worse than what it already is. And you?" Liang Chen continued. "You were the farmer, the one who grew the crop and prepared the harvest. Once the Void Sovereign consumes me, what do you think happens to the farmer? You're expendable. You've always been expendable." Mu Qianren's composure cracked. "Lies. My master has promised. Your master is a being of pure destruction. It doesn't keep promises. It doesn't form bonds. It consumes. That's all it does." Liang Chen drew on Yun Chongqing's insight, the sect master's analysis of Mu Qianren's fear of losing the Void Sovereign's favor. "You've given your life, your humanity, and your soul to a god that sees you as a tool. When it breaks free, you die with everyone else." For 3 heartbeats, Mu Qianren was silent. In those 3 heartbeats, Liang Chun saw the conflict in the Tao Lord's corrupted eyes, the human part of him, buried under decades of void corruption, wrestling with a truth he'd always known but never acknowledged. Then the Void Sovereign's voice thundered through the cavern. "Silence the boy. Kill him. Now." And the human part of Mu Qianren vanished, consumed by the corruption's directive. The Tao Lord attacked. Chapter 87. Battle against Mu Qianren. The battle that decided the fate of the world began with a silence. Mu Qianren and Liang Chun faced each other across the prison chamber, the Void Sovereign chained between them. The entity watched with burning violet eyes, its avatar of destruction suspended in a web of failing golden chains, waiting to see which of its children, the Seal or the Void, would prove stronger. The fight in the Void Sovereign's prison chamber was the most brutal and desperate combat Liang Chun had ever experienced. Mu Qianren fought with the combined power of a Tao Lord cultivator and the Void Sovereign's direct empowerment, the ancient entity channeling its destructive energy through its servant like a conduit. Every attack carried the weight of a being that existed to end existence. The sect daughters fought together, exactly as they'd trained. Lin Meishio engaged Mu Qianren sword to sword, her celestial severance blade, diminished but still legendary, clashing against the Tao Lord's void-enhanced palm strikes. Her sword intent cut through void energy like a silver knife through shadow, disrupting Mu Qianren's defensive fields and creating openings for others to exploit. Yun Qinglian's absolute zero domain expanded to cover the strike team, freezing the void energy in their immediate area and creating a zone of relative safety. Her nascent soul cultivation, pushed to its absolute limit by the prison's hostile environment, maintained the domain through sheer force of will. Shen Ruoxi provided fire support, concentrated phoenix flame attacks that forced Mu Qianren to divide his defenses. Bai Shui maintained a healing field that kept the fighters functional despite the void energy's constant corrosive assault. Zhao Yanran struck from the shadows, her poison techniques disrupting the void connection's efficiency every time she landed a hit. And Liang Chun channeled the metal keystone, preparing the sealing array that would reinforce the prison. His attention was split, one part directing the keystone's energy into the seal formation's degraded runes, another part monitoring the battle through the Storm Eye resonance network, a third part processing the void energy that constantly pressed against his defenses. It was the most complex multitasking he'd ever attempted. The Chaos Primal Core spun at maximum velocity, partitioning its processing capacity between sealing operations, combat coordination, and defensive absorption. The strain was immense. His meridians burned, his nascent soul flickered, and the edges of his consciousness blurred. But the training held. Old Man Tion's relentless drilling, the combat experience from the slaughter field, the tournament's trial by fire, the months of war that had followed. Everything he'd learned converged in this moment, and his mind held. The seal formation began to activate. Golden runes along the cavern walls brightened as keystone energy flowed into them. The ancient patterns, dormant for millennia, hummed to life with the resonance of creation energy that recognized its source. Mu Qianren felt the shift. The seal's awakening pressed against his void corruption, weakening his connection to the void sovereign, reducing the flow of power that made him more than a mortal cultivator. You can't fight me and seal the prison simultaneously. Mu Qianren roared, abandoning his engagement with Shen Ruoxi and shattering Lin Meishio's latest attack with a backhand that sent the sword cultivator tumbling across the cavern floor. I'm not fighting you, Liang Chun replied, his voice calm despite the storm of activity in his mind. They are. I'm ending this. The words carried a finality that even Mu Qianren recognized. The Dao Lord's expression shifted from triumph to alarm as he realized the truth. Liang Chun had never intended to defeat him in combat. The entire battle, every technique, every exchange, every moment of seemingly desperate defense, had been a distraction. A performance designed to keep Mu Qianren's attention on the fighters while Liang Chun activated the seal. You used them as bait, Mu Qianren snarled. I used us as a team, Liang Chun corrected. Every one of them knew the plan. Every one of them chose to execute it. That's the difference between us, Mu Qianren. I fight with people. You fight through them. The keystones activated. Fire, water, earth, and metal. 4 elemental forces channeled through the Chaos Primal Core, amplified by 8 Chaos Origin Stone fragments, and projected outward in a sealing formation that the first primordial Chaos Sovereign had designed 100,000 years ago. Golden light erupted from Liang Chen's body, filling the cavern with warmth that drove back the void. The seal formations on the walls, dormant, flickering, dying, blazed back to life as the keystone energy flowed through them. Chains tightened. Runes brightened. The prison's defenses, reinforced by creation energy from a primordial chaos cultivator, surged with renewed power. The void sovereign screamed, not a sound that traveled through air, but a vibration that resonated through the spiritual fabric of reality itself. On the surface, the Alliance army felt it as a wave of existential dread that buckled knees and cracked morale. In the cavern, it manifested as physical destruction. Stalactites shattered, the floor cracked, and the golden seal formations blazed with distress signals that hadn't activated in 10,000 years. The scream shattered stone and cracked reality. Its chains tightened around it, golden links burning against its dark form, and the entity thrashed against its bonds with a fury that made the entire chasm tremble. Mu Qianren felt the power shift and panicked. He abandoned his fight with the sect daughters and lunged directly at Liang Chun, void-enhanced fists aimed at the young man's heart. Lin Meishio intercepted. She moved without thought, without hesitation, without the calculating precision that normally defined her combat style. This was not technique. This was instinct. The instinct of a warrior who'd spent 5 years hunting the people who killed her brother, who'd found her purpose in protecting the man who could stop them, and who could not, allow that man to fall. Her celestial severance blade met Mu Qianren's void-enhanced fists in a clash that cracked the already damaged cavern floor and sent shockwaves through the seal formations. The impact traveled through her sword arm and into her bones, and for a fraction of a second, She felt the Void Sovereign's rage through the corruption in Mu Qianren's attack, a bottomless hunger that wanted to consume her, her sword, her soul, and everything she'd ever loved. She held, because that was what swords did. That was what Lin Meishou did. She held the line while others accomplished the mission. She had been the shield at the tournament, the vanguard in the alliance, the tireless blade that cut through darkness so that light could advance. And now, in the deepest darkness the world had ever known, she held one more time. Chapter 88. The Grand Elder falls. Lin Meishou's sword met Mu Qianren's fist in a collision that sent shockwaves through the cavern. The celestial severance blade, even without its keystone, carried the accumulated sword intent of 10,000 years of wielders. That intent, the combined will of every sword sovereign sect master who'd ever held the blade, blazed silver against the void darkness. "You will not touch him," Lin Meishou said, her steel-gray eyes burning with the fire of a promise she intended to keep with her life, if necessary. Mu Qianren's Tao Lord power overwhelmed her defenses. His void-enhanced strikes shattered her guard, cracked her ribs, and opened a wound across her shoulder that bled freely. But Lin Meishou held. She held because she'd spent 5 years hunting the people who killed her brother, and the architect of that killing was standing right in front of her. She held because the man behind her was trying to save the world, and she'd be damned if she let a corrupted traitor stop him. She held because that was what swords did. They held the line. Yuan Qinglian joined the fight. Her absolute zero domain expanded to envelop Mu Qianren, freezing the void energy that powered his enhanced state. The corruption in his meridians sluggished, his technique slowed, his overwhelming advantage eroded by the one element that could freeze even void energy. Mu Qianren roared in frustration. He gathered void energy for a devastating area attack, one that would shatter both the sword cultivator's guard and the ice cultivator's domain simultaneously. Liang used the fourth layer, soul absorption. He reached through the chaos qi surrounding Mu Qianren and seized the void sovereign's channeled will, the guiding intelligence behind the Tao Lord's corruption. The will fought back, the void sovereign's consciousness clashing with Liang Qin's in a psychic battle that lasted a fraction of a second but felt like hours. Creation versus destruction. Being versus nothingness. Liang Qin won. The channel will shattered. Mu Qianren's void connection severed with a psychic snap that made the entire cavern ring. The Tao Lord staggered, his enhanced power draining away like water from a broken cup. Without the void sovereign's empowerment, his cultivation collapsed from boosted Tao Lord to his true level, spirit-severing peak. Spirit-severing peak against a focused, grief-fueled strike from Yuan Qinglian. Her ice lance, condensed absolute zero energy, the coldest attack in the cultivation world, pierced Mu Qianren through the heart. The Grand Elder looked down at the lance of frozen light emerging from his chest. His corrupted eyes flickered, dark to normal, void to human, and for one instant, the real Mu Qianren surfaced. The man before the corruption. The man who'd been seduced by promises of power and had sold his humanity piece by piece until nothing remained. "I was afraid," he whispered. Not to anyone present, to himself, to the darkness, to the 30 years of choices that had led him here. "I was afraid of being nothing. So I became something worse." He fell. The void corruption bled from his body like smoke, dissipating in the golden light of the reactivating seal formations. And Mu Qianren, the Grand Elder, the traitor, the destroyer of the primordial chaos clan, died as a man, not a monster. Yuan Qinglian withdrew her lance and stood over the body. She didn't cry. She didn't gloat. She simply said, "For my father, for his mother, for everyone you destroyed." Then she turned away and rejoined the fight. Her ice qi, which had been strained to breaking by the battle, settled into a new calm. The cold clarity of a woman who had confronted the architect of her family's suffering and emerged with her conscience and her soul intact. Behind her, Liang Qin felt the resonance channel between them strengthen. Yuan Qinglian's ice energy, purified by catharsis, flowed into his chaos primal core with a new depth. The absolute zero domain, which she'd been maintaining through sheer willpower, stabilized as her emotional burden lightened. Revenge wasn't the answer, she knew that. But justice, delivered by her own hand, in defense of the people she loved, was something else entirely. The cavern was quiet now, save for the Void Sovereign's eternal rage. Mu Qianren's body dissolved into void particles, the corruption that had sustained his false Tao Lord power having nothing to anchor to without its host. The particles were absorbed by the seal formations. Even in death, the corruption served the prison's needs, converted from destructive energy to containment fuel by the ancient primordial chaos technology. Liang Chun watched the last traces of the Grand Elder vanish and felt something settle inside him. Not peace, not yet, but resolution. The man who destroyed his clan, poisoned his mother, and orchestrated 6 years of humiliation was gone. Not defeated in some epic duel of matched powers, but stripped of his stolen strength and killed by the daughter of the man he'd imprisoned. Poetic justice. Old Man Tian would have appreciated that. Chapter 89. The Void Sovereign's Prison. With Mu Qianren dead, the Void Sovereign was truly alone. The ancient entity raged against its bonds, violet fire blazing from its formless eyes, but without a mortal conduit, its ability to interact with the physical world was severely limited. The chains held. The seal formations, powered by Liang Chen's keystone energy, burned against the Void Sovereign's darkness with increasing strength. But the entity was still terrifying. Its voice alone was a weapon, each word carrying void energy that corroded the will and shook the soul. The entity's form shifted, darkness coiling and uncoiling in patterns that hurt the mind to observe. The golden chains that held it were visible in their full extent now. Hundreds of links, each one inscribed with primordial chaos formation arrays, stretched between the cavern's walls and the entity's form in a web of containment that had once been beautiful in its complexity. Now the web was fraying. More than half the chains showed cracks. Several had broken entirely, the golden links scattered on the cavern floor. The seal formations on the walls were dim, flickering, corrupted. The prison was failing, and the Void Sovereign knew it. "You cannot seal me forever," the Void Sovereign thundered. "No seal is permanent. No prison is eternal. I existed before your world was formed. I will exist after it ends. You are nothing, brief sparks of light in an infinite darkness. And all sparks die." Liang Chun stood before the Void Sovereign, the keystones orbiting his body, the seal formation blazing around him, and felt the ancient entity's words press against his mind. The Void's argument was seductive in its simplicity. Everything ends, so why fight? Entropy always wins. Darkness always returns. The struggle is meaningless. "You're wrong," Liang Chen said. "Not about entropy. You're right that everything ends eventually, but you're wrong about what matters." He looked back at his companions, battered, bleeding, exhausted, but still standing. Yun Qinglian with her ice domain holding back the darkness. Lin Meishio with her sword drawn despite broken ribs. Shen Ruoxi with her phoenix fire blazing despite depleted reserves. Bai Shui healing the wounded with the last of her energy. Zhao Yinran guarding the flanks. Wei Jin relaying information from the surface. Feng Lihua, powerless, still present, still bearing witness. And Old Man Tian, absent but not forgotten, his sacrifice inscribed in the golden light of the gate he'd opened. "What matters isn't permanence," Liang Chen said. "What matters is right now. This moment. These people. This fight. You don't understand that because you've never created anything. You've never loved anything. You've never fought for anything except your own hunger. Hunger is the only truth. No, love is a truth. Sacrifice is a truth. Standing against the dark when every calculation says you should surrender, that's a truth. You can consume worlds, Void Sovereign, but you can never understand why someone would die to protect one." The Void Sovereign was silent for 3 heartbeats. Then it attacked. Chapter 90. Spirit Severing Peak. The Void Sovereign's attack was not physical, it was existential. A wave of pure annihilation energy erupted from the entity's form, bypassing the chains, bypassing the seal formations, targeting Liang Chun directly. It was the same kind of attack that had nearly killed him in the cavern above, void annihilation, the erasure of matter and energy at the fundamental level. Liang Chun channeled the Keystones and the Chaos Origin Stone fragments simultaneously. 8 fragments and 4 Keystones blazed in unison, their combined creation energy meeting the annihilation wave at the boundary of his Chaos Chi shield. The collision was cosmic. Creation versus destruction, concentrated to a single point. The cavern shook. The chains groaned. The seal formations flickered, and Liang Chen pushed through to Spirit Severing Peak. The breakthrough came not from accumulated energy, but from necessity, his body and spirit demanding more capacity to channel the forces flowing through him, his chaos primal core expanding to accommodate the scale of the battle. Spirit Severing Peak gave him access to the full depth of his current cultivation, unlocking reserves he hadn't known existed. The annihilation wave faltered. Liang Chen's creation energy pushed it back, inch by inch, forcing the void energy to retreat toward the Void Sovereign's form. "You're getting stronger," the Void Sovereign observed, and for the first time, its voice carried something other than malice, wariness. "Feeding on my attacks, as your ancestors did. The primordial chaos, always the leech, always the parasite. You're wrong about that, Liang said. The primordial chaos doesn't parasitize. It harmonizes. It takes what's broken and makes it whole. It takes what's chaotic and gives it order. That's not parasitism. That's creation. Creation is a lie. Everything that is created will eventually be destroyed. I am the truth that exists after all lies have ended. You're the emptiness that fears being filled. That's why you hate us. Not because we seal you, but because our existence proves that creation is stronger than destruction. Because we made something from nothing, and you can't stand the reminder. The Void Sovereign's violet eyes blazed with fury that shook the foundations of the world. The entity unleashed everything. Not a single attack, but a continuous storm of void energy, pouring from its form in an endless cascade of destruction. The volume was beyond anything a mortal cultivator should be able to face. The concentrated output of a being that had existed since before the world. Liang absorbed it. The chaos-devouring art, designed for exactly this purpose, consumed the void energy and converted it to creation energy, which he channeled directly into the seal formations. Every attack the Void Sovereign launched made the seal stronger. You're fighting against yourself, Liang said, wonder and exhaustion warring in his voice. Every bit of power you throw at me becomes part of the seal. The Void Sovereign realized it too late. Its attacks faltered, then stopped. But the damage was done. An enormous volume of its own energy had been absorbed, converted, and integrated into the prison's defenses. The chains blazed gold. The formation arrays burned with renewed power. The seal was stronger than it had been in millennia. But Liang needed more. The reinforced seal was powerful, but it wasn't permanent. For permanence, he needed the complete Chaos Origin Stone. The 13th fragment, he said. It's here, inside the prison. He looked at the Void Sovereign, the 100-foot entity of nothingness, chained and furious, and felt the fragment's resonance. The 13th fragment was inside the entity itself. The realization hit him like a physical blow. The first primordial Chaos Sovereign, when she'd created the seal 100,000 years ago, had placed the final fragment at the very heart of the prison as its ultimate keystone. Not in the walls, not in the chains, not in the formation arrays, inside the Void Sovereign. The fragment's creation energy, embedded in the heart of pure destruction, served as an internal anchor that kept the seal stable from within. It was brilliant, elegant, and utterly terrifying. Because retrieving the fragment required reaching into the most hostile spiritual environment in existence and extracting a piece of creation energy from a being of pure annihilation. Only a true primordial chaos cultivator could survive the contact. Anyone else would be erased from existence. To complete the stone, he would have to reach into the void, the most hostile spiritual environment in existence, a space where reality itself ceased to be, where the concept of matter and energy and consciousness dissolved into the absolute nothing that was the Void Sovereign's essence. That's suicide, Zhao Yanran said from the shadows, reading Liang intent through the resonance channel. The void inside the entity will erase you. My bloodline is creation energy. The void can't erase creation, it can only push against it. As long as my will holds, I can survive the contact. He paused. Probably. Wei Jin's voice, weak but present, came from the communication station. He'd regained consciousness. I just blocked a god punch for you, and probably is the best you've got? Welcome back. And yes, probably. I hate this plan. It's the only plan. I hate it with the passion of 1,000 suns. Proceed. Liang smiled despite the terror. His friends, broken, exhausted, facing the end of the world in a cavern 2 miles underground, could still make him smile. That was a kind of power the Void Sovereign would never understand. Chapter 91. The seal fights back. The attempt to retrieve the 13th fragment was the most dangerous thing Liang had ever done. He extended his chaos chi past the chains, past the seal formations, into the space occupied by the Void Sovereign itself. The moment his energy touched the entity's form, the psychic assault was overwhelming. 10,000 years of accumulated rage, hunger, and madness pouring through the contact like fire through a ruptured pipe. His consciousness wavered. The void whispered, "Give in. Become part of the nothingness. End the pain." "No," he said, and pushed deeper. The Void Sovereign's defenses activated, not the entity's own attacks, but the seal's. The prison was designed to keep things in, not to allow things to reach inside. The formation arrays recognized Liang intrusion as a potential breach and responded with defensive measures that attacked him from within. Golden chains lashed at his extended chaos chi. Seal runes burned against his spiritual presence. The prison's automated defenses treated him as a threat, even as he was trying to strengthen the seal. "The fragment," he shouted. "I need to reach it." Wei Jin, monitoring the formation arrays from his communication station, saw the problem. The SEAL's defense protocols don't have an override. They're autonomous, designed to resist any intrusion, friendly or hostile. Then I'll override them manually. Liang Chun pushed his primordial chaos bloodline signature into the SEAL formations, hoping the prison would recognize its creator's bloodline. For 3 agonizing seconds, the defensive measures continued to attack him. Then, slowly, reluctantly, the golden chains retracted. The SEAL runes dimmed. The prison recognized the primordial chaos signature and grudgingly accepted his presence. Liang Chen's chaos chi reached the Void Sovereign's core. The 13th fragment was there, a tiny point of prismatic light buried in the heart of absolute darkness. It was the SEAL's keystone, the final piece that held the entire formation together. Removing it would weaken the SEAL momentarily, but combining it with the other 12 would create a force strong enough to rebuild the SEAL from scratch. He touched it. The Void Sovereign screamed. Not in rage this time, but in pain. The fragment was embedded in the entity like a splinter, a piece of creation wedged into the heart of destruction. Its presence had been tormenting the Void Sovereign for 10 millennia, a constant reminder that it was imprisoned, that its power was limited, that something existed that it could not consume. Liang Chun pulled the fragment free. The moment it left the Void Sovereign's form, the entity's power surged. The restraining presence of the fragment had been suppressing a portion of the Void Sovereign's strength. Without it, the chains strained, the SEAL formations cracked, and the prison's integrity dropped sharply. The Void Sovereign broke one chain. The freed limb, an arm of pure nothingness, swept through the cavern like a scythe. Wei Jin dove behind a rock formation. Zhao Yanran vanished into shadows. Bai Shui barely got her healing barrier up in time. The arm struck at Liang Chun. Wei Jin threw himself in the way. Wei Jin didn't think. He didn't calculate odds or measure cultivation gaps or weigh the tactical value of his sacrifice. He simply moved, placing his body between the arm of a god and the person who mattered most to him. The same way he'd moved 6 years ago, in the Azure Cloud Sects outer courtyard, when he'd stood up to senior brother Su Hao and defended a crippled, outer disciple who'd done nothing wrong except exist. Some things didn't require cultivation. Some things just required the willingness to stand. The impact sent Wei Jin flying across the cavern, his body ragdolling against the stone wall. The void energy in the attack burned through his minimal chi reserves and into his flesh. Wei Jin, Liang Chen screamed. Bai Shui was there in seconds, her healing chi flooding Wei Jin's broken body. He's alive. Barely. The void energy, I'll purge it. Liang Chun knelt beside his friend, one hand on Wei Jin's chest, chaos chi flooding the void corruption. The 13th fragment pulsed in his other hand, demanding integration. He healed Wei Jin first. Every corrupted cell, every damaged meridian, every trace of void energy was hunted down and eliminated with the savage thoroughness of a man protecting the person he loved most in the world. Wei Jin's eyes opened. Did I just block an attack from a god? You blocked an attack from a god. Cool. I'm going to pass out now. He did. Chapter 92. Yun Qinglian's sacrifice, the Void Sovereign's freed arm, was wreaking havoc. Without the restraining chain, the entity had enough freedom to strike at anything within the cavern. Its attacks were not targeted. They were sweeping, indiscriminate, destroying everything in their path. The Keystones were in danger. If any keystone was destroyed, the seal formation couldn't be completed. Liang Chun needed them intact to channel the complete stone's power. The Void Sovereign realized this. Its violet eyes fixed on the 4 keystones still orbiting Liang Chen's body, and the freed arm swept toward them with annihilating intent. Yun Qinglian stepped between the arm and the keystones. Her absolute zero domain expanded to its maximum range, a sphere of frozen spiritual energy 100 feet in diameter, encompassing Liang Chun, the keystones, and herself. The domain hit the Void Sovereign's arm and froze it. Not completely. Nothing could completely freeze a primordial entity of destruction, but enough to slow its advance from a devastating sweep to a crawling push. The void energy pressed against the domain's boundary. Yun Qinglian held. Her nascent soul cultivation, already strained to its breaking point, screamed under the load. Blood seeped from her nose, her ears, the corners of her eyes. Her ice domain, the most powerful defensive technique in the cultivation world, was being overpowered by the raw force of an unchained god. Qinglian, Liang Chen shouted. Drop the domain. I'll find another way. There is no other way, she shouted back, her frost blue eyes blazing. Complete the stone. Seal the prison. I'll hold. The void energy shattered her domain's outer layer. Then the second layer. Then the third. Void corruption flooded through the cracks, burning against her skin, her meridians, her spiritual root. The pain was beyond description, worse than anything she'd ever experienced, worse than the worst nightmare the void had shown her during the descent. But she held, because holding was what she did, what she'd always done, holding the line at Azure Cloud when her sect was corrupted, holding the barrier at Thunder Peak when the abyssal tide attacked, holding Liang when he needed someone to lean on, holding her own grief and fear behind a wall of ice that the world called cold, but she called strength. She held because she loved him. And love, it turned out, was colder than the void. Colder, harder, more absolute, and infinitely more stubborn. The domain's innermost layer held. Barely, for just long enough. Liang integrated the 13th fragment. Chapter 93, Tao-Seeking Breakthrough. 13 fragments united. The Chaos Origin Stone, complete for the first time in 100,000 years, materialized in Liang Dantian. Not as 13 separate pieces orbiting his chaos primal core, but as a single, unified sphere of prismatic creation energy that merged with the core and transformed it into something entirely new. The breakthrough was inevitable. Not spirit-severing peak to Tao-seeking. That would have been impressive enough. But the complete Chaos Origin Stone didn't operate on normal cultivation logic. It was an artifact of the 10th realm, primordial sovereign, and its reunification sent a pulse of creation energy through Liang body that bypassed cultivation barriers like a river bypassing pebbles. Spirit-severing peak. Tao-seeking early stage. Tao-seeking mid-stage. He stopped at Tao-seeking mid-stage, not because the advancement stalled, but because he chose to stop. The complete Chaos Origin Stone pulsed with an eagerness to continue, to push through Tao-seeking, through Tao-lord, through tribulation crossing, all the way to the mythical 10th realm. The energy was there. The potential was there. His bloodline, fully awakened and empowered by the complete stone, was capable of reaching heights that hadn't been seen in 100,000 years. But power without foundation was Old Man Tian's bomb with a short fuse. Liang needed control, stability, and the precision to channel the seal formation without error. Reaching Tao-seeking mid-stage gave him more than enough power for the task. Reaching further would risk destabilizing his foundation and compromising the seal. The energy was there to push further, but pushing too far, too fast, would destabilize his foundation. He needed control, not just power. But Tao-seeking mid-stage, with the complete Chaos Origin Stone, with 4 Keystones, with a chaos primal core that had been forged in the crucible of an immortal ascension tribulation and refined through 3 months of impossible combat. The power was staggering. His aura filled the cavern. Golden prismatic light blazed from his body, pushing back the void, strengthening the seal formations, and, for the first time since they'd entered the abyss, making the void sovereign flinch. Impossible, the entity whispered. Possible, Liang replied. Because I'm not alone. He caught Yun Qinglian as her domain collapsed, her body ravaged by void corruption. His chaos qi, amplified by the complete stone, purged the corruption from her system in seconds. She gasped, color returning to her face, her ice qi regenerating as Liang creation energy healed the damage. Stay with me, he said. Always, she whispered. He set her gently on the cavern floor, Bai Shui immediately moving to stabilize her. The healer's face was drawn with exhaustion. She'd been maintaining healing fields for hours in the most qi-hostile environment imaginable, but her hands were steady and her eyes were clear. She'll be fine, Bai Shui said. The corruption is purged. She needs rest and qi regeneration. She needs to be on her feet in 5 minutes, Liang said. I need her domain for the final seal. Bai Shui gave him a look that could have frozen a fire cultivator. 3 minutes. That's the best I can do. Do it. Bai Shui worked miracles. 3 minutes of concentrated healing, burning through the last of her personal reserves and drawing on the Jade Lotus Sects' collective healing knowledge accumulated over millennia. Yun Qinglian rose, pale and shaking but functional, her absolute zero domain reforming around her like an Arctic aurora. Ready, she said. Ready, he confirmed. They faced the Void Sovereign together, and the ancient entity looked at them, the Chaos Cultivator and the Ice Maiden, the boy who'd been thrown away and the girl who'd broken her own cage. And for the second time in its eternal existence, it felt something that might have been fear. Chapter 94, Turning the Tide Tao-seeking, amplified by the complete Chaos Origin Stone. The 6th major realm of cultivation, a level that Old Man Tian had called the threshold of godhood during one of their early teaching sessions. At Tao-seeking, a cultivator didn't just use spiritual energy. They understood it. They perceived the underlying laws of reality, the rules that governed elemental interactions, the patterns that shaped spiritual phenomena. the fundamental code of existence itself. Liang saw the world with new eyes. The cavern stone wasn't just rock. It was a matrix of crystallized earth chi, compressed over geological timescales, carrying the memory of the planet's formation. The void energy around the void sovereign wasn't just darkness. It was anti-existence, a mathematical negative in the equation of reality, canceling out matter and energy wherever it touched. And the seal, the ancient, failing, magnificent seal, was a masterpiece of spiritual engineering that he could now read as clearly as text on a page. Every rune, every chain, every formation array was a word in a language he understood instinctively. The primordial chaos bloodline, translating 10,000-year-old technology as naturally as breathing. He saw what the first sovereign had built. He understood how it worked. And he knew, with absolute certainty, how to rebuild it, stronger, better, permanent. Liang raised his hands, and the seal formation responded. Every rune in the cavern blazed gold. Every chain tightened. Every formation array activated at maximum power. And Liang activated the primordial chaos return technique. 10 seconds. That's what Old Man Tian had said. At spirit severing, 10 seconds of primordial sovereign level power. But at Dao seeking, with the complete stone, with 4 keystones amplifying the output, the duration stretched to 30 seconds. 30 seconds of power that approached the 10th realm. His body became light itself, prismatic, unified, transcendent. He was no longer a cultivator wielding energy. He was energy, shaped by will, directed by purpose, fueled by love and sacrifice and the stubborn refusal to accept the dark. He struck the void sovereign with creation energy, the raw, undifferentiated force of existence itself, the energy that had existed before fire and water and earth and metal, before elements had names and laws had rules. Pure potential, unformed and unlimited, carrying the intent of every primordial chaos cultivator who had ever lived and the hope of every being who had ever feared the dark. The impact was biblical. The entity's form, composed of absolute nothingness, recoiled from the touch of absolute existence. Creation and destruction collided in a reaction that bent the laws of physics, shattered the laws of spiritual cultivation, and temporarily rewrote the fundamental nature of reality within the cavern. The void sovereigns freed, arm dissolved. The broken chain reformed, not just reformed, but strengthened, golden links blazing with creation energy that burned the entity where they touched. No, the void sovereign screamed. No, I will not be sealed again. You don't get a choice, Liang said. And his voice carried the echo of every primordial chaos cultivator who had ever lived. His mother, the first sovereign, the 347 names on Zhao Yinran's clan token. Chapter 95. Altogether now the 30 seconds of primordial chaos return ended. Liang power plummeted like a stone dropped from a mountaintop. Dao seeking mid-stage crashed to near zero as his meridians shut down, his dantian emptied, and his nascent soul went dormant. He collapsed, mortal weak, gasping for air. But the seal was nearly complete. Now, he gasped. Everyone, give me everything you have. The resonance channels of the Storm I formation blazed to life one final time. Every companion gave their remaining power, not through cultivation techniques, but through the chaos-devouring art's second layer, resonance absorption. Willing donors, sharing their elemental affinities through bonds of genuine love and loyalty. Fire from Shen Ruoxi, the fierce, passionate warmth of a woman who burned for everything she believed in. The fire poured through the resonance channel, carrying not just energy but understanding, affinity, the deep knowledge of flame that the Crimson Phoenix sect had cultivated for millennia. Ice from Yun Qinglian. Absolute zero, the cessation of entropy, the preservation of order. Her ice energy merged with Liang chaos chi and created the prismatic microformations that would make the seal self-sustaining. Sword chi from Lin Meishio. The cutting edge of purpose, the precision of a woman who'd spent her life learning to sever what needed to be severed. Her sword intent reinforced the seal's defensive arrays, sharpening them against any future attempt to breach the prison. Healing from Bai Shui. The warmth of restoration, the gentle power of a cultivator whose highest purpose was the preservation of life. Her healing energy mended the seal's damaged formations, restoring 10 millennia of degradation in minutes. Poison from Zhao Yinran. The corrosive edge of the primordial chaos clan's shadow operatives, designed to dissolve any foreign intrusion into the seal structure. Her contribution created a defensive layer that would attack any void corruption attempting to penetrate the renewed prison. Wei Jin had regained consciousness. He couldn't move, his body was shattered, his spiritual pathways scarred beyond recovery, but he was awake. And through the resonance channel, he pushed everything he had into Liang. From Wei Jin, who had no cultivation to speak of, who was lying broken on the cavern floor with nothing but his stubborn refusal to give up, came something that wasn't spiritual energy at all. It was will. The pure, unbreakable will of a man who'd followed his friend into hell armed with nothing but loyalty. It flowed through the resonance channel as raw determination, and the chaos-devouring art converted it into the rarest form of energy in existence, the energy of faith. Liang channeled it all. 7 streams of donated energy, each one unique, each one essential, each one given freely by people who loved him enough to empty their reserves in a dark cavern 2 miles underground, trusting that he would use their gifts wisely. The energy flowed through his chaos primal core and into the chaos origin stone, where it was refined, amplified, and shaped by the artifact's ancient programming. The stone had been designed for exactly this moment, the reunion of all its fragments, in the presence of all 4 keystones, channeled by a primordial chaos cultivator surrounded by allies who gave their strength willingly. Every component of the original design was present, and the stone hummed with a satisfaction that bordered on sentience. The seal formation completed, not just reinforced, rebuilt from scratch, every rune rewritten, every chain reforged, every formation array reprogrammed with the updated parameters that Yun Qinglian's absolute zero domain made possible. The new seal was a fundamentally different construct from the original, self-sustaining where the old one had required maintenance, self-repairing where the old one had degraded, and anchored by prismatic ice microformations that locked the chaotic energy into permanent stability. It was the seal the first primordial chaos sovereign had wanted to build but couldn't, because she hadn't had an absolute zero partner, hadn't had 7 allies willing to donate their essence, hadn't had the combined knowledge of 100 sects flowing through an alliance network. She'd done her best with what she had, and her seal had held for 100,000 years. Liang Chen's seal, built on her foundation and improved by everything he'd learned, would hold forever. Chapter 96, the final seal, the Chaos Origin Stone blazed. Complete for the first time in 100,000 years, amplified by 4 keystones, channeled through a primordial chaos cultivator armed with the combined will of 7 extraordinary people, the stone projected a sealing formation of unprecedented power. Golden chains erupted from the cavern floor, walls, and ceiling, not the ancient, deteriorating chains that had held the Void Sovereign for 10 millennia, but new chains. Forged from creation energy, reinforced by absolute zero microformations, sharpened by sword intent, healed by restoration energy, protected by corrosive defenses, and bound together by the energy of faith. The chains wrapped around the Void Sovereign. One by one, they locked into place, each link burning with prismatic fire that made the ancient entity writhe and scream. "I will return," the Void Sovereign raged. 1,000 years, 10,000, a million. I am eternal. I will. You'll wait, Liang Chen said. And wait. And wait. Because this seal doesn't degrade. It doesn't weaken. It doesn't need maintenance. It's self-sustaining, self-repairing, and permanent. He raised his hands, and the complete Chaos Origin Stone blazed with all 13 fragments in perfect harmony. The 4 keystones orbited the stone, amplifying its output to levels that the first primordial Chaos Sovereign could only have dreamed of. And through the Storm Eye Resonance Network, the combined will of 7 extraordinary people, fire, ice, sword, healing, poison, faith, and chaos, channeled through his body and into the sealing formation. The cavern filled with light, not the flickering, fading gold of the old seal, but a brilliant, prismatic radiance that carried the warmth of creation itself. The light touched the void energy around the Void Sovereign's form, and wherever it touched, the darkness receded. Not consumed, transformed. The void energy, meeting the prismatic creation light, was converted from nothingness to potential, from destruction to dormancy, from active malice to passive containment. The Void Sovereign howled. Its form shrank as the new seal pressed inward, compressing the entity's vast darkness into a smaller, denser, more thoroughly contained prison. The golden chains, new chains, forged from creation energy and frozen by absolute zero into permanent, unbreakable bonds, wrapped around the compressed form with mathematical precision, each link calculated to neutralize a specific aspect of the entity's power. Fire chains to contain its rage, water chains to dilute its corruption, earth chains to anchor its form, metal chains to cut its connections, sword chains to sever its influence, healing chains to repair any future breach, poison chains to corrode any attempted escape, and ice chains, Yun Qinglian's contribution, to to freeze the entire construct into permanent, unchanging, eternal stasis. The final chain locked. The seal formation activated at full power, and the prison blazed with golden light so intense that it was visible on the surface, 2 miles above. A pillar of creation energy shooting skyward from the abyssal deep, painting the null zone's gray sky in prismatic color. The Void Sovereign's violet eyes dimmed. Its form compressed, forced back into the prison's deepest containment, wrapped in chains it could not break, sealed by formations it could not corrode, locked in a prison that would last for eternity. Silence. The deepest silence Liang had ever experienced. Not the absence of sound, the presence of peace. The cavern, which had been filled with the Void Sovereign's rage for 10,000 years, was suddenly, overwhelmingly calm. The seal formations glowed with steady, warm, golden light. The chains, new chains, forged in creation energy, held firm, their links unbreakable, their runes self-sustaining. The microformations created by Liang and Yun Xinglian's combined technique floated through the cavern like prismatic snowflakes, each one a self-contained repair unit that would maintain the seal for eternity. Perfect, absolute, blessed silence. Yun Xinglian's absolute zero domain, no longer needed for defense, dissolved into gentle snowfall that drifted through the golden light like a blessing. Liang fell. Bai Shui caught him. It's done, he whispered. It's actually done. It's done, she confirmed, her healing chi flooding his exhausted body. Rest now. He rested. And for the first time since his mother sealed his meridians 19 years ago, the world was safe. The others gathered around him. Yun Xinglian held his hand, her ice-blue eyes streaming with tears she no longer tried to hide. Shen Ruoxi sat beside them, her crimson hair dulled with dust, but her gold eyes bright with triumph. Lin Meishio sheathed her sword. The sound of metal sliding home was the most satisfying noise in the universe. Bai Shui continued healing, her green chi flowing from person to person, tending wounds that would have been fatal without her care. Zhao Yanran appeared from the shadows and sat down heavily, her violet eyes red with exhaustion. Wei Jin, still unconscious, was breathing steadily. Feng Lihua kept watch over him, her mundane crossbow across her knees, her storm hawks curled on either side of the transport pod like feathered sentinels. And old man Tian's body lay peaceful and still, his sacrifice woven into the golden light that now blazed from every formation array in the cavern. They sat together in the light, the completed seal humming around them, the Void Sovereign's muffled rage a distant vibration that would grow quieter with each passing century. Nobody spoke for a long time. There was nothing to say that the silence didn't communicate better. Eventually, Liang opened his eyes. We need to get to the surface. In a minute, Shen Ruoxi said. Let us enjoy not being attacked for 5 seconds. 5 seconds is a lot to ask in this chasm. Then let's make them count. They rested for an hour. Then they began the long climb home. Chapter 97. The price of victory. The victory was real. Complete. Undeniable. Permanent. The seal that had been built in the Void Sovereign's prison was the strongest containment formation in the history of the cultivation world. Stronger than the original. Stronger than any of the 3 reinforcements that had preceded it. Stronger than anything the abyssal tide could have imagined or prepared for. It was also the most expensive. The cost was devastating. Old man Tian was dead. His body lay at the 3rd gate, peaceful in death, his face wearing the faintest trace of the smile he'd given Liang as his last gift. Feng Lihua's cultivation was permanently destroyed. The void corruption that had pierced her meridians had left scars that no healing could erase. She would live the rest of her life as a mortal, or as close to mortal as a woman with 2 loyal Stormhawks could be. Wei Jin had suffered severe spiritual damage from the Void Sovereign strike. His already minimal cultivation had been reduced to nothing, and while Bai Shui had healed the physical wounds, his spiritual pathways were scarred. He would recover, but slowly. Shen Ruoxi's brother, Shun Haoyu, had died defending the eastern flank during the surface battle. 2 Jade Lotus healers had been killed protecting their patients. A Sword Sovereign formation commander had fallen holding the line when the abyssal tide broke through the right wing. Hundreds of Alliance soldiers across every sect and the Imperial legions had given their lives. 3,000 cultivators in total had fallen in the surface battle. The abyssal tide's 2,000 cultivators had been destroyed, killed, or captured, but the fighting had been fierce, and the null zone's chi deprivation had made every wound harder to heal. Liang carried old man Tian's body out of the abyss himself. The climb took hours. He was exhausted, his cultivation recovering but not yet functional, his body battered and drained. But he would not leave his teacher in the darkness. When he emerged from the chasm into daylight, The Alliance army was waiting. 50,000 cultivators, those who remained standing, saw their commander emerge, carrying the body of the old man who'd given everything, and a silence fell over the dead zone that was deeper than the abyss itself. Liang laid Old Man Tian on the bare stone of the null zone and knelt beside him. He was a Tao Lord, Liang said, not shouting, speaking, his voice carrying through the silence. He was a wanderer. He was a teacher. He was the man who taught me that power without wisdom is a bomb with a short fuse. He paused. He burned his last breath to open the gate that let us reach the prison. Without him, the seal would have failed. The world would have ended. He stood. Remember his name. Tian. Just Tian. He didn't want a title or a legacy. He wanted a student who would listen, a pot of tea, and a good view. He got all three, and he considered himself lucky. Liang voice broke on the last word. He didn't try to stop it. Grief was not weakness. Old Man Tian had taught him that too. The army was silent for a long time. Then, from somewhere in the ranks, someone began to clap. A single, steady rhythm of hand against palm. Others joined. Hundreds, then thousands, then tens of thousands of cultivators, clapping in unison for a dead old man who'd saved the world. The sound rolled across the dead zone like thunder. 50,000 hands, clapping for a wanderer who'd found his purpose. Liang stood in the middle of that sound, tears streaming freely down his face, and remembered the old man's last words. Live well. Seal the prison. And remember that a crippled old wanderer loved you like a son. He would remember. Every day, for the rest of his very long life. Yun Qinglian stepped forward and took his hand. She said nothing. There was nothing to say. She just stood beside him and held on, her ice-cool fingers warm against his palm, her presence the anchor he needed to keep standing when grief threatened to pull him under. The other companions gathered close. Shen Ruoxi, her eyes red but her spine straight, her phoenix fire a banked warmth that enfolded them all. Lin Meishio, her sword sheathed, her hand on Liang shoulder in a gesture of support that said more than any words. Bai Shui, tears flowing freely, her healing qi unconsciously reaching out to ease the emotional pain, even though she knew no technique for grief. Zhao Yan, visible for once, standing in the open, her violet eyes bright with unshed tears for a man she'd respected deeply. Wei Jin, carried on a stretcher, his body broken but his spirit undimmed. He was the best teacher in the world, Wei Jin said, his voice rough. And the worst cook. His tea was terrible too. His tea was perfect, Liang said. His tea was mediocre at best, and you know it. Don't speak ill of the dead's tea, Wei Jin. He'd want me to be honest. He was always honest. Despite the grief, Liang smiled. Because Wei Jin was right. Old Man Tian would have wanted honesty. Would have wanted the ugly truth alongside the beautiful memorial. Would have wanted his student to grieve, yes, but also to laugh. To live. To remember the pheasant by the campfire and the lessons in the cave and the terrible, wonderful, life-changing tea. Feng Lihua's storm hawks descended from the sky and landed on either side of Old Man Tian's funeral pyre. The birds were silent. No lightning, no screeches. Just two magnificent creatures standing vigil for a man who'd appreciated beauty in all its forms. The funeral concluded as the sun set, painting the sky in colors that matched the prismatic light of the seal 2 miles below. In the gathering darkness, the abyssal deep glowed faintly gold, the seal's permanent radiance, visible even from the surface. A light that would never go out. Time to go home, Liang said. They went home. Chapter 98, A New Dawn. The seal held. It held that day, and the next, and the next, and every day after. The golden glow in the abyssal deep became a permanent feature of the landscape, a beacon visible for miles, a reminder that the darkness had been faced and defeated. In the days following the Battle of the Abyssal Deep, the effects were felt across the continent. The change was not gradual. It was instant and overwhelming, as if the world itself had been holding its breath for 10,000 years and finally exhaled. Spatial cracks sealed permanently. Corrupted beasts collapsed as their void energy source was cut off, not temporarily, but forever. The null zone around the abyssal deep began to contract as natural spiritual energy reclaimed the land. Within a week, the first green shoots appeared in soil that hadn't supported life in millennia. The Continental Defense Alliance formally reorganized the cultivation world's power structure. Not as a permanent governing body. Liang had promised Prince Duan Wuji that he wouldn't undermine the empire, and he intended to keep that promise, but as a cooperative framework that ensured no single sect or empire could dominate the others. Liang was offered every title imaginable: Alliance Commander, Protector of the Realm, Grand Formation Master, and dozens more. He declined them all except one, Seal Guardian, a permanent custodial role, monitoring the prison's integrity and responding to any future threats. The seal is self-sustaining, Yun Qinglian reminded him. You don't need to guard it. I know, but someone should watch. Just in case. Yun Chongqing retook the Azure Cloud sect with the Alliance's support. The sect's recovery would take years. Mu Qianren's 30-year corruption had damaged more than just the Elder Council. But with Yun Qinglian's support and the Alliance's resources, the process was underway. Old Man Tion's funeral was held at Thunder Peak, on the highest tower, under stars that blazed with unusual brilliance. Every member of the Alliance who could attend did so. Thousands of cultivators filling the fortress's courtyards, honoring a man most of them had never met, but all of them owed their lives to. Liang Chun spoke the eulogy. The words were simple. The old man wouldn't have wanted anything elaborate, but they carried the weight of genuine love and irreplaceable loss. He found me in the misty gorge when I was a lost boy with a broken jade pendant and no understanding of what I was. He could have walked past. He could have ignored the tribulation, avoided the danger, kept wandering. Instead, he stopped. He sat down. He cooked pheasant. And he changed the course of history by choosing to teach a stranger. He paused, fighting the tightness in his throat. That's what he was. A man who stopped for strangers. A crippled Tao lord with nothing left to give except wisdom, kindness, and the world's driest sense of humor. And it was enough. It was more than enough. Feng Lihua released her storm hawks into the sky. The two birds soared upward, their lightning-charged wings trailing arcs of silver light that painted the darkness like meteors. They circled the tower once, twice, 3 times, and then vanished into the stars, a final salute from creatures who understood loyalty as deeply as any cultivator. The funeral ended. The Alliance dispersed. Life continued. The abyssal tide was dismantled. Without the Void Sovereign's influence, the cultists' corruption faded. Some died as the void energy that sustained them was cut off. Others, those who'd been corrupted unwillingly, were purified using techniques developed from Liang Chen's chaos-devouring art and by Shue's healing methods. A few, the true believers, those who'd served the Void Sovereign by choice rather than corruption, were imprisoned. Their trials became one of the most contentious debates in the post-war cultivation world. What punishment was appropriate for people who'd knowingly served an entity that threatened all existence? Some argued for execution. Others argued for permanent imprisonment. The Alliance Council, guided by Liang Chen's input, settled on a middle ground. The true believers were sealed, their cultivation suppressed, their void connections severed, their memories of the Void Sovereign's influence left intact as a permanent reminder of what they'd chosen. It was not a kind punishment, but it was a just one. The abyssal tide's infrastructure, hidden bases, communication networks, artifact caches, intelligence files, was systematically dismantled by a joint task force led by Zhao Yanran's rebuilt Primordial Chaos Clan and Prince Duan Wuji's Imperial Intelligence Division. The operation took 2 years and uncovered the full scope of the conspiracy. The abyssal tide had been active for over 2,000 years, predating every existing sect on the continent. Their records, once decrypted, provided invaluable historical context for the Void Sovereign's imprisonment and the Primordial Chaos Clan's role in maintaining the seal. Liang Chun read the records in their entirety. The history they contained, of sacrifice, of dedication, of 100 generations of cultivators who devoted their lives to a duty most people didn't even know existed, humbled him in a way that no combat experience ever had. His mother, his clan, his ancestors, they'd been heroes. Unsung, unrecognized heroes who'd kept the world safe in silence for 100,000 years. He made sure the world learned their names. The cultivation world had changed. Not just politically, but fundamentally. The shared experience of an existential threat had broken down barriers that centuries of peace couldn't have touched. Sect rivalries continued. They would always continue. Cultivators were competitive by nature, but they were conducted within a framework of mutual respect and shared purpose that hadn't existed before. Trade routes reopened between sects that hadn't communicated in centuries. Cultivation techniques were shared through the Alliance's information exchange, leading to breakthroughs that wouldn't have been possible in the old, fragmented world. The Jade Lotus Sect's healing methods combined with the Crimson Phoenix Sect's fire cultivation produced therapeutic techniques that could cure diseases previously thought incurable. Mortals benefited too. Medical cultivation became available to common people, and formation arrays were deployed to protect mortal cities from spiritual disturbances. And at the center of it all, quieter than anyone expected, Liang Chun went home to Thunder Peak. Chapter 99. paths forward. The years that followed the battle were years of rebuilding, of healing, and of the quiet, essential work of creating a future worth living in. The cultivation world, scarred by war and revelation, found its way forward with the particular resilience of a civilization that had stared into the void and chosen to continue. The sect daughters' futures unfolded like flowers in spring, each one finding their own path, shaped by the journey they'd shared, transformed by the bonds they'd forged in crisis. Shen Ruoxi returned to the Crimson Phoenix sect and, within a year, became its youngest sect master in history. Her father, tired after decades of leadership and proud beyond words of his daughter's growth, stepped down gracefully. Under Shen Ruoxi's leadership, the Crimson Phoenix sect became the Alliance's most active member, its fire cultivators serving as rapid response forces for spiritual disturbances across the continent. She visited Thunder Peak every month without fail, bringing rare teas from the volcanic south and inappropriate jokes that made Yun Qinglian's ice domain activate involuntarily from secondhand embarrassment. The visits were the highlight of Liang Chen's month. Not because he was lonely. He had Yun Qinglian, Wei Jin, and a fortress full of students, but because Shen Ruoxi's particular brand of fierce, unapologetic warmth was a reminder that the world contained more than duty and responsibility and the constant weight of being the person everyone looked to when things went wrong. Your sect must miss you when you're here so often, Liang Chen said during one visit. My sect can survive a weekend without me. If they can't, I've trained them poorly. She sipped her tea. Besides, someone needs to make sure you're not brooding on mountaintops and being unnecessarily dramatic. I don't brood. You were literally standing on the highest tower staring at the horizon when I arrived. That's not brooding. That's monitoring. With a dramatic cape. It's a cloak. It's practical. It's a cape, Liang Chen. You're wearing a cape. He was, in fact, wearing a cape. Yun Qinglian had made it for him. White silk with prismatic embroidery at the edges, a gift for their first anniversary. He wore it because it was beautiful and because it made her smile. That it looked dramatic was an unintended side effect. I'm seeing someone, she told Liang Chen during one visit, her gold eyes bright with happiness. A healer from the Jade Lotus sect. Bai Shui introduced us. A healer? Turns out I have a type. People who take care of others. She grinned. I blame you for that. Bai Shui became the first person in cultivation history to receive the title of Grand Healer, a designation created specifically for her by the Continental Defense Alliance's Governing Council, recognizing contributions to the healing arts that transcended any single sect's traditions. She revolutionized healing cultivation. Freed from her curse and empowered by the knowledge she'd gained during the Abyss campaign, she developed new healing techniques that could repair cultivation damage previously considered irreparable. Her work attracted students from every sect, and the Jade Lotus Sect's Healing Academy became the most respected institution on the continent. Her greatest achievement was quiet and personal. Using the advanced healing techniques she developed, she restored a portion of Feng Lihua's damaged spiritual pathways. Not enough to recover her cultivation. The void damage was too severe, but enough to allow her to communicate with her storm hawks through a spiritual link. Feng Lihua wept with joy when the connection restored. Lin Meishio became the Sword Sovereign Sect's greatest sword saint, a title awarded not for combat prowess, though hers was peerless, but for her contributions to sword cultivation philosophy. She developed a school of thought that emphasized purpose over technique, will over skill, and the understanding that a sword's truest edge was not in its blade, but in its wielder's heart. She never married, when asked about it, and she was asked frequently, because the continent's most skilled sword cultivator was also, to many people's surprise, quietly beautiful when she smiled. She would touch the jade pin in her hair and say that she was wedded to the blade. But Liang Chen noticed that she visited her brother's grave more often now, and when she spoke of him, there was peace where there had once been only pain. Zhao Yanran disappeared. She left a note at Thunder Peak. I'm going to rebuild the clan. Don't worry. Don't follow. I'll find you when I'm ready. 3 years later, she appeared at Thunder Peak's gate with 40 young cultivators behind her. Recruits she'd gathered from across the continent, each one tested, trained, and initiated into the primordial Chaos Clan's traditions. The clan token hung at her waist, and her violet eyes held a satisfaction that Liang Chun had never seen before. The primordial Chaos Clan lives, she said. We're small, we're new, and half of us can barely form a chi strand. But we live. Liang Chun looked at the 40 young faces behind her, nervous, excited, awestruck, and felt something swell in his chest that the Chaos Origin Stone couldn't contain. These were not his mother's clan's people. They were Zhao Yinran's recruits, chosen for their character rather than their bloodline. trained in the clan's traditions and philosophy rather than its combat techniques. The primordial Chaos clan had been rebuilt not as a bloodline dynasty, but as an idea that the greatest power in the world was not destruction or consumption, but harmony. The ability to take what was broken and make it whole. "Welcome home," Liang told them, and meant it more deeply than any words he'd ever spoken. Wei Jin became Liang Chen's sworn brother in an official ceremony conducted by Yun Chongqing. The former sect master, recovered but diminished, performed the blood oath with tears in his eyes. Wei Jin, whose cultivation never recovered beyond qi condensation, became Thunder Peak's administrator, managing the fortress's operations, coordinating with the alliance, and keeping Liang Chun grounded with the particular talent of a friend who'd known him before he was anyone special. "You still can't beat me at chess," Wei Jin told him. "You still cheat at chess. It's called strategy. You should try it sometime instead of just punching everything." They played chess every evening, sitting on Thunder Peak's balcony as the sun set, the pieces moving across the board in patterns that reflected their respective approaches to life. Wei Jin's game was complex, layered, full of hidden traps and long-term plans. Liang Chen's game was direct, powerful, and occasionally brilliant when he stopped trying to think like Wei Jin and started thinking like himself. Wei Jin won 70% of the time. Liang Chen didn't mind. Some victories were more important than others, and having his best friend alive to beat him at chess was the greatest victory of all. "I've been thinking about writing a book," Wei Jin said one evening. "About what?" "About everything. The whole story. From your expulsion to the seal. A historical account for the Academy's library." "That's a lot of story." "It's a lot of story with a lot of moments that deserve to be remembered. Not just the big ones, the battles, the breakthroughs, the cosmic showdowns. The small ones. The tea with Old Man Tian. The chess games. The night Yin Qinglian first held your hand on the wall. You saw that. Everyone saw that. The wall isn't that private. I'm going to add higher walls to the fortress renovation plans." "Too late. It's already in chapter 3 of my draft." Liang Chun threw a chess piece at him. Wei Jin caught it, laughing, and the sound echoed across the mountains like a promise kept. Prince Duan Wuji returned to the imperial capital and, upon his father's retirement, became emperor. His reign was marked by unprecedented cooperation between the empire and the sect world, a legacy of the alliance forged in crisis. He and Liang Chun maintained a correspondence that was equal parts diplomatic and personal, two men who'd started as enemies and become allies through the most fundamental of shared experiences, the fight for survival. "You know," Duan Wuji wrote in one letter, "if you'd come to the capital when I demanded, none of this would have happened. The alliance, the exposure, the summit. It all started because you told the Heavenly Dragon Empire to go to hell. I prefer to think I told the Empire to reconsider its approach," Liang Chen wrote back. "You told my envoy to go to hell. The exact words were, 'If the prince sends soldiers, we'll deal with them.' That's not diplomatic nuance. That's a declaration of stubbornness. It worked, didn't it?" Infuriatingly, yes. Their correspondence became one of the pillars of the post-war political order, a direct line of communication between the cultivation world's most influential civilian figure and its most powerful political leader. When disagreements arose between sects and empire, the letters often contained the seeds of compromise that formal negotiations couldn't produce. Duan Wuji never admitted it publicly, but in private correspondence with Liang Chun, he occasionally signed his letters with a postscript that made the former outcast smile. "Still think you should have come when I called. DW." Old Man Tian's legacy lived on in ways that surprised everyone. During the reconstruction, Liang Chun discovered that the old man had left detailed notes, 400 years of cultivation research, formation designs, and philosophical observations, hidden in the walls of Thunder Peak Fortress. The notes became the foundation of a new cultivation academy, established at Thunder Peak, that taught Old Man Tian's philosophy. Power without wisdom is a bomb with a short fuse. The academy attracted students from every sect and background. Its first graduating class included 16 cultivators who would go on to become sect masters, 3 future Dao lords, and 1 peculiarly talented young woman from a fishing village who would eventually discover a 6th layer of the chaos-devouring art that even the primordial chaos sovereign hadn't imagined. Xiao Tianming, freed from corruption and humbled by the experience, found a new purpose. He established a foundation dedicated to identifying and healing cultivators affected by void corruption, a condition he knew intimately and was uniquely positioned to address. His natural talent, freed from the toxic obsession with being number one, blossomed into something more remarkable, the ability to lift others up. The arrogant genius became the humble healer, and the transformation was so complete that cultivators who'd known the old Xiao Tianming could barely recognize the new one. He wore simple robes instead of academy finery. He spoke to patients with genuine compassion instead of calculated superiority. And when someone called him the former number one genius, he would smile and say, "There's no such thing as number one. There's only the next person who needs help." Liang considered him one of the finest people he'd ever known, not despite his fall, but because of what he'd built from the wreckage. The world wasn't perfect. It never would be. Sects still competed for resources and prestige. The empire still wielded its power with the occasional heavy hand. Cultivators still died in pursuit of advancement, and the strong still sometimes preyed upon the weak. The cultivation world's fundamental nature, competitive, hierarchical, survival-oriented, hadn't changed. But something had shifted. A baseline of cooperation existed where there had been only rivalry. A shared understanding of what happened when the world divided against itself permeated every negotiation, every alliance, every decision. The memory of the Void Sovereign, not just the battle, but the decades of secret corruption that had preceded it, served as a permanent reminder that the enemy was never just the obvious one. And at the center of this changed world, in a fortress on a mountain that had become the most famous address on the continent, a young man who'd been expelled from his sect as a worthless cripple cultivated in peace, loved in full, and watched the Tao unfold with the patient wonder of someone who knew exactly how lucky he was to be alive. Chapter 100. The Tao continues 5 years after the Battle of the Abyssal Deep. Liang stood on Thunder Peak's highest tower, gazing over a world that was, against all odds, at peace. The morning sun painted the mountains in gold and amber, and the spiritual energy in the air was clean, pure, and plentiful. No trace of the void corruption that had once poisoned the continent's spiritual fabric. Birds sang in the forests that had reclaimed the former null zone around the abyssal deep. Cultivators flew on swords and spirit beasts in the distance, going about the business of a world that had been given a second chance. His cultivation had settled at Tao Lord Realm over the 5 years following the battle. The advancement had been gradual, deliberate, guided by Old Man Tian's notes and his own deepening understanding of the chaos-devouring arts principles. He'd learned the value of patience. Ironic, given that his early cultivation had been the fastest in recorded history. The boy who'd gone from chi condensation to nascent soul in 2 months had become a man who spent 5 years reaching Tao Lord, and he was at peace with the pace. Tao Lord was not the highest he could achieve. The complete Chaos Origin Stone pulsed with the potential for further advancement, tribulation crossing, immortal ascension, and beyond, to the mythical primordial sovereign realm that only the first Chaos Cultivator had ever reached. But Liang was in no hurry. He had centuries ahead of him. Millennia, perhaps. The primordial Chaos bloodline extended lifespan proportional to cultivation, and at Tao Lord, he could expect thousands of years of life. The Chaos Origin Stone sat in his dantian, whole and quiet, its prismatic light a constant warmth in his chest. The Keystones orbited it slowly, their elemental energies in perfect balance. He no longer needed to advance, not urgently, not desperately, not with the white-knuckled determination that had driven him from chi condensation to Tao seeking in a single insane sprint. The seal was permanent, the void sovereign contained, the abyssal tide destroyed. For the first time since his mother sealed his meridians 19 years ago, Liang had no enemy to fight, no crisis to resolve, no impossible deadline to meet. The absence of urgency was, paradoxically, the hardest thing he'd ever adjusted to. For 3 months, the most intense 3 months in cultivation history, his life had been a constant acceleration, every moment loaded with life or death significance. Waking up without a crisis to respond to felt wrong, like stepping off a spinning platform and finding the world unexpectedly still. He'd had to learn how to be at peace. Not the meditative peace of cultivation, which was a form of work, but the genuine, ordinary peace of a man who'd done what needed doing and could now rest. Old Man Tian's notes helped. The old man had written extensively about the difficulty of transitioning from crisis to calm, drawing on his own experience of going from a Tao Lord fighting world-shaping battles to a crippled wanderer making tea by campfire. Peace is not the absence of conflict, one passage read. It's the presence of purpose. Find something worth doing that doesn't involve saving the world, and you'll find peace. Liang found it in teaching. In the academy, he built from Old Man Tian's notes. In the students who came from every sect and every background, drawn by the reputation of the man who'd sealed the void sovereign and the philosophy he taught. That power was a tool, not a goal, and that the strongest cultivator was not the one who could destroy the most, but the one who could protect the most. It was strange and wonderful and occasionally boring, which was, he discovered, exactly what wonderful felt like when you weren't running for your life. You're brooding again. Yun Qinglian ascended the tower stairs, her long black hair catching the morning breeze. 5 years had deepened her beauty and softened her edges. The ice-cool composure was still there, but it coexisted now with a warmth that she showed freely to those she loved. Her cultivation had reached spirit severing, and her absolute zero domain had evolved into something even more remarkable, an aura of controlled temperature that made any space she occupied perfectly comfortable, regardless of the weather. In her arms, she carried their daughter. The baby was 7 months old, with her mother's black hair and her father's dark eyes. She regarded the world with the intense, focused curiosity of a child who was already, unconsciously, absorbing spiritual energy from her surroundings. I'm not brooding, Liang Chun said, turning to face her. Even after 5 years, the sight of her, frost-blue eyes bright with amusement, black hair streaming in the mountain wind, made his heart stutter in ways that Dao Lord cultivation couldn't regulate. I'm appreciating. You're staring at the horizon with a complicated expression and a dramatic cape. That's textbook brooding, Liang Chun. It's a cloak, and it's practical. Capes are not practical. They get caught indoors and flap dramatically in wind. The dramatic flapping is the entire point. The dramatic flapping warns people I'm coming. It warns people you're ridiculous. She smiled. The real smile, the one reserved for private moments. You're appreciating. Fine. With complications. Yun Qinglian sat beside him on the tower's edge, their daughter nestled between them. The baby cooed and reached for a butterfly that had landed on the railing. What are you appreciating? Yun Qinglian asked. Everything. All of it. The fact that we're here. That the world is still here. He looked at his daughter. That she gets to grow up in a world that isn't ending. That she'll never have to kneel on cold stone while someone tells her she's worthless. That she'll never have to fight a god to earn the right to exist. She'll have her own battles. Of course she will. But they'll be her battles. Not ours. Not the Void Sovereign's. Just the normal battles of growing up, finding herself, deciding what kind of cultivator she wants to be. As if to emphasize the point, the baby's eyes flashed. Multicolored light, prismatic, chaotic, unmistakable, blazed in her dark irises for a single heartbeat, then faded. Liang Chun and Yun Qinglian stared. She inherited the bloodline. Yun Qinglian whispered. She inherited the bloodline. They looked at each other. For a moment, the old fear surfaced. The fear that had driven Liang Chen's mother to seal his meridians. The fear that the primordial chaos bloodline made its carriers targets. Then the fear passed. Because the world had changed. The abyssal tide was gone. The Void Sovereign was sealed permanently. And the primordial chaos clan lived again, watched over by an alliance of sects and an empire that had learned the hard way what happened when they let fear and division make them weak. Their daughter wouldn't need to be sealed. She wouldn't need to hide. She wouldn't grow up in a world where her bloodline was a death sentence. She would grow up in a world where the primordial chaos bloodline was known, understood, and respected, a world that Liang Chun had built from the ruins of the old one, brick by brick, alliance by alliance, friendship by friendship. She would grow up knowing what she was, surrounded by people who would nurture her potential rather than fear it. She would have teachers who understood the chaos-devouring art, friends who saw her bloodline as a gift rather than a threat, and parents who would never, ever let anyone tell her she was worthless. The cycle of fear and suppression that had defined the primordial chaos bloodline's history was broken. Not by force, by love. By the connections between people that turned power into protection, talent into service, and the most dangerous bloodline in the world into the most nurturing. He thought of everyone who'd brought him here. His mother, who'd sealed his bloodline to save his life. Old man Tian, who'd stopped for a stranger by a campfire. Wei Jin, who'd defended a cripple when no one else would. Shen Ruoxi, who'd offered recruitment and received friendship. Lin Meishio, who'd challenged him and then chose to serve. Bai Shui, who'd healed him and taught him to heal others. Zhao Yinran, who'd carried a clan's legacy for 15 lonely years. Yun Qinglian, who'd broken her own cage and found love in the ruins. None of them had known, when they made their choices, that those choices would lead here, to a mountain, a sunrise, a baby with prismatic eyes, and a world that was still standing because a group of stubborn, brilliant, broken, extraordinary people had refused to let it fall. That was the Tao. Not power. Not technique. Not bloodlines or artifacts or sealed gods. The Tao was the connection between people, the thread that ran from mother to son, from teacher to student, from friend to friend, from lover to beloved. It was the force that turned a crippled outer disciple into the man who sealed the Void Sovereign. Not his bloodline, not his cultivation, his people. Liang smiled. It was the same smile he'd worn on that first night in the Misty Gorge, when he'd broken through to Qi Condensation Stage 4 and realized that the world was bigger and stranger and more wonderful than he'd imagined. The smile of a man who'd been told he was nothing and had proven, through blood and fire and love, that he was everything. Below them, the world went about its business. In the Crimson Phoenix sect, Shen Ruoxi reviewed trade agreements over breakfast. In the Sword Sovereign sect, Lin Meishou led morning training with her students. In the Jade Lotus sect, Bai Shui treated a child's scraped knee with the same care she'd once used to cure a 15-year-old curse. Somewhere on the road, Zhao Yinran traveled with her rebuilt clan, seeking new members, building a future from the ashes of the past. In the Imperial Palace, Emperor Duan Wuji signed a decree establishing the annual Day of Remembrance, a continent-wide holiday honoring those who fell at the abyssal deep. Old Man Tian's name was first on the memorial list. At the Thunder Peak Academy, students practiced cultivation techniques developed from Old Man Tian's notes, taught by instructors who understood that power without wisdom was a bomb with a short fuse. And at the abyssal deep, now surrounded by a growing forest where a dead zone had once been, the seal glowed with steady golden light. The Void Sovereign dreamed in its prison, not of escape, not of destruction, but of nothing at all. The permanent seal had severed its connection to the outside world so completely that the entity existed in a bubble of timeless isolation, unable to influence, unable to corrupt, unable to do anything but wait for an end that would never come. The world was safe, not because of one man. No one person could save a world, but because of the connections between people. The bonds of friendship and love and loyalty that turned a ragtag group of outcasts into a force that could face the void and win. Liang held his daughter and watched the sun rise over a world he'd helped save, and the warmth in his chest, the Chaos Origin Stone's prismatic glow, his mother's legacy, his teacher's wisdom, his friend's loyalty, his love's devotion, filled him until there was no room for anything but gratitude. The Tao continues, he said. Yun Qinglian leaned against his shoulder, their daughter between them, the morning sun warm on their faces. The Tao continues, she agreed. The morning sun climbed higher, warming the mountain, warming the world. Below them, cultivators flew and walked and trained and laughed and argued and lived. All of them carrying the inheritance of a war that had nearly ended everything and the peace that had been purchased at terrible cost. In the distance, at the edge of the continent where the abyssal deep had once been a scar of nothingness, a forest now grew. Green and lush and teeming with spiritual energy, the forest was the living proof that creation was stronger than destruction. Where the void had consumed, life had returned. Where darkness had reigned, light now flourished. It was the world's answer to the Void Sovereign's claim that everything ends in nothingness. Not today, not ever. Somewhere below their feet, 2 miles deep, past 3 gates in a labyrinth of sealed passages, the Void Sovereign sat in its permanent prison and contemplated eternity. The entity did not think in human terms. Its consciousness was too alien, too vast, too fundamentally different from mortal cognition. But if it could have been said to feel anything, in the moments after the seal locked and the silence settled, it might have felt something unexpected. Not rage, not hunger, not the burning desire to consume that had defined its existence for longer than the universe had been young. Puzzlement, confusion, a faint, distant echo of something it had never experienced before and couldn't quite identify. The primordial chaos cultivator had done something the Void Sovereign didn't understand. He'd looked into the void, the absolute nothingness that was the Void Sovereign's nature, and he'd chosen to build rather than destroy. He'd chosen connection over power, love over ambition, others over himself. And in doing so, he'd created a seal that the Void Sovereign would spend eternity trying to understand and never succeeding. Because the seal wasn't made of energy or formation arrays or ancient techniques. The seal was made of love. And love was the one thing the void could never, ever consume. The Tao continues. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.